Chapter 1 I have 3 phase palaces. Great Xia Kingdom, Tianxia County. In Nanfan City in June, the sun is scorching like fire, scorching the earth. Nanfan Secondary School. Spacious and bright training ground. Many young and youthful boys and girls wearing exercise uniforms sat around cross-legged, looking at the center of the venue. There were 2 figures in a quick confrontation. When the wooden swords in their hands collided fiercely, there was a crisp sound, echoing in the training ground. The 2 people in the arena are both about 15 or 16 years old. The boy on the right has a tall body, a handsome face, bright eyes under his brows, and a good figure and temperament. Not to mention other things, just this top-notch good skin attracts people's attention. When some young girls in the arena stared at them with bright eyes, they were full of amused glances, with a hint of shyness in them. Li Luo, come on! There are also bold girls cheering. In front of the young man named Li Luo was a burly young man with a rather rough face and dark skin. Compared with Li Luo, he was really like a man in a black bear. So when he heard the voices of those girls cheering for Li Luo, he grinned jealously, and immediately shouted, "Li Luo, I won't let the water go." When he stepped out, the floor trembled, and the wooden sword in his hand cut through the air, making a faint sound of breaking wind, and slashed towards Li Luo who was in front of him. As the sword's shadow slashed, Li Luo's eyes flashed, and his toes pointed, the figure flew out quickly, his steps were as nimble as a flying bird, and he directly avoided the heavy and sharp sword. "It's the wind sparrow step!" Someone in the field uttered a voice with some admiration. This wind sparrow step is a low-level physiognomy. There are many people present, but few people are as proficient as Li Luo. Li Luo's figure rushed in front of the burly young man like a flying bird, and suddenly drew the wooden sword in his hand. At that moment, there seemed to be a flash of light, stabbing at the burly young man in front of him extremely fast. Teenage chest. Little spirit light sword. Someone exclaimed again. Li Luo's sword, like an antelope's horns, flashed with inspiration, fast and ruthless, which made them have to sigh. This #1 understanding of Nanfan Academy is really real well-deserved reputation. The sword shadow rushed towards him, and the complexion of the burly young man also changed, but his strength was not ordinary. He forcibly stabilized his figure at a critical moment, stomped his feet, and retreated a few steps. At the same time, there was a faint layer of silver light on the surface of his body, and the palm holding the wooden sword seemed to have turned into a blurred silver bear's paw. At the same time, there was a low bear roar, faintly emanating from the burly boy's body. Seeing this scene, many students in the field immediately exclaimed, "That is Zhao Kuo's 5th grade silver bear appearance, it seems that he is here for real." Amidst the many exclamations, Zhao Kuo took a step forward, and a gap was cracked in the floor. The épée in his hand was wrapped in fierce and brute force, causing a storm, and slashed fiercely at Li Luo in front of him. Above the wooden sword, there was a silver light rising, and the sound of breaking wind, piercingly resounded. Violent cut! The burly boy shouted violently, and the red light slashed down, directly colliding with the stabbing sword shadow. Boom! In the next moment, the 2 swords collided head-on. During the violent collision, the wooden sword in Li Luo's hand almost collapsed at the touch of a touch, and a force like a violent bear surged in, and the whole wooden sword was shattered by the forceful shock. A strong force came, shaking Li Luo's figure back more than 10 steps. Li Luo stabilized his steps, looked down at the broken wooden sword in his hand, smiled helplessly, and said, "Okay, Zhao Kuo, you won." Ugh! As soon as this remark came out, some girls in the venue immediately made regretful voices, while many teenagers sniggered. After all, as young people with full blood, they certainly felt that Li Luo was so popular among girls. Jealous! It's a pity. Li Luo's offensive is obviously stronger. He is also much better than Zhao Kuo in the application of physiognomy. If it wasn't for his incompetence, he must have won this match. Someone commented. That's right, Zhao Kuo possesses a 5th grade silver bear appearance, and his strength is astonishing, and his strength is probably at the level of 5 seals. He really deserves to be the strongest person in our second academy. Li Luo's comprehension and talent in practicing physiognomy are indeed powerful, but he was born with a void, which is simply flawed. Without enough powerful physiognomy to support it, no matter how proficient in physiognomy, it will not be of much use. Haha, don't sympathize with others. Who is Li Luo, the young master of Lulan Mansion, one of the 4 great mansions in my Great Xia Kingdom, and his parents are the youngest marquises in my Great Xia Kingdom. In just 10 years, the established Lulan Mansion has become one of the 4 great mansions of the Great Xia Kingdom, and they are not only famous in the Great Xia Kingdom, but even outside of the Great Xia Kingdom. Hey, what time is it? You still say that these old Huangli, since Li Luo's parents disappeared in the warriors' battlefield 3 years ago, Lulan Mansion has not been as good as before, and from the news I heard, this Luolan Mansion, the differences are huge now, and they might split up in the future. I'm afraid he won't be able to be the young palace master. Oh? What's the matter? The current leader of the Lulan Mansion should be senior sister Zhang Qingyi, right? As soon as this name came out, the eyes of all the teenagers present became much hotter, because that name was a legend in their Nanfan High School. However, when they changed their minds and thought about the relationship between this legendary senior sister and Li Luo, they couldn't help but feel a little weird looking at the latter. While many teenagers and girls in the arena were whispering, Zhao Kuo in the arena also walked towards Li Luo. He patted the latter's shoulder and grinned, "Are you all right? Don't blame me for my incompetence." Li Luo smiled, "This Zhao Kuo is straightforward, and he has a good relationship with him on weekdays, and he didn't violate any rules in this matter. After all, his innate emptiness is his biggest flaw, so Zhao Kuo cannot be blamed." On the sidelines, a middle-aged man turned his eyes away from the 2 people in the field. His name was Su Shanyu, and he was the teacher of the second academy. His eyes were also full of pity. Li Luo's comprehension is excellent, and any physiognomy can be practiced faster than ordinary people in his hands. In this regard, he obviously inherited the advantages of his 2 arrogant parents, and even surpassed others. But what is regrettable is that Li Luo was born with an empty appearance, but he had some troubles in the cultivation of Xiangli. The cultivation of the human race relies on its own mutuality, which is the fundamental thing of cultivation. Absorb the energy of heaven and earth with phase property, and what is finally formed is called phase force. There are countless types of human body phases, but they are generally divided into 2 categories, elemental phases and myriad animal phases. Elemental phases are many elements in the world, such as water, fire, wind, thunder, etc., and this so-called beast phase is the beginning of the human race according to legend. There is a supreme powerhouse who wants to strengthen the power of the human race, so he takes the spirit of the beasts and integrates into the human race bloodline, which gave birth to the so-called 10,000 beasts. Regardless of whether it is an elemental aspect or a myriad beast aspect, there are grades, and it is discussed in terms of grades 1 to 9, which are easy to understand. When a human child grows up in his teens, there will be an opening in his body, and this opening is called Xianggong. And when the phase palace appears, it will naturally derive its own phase nature. Like this Zhao Kuo, in his aspect palace, a 5-rank silver bear aspect has been awakened, which belongs to a kind of 10,000 beast aspect. The characteristic of this phase is that it has great power, and combined with its own strength, the destructive power can be described as quite astonishing. But Li Luo's problem also appeared here, because since the phase palace in his body was opened, no phase properties have been revealed in it, and it is empty inside, so it is called an extremely rare empty phase. And without phase property as the fundamental thing to absorb and refine the energy between heaven and earth, it would be difficult for Li Luo to cultivate a strong phase force. This is the most fundamental reason why he lost to Zhao Kuo. Because of his phase palace, there is no phase. Regarding the question of Li Luo's empty appearance, many tests have been carried out in the school. After all, because his 2 parents are too outstanding, the high-level officials of the school had high hopes for Li Luo's admission, and felt that his future would be inevitable. To be able to enter the top institution of higher learning in the Great Xia Kingdom, the St. Xianxing Academy. But in the first year of school, Li Luo lived up to expectations. He showed an amazing talent in the practice of physiognomy, and was directly admitted to the first courtyard of Nanfan Academy, where the whole world gathered. The most talented young man in Chu County. But as time went by, when the student's age reached the stage where the Xianggong appeared, he revealed the most embarrassing situation. That is, other people have their own phase nature, but although his phase palace was born, it is empty inside. Without his own compatibility, although Li Luo said that he was always one step ahead in the practice of physiognomy, his own strength improved quite slowly. After a year, it was even lower than the average level of the first academy. And the practice of physiognomy is to be able to exert the phase force stronger, but if the phase force is weak, no matter how advanced the physiognomy is, its power is limited. After repeated tests, the senior officials of the school came to a conclusion that this should be the reason for Li Luo's constitution. This kind of physique lacks compatibility in the body, so it is difficult to absorb and refine the energy of heaven and earth, and it will be extremely difficult to practice in the future. As soon as the result came out, the physiognomist in the first courtyard directly applied to the senior management of the school, demoting Li Luo from the first courtyard to the current second courtyard. This is actually normal. After all, the first courtyard is the pride of Nanfan Academy. The physiognomist naturally didn't want to let Li Luo be hindered. Of course, the most important thing is that Li Luo's parents had been missing for a long time at that time, and losing these two pillars, the Luolan mansion, which is considered the weakest among the four major mansions, has been in Daxia's country for these years, and the situation has become a bit embarrassing. So Li Luo finally came to the second courtyard. Su Shanyu secretly sighed in his heart. When Li Luo first came to the second hospital, Zhao Kuo was actually not his opponent, but now, only half a year later, Li Luo has already begun to be suppressed by Zhao Kuo. At this rate, I am afraid that Li Luo's ranking in the second academy will gradually decline in the next 6 months. If Li Luo only got this result in the end, the St. Xianxing higher education institution that everyone yearns for in the Great Xia Kingdom should be missed. Su Shanyu looked at Li Luo's long figure and handsome and calm face, and felt more and more regretful. In fact, this young man has worked very hard, but because his parents are too good and outstanding, it also caused others to hate him. The expectations are raised very high, and now, those excellent parents have become a kind of pressure on him. After all, others will only talk about the tiger father and dog son, but will not go to understand deeper things. Facing many regretful eyes, Li Luo slapped off all the sawdust on his body, and immediately sat down cross-legged at the side. Of course, he knew what everyone was thinking at this time. It's empty. This simply shows that the future is bleak. It's just that Li Luo pursed his lips slightly, and involuntarily touched the position of his lower abdomen with his palm. In fact, except himself, no one knew that his specialness was not just the so-called empty appearance. Practitioners in this world will only have one Xianggong in their bodies at the beginning, and if they step into the Marquis realm in the future, they will have a second Xianggong, and when they enter the King realm, they will have a third Xianggong. Realm, the entire Great Xia Kingdom is one of the few, and as for King realm, even in this tyrannical Great Xia country, it is rarely heard of. Of course, this is not absolute. It is rumored that people with extraordinary talents have a very low probability of giving birth to a second phase palace before reaching the feudal state when they advance to the phase power level. However, this probability, also extremely rare. And Li Luo's other special feature is here. Although he is only in the initial stage of the 10 seals, there is not one Xianggong in his body, but 3 unheard of. That's right. This was originally a level that only the peak powerhouses who stepped into the King realm could reach. But it happened to appear in Li Luo's body. But what makes people feel even more ups and downs is that these 3 phase palaces are all empty, therefore, one emptiness has no future. So may I ask, 3 emptinesses, are they promising or not? Li Luo sighed, looking a little melancholy. When Li Luo was in a complicated state of mind, Zhao Kuo also sat down beside him, and asked in a low voice, "Have you still not solved the problem of emptiness?" Li Luo just shook his head upon hearing this. When Zhao Kuo saw this, he also sighed helplessly. He knew that he seemed to be asking nonsense. Affinity is innate. Li Luo's question is obviously a huge problem. While the two were talking, Su Shanya walked into the arena, gave Li Luo a few words of encouragement, and finally said to many students, "Everyone, starting next month, it will be the most important stage of the big exam. Whether you can enter an institution of higher learning depends on this assessment, so let's work hard on our own." Many students heard the words, all of them looked solemn. They have studied hard for several years, and what they are doing is the big exam next month. If they can use this to enter a higher education institution, their future achievements will also be greatly improved. After Su Shanya finished speaking, he announced the dismissal of get out of class. Li Luo and Zhao Kuo also flowed out of the training ground side by side along with the flow of people. "I want to practice physiognomy again. I was hit by you today, you pervert. If your physiognomy was stronger, I should be hanged and beaten by you." Zhao Kuo left the training ground and sighed melancholy. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then waved goodbye to Li Luo. Li Luo looked at his back and smiled. He actually understood that it was Zhao Kuo who was afraid that the previous victory or defeat would affect his mood, so he walked away first. It's just that after such a long time, he has long been used to it. Li Luo withdrew his gaze, then walked along the forest path towards the outside of the academy. You can meet many students along the way, but no matter men or women, they will all cast their eyes on him. After all, even apart from this handsome appearance, Li Luo can be regarded as a person with an alternative legendary reputation in this school. As for those gazes, Li Luo was rather indifferent. He walked along the path until he stopped at the entrance of the school. In front of it, there was a large crowd of people gathering and making noise. The place surrounded by those students is a blue stone wall, which is the honor wall of Nanfan Academy, recording all the talented people who have walked out of Nanfan Academy. The students of Nanfan Academy have seen this wall of honor countless times. Logically speaking, they should be a little bored, but this place is still the most lively every day. Li Luo pursed his lips. Of course he knew the reason, because most of the people here came for her. Li Luo's eyes turned to a position above the wall of honor, where there was a crystal stone, from which rays of light emanated, and finally intertwined into a slender, tall, and lifelike figure. It was a girl. She was wearing the school uniform of Nanfan Academy, a simple white yusuji, and a blue short cloak over yusuji, which fluttered in the wind. Her lower body was a black skirt, and under the skirt was a pair of straight and slender. Her long legs are dazzlingly white. She has exquisite facial features, a straight nose, thick and slender eyelashes, and snowy skin, but although each of these points is admirable, the most memorable thing is the girl's pupils. Those were a pair of golden pupils, exuding an indescribable purity. If one looked directly at them for a long time, it would even bring a sense of oppression. Her expression was a little cold. She stared ahead, with one hand crossing her slender waist, and the other hand was holding an épée, so in an instant that sassy, sharp, and powerful feeling was come on. This is a girl who makes people's hearts flutter regardless of her appearance or temperament. On the wall behind its light and shadow, the girl's name is engraved. Zhang Qingyi, the bright pearl who came out of Nanfan Academy, possessed a 9th grade luminous appearance, and her talent attracted countless people in the Great Xia Kingdom to marvel. After 2 years of schooling, before the entrance examination, he was directly recruited by the Saint Xianxing Academy in the Great Xia Kingdom, and became the number 1 in Tianjia County with this honor in 100 years. She has become the legend of Nanfan Academy, and countless later students look up to her here, and now she is very famous in the entire Great Xia. Li Luo stared blankly at Zhang Qingyi's light and shadow, and then he noticed that some eyes were cast on him. Those students, no matter male or female, looked at him with some unwillingness, envy, and strangeness. Li Luo was still indifferent to their gazes. He understood the source of these gazes. Because of Zhang Qingyi. This Nanfan Academy, regardless of male or female students, is regarded as a goddess-like person. Not only is he a disciple accepted by his parents since he was a child, but he also has a marriage contract with him. To put it bluntly, Zhang Qingyi is his fiancé. Chapter 2: The fiancé who doesn't want to break the marriage. Chapter 2 The fiancé who doesn't want to break the marriage. In Li Luo's memory, the first time he met Zhang Qingyi was probably when he was about 3 years old. That time, his parents seemed to have traveled far away, and when they came back, Zhang Qingyi, who was about 5 years old at the time, was with them. Later, they accepted Zhang Qingyi as a disciple. From this perspective, Li Luo and Zhang Qingyi can be regarded as real childhood sweethearts, and her parents also love her extremely. However, the relationship between Li Luo and Zhang Qingyi when they were young was quite delicate, because Zhang Qingyi was so outstanding since she was a child, and he was 2 years older than Li Luo, so many disputes when she was young. In the end, Li Luo was defeated by Zhang Qingyi, indifferently pressing the ground with a violent hammer. It ended. It's just a nightmare. And the reason why Zhang Qingyi became his fiancée is said to be when she was about 10 years old, when her father drank too much and said that it would be great if Xiao Yi was my daughter-in-law. Then the next day, 10-year-old Zhang Qingyi wrote a marriage contract by hand and handed it to the dumbfounded father. That time, my father was almost beaten stupid by the old mother who drove him home. The most important thing is that even he, who was so tired and happy watching the show, was beaten up by his mother angrily. Afterwards, the old lady asked Zhang Qingyi to take back the engagement, but no one expected her to show helpless stubbornness. She just knelt quietly in front of her parents. In the end, the helpless parents had no choice but to let her go, but the engagement was put away by them, and then they didn't mention it again, as if it didn't exist. As time passed, this incident seemed to have disappeared. Even Li Luo himself had forgotten about it. But just a few years ago, when Zhang Qingyi was in Nanfan Academy, because a suitor was too persistent and crazy, she finally spoke directly and disclosed that she and Li Luo had a marriage contract. The sensation caused by this matter at that time can be said to have shocked the entire Tianjia County. It was also fortunate that Li Luo hadn't entered Nanfan Academy at that time, otherwise he would have been mobbed and attacked. But even though it had been a few years since this incident, the aftermath brought about by that still made Li Luo, who is now in Nanfan Academy. Li Luo deeply felt Zhang Qingyi's charm. "Father, you are really cheating on your son." Li Luo sighed inwardly. "I said, Li Luo, you stay here every day, don't you enjoy the envious eyes of other people?" And just as Li Luo was sighing in his heart, a girl's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Li Luo turned his head, and behind him stood a pretty girl with long hair up to her waist. Although her appearance was not as good as that of Zhang Qingyi, she was still an embryo of a beauty. Her delicate body was quite ups and downs. At this time, the girl was crossing her arms and looking at Li Luo with a mocking gaze. However, facing her gaze, Li Luo's expression was quite calm. The girl in front of her was named Tifaking, a student in the first academy, and she was considered a golden flower in this Nanfan Academy. From the Tifa family, one of the 3 major families in Tianjia County. This Tifaking didn't have any grievances with Li Luo, but she was Zhang Qingyi's hardcore supporter, and she was also extremely crazy and irrational. In her eyes, Zhang Qingyi was as perfect as a celestial being. No man in this world was worthy of her, including Li Luo, of course. Even Tifaking admitted that Li Luo's skin was top-notch, but she felt that it was too superficial to only look at the appearance. For a person like Zhang Qingyi, she must be a dragon among men, in order to be able to match. And Li Luo took advantage of his parents to obtain a marriage contract with Zhang Qingyi by some unknown means. In Tifaking's view, this was simply an insult to the goddess in her heart. Therefore, ever since Li Luo entered Nanfan Academy, as long as he met Tifaking, he would be ridiculed and questioned tirelessly. "Li Luo, when will you break off Sister Jiang's engagement?" Unsurprisingly, hearing this question repeated countless times, even Li Luo couldn't help rubbing his brows, and said angrily, "None of your business." "Then turn around and leave." Seeing this, Tifaking suddenly had anger on her pretty face, and she followed up reluctantly, saying, "Li Luo, do you really want toads to eat swan meat that much?" However, Li Luo still turned a deaf ear to her and ignored her, but her face turned livid with anger, and she quickly followed her, saying, "Li Luo, if you don't break up the engagement, you will be the one who will be in trouble, your troubles will be even greater, your parents have been missing for several years, and even your Lulan mansion is in turmoil now, so your status as the young mansion master has no deterrent effect. You don't even know how many powerful and gifted young arrogances adore senior sister Zhang in the Great Xia Kingdom today. You can't ask senior sister Zhang to repay you in this way just because your parents are kind to you. Li Luo, if you don't cancel your engagement with senior sister Zhang, don't talk about other places, just in this Nanfan Academy, there will be people who will trouble you. Li Luo's footsteps finally stopped, and he said, "Oh? Who wants to trouble me?" Tifaking snorted softly, and said, "Bei Kun from the Bei family, you should be familiar with him. He has let go and said that he hopes you will not take advantage of your status to get close to senior sister Zhang. In addition, he will let you go to Qingfeng in 2 days. Let's get together and talk." Li Luo smiled and said, "Of course I'm familiar with it. Back then he liked to come to me very much. Back then when his parents were still alive, the words spoken by Luo Lan's mansion in Tianjia County were no less important than the county guard's mansion. As for this Bei Kun, he came to look for him from time to time. The house has undergone great changes, and this powerful kid who once wanted to make friends with him is the first to make trouble for him. In the past, Bei Kun's favorite thing to do was to set up a banquet in the Qingfeng building and invite him there warmly and politely, but now he actually wanted him to host a banquet there. This one is really straightforward. Tifa Qing said, "Li Luo, don't think that people are ridiculous. This is the way things are in the world. Your family is powerful, so people will naturally praise you. Now that your Lulan mansion has lost power, why should others give you face? After all, those faces before, it was earned by your parents, not you." Li Luo nodded and agreed, "Your words are reasonable." In the past 2 years, Li Luo has personally experienced the warmth and coldness of human relationships. So he didn't say much, and accelerated his pace towards the outside of the academy. And that Tifaking followed persistently, chattering like a devil's voice all the way, and the central thought of all the words was to hope that Li Luo could give Zhang Qingyi a freedom. Li Luo knew that the best way to deal with this kind of person was to ignore him, so he didn't bother to pay attention to a word, walked through all the corridors, and finally left the school. And when he stepped out of the school, he suddenly felt that the surrounding voices became much quieter, and even Tifa Qing, who was like a fly beside him, seemed to be pinched by the throat. Li Luo turned to look at her, and then found that Tifaking's face was flushed, and her eyes were full of excitement looking down the stone stairs of the school. Li Luo looked along after realizing something, and saw a chariot parked in front of the steps. The chariot was antique, spacious, and luxurious, and 4 dark red and strong lions and horses were pulling the chariot. On the chariot, there is a familiar emblem seal, which is Luo Lan Mansion. Of course, it wasn't just the chariot of Luo Lan Mansion, but the girl standing in front of the chariot that caused Tifa Qing's face to turn red and the nearby students to show excitement. The girl's long hair is tied up in a ponytail casually, her face is delicate and indifferent, reflecting the seductive luster under the setting sun. She is wearing a short blue cape, slender boots, and under the battle skirt, slender and straight white legs, almost dry mouth. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is that pair of golden pupils that are as bright and pure as the Sunday. Is that Zhang Qingyi? There was some commotion and excitement outside the academy. Many students looked at the slender figure excitedly. They never expected to see this legend who walked out of Nanfan Academy today. Li Luo walked down the stone stairs under the seething and fiery gaze, came to Zhang Qingyi, and said with some surprise, "Sister Qingyi, when did you return to Nanfan City?" Although the Lulan Mansion started from Nanfan City, after being called one of the 4 great mansions of the Great Xia Kingdom, the center of gravity has shifted to the capital of Great Xia City. And after Zhang Qingyi entered the top Saint Xianxing Academy in the Great Xia Kingdom, she also went to Great Xia City, and in addition, she has to control the Lulan Mansion for the past 2 years, so it is very difficult to see her return to Nanfan City, and Li Luo hasn't seen her for a long time. Zhang Qingyi glanced at Li Luo, and said calmly, "Tomorrow is your 17th birthday, and Lulan Mansion also has some important matters to be discussed here tomorrow. I just arrived in Nanfan City today, so I'll drop by to pick you up. Her voice is extremely pleasant, cold, and clear, like a deep mountain spring hitting jade. Li Luo nodded. He was not surprised by Zhang Qingyi's attitude, because he had known her for many years and knew that she had this personality. Then let's go, he said. Zhang Qingyi is too popular in Nanfan Academy, standing here can feel the sight of the surrounding blade like a blade. Zhang Qingyi nodded slightly, but she didn't turn around immediately, but cast her eyes on the excited Tifaking behind Li Luo, and said, "Your name is Tifaking, right?" Tifaking nodded excitedly, blushing and said, "Senior Zhang, you still remember me?" Zhang Qingyi said calmly, "I hope you will stop harassing Li Luo in the future. Otherwise, I may focus on taking care of your brother who is in the St. Xianxing Academy." The excitement on Tifaking's face suddenly froze, and after a while, under the gaze of Zhang Qingyi's pure golden pupils, she could only nod timidly, and she was not as arrogant and domineering as before in front of Li Luo. After Zhang Qingyi finished speaking, she turned around, her azure cloak fluttering lightly, and she entered the chariot with Li Luo, and then the lion, horse and animal roared and walked away steadily in the smoke. As for Tifaking, she watched the chariot go away, and after a long time, she just rubbed her little face, her face full of fascination. Senior Zhang is really cool, I really love it. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Li Luo who wants to break off the marriage. Chapter 3 Li Luo who wants to break off the marriage. 4 lions, horses and beasts pulled the chariot and galloped steadily on the spacious streets of Nanfan City, and the buildings standing like forests on the streets retreated quickly. The carriage is quite spacious, warm and comfortable, and Li Luo and Zhang Qingyi are sitting on both sides of the coffee table. The two of them didn't talk too much. Li Luo just closed his eyes and rested his mind when he got in the car, while Zhang Qingyi opened a book and read it carefully. On the jade-like cheeks, it made those cheeks more crystal clear. The silence lasted for a long time. Zhang Qingyi's slender and thick eyelashes suddenly blinked, she raised her pretty face, her golden pupils stared at Li Luo in front of her, and said, "It seems that what I said in Nanfan Academy a few years ago will bring you. There's some trouble coming. I'm very sorry." Hearing this, Li Luo opened his eyes. He looked at the beautiful and delicate face in front of him, which could not conceal the fierceness and strength, and said with a smile, "This apology does not show any sincerity. If you are sincere, allow me to break off the engagement." Zhang Qingyi casually flipped through the pages of the book, and said, "Could this be the rumored divorce? But in the storybook drama, shouldn't it be me who brought this up? Are you going to reverse the order?" For her sudden cold humor, Li Luo was a little bit dumbfounded. Zhang Qingyi raised her head, glanced at Li Luo, and said calmly, "What? I'm afraid this engagement will bring you more trouble." Li Luo was silent for a while, shook his head, and said, "I'm afraid of delaying you. You are a girl, why bother to carry out an unnecessary engagement? It's not like you don't know how this engagement came about. How many times did my mother beat me? My father's matter is absurd. I actually agree with being beaten, but the key is why every time my mother beats my father, she has to take me to be beaten too." At the end, Li Luo's expression was also somewhat resentful. Thinking of the scene where the elegant woman who was very gentle to herself but had her waist up and willow brows beat up 2 men, one big and one small, at home, even Zhang Qingyi couldn't help the rosy little girl at this moment. The mouth curved slightly, and immediately calmed down again. "I'm not afraid." She shook her head. Li Luo said with a headache, "Then what will you do when you meet someone you like in the future? You are simply messing around." Zhang Qingyi said with a light smile, "Maybe we will meet each other, my vision is quite high, and you and I have already had a marriage contract, so it is impossible for me to have any thoughts about other people." Li Luo stared at Zhang Qingyi, and there was a little more anger in his voice. "Zhang Qingyi, what are you thinking? I know that my parents are very kind to you, and you are very grateful to them, but you don't have to use this way to express your gratitude. what do you think I am? The vehicle you use to express your gratitude. You agree to this marriage contract, so have I agreed to it. Li Luo's sudden anger made Jiang Qingyi startled, her pure golden pupils stared at the former's face. She was quiet for a moment, then slightly lowered her head and said, I'm sorry, it's true that I didn't consider you in this matter. Seeing this, Li Luo said, if that's the case, then this engagement but. Jiang Qingyi raised her pretty face, looked at Li Luo and said seriously, you should also know what the rules are in our house. If there is a disagreement between the two sides, then we will fight first, and then the winner will have the right to decide. This rule was set by Li Luo's mother. It has been applied to everything in the family for so many years, so every time when she disagreed with Li Luo's father, she would roll up her sleeves and directly call the old man dad dragged him into the training room. So if you have serious opinions on the marriage contract, we can go to the training room after we get home, and follow the rules. Jiang Qingyi said. Li Luo's expression suddenly froze, his complexion fluctuated, and finally he gritted his teeth, pointed at Jiang Qingyi and said in grief and indignation, Jiang Qingyi, don't go too far, I am a beginner of the 10 seals, and I will fight with you. What the hell? After the cultivation of the human race, after opening the Xianggong Palace, it is the 10 seal realm of foundation building, and after the 10 seal realm is the Xiangxi realm, but only after the Xiangxi realm, this practice can really start to enter the room. After the phase master realm, there are 3 realms. Worship generals, seal marquises, and become kings. Feng Ho is called king too far away, and this worship general is divided into 2 levels, the upper is Tiangang general, the lower is Earth Evil General, and Jiang Qingyi is at the level of Earth Evil General. And at this age, Jiang Qingyi's talent in cultivation has definitely shocked countless people by reaching the level of worshipping a general. Some people have even speculated that the record of the youngest marquis in the Great Xia Kingdom may be broken by her. But now, Jiang Qingyi, the evil general here, wants to fight Li Luo, who is in the 10 seals realm, with her. Li Luo was really worried that if she couldn't hold back, she would just slap him to death. Jiang Qingyi put away the books on the table, and said with some regret, it seems that you don't agree with this method, so there is nothing you can do. Li Luo was trembling with anger, could this world be better? Is it so difficult for me to get divorced? He leaned against the car window weakly, and his gaze was on Jiang Qingyi's smooth and delicate face, especially those golden eyes, which were so pure that it made people a little intoxicated. He sighed, and his voice was much lower, Sister Qingyi, we have been together for many years, but I understand that you don't actually have that kind of affection for me. Without feelings as the basis, what's the point of such a marriage contract? Jiang Qingyi was silent for a moment, and said, although I want to say, you are only 17 years old tomorrow, why are you pretending to be old? But what you said is indeed reasonable, but I have no interest in other people, but at least I don't reject you. Li Luo smiled wryly, and said, Sister Qingyi, the marriage contract was more because of your gratitude to my parents. I believe your feelings for them are stronger than those for me. I don't know how much, but this kind of thanks, I really don't need it. After finishing speaking, Li Luo lowered his head and said slowly, I know it might not be realistic for you to withdraw the engagement, but, he raised his head and looked straight into Jiang Qingyi's eyes, I hope you can give yourself and me a chance. Li Luo paused, and then said, we can make a deal. Before I have enough ability. Help me control the Lulan mansion. When I take over the Lulan mansion, you can make it less big. How about I return the marriage contract to you as a thank you? Jiang Qingyi didn't speak, but her slender jade fingers moved lightly and rhythmically on the table. The silence lasted for a long while, and finally she said softly, Li Luo, you really don't like me. Li Luo froze, then he took a deep breath and said, Sister Qingyi, you may have underestimated your attractiveness and excellence. For people of this age, your charm is killer. If I say if you don't like it, it's really against your will and hypocrisy. But I don't need this kind of engagement. Jiang Qingyi slightly raised her eyebrows, and suddenly slapped her little hand on the coffee table. Boom! Startled, Li Luo quickly moved his buttocks and backed away, saying, "Let's discuss it carefully, but don't do anything." Jiang Qingyi rolled his eyes at him, and said calmly, "Li Luo, I haven't seen you for a while, you are good at eloquence, but what you said is somewhat reasonable. I can treat this matter as a deal. When you want to take over the Luo Lan mansion at that time, I will give it to you in its entirety, and at that time, you will return the engagement to me." Hearing this, Li Luo immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, in the deepest part of his heart, some inexplicable loss appeared uncontrollably, which made him curse himself secretly. "It's really cheap. Your rhetoric today surprised me a little. It seems that you are no longer a child." Li Luo was a little angry. "Children? Where am I?" Jiang Qingyi ignored his words, just stared at him with a half-smile, and said, "But Li Luo, I still want to remind you one more thing at the end. Are you really planning to make this transaction? This engagement, once you withdraw if you come back, I'm afraid that in this life, you really have no hope." Li Luo squinted his eyes, put his arms on the coffee table, straightened up, and looked down at Jiang Qingyi. The distance between their faces was less than half a foot. "Jiang Qingyi, I really don't care about this marriage contract at all, because in the future, I want you to personally give the marriage contract to me, not to my parents." Jiang Qingyi's golden eyes reflected Li Luo's handsome face, and the half-smile on her lips became more intense. Of course, she understood Li Luo's meaning. The reason why this marriage contract was returned to her was because she did not treat him right now. There was no liking between men and women, and later, when she gave the marriage contract to Li Luo again, it meant that she fell in love with him. "Sit down." She parted her red lips slightly. An inexplicable force appeared out of thin air, directly pushed Li Luo's butt back, and sat heavily on the cardboard. The force made the latter grin uncontrollably. So the previous momentum was instantly shattered. Jiang Qingyi rested her cheeks on her cheeks, glanced at Li Luo lazily, and said, "I'm not very capable, but my tone is not small. I have seen a lot of Tianjiao these years, but no one dares to say such things to me. Li Luo, don't be too ambitious, your goal is too unrealistic, but if you really want to try, I might as well give you a chance." Her golden pupils were shiny, mysterious, and deep. "I'm waiting for you at the Shenshuangxing Academy. This is the first step. If you can't even reach this point, what you said today, you can treat it as a youthful and rebellious heart. And then forget it." Li Luo didn't say anything more this time. He just leaned against the car window, gradually closed his eyes, and said calmly, "Then just wait." Jiang Qingyi stared at the streets and buildings passing by through the cracks in the car window, and the sunlight fell into her eyes, and she immediately smiled imperceptibly. There was a rare softness in the eyes. After a long time, Li Luo suddenly opened his eyes, and asked with some doubts, "Isn't this the way home?" Jiang Qingyi nodded slightly, and said softly, "Go to the Golden Dragon treasure shop and get something." Her golden eyes turned to Li Luo. "Before master and mistress left, they left you something specially for you to open when you were 17 years old." When Li Luo heard this, his heart was shocked. Mom and dad left something for him? P.S. Nalan Yan Ran, I heard that you want to divorce. Young man, your road is narrowed. Haha, I don't know when I asked for tickets last time, but when the new book is released, let's shout out as usual, everyone, no matter what kind of votes, please vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Golden Dragon Treasure Line. Chapter 4 Golden Dragon Treasure Line. In the country of Great Xia, there are powerful forces from all sides and many forces, but among them, there are two special forces that are absolutely neutral, and no matter whether it is the major government or even the royal family of Great Xia, they will not easily provoke them. One is Shenshuangxing Academy, and the other is Jinlong Baohang. Needless to say, Saint Xianxing Academy is the ultimate dream of countless teenagers and girls in Daxia. Every year, the young heroes who come out of it, whether it is the royal family or various forces, are flocking to it. As for Jinlong Baohang, it operates businesses such as depositing and withdrawing various items, auctions, exchanges, etc. Its financial resources are strong enough to make countless forces envious, but no one has really dared to take its idea, because Jinlong Baohang's power it is so huge that it far exceeds the imagination of any force in the Great Xia Kingdom. The Baohang in the Great Xia Kingdom is just one of its branches. The real Golden Dragon Treasure Bank is still famous in the vaster and vaster places outside the Great Xia, and the Golden Dragon tickets produced by the Golden Dragon Treasure Bank are said to be in places where there are people, and they can be exchanged for an equivalent amount of gold. As the county seat of Tianjia County, Nanfan City naturally has Jinlong Baohang, and it is also located in the most luxurious area in the center of the city. When Li Luo got off the chariot and looked at the magnificent building in front of him, even though it was not the first time he saw it, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Just a branch in a county town has such a style. This Golden Dragon treasure. The financial resources of the line are really unimaginable. Compared with this kind of behemoth, even the Luo Land mansion seemed a little small. Zhang Qingyi was calm about this, and she didn't look too much into her eyes. She just walked towards Baohang, and Li Luo quickly followed after seeing this. Entering the unusually imposing treasure bank, Zhang Qingyi took out a golden ticket and handed it to a maid. The maid checked it carefully and quickly and respectfully welcomed the two into the VIP room. The two waited in the VIP room for a while, when they saw a middle-aged fat man with jewels and gemstone rings of different colors on his fingers, walking in with a festive smile on his face. Hee, it turns out that the young master of the Lulan mansion and Miss Zhang are here, and it really makes my treasure house flourish. I have to say that the people who can work in this Jinlong treasure house are indeed slick and slick. Now that he recognized Li Luo, he naturally understood his current situation, but he did not show the slightest negligence, and even put Li Luo first in the order of address. This is Chairman Lu of Jinlong Baohang in Tianjia County. Zhang Qingyi obviously knew him, so she introduced it to Li Luo. President Lu, take us to pick up the goods. After the introduction, Zhang Qingyi displayed a vigorous and resolute style of acting. President Lu nodded with a smile, turned around and led the way. The three of them walked through the gates all the way, and finally seemed to go deep underground. Under the guidance of President Lu, the last three people came to a completely enclosed room. The stone walls of the room were dark and smooth, like a mirror. Chairman Lu stretched out his palm and patted the smooth stone wall lightly. Suddenly, the wall began to crack, and an iron box made of unknown metal slowly protruded. You two, this is what the two palace masters left here. If you want to open it, you need the young palace master to come here in person, and then use blood as the key. President Lu said with a smile, and then consciously exited the room. Li Luo looked at the safe in front of him, and was a little lost in thought for a while. He didn't know what his father and mother left him for being so mysterious. But for some reason, he somehow felt that this thing was extremely important to him, and it might change his future. So, he took a deep breath, took 2 steps forward, stretched out his palm and pressed it on the safe, and suddenly felt a pain in his fingertips, as if a drop of blood had been sucked in and sucked into the safe. Click click, the next moment, a mechanical sound came from the safe as if it was one piece, and then a faint luster appeared on the surface of the box, and then it split open slowly from the middle. As the safe opened, the scene inside finally fell into Li Luo's eyes. It was a pitch-black crystal ball. The crystal ball was extremely smooth, reflecting Li Luo's face, which seemed a little mysterious. This is... Li Luo blinked. Put it away first. Master and wife said that you will not open it until your 17th birthday. Zhang Qingyi handed over a suitcase. Li Luo nodded, carefully took out the black crystal ball, put it into the box, and then clenched it tightly, while his eyes seemed a little moist. What's wrong? Zhang Qingyi looked puzzled. I have a hunch that I'm about to turn over, excited. Li Luo shook the suitcase, and said solemnly to Zhang Qingyi, just wait, I will definitely divorce successfully. Zhang Qingyi didn't bother to pay attention to him. She turned around and walked towards the basement room. She knew that Li Luo's mood was a little agitated at this time, so she didn't feel uncomfortable. The two of them left the basement, and here, they saw President Lu, who was waiting again, but this time, beside him, there was still a young girl standing pretty. The young girl is wearing a green dress, with a long and delicate body, and her appearance is extremely beautiful. Her blue hair hangs down like a waterfall to her slender waist like a willow leaf. Her eyes are bright and deep, and her skin is the most noticeable. It is a kind of snow white. The crystal clear feeling seems to be the real icy muscle and jade bone. In addition, her hands are wearing silk-like thin gloves, and even if they are covered by gloves, she can still feel the slenderness of the jade fingers. Presumably, if she can take off the gloves, those jade hands will definitely make people covet and linger. In terms of appearance and temperament, the girl in front of her was obviously taller than the Defaching she had seen before. However, when Li Luo saw her, his expression was slightly unnatural, and then quickly returned to normal. Hehe, this is my little niece, Lu Qing'er, who is also practicing at Nanfan Academy now, and she admires Ms. Zhang very much. I must pester you to see her. I hope Ms. Zhang will not be offended. President Lu she arched her hands at Zhang Qingyi, smiling all over her face. I've seen senior sister Zhang. Lu Qing'er saluted Zhang Qingyi gracefully. Zhang Qingyi sized up Lu Qing'er, nodded slightly, and said, since you are also practicing in Nanfan Academy, you should know Li Luo, right? Lu Qing'er glanced at Li Luo next to her, smiled lightly and nodded her head, and said with deep eyes, Li Luo taught me physiognomy before, and I have always been very grateful to him, but in the past 2 years, he doesn't seem to be very good at it. Want to see me? Hearing this, Li Luo showed an embarrassed smile, and hurriedly said, No, don't talk nonsense, it's just that they belong to 2 houses, so it's rare to meet them. In his heart, there was some helplessness. The reputation of Lu Qing'er in Nanfan Academy in front of him was a whole level higher than that of Tefaking's Jinhua, because she was not only beautiful, but also the new student of Nanfan Academy. The signboard, even in the hospital where there are many talented people, is the proper no one. In the past, when Li Luoshang was in the first academy, many students hadn't opened the physiognomy palace at that time. His talent for comprehension in physiognomy undoubtedly made him a leader in the first academy, so many students would come to ask him for advice, including he looked at Lu Qing'er in front of him. The relationship between the two was actually pretty good at the time. It's just that those changes happened later, and Li Luo was kicked out of the first courtyard and went to the second courtyard. The relationship between the two parties became much more awkward. Of course, the most important thing is that Li Luo avoids Lu Qing'er a little. It's not because he hates him, but it's just awkward to meet him. After all, he used to be number 1 in the first hospital, but now, Lu Qing'er has taken his place. Li Luo is also a high-spirited young man. In order to avoid such embarrassing situations, he usually avoids Lu Qing'er in the school. I just didn't expect to meet here today. Regarding Li Luo's somewhat perfunctory words, Lu Qing'er was non-committal, but she didn't say much, but turned her gaze to Zhang Qingyi, and began to talk with him with a soft smile. In the end, they sent Zhang Qingyi and Li Luo to the gate of Baohang. Hehe, Ms. Zhang, I heard that Lulan Mansion will be quite busy these 2 days. When parting, President Lu said with a smile all over his face. Zhang Qingyi looked calm, and said, President Lu is really well informed. Oh, what a pity. Chairman Lu sighed, and immediately said, in the future, if there is any need for cooperation, you two can come to me. I, Jinlong Baohang, believe in harmony and wealth. Li Luo on the side was a little puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions. He just followed Zhang Qingyi into the chariot and left quickly. President Lu touched his greasy face, glanced at Lu Qing'er next to him, and found that she was looking at the direction in which the chariot was leaving with her water-cut eyes. Cough. President Lu coughed suddenly, and said, I said girl, you don't mean to be interested in that Li Luo, do you? Lu Qing'er gave President Lu a blank look, and said softly, I just feel sorry for Li Luo, and he did teach me physiognomy at the beginning. For Li Luo, I only have some appreciation from before. He will be my biggest competitor in Nanfan Academy. President Liu patted his chest, and said with a sigh of relief, that's good, that's good, he is a person who is engaged in marriage, so don't bother about it, on your terms, this Daxia what young genius is not worthy. Liu Qing'er shook her head, ignoring her second uncle's muttering to herself, and turned away with Xiang Feng. Leaving President Liu who was scratching his head and smiling innocently. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Pei Hao. Chapter 5 Pei Hao. After leaving Jinlong Baohang, in the chariot, Zhang Qingyi did not speak, Li Luo remained silent, just holding the box, wondering what he was thinking. Until the chariot arrived outside a magnificent manor. Inside the manor, there were hills and pavilions, which were extremely magnificent. This is the old house where Li Luo's parents founded the Lulan mansion. The 4 lions, horses and beasts stopped at the gate of the manor, and Li Luo and Zhang Qingyi got out of the chariot. Compared to before, this place is really much deserted. Zhang Qingyi said with a sigh as she looked at the manor. Back when Li Luo's parents were still alive, this was the headquarters of the Lulan mansion. The busyness at that time was in stark contrast to the desertedness of today. The headquarters of Suan Luo mansion has already been transferred to Wangcheng. This is just an old house, so it's natural that it's deserted. Li Luo laughed. While the two were talking, someone came up from behind the gate. The leading old man has a simple and gentle smile on his face, and beside him, there is a woman with mature makeup and a beautiful face, especially the plump, exquisite figure, like ripe honey peach-like, swaying and charming. Uncle Lu. Li Luo called out to the old man. This old man was an old man who followed his parents in the early years. Now he is taking care of the old house and taking care of Li Luo's daily life. But that strange mature woman made Li Luo a little confused. Uncle Lu, long time no see. Zhang Qingyi nodded at the old man, and then introduced to Li Luo, this is Sister Cai Wei, she is my assistant in Wangcheng, and she helps me take care of Lulan mansion a lot of business. I've met the young palace master. The mature beauty named Cai Wei smiled at Li Luo, her eyes seemed to scrutinize Li Luo. Li Luo nodded and smiled, thank you, Miss Cai Wei. For a while later, Sister Cai Wei will stay in Nanfan City to take care of some properties of Lulan mansion in Tianjia County, and will report everything to you. Zhang Qingyi continued. Li Luo was stunned. With the transfer of the headquarters of Lulan mansion to Wangcheng, many industries in Tianjia County have not changed much, but they are very stable. How could Sister Qingyi suddenly send capable officers to take over? Did something happen? Li Luo asked after pondering for a moment. Zhang Qingyi's sudden return this time is obviously not just because tomorrow is his 17th birthday. Zhang Qingyi was silent for a while, and her delicate face became a little more serious, and then she walked towards the manor, and at the same time motioned for Li Luo to follow. Although you stayed in Nanfan City, you must have heard some rumors about Lulan mansion, right? I didn't tell you about these things before, for fear of affecting you. Walking on the gravel road, there are spots of light in the shade when it fell. Zhang Qingyi's voice was clear and cold. Li Luo nodded. Although he did not interfere with Luo Lan's mansion, he could guess that with his parents missing for several years, Luo Lan's mansion would not be peaceful. In this great Xia kingdom, it is not a simple matter to open a mansion, and one of the hard conditions is that only the prince can open the mansion. Now in Daxia, there are 5 major mansions, and Lulan mansion is one of them. Among the 5 mansions, the Lulan mansion was established in the shortest time and rose the fastest. Because Li Luo's parents had all stepped into the marquee realm back then. Yang Suanho, Li Taixuan. Lanho, Tantai Lan. This is the most important reason why Lulan mansion quickly entered the 5 major mansions after its establishment. Compared with the long history of the other 4 major mansions, Lulan mansion is undoubtedly extremely young, but this also shows that in terms of background, Luo Lan's mansion is much weaker than the other 4 mansions. But originally this was not a problem, with the talent and strength of Li Taixuan and Tantai Lan, it is enough to smooth out this gap in the next time. Unfortunately, they suddenly disappeared. Losing these two pillars, the strength of Luolan Mansion can be said to have declined rapidly. At the beginning, the power of the two marquises was still there, but no one dared to stir up trouble. But as time went by, Li Taixuan and Tantai Lan, there was no news for a long time, and finally there was even a rumor that they had fallen on the princely battlefield. Luolan Mansion is one of the 5 great mansions of the Great Xia Kingdom, and there are many properties under it. It is an indescribably fat piece of meat. In the Great Xia Kingdom, there are countless forces coveting it. Therefore, with the passage of time, the residual prestige left by Li Taixuan and Tantai Lan gradually weakened. In the past 2 years, some forces began to open their fangs to Luolan's mansion uncontrollably. Under such circumstances, Zhang Qingyi, who was still practicing at the Shenshuangxing Academy, had to temporarily take over the Luolan house. However, although Zhang Qingyi's reputation in the Great Xia Kingdom has become stronger and stronger in the past 2 years, she has never stepped into it after all. Feng Hujing is still not as strong as a deterrent, so facing a pack of wolves, she also decisively abandoned some properties of Luolan Mansion, intending to use this to gain some time to recover and grow. This behavior of constantly giving up is also one of the main reasons why the outside world thinks that Luolan's mansion is precarious. But Li Luo recognized this very much. After all, he didn't have enough strength. If he still occupied Jinshan by force, it would only lead to more troubles. Appropriate forbearance was the only long-term solution. Although the popularity of Luolan Mansion has dropped a lot in the past 2 years, it seems to have stabilized overall, right? Li Luo asked with some doubts. Zhang Qingyi pursed her red lips, and said calmly, for the time being, the external pressure has been relieved, but this time, the problem lies within Luolan's mansion. Li Luo's eyes froze for a moment, and he said slowly, is that senior brother Pei Hao? Zhang Qingyi and the mature woman Cai Wei at the side all looked at Li Luo in surprise. Sister Qingyi has not taken over Luolan's mansion for too long, but your charm is unmatched. Now in Luolan's mansion, your prestige is not low, and looking at Luolan's mansion, the only one who can stand against you, yes, there is only this registered student accepted by my parents. Li Luo smiled at their surprised gazes. Pei Hao was a homeless young man, and was almost killed because he offended his enemies. Li Luo's parents accidentally rescued him at that time. Seeing how pitiful he was, they took him into the Luolan mansion. After entering the Luolan mansion, he also worked hard. He showed a good talent in doing things. But he got mixed up in Luolan's house, so in the end, Li Luo's parents accepted him as a registered student. After having this identity, Pei Hao's status in Luolan's mansion also rose steadily. When Li Luo's parents disappeared, he was already quite powerful in Luolan's mansion. When his parents were still around, this senior brother Pei Hao would come to contact him from time to time, but this kind of contact has decreased a lot in the past 2 years, especially after the news about his emptiness came out. From this point of view, this senior brother Pei Hao is quite real. Pei Hao has always had objections to me being in charge of the Luolan mansion these years, and has acted recklessly on many decisions in the mansion. He has a high prestige in the Luolan mansion. Nearly half of the 9 pavilions in the mansion are close to him. It caused a very bad influence. Zhang Qingyi said lightly. Actually, if he can contribute to the Luolan mansion, I can bear all of this. Even the so-called position in charge, if it wasn't for the appointment of master and mistress before he left, I wouldn't want to show up. Li Luo nodded. Zhang Qingyi's character actually doesn't like these house affairs very much. With her talent, it is most suitable for her to concentrate on cultivation. Of course, in the final analysis, it is because he is not very good as the young master. However, he and Zhang Qingyi both understand that in his current state, this so-called talent of empty appearance cannot convince the public at all. Coming to take charge of Luolan's mansion, I am afraid that the foundation established by his parents will soon fall apart. After all, in this world, strength is the foundation of convincing people. It's really hard for Sister Qingyi. Li Luo thanked her sincerely. Zhang Qingyi shook her head, no need, after all, you and I had a marriage contract, and this Luo Lan mansion also has my share. So direct. Li Luo was dumbfounded, and Cai Wei on the side covered her lips and smiled softly, charmingly. Since the disappearance of master and mistress, people in the mansion have been fluctuating. Although I tried my best to appease you, you can still see the situation in Luo Lan mansion at a glance, and Pei Hao took the opportunity to win people's hearts and restrain me everywhere. Behind him, there may be other forces secretly helping. Zhang Qingyi continued. Li Luo stretched out his hand to catch the fallen leaves in front of him, and said, "This is a white-eyed wolf. Tomorrow Pei Hao will lead people to Nanfan City to talk with me, but there is a high probability that we will not be able to reach an agreement, and the worst outcome of not being able to agree, I am afraid that the Luolan mansion will directly split up. This is just for the current situation of the Luolan mansion. It will be a serious injury." Zhang Qingyi's golden pupils looked extraordinarily cold at this time, and even had a faint killing intent. Li Luo also frowned. Luolan mansion is surrounded by wolves in Daxia, and if it really splits, the strength of Luo Lan mansion will be greatly weakened, and it will become more and more in the future. Trouble. But in the end, he could only sigh helplessly, because with his current state of strength, he could not have any influence on this situation at all. The so-called young mansion master, I am afraid that not many people in Luo Lan mansion would look at him directly. Look. It can't even be said that many people in this mansion have directly forgotten him as the young mansion master. And all of this is because he has no strength and no future. Sorry, I can't help you much, Li Luo said. Zhang Qingyi shook her head, and said softly, "Don't worry, even if Luo Lan's mansion is not stable right now, when it is finally handed over to you, I will definitely make it complete." Li Luo didn't speak, because actually he didn't really care about it, because no matter how strong the Luo Lan mansion was, it was still a foreign object. In this world, only one's own strength is the foundation of everything. If he can step into the princely realm one day, all the problems will be easily solved. Afterwards, the two returned to the old house and had dinner together. Zhang Qingyi went straight to get busy, obviously making some preparations for tomorrow. And Li Luo didn't bother her, went to the training room to practice physiognomy for 2 hours, and then went back to the room to rest. Li Luo didn't sleep for a long time tonight. Until after 12 o'clock in the morning, he rolled over from the bed, and then opened today's suitcase from under the bed. The mysterious black crystal ball was also taken out, and he held it carefully. At this moment, Li Luo could feel his heart beating violently. "Father, old lady, what did you leave me?" Li Luo patted his violently beating heart lightly, and then teased himself comfortingly. Shouldn't it really just be a birthday cake that has been stored for a few years? End of this chapter. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. The mirror-like black crystal ball reflected Li Luo's face, with obvious expectations and nervousness on it. He also really wanted to know what the father and mother left him with so much painstaking efforts. How should I open it? Li Luo tried hard to suppress the tension in his heart, looked left and right at the dark and mysterious crystal ball, and then tentatively pressed his palms lightly on it. And when his palm touched the crystal ball seemed to vibrate slightly, and the originally hard and smooth surface seemed to turn into liquid, gradually covering Li Luo's palms. At the same time, Li Luo faintly felt that something as small as a needle had pierced into his palm, and some blood was absorbed by it. The black liquid gradually separated from the palms, and at the same time, rays of light began to emanate from it. Finally, under Li Luo's surprised gaze, 2 rays of light and shadows gradually intertwined above. Looking at those 2 extremely familiar figures, Li Luo immediately felt a sour feeling rushing to the tip of his nose. "Dad, Mom, those 2 lights and shadows, 1 man and 1 woman, the man looks exceptionally handsome, his body is tall and straight like a gun, he is dressed in white, handsome and compelling, he has a gentle smile on his face, his aura is deep and firm, giving people an indescribable sense of security. The woman is wearing a purple coat, her long hair is coiled up, and her hands are leisurely put in her pockets. Her face is also extremely beautiful, dignified, and elegant. It was Li Luo's parents, Li Taixuan and Tantai Lan. Haha, Xiao Luo, you must have been 17 years old when you saw our photo. There is a high probability that we are not by your side at this time. When Li Luo looked at the two lights and shadows, Li Taixuan spoke. Xiao Luo should become more handsome, right? Have you ever been pursued by a girl in the school? Tantai Lan on the side also said with a smile. Li Luo rubbed his eyes, and said to himself, your son is nothing but good looking now, how can anyone pursue him? Is Xiao Luo complaining about herself now? Feeling worthless. However, the light and shadow of Li Taixuan seemed to know what Li Luo was thinking at this time, and laughed again. Tantai Lan said, is it because of the void in your body? Hearing this, Li Luo was startled, because Li Taixuan and Tantai Lan had already disappeared when Xiang Gong appeared in his body. How could they know his situation? Don't be surprised, Xiao Luo. In fact, we have done some observations of the empty phase in your body before your phase palace appeared, including the 3 phase palaces you have. Tan Talan's eyes were gentle, said. Li Luo opened his mouth. At this moment, he thought of a lot. It turned out that his parents knew about the special situation in his body earlier than him. So, would the disappearance of his parents have anything to do with it? Where exactly are you now? How are you doing? Why has there been no news for so many years? Xiao Luo, first of all, I want to tell you that the innate emptiness is not useless, but in my opinion, it is the most powerful physique in the world. You don't have to be depressed because of it, but you should be happy about it. Li Taixuan's words were as shocking as stone, leaving Li Luo dumbfounded. Father, you don't have to go too far if you want to comfort me, right? Li Luo had an expression on his face that you could fool me. It's hard to cultivate this combination of space and strength, and he has the strongest physique. Who are you fooling, Dad? You are born with an empty appearance, and you cannot absorb and refine the energy of the world. This is indeed a problem that touches the root of the problem, but it is not true that there is no solution to this problem. Li Taixuan said with a slight smile. Since it's empty, just find a way to fill in one. Tan Talan also smiled. Li Luo frowned tightly. This sounds simple, but in fact it is impossible at all. Affinity is innate, and it is unheard of to want to fill in the day after tomorrow. He has tried similar things before, without exception. Failed. It is indeed impossible to do it with ordinary methods, but since we know about your natural emptiness, we have been working hard to find a way. But Huang Tian paid off, we finally found it. When Li Taixuan said this, Li Luo could clearly hear his heart beating like a drum, and the beating was so violent that his head felt dizzy for an instant. We flipped through and deduced countless ancient books, and finally found a method. This method is called Small Formless God Forging Technique. With this technique, the acquired appearance can be forged. Essence, blood, and soul, then the final form can be integrated into the phase palace. Xiao Luo, your inborn emptiness may not be a bad thing, because the innate aura is too random and difficult to control, but the acquired aspect hammered by the little Wuxiang God forging technique can be used according to your willing to build. If you want the elemental form, you can build it in the direction of the elemental form, and if you want the 10,000 beast form, then go in the direction of the 10,000 beast form. In the future, all 3 of your phase palaces will be equipped with the 3 phases you carefully forged. At that time, they will be born with each other, and their power will far surpass those innate phases. Li Luo's eyes could not help but brighten. This is not bad. There are so many people. But it is better than acquired plasticity. Xiao Luo, the acquired appearance forged by the little formless God forging technique has another wonderful benefit. Tan Talan added. Although he knew that what was in front of him was just a photo, but Li Luo suddenly became energetic. If you want to say good things, then I won't be sleepy. Normal innate phases, most of them are a single element, but the acquired phase hammered out by this little formless God forging technique is different, because it contains two attributes, one main and one auxiliary. These two attributes, if you can choose the genus of mutual generation, it will definitely make it even more powerful. Although there are some natural materials and earthly treasures in the world, it may also give birth to some other elements in people's xianggong, but that is too small. It's only a small gain at most, but it's far from your main personality. Cow, ah, ah. Li Luo clapped his hands vigorously. Of course he understands how precious this is. If he chooses the element of fire as the main element and adds the element of thunder as a supplement, the superposition of fire and thunder will undoubtedly greatly enhance the damage of his element. Thinking of this, even he couldn't help getting a little excited. From this point of view, his so-called empty appearance is really more subtle than the innate appearance. Cough. But everything is difficult to be perfect. Although the acquired form and the empty form are incomparably compatible, there is still a little flaw, that is, the initial grade of the acquired form produced by hammering will not exceed the 4th rank. Li Taixuan coughed suddenly and said. Li Luo was stunned for a moment, hesitating for a moment. The rank of the 4th grade appearance is indeed a bit low. Compared with Zhang Qingyi's 9th grade light, the difference is not 130 points. With such a difference in grade, I am afraid that even if he possesses the main and auxiliary elements in his acquired appearance, he may not be able to catch up easily. But this kind of hesitation is only short-lived after all. After all, his situation is so bad now that it can't be worse. Even if he is a 4th grade phase, it is not bad. Of course, you don't have to worry. Although the starting point of the postnatal phase is low, it can be improved by the postnatal method. Tan Talon loved his son the most, and immediately woke up. Li Luo suddenly realized, that's right, there are many strange medicines and treasures in this world, they have the magical effect of improving the rank of phase property, especially there is a profession called phase tempering master, who can refine many spiritual waters that temper phase property. Qi Guang is the most popular among countless physiognomy masters. It's just that there are some limitations to improving the quality of compatibility with external objects. Generally speaking, it is the limit to improve the quality of compatibility by 1 or 2 grades. As for his acquired physique, if he starts at the extreme level, he can only be at the 4th rank, and after all kinds of promotions, he will stop at the 5th or 6th rank at most. Is Xiao Luo worried that external things will improve their mutuality, and there will be a limit? When Li Luo was thinking, Li Taixuan's laughter rang out. Oh! Seeing Li Taixuan's smile, Li Luo couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Could it be that there is a chance to make up for this shortcoming? While Li Luo was waiting expectantly, suddenly Tan Tai Lan coughed lightly, interrupting Li Taixuan, who was about to speak, and she said dissatisfiedly, "You have said everything, what else should I tell Xiao Luo?" Li Taixuan was obviously stunned, and then hurriedly said, "I'm sorry my wife, I was wrong, next you come and tell your son." Seeing this scene, Li Luo couldn't help but shook his head. The old man's desire to survive really has nothing to do with it. Was it because he was beaten alive? "Boy, are you laughing at your father?" And the image of Li Taixuan seemed to know Li Luo's reaction when he saw this scene. He snorted immediately, and then said very seriously, "You are still young, you don't understand. I am not afraid of your mother, but I am afraid of your mother. Your mother's love is too deep. I have told you many times, loving your wife is the first family motto in our family. From now on, when you are with Qingyi, you must strictly abide by the family rules, you know." Hearing this, Li Luo couldn't help sneering, "Dad, every time you tell me this, if it weren't for the fresh fist marks on your face, I really almost believed it." But speaking of Zhang Qingyi, Li Luo sighed again. Qingyi was almost brought up by his old mother, so his personality was very similar to her, and he wanted to hit him every now and then. "What can I do after this?" sat in his heart. Li Luo raised his head and glanced at the image of his father, and the latter seemed to understand what he was thinking, and for a while, both father and son felt a little bit of sympathy. "Li Taixuan, don't waste my time playing tricks here, can you?" When the father and son felt sorry for each other, Tantai Lan raised her eyebrows slightly. When Li Taixuan heard the words, he quickly nodded to show that he understood. Then Tantai Lan looked at Li Luo, and her tone became gentle. The restriction of foreign objects to enhance the level of phase properties is only for innate phases, because those external objects, no matter how purified they are, will eventually contain some impurities. It is the accumulation of these impurities that will eventually lead to the complete closure of the phase palace, and it will be difficult to improve the phase level. But Xiao Luo, your emptiness is not in this range, because other people's auras are born with attributes, so they will reject those tempered foreign objects, but your emptiness has no attributes. Nothing also means that everything can be accommodated. So, your physique can be continuously refined by external objects to improve it. Although the higher the rank, the more difficult it will be, but you do have the opportunity to make your acquired physique perfect. That's why I said, Xiao Luo, this so-called emptiness is probably the most powerful form in the world. What it lacks is the key to open it. Li Luo's heart surged violently. In the past few years, the emptiness in his body has caused him to bear a lot. At first, he also felt unwilling and angry, but in the end, these unwilling efforts turned into powerlessness, and then only can accept reality. But now, his father told him that this emptiness is not a useless thing, but the strongest in the world. At this moment, Li Luo couldn't help but redden his eyes. Xiao Luo, the first acquired form, we have taken your blood essence and array of soul before, and we have already refined it, and it is inside this crystal ball. The small phaseless god forging technique is also included, Tantai Lan said. There was a warm current in Li Luo's heart, and immediately he opened his hands. Thank you, old man and mother, come on, I'm ready, pass on to me the acquired appearance and the small Wuxiang god forging technique. Let you son, let's start this leap in life from now on. But at this time, Li Taixuan's expression became serious. He was silent for a few breaths, and said, there is one last point that I need to explain to you. It is not as simple as you imagine to integrate this acquired phase into the body. When the acquired phase merges, it will absorb a lot of your blood essence, and the reason why you are required to open this thing at the age of 17 is also because you need to reach this age before you can barely bear the loss of your blood essence. But the most important thing is to integrate the acquired phase. What you lose is not only blood essence, but also lifespan. From the moment of fusion, your lifespan will only last 5 years. Unless you can step into the Marquee realm and evolve your life level within 5 years, otherwise, after 5 years, your lifespan will come to an end. Your mother and I have been arguing about this matter for a long time. After all, the price is too high, but Xiao Luo, you have grown up, we decided to tell you about this matter and let you make your own choice. Xiao Luo, choose to maintain in the current situation. In the future, I will become a wealthy and idle person, and live a safe life, or choose to integrate the acquired appearance, start fighting with the sky, and embark on the endless dangerous journey. If you choose the former, you just need to close the crystal ball, and everything in it will self-destruct. If you choose the latter, then put your palm into it. The choice can only be left to you, but no matter what choice you make, father and mother will always support you. The voice stopped abruptly, and the images of Li Taixuan and Tantai Lan stopped talking, and just looked forward quietly with gentle eyes. And Li Luo also sat down slowly, staring at the pitch-black crystal ball with an uncertain expression. He had previously thought that this void has such great potential, how could there be no sequelae, so it turned out that he was waiting here. Now, the choice he made was to decide whether he wanted to be a weak little ghost or a short-lived ghost. 4,000 words, conscience, please vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Choice. Chapter 7 Choice. In the room, there was no sound. The pitch-black crystal ball emitted a faint light, and the light reflected Li Luo's uncertain face, which looked a little strange. Now he is undoubtedly caught in an extremely difficult decision. The emptiness in his body, with all the efforts of his parents, suddenly gave him great hope, and hope, but what he didn't expect was that this hope would require such a heavy price. Only 5 years of life left. If within 5 years, he cannot step into the Marquis realm and evolve his own life form, then his lifespan will be completely terminated. 5 years as a Marquis, he is 17 years old now, and 5 years later, he will be 23 years old. As far as Li Luo knows, in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom, there seems to have never been such a young prince. What kind of talent, opportunity, and hard work is needed to create such a miracle, Li Luo didn't know. So at this moment, he felt a huge pressure enveloping him, making it difficult to breathe. Now, he can continue to choose to be mediocre. The Lulan mansion left by his parents is also a big foundation. Even if he can't control it, if he is willing to make a lot of concessions, it is indeed impossible to be a rich and idle person. Question. And if he chooses the path of acquired appearance, he must keep tense all the time. He must race against time, squeeze every bit of his potential with all his strength, and then fight against the sky to win that extraordinarily difficult life. How should one choose between the two? Li Luo slowly closed his eyes, his emotions surging. At this moment, he thought of a lot. He thought of those strange eyes in the school. They like to talk about the words of tiger father and dog son. Why are such excellent parents? Why do children have so much moisture? He also thought of that pair of pure and beautiful golden eyes. For Zhang Qingyi, deep down in his heart, he naturally had some liking and yearning for it. Li Luo did not deny this. After all, as he said, Zhang Qingyi's excellence means that it has great attraction to peers. It's not shameful for a fair lady to be a gentleman, it's just human nature. In fact, since childhood, Li Luo and Zhang Qingyi have competed in many aspects, but due to various reasons, Li Luo has a high probability of losing more and winning less, and this kind of rivalry lasted until the two gradually grew up. After growing up, it gradually decreased. Especially when the Prime Minister's palace was opened, Li Luo knew that the gap between the two sides was widening. And Zhang Qingyi also seldom compared with him on this since that time. The experience of these years made Li Luo seem to have become much calmer, but only Li Luo knew how strong a desire to win was in his heart. The deal with Zhang Qingyi may not have been his persecution of himself. According to the normal situation, it should be extremely difficult for him to catch up with Zhang Qingyi, who has already left him by a large margin, but now, there is a little hope. Is he going to give up this little hope? The answer is impossible. Li Luo opened his eyes suddenly, with an unprecedented sharpness in his eyes. He stared at the light and shadow of Li Taixuan and Tantai Lan in front of him, and said softly, "Father, old lady, in fact, I have always had an ambition. Although this ambition may seem ridiculous and overpowering to others, not only do I want to catch up with Sister Qingyi, but I also want to surpass her. Not only her, I also want to surpass you." He grinned and showed his white teeth. "I want people to say that this is the son of Li Taixuan and Tantai Lan when they see me in the future. Instead, I want them to say that this is the legendary Li Taixuan when they see you." Luo's parents. Li Luo smiled lowly and said, "Father, I am very grateful to you for giving me such a gift on my 17th birthday. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Isn't it just a 5-year feudal marquis? Well, I, Li Luo, accept this challenge." When the last word fell, Li Luo's eyes also became determined. Immediately, without the slightest hesitation, he stretched out his palm and pressed it directly on the black crystal ball. Laugh. The crystal ball immediately reacted violently. At this moment, Li Luo felt a sharp pain in his palm, as if countless long needles had pierced his palm. Then, the black crystal ball began to split slowly at this time, and in the deepest part of its interior, there were two things lying quietly. One thing is a black jade slip. If it is not bad, it should record the so-called small formless god forging technique. The other thing is a strange thing. It seems to be a liquid, and it seems to be some kind of illusory stream of light. It has an azure blue color, and in that blue, there is a subtle sacred light. Li Luo's gaze stayed firmly on the mysterious liquid-like liquid. He knew that this was the thing that could change his fate. An acquired appearance that his parents painstakingly refined. And he could also feel that when he saw this thing for the first time, he felt a sense of fit from the depths of his soul. As if this thing was originally born from his body. It seems that just like what parents said, this acquired appearance was originally forged with his soul and blood essence, and the two are naturally incomparably compatible. Ugh! And when Li Luo stared at the mysterious acquired face obsessively, a sigh containing complex emotions resounded softly. Li Luo raised his head, and saw Li Taixuan and Tantai Lan's light and shadow moving again, and their complexions showed some complexity. Xiao Luo, it seems that you still made a choice. Li Taixuan said slowly. As your father, your choice makes me feel a little distressed, but from a man's point of view, it makes me feel gratified and proud. Although your road ahead will be full of difficulties and obstacles, how can my son, Li Taixuan, be afraid of these? Tantai Lan on the side seemed to have sparkles in her eyes. Presumably when she left this image, she felt extremely uncomfortable when she thought of Li Luo making such a choice. After all, as a mother, it was difficult for her to accept my child has only 5 years to live in the future. However, she didn't dissuade her, because she also knew that this choice could only be made by Li Luo himself, and since he had made a choice, she would only support him and trust him with all her strength. Xiao Luo, since you have made your choice, let mother tell you about the acquired appearance that we refined for you. Hearing Tan Talan's words, Li Luo's spirit also lifted. This acquired form, your father and I went through countless trials and trials before we found the most suitable thing from countless materials and finally refined it. This aspect is the 4th grade, but it is mainly based on the aspect of water, supplemented by the aspect of light. Hearing this, Li Luo was stunned for a moment, and then smiled wryly. How could this be a water phase? Among the elemental phases, although there is no distinction between high and low, but when it comes to attack power and destructive power, it is natural that fire, thunder, gold, etc. have the strongest phases, while water phase is biased towards the warm and soft kind. This kind of compatibility is obviously a little softer. He obviously didn't expect that the first acquired physiognomy that his parents refined for him would be this kind of phase. Xiao Luo, do you feel that the water phase is weak and doesn't match what you think in your heart? Don't underestimate the water phase. The water phase may be weaker in attack and damage, but its lingering and majestic meaning is better than other phases. As long as you can take advantage of the water phase, it will not be weaker than any phase. And your water phase is not ordinary, because it is supplemented by the light phase. The combination of water and light, if you can develop it well, the final effect may exceed your expectations. Of course, in the end your father and mother will set the first phase as water and light for you, and there are 2 other extremely important reasons. After you fuse this first acquired form, you will lose a lot of blood essence, and the loss of lifespan will also bring you great trauma. The water phase is warm and moist, and the water phase obtained from cultivation the power can also nourish your wounded body and help you recover quickly. Only then did Li Luo suddenly realize that this is the case. When it comes to nourishing and repairing injuries, the water phase and the light phase are indeed the best. What about the second reason? Li Luo thought curiously. His question did not wait too long. Li Taixuan said with a smile, the second reason is that we hope you can become a tempering master to assist your future practice. Do you remember the basic requirements for a phase master? Li Luo was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but replied, the basic condition for a quenching phase master is to have a water phase or a light phase. Physiognomy is so popular that many auxiliary professions have naturally been derived. The phase temperer is one of them, and its ability is to refine a lot of spiritual water that can refine and improve the quality of phase property. In addition, there are alchemists, but this requires the phases of wood, fire, and the like. There are also physiognomy masters who create all kinds of phases, which require phase properties such as metal, fire, and earth. Tempering phase masters are somewhat similar to alchemists, but the essential difference is that tempering phase masters can only improve the quality of phase properties, while most of the pills refined by alchemists can improve phase power. Both the water phase and the light phase have the effect of purification, so they are the basic and necessary conditions for becoming a phase master. But why do you want to become a tempering master? Li Luo was a little puzzled. But before he could ask, Li Taixuan's voice had already sounded, because you have the emptiness, you can temper your own phase quality without limit. If you become a phase tempering master, you will have a deeper understanding of this in the future. When the time comes, it will be more likely to perfect your own appearance. In addition, other phase masters have a high probability of only having one of the water phase or the light phase. But you have the water phase as the main body and the light phase as the supplement. The two purification powers cooperate with each other. To be honest, with this kind of condition, if you don't become a tempering master, then it's really a waste of money. The strange light of the spiritual water you have refined may be far superior in quality to other phase masters. Tan Tai Lan covered her mouth and smiled lightly. Xiao Luo, this can be regarded as a way out for you. If Luo Lan's mansion is bankrupted by you, at least you have a skill, and you won't lose money wherever you go. Li Luo opened his mouth, but in the end he could only scratch his head. What else could he say? It can only be said that his father and mother are scheming. The occupation they envisioned for him can be regarded as the ability of this first acquired appearance to the extreme. However, Xiao Luo, the first acquired aspect is just an entry level, so parents can use your soul and blood essence to forge it for you, but the second and third aspects are more profound and complicated. You can figure it out on your own. Father and mother suggest that when your strength reaches the level of a phase master, you should consider forging the second acquired phase. For some specific forging ideas, we have left some experience in the Jade Slip, which you can use as a reference. The small phaseless divine forging technique in this Jade Slip can only forge the second phase, and as for the third phase's divine forging technique, we placed it in the royal city. The specific information is in the Jade Slip. You, when the time comes, see if the time comes, and then go to Wangcheng to get it. When he said this, Li Luo found that the light and shadow of Li Taixuan and Tan Tai Lan suddenly began to dim, which made him look tense, and knew in his heart that this communication might be over. Dad, Mom. Li Luo couldn't help but stretched out his hand and grabbed the light and shadow, but it penetrated through it. But Li Taixuan and Tanta Island looked down at him, their eyes filled with kindness and love. Xiao Luo, this time may be over. Father and mother both believe that since you have chosen this path, you will surely get out of those 5 years of desperation. Father and mother know that you are worried about us, but don't worry, we can't bear to do anything until we see you again. Finally, Xiao Luo, you have to remember that no matter how much you worry about us, you must not come to look for us before you are appointed Marquis. The light and shadow continued to dim, and finally disappeared completely, and the room was once again quiet and dark. Li Luo was sitting in front of the black crystal ball, his eyes were red, but in the end he didn't shed tears, but just wiped his eyes, and said softly, "Thank you, Mom, for everything you have done for me. Please wait. When we meet again in the future, I will definitely make you feel shocked and proud of me." Gradually putting away the turbulent emotions in his heart, Li Luo first put away the black jade slip in the crystal ball, and then turned his gaze to the other strange object shining with blue and sacred light. Starting today, I'm also a person with compatibility. In Li Luo's eyes, there was a surge of heat at this moment, and without hesitation, he stretched out his palm directly, and grabbed the acquired face fiercely. Laugh, at the moment of contact, first a cold feeling came from the palm of his hand, and then an indescribable pain broke out directly in Li Luo's body. The pain was so intense that it overwhelmed Li Luo's rationality in an instant, his eyes suddenly went dark, and he collapsed slowly. End of this chapter. Chapter 8: A New Beginning. Chapter 8: A New Beginning. Bang, bang. What awakened Li Luo from the darkness was the sound of knocking on the door. His heavy eyelids slowly opened with all his strength, and what caught his eyes was the familiar room scenery. What's going on here? He muttered to himself, and then he found that his voice was so weak that it was frightening, and his air was as gossamer, like an old man with a dying candle in the wind. Li Luo struggled to get up from the ground, but after trying for a long time, he found that he had no strength in his hands and feet. In the end, he could only lie on the ground for a long while, and then he got the strength to stand up staggeringly, and then sat down on the chair next to him. "Young palace master, are you all right?" At this moment, a female voice came from outside the room, and it seemed to be Zhang Qingyi's assistant. Cai Wei. Li Luo coughed and replied, "I got up late, what's the matter?" "It was Qingyi who asked me to inform you that the masters of the 9 pavilions of Lulan Mansion have arrived, please prepare." Cai Wei's mature voice came. "Okay." Li Luo glanced through the gap in the window. It was already bright daylight. It was obvious that he had been lying on the ground overnight. Hearing Li Luo's answer, Cai Wei, who was outside the door, was a little surprised by the weakness of his voice, but she still retreated. Li Luo turned his gaze to the place where the crystal ball was placed last night, but was shocked to find that the black crystal ball had long since disappeared, only a pile of black ashes remained. Apparently, the self-destruct device in the black crystal ball was activated, erasing everything. Li Luo looked at the mirror on one side, and his face was reflected in it. He just glanced at it, but his expression changed uncontrollably. Because the face of the person in the mirror was terribly pale, it felt as if all the blood in his body had been sucked out. And the biggest change is that his hair, which was originally black, has turned grey and white, obviously because of the loss of too much essence and blood. Li Luo stared blankly at the white-haired boy in the mirror. After a long while, he let out a sigh of relief. It turned out to be even more handsome. After having some fun in bitterness, Li Luo smiled wryly again. Sure enough, after merging with the acquired appearance, most of the blood essence that I have stored for 17 years has been consumed. This excessive loss of essence and blood made him feel extremely weak, and he felt dizzy after walking a few steps. And besides that, he also felt an indescribable sense of emptiness in his body. That kind of emptiness was not the emptiness of the state of mind, but the lack of lifespan. Li Luo pursed his bloodless lips. Does he only have 5 years to live from now on? It's really urgent. Li Luo exhaled, but closed his eyes, and then began to sense the body. What he perceives is the location of the palaces that have sunk into his body. Before that, the 3 palaces were all empty, but now, in the first palace, there is azure brilliance blooming. A nourishing and soft power is constantly emanating from the palace, and at the same time, it is infiltrating the exhausted body. Li Luo stared intently at the azure palace. At this moment, although he was already mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but feel his heart surge. Sure enough, the fusion of acquired phase was successful. Starting from today, his problem of empty appearance has been completely solved. Moreover, this emptiness that had brought him a lot of troubles will also reveal its uniqueness and wonder. Li Luo opened his eyes. He could feel the energy of heaven and earth dissipating around him, and 2 of them were automatically approaching him. That is the energy of water and light. In the future, he will be able to absorb these 2 energies, and then transform them into his real phase force. But the premise is that you have to practice energy channeling, but this is not a big deal. Luolan's mansion has a large foundation, and there are quite a few channeling skills in its collection. Thinking about it, Li Luo stood up slowly, washed up, and changed into neat clothes. After changing, he looked at the mirror, and the young man inside, though haggard and grey-haired, still couldn't hide his handsome and good-looking features, showed a bright smile. "Li Luo, welcome to your new life. This old house in Nanfan City has always been quite deserted in the past, but today the atmosphere is rare and dignified. There are many sentries and guards around the old house. In the hall of the old house, the atmosphere is even more solemn, making people breathless. In the spacious hall, the seats are divided into 2 sides, and there are 2 seats in the middle, one is empty, and the other is sitting with Zhang Qingyi. Her calm expression carries a bit of coldness. Her golden eyes stared at the hall indifferently, occasionally passing the row on the left, where there were 4 figures, all exuding powerful energy fluctuations. Especially the one on the left. It was a young man who looked about 27 or years old. His appearance was not very outstanding, his eyes were slightly sunken, his nose was a bit narrow and long, and there was a sword-shaped earring hanging on his right earlobe, which faintly revealed a cold light. He has a gentle smile on his face all the time, which makes it easy for people to have a good impression. However, Jiang Qingyi, who was familiar with the other party, understood that the person in front of her was not a good person. Since she took charge of the Luolan mansion, it was this person who had hindered her a lot. This person is exactly the registered disciple of Li Taixuan and Tantai Lan, and now Pei Hao, a powerful figure in Luolan's mansion. And the three figures on the lower side are the three pavilion masters who were attracted by him. On the opposite side of their row, there are 6 other pavilion masters of Luolan mansion. Among these 6 pavilion masters, 4 support Jiang Qingyi, while the other 2 remain neutral and do not favor anyone. Party. And from this point alone, one can see how chaotic Luolan's mansion is today. Losing Li Taixuan and Tanta Island, the 2 pillars, the Luolan mansion, which is still relatively shallow, is indeed in turmoil. In the silent hall, the silence lasted for a long time, except for the subtle sounds of people drinking tea. Knowing that at a certain moment, Pei Hao, who was the leader on the left, suddenly put the teacup on the table in a non-heavy manner, and the clear voice rang out in the living room, causing the atmosphere to stagnate immediately. Pei Hao raised his head, turned his eyes to Jiang Qingyi, and said with a smile, Junior sister, the big guy has been waiting here for a long time, why hasn't the young palace master come out? Although he is the master of the young mansion, everyone has been working hard for the Luolan mansion. You must know that when the master and wife were there, such occasions would appear on time. This also shows how much the 2 elders treat us. Take it seriously. When his voice came out, some of the 9 pavilion masters in the field remained expressionless, while others frowned slightly, and some whispered to themselves. Jiang Qingyi said coldly, when master and mistress were here, why didn't I see you so impatient? Pei Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at Jiang Qingyi with a smile, and said, little junior sister, people, after all, they have to look forward. He paused, looked at everyone, and said, since the young mansion master has not shown up for a long time, I suggest that you don't have to wait any longer, and start discussing directly. After all. Pei Hao smiled helplessly, and said, everyone knows the situation of the young palace master. It is actually better if he is not present for the matters discussed today, so let him be quiet. In the living room, everyone looked different, except for Jiang Qingyi. No one spoke for a while. Since everyone has no objection, let's start directly. Seeing this, Pei Hao smiled, waved his hand, and was about to make a decision immediately. Jiang Qingyi's expression turned cold, and she was about to speak when a burst of laughter suddenly sounded from behind the bead curtain in the living room. I haven't seen you for a few years. Brother Pei Hao has really become a lot more domineering than before. If my parents know that senior brother is so promising now, they will be relieved, right? With the sound of laughter, the bead curtain in the living room was lifted, and then a slender, handsome young man walked out with a smile on his face. And when everyone in the living room suddenly saw that face, their bodies trembled involuntarily, and then stood up reflexively. Because that face was extremely similar to the 2 people they feared in their hearts. Even the smile on Pei Hao's face froze for a moment. At this moment, his body seemed to bend slightly uncontrollably, but even then he had to stand up like a habit. Suddenly, his heart suddenly cleared up a lot because the people in front of me are not those 2 anymore. This is just an empty wreck. So, he stretched out his palm, and suddenly slapped it on the teacup on the table next to him. There was a crisp sound, and he slapped the entire teacup into powder. The sound of this sound also shocked the 9 pavilion masters present, and then they suddenly came back to their senses. Then, some embarrassment appeared on their faces, and the 3 pavilion masters next to Pei Hao immediately sat back. The 6 pavilion masters in the other row, after hesitating for a moment, saluted Li Luo with fists in their hands. I have seen the young palace master. At this time, they looked at Li Luo intently again, only to realize that although he was somewhat similar to Li Taixuan and Tantai Lan, he did not have that awe-inspiring aura after all, and seemed too immature. The previous illusion was just a blink of an eye, and I couldn't recover from it. And what surprised them the most was Li Luo's grey hair. Even Zhang Qingyi paused on Li Luo's head with some suspicion in her eyes. This guy was obviously fine yesterday. Li Luo nodded to the 6 pavilion masters, then turned his gaze to Pei Hao, who was sitting motionless on the chair, and said with a smile, I haven't seen senior brother Pei Hao for a few years. It's really a different person from before. The eyes of the 9 pavilion masters present flickered, but they could hear the meaning behind Li Luo's words. In the past years, when Li Taixuan and Tantai Lan were still together, every time Pei Hao saw Li Luo, he always smiled as gently as a big brother, and even went out of his way to bring him many gifts. However, I am afraid that at that time, even Li Taixuan and Tantai Lan never thought that this disciple who respected them would reveal such a nature after they disappeared for many years. Pei Hao smiled slightly, looked up at Li Luo, and said, Long time no see, Xiao Luo has really grown up a lot. His words suddenly paused, and he frowned and said seriously, It's just that his face is so pale, his hair is also grey, and he looks like he's going to live in a few years. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Discussions in the House. Chapter 9 Discussions in the House. Pei Hao's voice spread in the living room, directly causing the atmosphere to freeze instantly. No one expected that this person who was quite kind to Li Luo in the past could actually say such vicious words now. Although Li Luo's complexion is indeed pale now, and his complexion is not very good, but it doesn't mean that he can't live for a few years, right? The 3 pavilion masters that Pei Hao attacked looked slightly embarrassed, but they didn't say anything, they just stared at the ground with flickering eyes, as if the patterns on the floor under their feet were particularly attractive. The other 6 pavilion masters were angry. Boom! A loud voice sounded suddenly, and everyone was startled. Looking at it, they saw Zhang Qingyi clapping her jade hand on the table, and her delicate face was covered with frost. However, before Zhang Qingyi could speak, Pei Hao quickly patted his mouth and said with a smile, I'm sorry, I'm so outspoken. I also hope that Xiao Luo will not blame him. Li Luo stared at Pei Hao, he looked at the latter carefully, and then smiled, although he was used to seeing the faces of people before and after these few years, but those people were people from outside the house after all. As for Pei Hao, it would not be an exaggeration to say that his parents were kind to him in saving his life and rebuilding him. Without Li Taixuan and Tantai Lan, Pei Hao's limbs would probably have been broken by his enemies long ago, and he would have been thrown into a stinky ditch to die. How could he be where he is today? However, what Pei Hao showed right now is obviously not a trace of gratitude to his parents, but rather deep resentment. This made Li Luo sigh a little. His parents, wise for so many years, still misunderstood once. Pei Hao's in charge is just an outpouring of his nature. There's nothing to blame, and to be honest, what can I do now even if I blame it? So there's no need to talk about this kind of nonsense. Li Luo shook his head, and then sat down on the empty first seat. With a smile on his face, Pei Hao casually turned a wrench on his finger, but he didn't show his anger because of the irony contained in Li Luo's words, because it was unnecessary. Just as Li Luo said, even if you want to blame, what can you do? Today's Luo Lan mansion is not what it used to be. Without the pressure of those 2 mountains, he, Pei Hao, is not afraid of anyone in Luo Lan mansion. A young mansion master with no future is nothing more than a puppet. If Zhang Qingyi hadn't been there, he, Pei Hao, would have completely controlled Luo Lan's mansion long ago. Since the young palace master is here, can we start the discussion? Pei Hao turned his gaze to Zhang Qingyi. Zhang Qingyi was expressionless, and said flatly, then you should first talk about why, among the 3 pavilions under your jurisdiction, a sky-high amount of gold has not been handed over to the treasury this year. Pei Hao sighed softly, and said, the situation in my 3 pavilions is extremely bad this year. My junior sister should have heard about it before. The warehouse in the 3 pavilions was suddenly burned. I suspect that it was caused by those forces coveting Luo Lan's mansion, and I will also investigate thoroughly. I have done a lot of research, but there is no result yet, so there is no money to hand over for the time being this year. Li Luo just listened quietly. Although he knew that Pei Hao's reasons were ridiculous, he didn't continue to interject because he understood that now he didn't have much right to speak in Luo Lan's mansion. Lord, in the eyes of all the people in the mansion, maybe it's just a mascot on display. That being the case, there is no need to open your mouth to make fun of yourself. Zhang Qingyi took a deep look at Pei Hao and said, Pei Hao, is this your reason? Pei Hao smiled slightly, and said, since junior sister wants a reason, I can only find one for you. Why do you need to ask clearly about some things? Forget it. Now that we've reached this point, let me, junior sister, and the young palace master explain it to you. Not only will the three mansions not pay the donations this year, but they will also not pay the donations from now on. Although Pei Hao's voice was soft, it undoubtedly sounded like thunder to the ears of everyone in the living room. The cold air radiating from Zhang Qingyi seemed to freeze the air, and she said in a cold voice, it seems that you are planning to set up your own family. Pei Hao smiled, and said, I am reluctant to leave Luolan Mansion. It's just that there is no real mansion master in Luolan Mansion now, and it's not known whose hands these donations will fall into. Instead of this, it's better to wait. If there is a truly convincing palace master in the future, then it will not be too late for me to hand it in. The atmosphere in the living room was oppressive, and the faces of the other 6 palace masters were also a bit ugly. If Pei Hao was really forced to do this, then Luolan Mansion might become the laughing stock of the other 4 palaces. Because Pei Hao's move is already considered to be self-respecting and intends to split Luolan's mansion. Pei Hao, are you trying to bring down Luolan Mansion? Luolan Mansion is down, how much benefit do you think you can get? A middle-aged man on the right said in a deep voice, his name is Lei Zhang, it was a pavilion master who supported Zhang Qingyi. Pei Hao shook his head, I said before, I don't want Luolan's house to collapse. He seemed to be silent for a few breaths, then turned his eyes to Li Luo, who was silent, and said with a smile, actually, if I want to abide by the rules, it is not impossible to hand over the donations truthfully from now on. Of course, the premise is that I hope the Sheofu the Lord can promise me one condition. Everyone in the living room was shocked. Apparently they didn't expect Pei Hao to suddenly bring up the topic of Li Luo. Li Luo withdrew from the state of looking at the nose, and the nose stared at Pei Hao, and said curiously, I also want to know, what conditions can Pei Hao have in charge? Pei Hao cast his eyes from Li Luo's body to Zhang Qingyi, looking at the latter's exquisite and cold face and slender figure, a trace of fiery greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. I hope the young palace master can break off the engagement with junior sister. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly dropped to freezing point. Although Li Luo didn't get angry, his expression became expressionless, even though he had discussed with Zhang Qingyi about returning the engagement before, and even reached an agreement with her. But the marriage contract is between him and Zhang Qingyi, the two of them can talk and do whatever they want. And what is this Pei Hao? Boom! Just as the coldness in Li Luo's heart was surging, suddenly there was a strong wave of energy directly erupting in the living room. That energy was as bright as light, and the light swept across, covering all the light in the living room. Then, Li Luo vaguely saw the figure of Zhang Qingyi, who was sitting on the side shooting out like a fright. Pointing at Pei Hao's location. The sudden attack also made Pei Hao's eyes freeze, and the next moment, a sharp golden light erupted in his body. The sword-shaped earring hanging on his right earlobe quickly fell off, and when it rose against the wind, it turned into a golden long sword. Above the long sword, sharp golden lights surged with each other, faltering, like countless golden rainbows. Clang, the sound of gold and iron colliding sounded, and a violent energy shock wave erupted, immediately shaking all the tables and chairs in the living room to pieces. The 9 pavilion masters rushed to dissolve the aftermath of the energy, and then looked intently at the field. There were 2 figures facing each other, their swords facing each other. It was Zhang Qingyi and Pei Hao. Zhang Qingyi was holding an épée, and a bright light flowed from the blade of the sword. The light was so dazzling that it hurt people's eyes just to look at it. And that pure holy, scorching feeling also surprised them. What a domineering power of light! Opposite Zhang Qingyi, Pei Hao was holding a golden long sword, and the golden force gushing out of his body was extremely sharp and fierce. That's the power of gold. The two swords collided and opposed each other, causing the floor to gradually crack. Pei Hao narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Ninth grade light appearance, it really lives up to its reputation. The little junior sister is obviously only the early stage of the Earth Demon General, but the power of this force is not inferior to my late Earth Demon General. Your golden appearance should have been promoted to the 7th rank, right? It seems that in the past, you have often embezzled the offerings from Luolan's mansion." Zhang Qingyi said coldly. In the past, Pei Hao's metal appearance was at the 6th rank, but in this fight, Zhang Qingyi also noticed that the strength of the other party's metal appearance has become stronger, and the 6th rank golden appearance wants to be promoted to the 7th rank. Shui Qiguang is not a small number. Pei Hao was non-committal, and at the next moment, almost simultaneously, he and Zhang Qingyi suddenly broke out the internal force, and the tip of the sword slammed hard. Clang, the sound of Jintai was surrounded by an energy shock, and the figures of both of them took a few steps back. "Pei Hao, you are presumptuous." At this moment, Lei Zhang and the other pavilion masters also appeared behind Zhang Qingyi immediately, shouting with ashen complexions. However, there were also 3 pavilion masters who appeared behind Pei Hao, showing vigilance on their faces. Outside the living room, the movement here also caused some chaos in the old house. 2 waves of people rushed out from everywhere like a tide, and then confronted each other. "Junior sister, are you planning to let the entire Great Xia Kingdom know about the civil strife in Luolan Mansion?" Pei Hao smiled lightly. Zhang Qingyi's face was cold, and murderous intent flowed in her beautiful eyes. "Pei Hao, if you don't want to die, you'd better swallow those words in your stomach. You don't have the right to intervene in our affairs." Pei Hao was silent for a few breaths. Then frowned and said, "Little junior sister, why are you doing this? That marriage contract is probably a burden to you, right? I know you are grateful to master and mistress, but there is no need to commit yourself to Li Luo, he really doesn't deserve it. A wolf-hearted person certainly doesn't know what gratitude is." Zhang Qingyi said flatly. Pei Hao shook his head, then turned his gaze to Li Luo, and said, "Li Luo, you are actually quite smart, so I think you should know what is the crime of being pregnant. This kind of heaven's favored son is even more untouchable to you. Believe me, if you want to imprison the little junior sister with her gratitude to the master and wife, it will only bring you a disaster in the end." Li Luo said calmly, "According to what you mean, I have to give up on Luolan Mansion and sister Qingyi. If you're smart enough, you should be like this." Pei Hao nodded, and said with some compassion, "I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't have the ability, then you have to curb your greed, so that you may still be a wealthy idler." Li Luo smiled and said, "Pei Hao, are you really not worried that my parents will come back suddenly one day?" Pei Hao's pupils shrank slightly, and the expressions of the 3 pavilion masters behind him also changed a little. In the end, Pei Hao shook his head lightly, and said, "Li Luo, don't hold on to such sad and childish expectations. Judging from the news I got, master and mistress may not be able to come back." He looked at Li Luo and sighed sympathetically. "So, your biggest backer is gone. What's the difference between you now and me back then? No. You now may not be as good as me at that time. After all, although I had no background at that time, and I was at the end of the road, at least I still had some potential. And you have nothing left." End of this chapter. Chapter 10 White-Eyed Wolf. Chapter 10 White-Eyed Wolf. Pei Hao's words were like sharp knives, piercing one's heart with a knife. Hearing that, the faces of the pavilion masters who supported Zhang Qingyi in the living room were all angry. Their eyes couldn't help turning to Li Luo, but they were surprised to see that the latter's face did not show any anger. Born with empty appearance, but at least this character is quite good. Pei Hao also found that Li Luo was indifferent to his words, so he couldn't help being a little surprised, but even if he knew it, the changes in the past few years had already made Li Luo understand these cruel facts. "Have you finished?" Li Luo asked calmly. Pei Hao smiled lightly. Actually, I'm quite surprised. My parents should be considered to be kind to you, why do you seem to resent them more? Li Luo asked. Hearing this, Pei Hao was silent for a few breaths, and said in a low voice, Master and wife are indeed good to me, but they always know what I want. I want to be their real disciple, not a so-called registered disciple. In order to achieve this goal, I have worked so hard for the Luolan mansion, but they have never said anything. Do you know how many times I had expectations that turned into disappointments in the end? Li Luo smiled and said, this is Shen Mian fighting Miku, right? But looking at it now, my parents have done a good job. I don't think, with your white-eyed wolf character, if they really accept you as a personal disciple, you will have some restraint because of this. Giving you the status of a direct disciple will only intensify your ambition and make it easier for you to take Luolan's mansion as your own. Pei Hao shook his head. He didn't get too entangled with Li Luo on this topic, but said indifferently, it seems that you are not very interested in my proposal. Li Luo nodded and said, don't waste your time thinking about it. The marriage contract is between me and Sister Qingyi, and it won't be changed just because of any threat from you. Hearing this, Pei Hao sighed softly, and said, Li Luo, you will pay a heavy price for being greedy. This is not the past, and you no longer have the capital to be willful. Li Luo stared at Pei Hao, although he was much weaker than the latter in terms of momentum, but what was contained in that gaze made Pei Hao feel a little uncomfortable. Pei Hao, I will give this sentence to you too. When Li Luo said this sentence, his expression was extremely serious. Pei Hao was speechless, and smiled, Li Luo, do you really think that junior sister can protect you forever? You are still too naive. But since you don't agree with my proposal, that's all. As I said before, from today onwards, the 3 pavilions under my jurisdiction will no longer hand over the donations to the treasury. Whether or not Sangha will carry out any instructions issued depends on my mood. The faces of the other 6 pavilion masters in the living room gradually turned cold. Although 2 of the pavilion masters among the 6 belonged to the neutral faction, if Pei Hao really wanted to split the Luolan mansion, it would definitely affect their interests. If that was the case, they might have to follow Zhang Qingyi's order and encircle and suppress the 3 pavilions and Pei Hao. It's just that once that step is reached, the split of Luolan mansion will be exposed to the eyes of all parties in the Great Xia Kingdom. What? You want to attack me? Pei Hao seemed to have noticed the chill in their eyes, and immediately chuckled. Seeing the smile on Pei Hao's face, Lei Zhang and the other 6 pavilion masters couldn't help but feel jealousy. What Pei Hao said earlier was true. During the years of his rise in the Luolan mansion, he really had a lot of respect. Thanks to Pei Hao's credit, many of those powerful enemies who blocked Luolan's mansion died in Pei Hao's hands. Today's Pei Hao is in the late stage of Earth Demon General, and the pavilion masters, except Lei Zhang, who is in the middle stage of Earth Demon General, are all in the early stage. Among the people present, probably only Zhang Qingyi, who possesses a 9th grade bright appearance, can compete with her. Of course, the most important thing is that Pei Hao is not alone, he also has people who are loyal to him, not just the 3 cabinet masters who have taken refuge in him. Once the 2 sides tear their skins apart and fight here, it will undoubtedly be announced to the world that Luolan Mansion is divided internally, and this will make the situation of Luolan Mansion in Great Xia Kingdom even worse. Everyone, I didn't come here today for the benefit of my tongue. What I did was to make the Luolan Mansion continue to stand in the middle of the Great Xia Kingdom. If junior sister is willing to break off the engagement with the young mansion master, and you and I join hands, the Luolan mansion will definitely be improved in the future. Pei Hao looked around the crowd and said with a faint smile. Now that we have come to this point, we can only blame our young palace master for being too greedy. But I won't give up. Speaking of this, Pei Hao took out a token from his bosom, with the word ink engraved on it, and when the pavilion masters saw this thing, their complexions couldn't help but change. Is this Elder Mo's token? Lei Zhang said in disbelief. In this Luolan mansion, apart from the 9 pavilion masters, there are still 3 elders who worship They are considered to be the strongest combat power in the Loyal Land Mansion besides Li Taixuan and Tantai Lan. The three enshrined elders are all Tiangang generals. It's just that these three priests did not intervene in the affairs of Loyal Land Mansion in the past, they would only take action when Loyal Land Mansion faced foreign enemies. This was the original agreement between Li Taixuan and them. This elder Mo is one of the three priests. But no one expected that the person who should remain absolutely neutral in Loyal Land's mansion, his personal badge, would appear in Pei Hao's hands, the meaning of which is self-evident. When Master invited the three worship elders, he said that they have the right to supervise, so if someone gets the support of the two worship elders and the four pavilion masters next year, then he has the right to compete for Loyal Land. The position of the palace lord. Pei Hao smiled lightly, and said, "So, you don't have to worry about me splitting Loyal Land's mansion, because what I want is a complete Loyal Land mansion." In the living room, Lei Zhang and the other pavilion masters looked frightened and angry. Obviously, they didn't expect that Pei Hao had such an idea. And judging from the current situation, he may not be without the possibility of success. Obviously, for today, perhaps not long after the two palace masters disappeared, this Pei Hao was already making preparations. Pei Hao glanced at Zhang Qingyi with a cold face, then turned to Li Luo who was beside him, and said calmly, "So. Cherish the time of the last year, when the mansion festival comes. I'm afraid Loyal Land's mansion will not be with you. How much does it matter? At that time, you will really have nothing." When these words fell, Pei Hao turned around and strode away, followed by the three pavilion masters. With Pei Hao's departure, the tense atmosphere in the living room has eased, but everyone's faces were a little sad. Although this situation had been expected, when this scene appeared, it was still a headache. But at this time Zhang Qingyi showed quite calmness. She calmed down the six pavilion masters with a slow voice, and finally explained some things before letting them retreat. After everyone retreated, the living room became quiet. Li Luo stared at the floor in front of him, until a pair of straight and slender jade legs appeared in front of him. He just came back to his senses, raised his head, and saw Zhang Qingyi was looking down at him quietly with golden eyes. "It seems that although you are calm on the surface, you are still very angry in your heart," Zhang Qingyi said in a calm voice. Li Luo smiled wryly and said, "How can you not be angry? Today, Pei Hao can be said to treat him as nothing, and the so-called request for his dissolution of the engagement is to trample his face on the ground. However, you performed well, and you didn't lose your composure too much." Zhang Qingyi's red lips slightly lifted a smile, and there was a trace of praise in her voice. Li Luo sighed, "Actually, if possible, I would rather beat him to death on the spot and help my parents clean up the house." He never lost his composure, more because he really couldn't do anything. At this time, Li Luo once again clearly felt the importance of his own strength. The so-called young palace master, after losing his parents, was actually nothing. Of course, he also understands that what's more important is because of his so-called innate emptiness. Everyone believes that he has no potential, so they will naturally despise him. No one will be smooth sailing, and there is no shame in proper forbearance. Zhang Qingyi explained. Li Luo nodded and said, "After today's incident, I know how troublesome our Lulan mansion is now. In the past 2 years, it's really hard for Sister Qingyi. The Lulan mansion rose too fast at the beginning, but it was precisely because of this that the foundation was so impetuous. This caused the tower to become unstable once the founders Li Taixuan and Tantai Lan disappeared. If it weren't for Zhang Qingyi's efforts to stabilize people's hearts in the past 2 years, I am afraid that Pei Hao is not the only one who is thinking about it now." Zhang Qingyi sat down beside her, her slender and fair legs gracefully folded together, and said, "You don't have to pay too much attention to what Pei Hao said earlier, I will take care of him, it just takes some time." While speaking, a faint killing intent flashed across those pure golden pupils. "Since you have made an agreement with me, I will naturally hand over this Loyal Land mansion to you completely when the agreement is reached. So you don't have to worry about the matter of Lulan mansion for the time being. You should think about it now. It's the big exam at Nanfan Academy next month. If you can't get into Shen Shuangxing Academy, all the agreements will be invalid. Zhang Qingyi said with slightly parted red lips. Immediately, she paused, tilted her head slightly, and smiled at Li Luo. But if you think the possibility is unlikely, tell me now, and I can take that agreement as your spur of the moment. Word. Li Luo blinked, then stretched out his palm and said, "Give me your hand." Zhang Qingyi stared at the hand stretched out in front of her, and was slightly taken aback. If someone else treated her like this, maybe she would probably cut it with a sword, but what about Li Luo? The relationship between the two is very special after all. So, in the end, she stretched out a small hand without moving, and put it in Li Luo's palm. Li Luo slowly held that little hand. The delicate feeling made people's hearts sway, and perhaps because of Zhang Qingyi's bright appearance, her skin was particularly crystal clear and white, like beautiful jade, which made people feel can't put it down. However, Li Luo forcibly resisted the urge to caress that little hand, and then drove a very weak phase force out of his palm. Zhang Qingyi's expression was originally quite calm, but when that weak force came, her expression instantly became serious. The slender fingers clasped backwards, directly grasping Li Luo's palm, and a feeling poured into Li Luo's body. In the end, she discovered that Li Luo's palace, which was originally empty, now exudes azure brilliance. Zhang Qingyi looked at Li Luo's smiling face in shock, and then said after a while, "This is the water phase. You have a picture." After a long while, Zhang Qingyi slowly let go of her palm and said, "Is it the things left by master and mistress to solve it for you?" Li Luo nodded. Zhang Qingyi let out a breath, and said softly, "This is really the best news of the day. Your water phase doesn't seem to be of a high grade, but it has a special sense of purity, which may be caused by some natural treasures left to you by your master and wife. Either way, it's a good start." It could be seen that Zhang Qingyi was in a good mood at this time, and her slender eyebrows, which were slightly cold, were slightly stretched. Finally, he made a joke with Li Luo, "Congratulations, you are one step closer to your goal of breaking off my engagement." Li Luo smiled helplessly, then fell silent for a moment, and said, "How credible do you think what he said about my parents earlier?" Zhang Qingyi blinked her slender eyelashes lightly, and said calmly, "Although I don't know where he got some news, I just think that how can a short-sighted person like him know the strength of master and mistress? Even if the two of them are temporarily trapped for some reason, I believe that they will be safe." Hearing this, Li Luo nodded slowly and vigorously. "I think so." Zhang Qingyi stood up and came to the window. At this time, the sun was pouring down and fell on her exquisite and delicate body. The light moved along the graceful curves, which made people's hearts skip a beat. "I will return to Wangcheng tomorrow. If you have any needs, you can tell Sister Cai Wei directly. She will stay in Tianjia County for a while and help take care of all the properties of Lulan Mansion here." After explaining a little bit, Zhang Qingyi turned her head, and she looked at Li Luo from the side, the sun shining on her perfect outline. That pair of golden pupils is also shining brightly under the eyes, which makes people's gaze deeply immersed in it, which is unforgettable. "So, Li Luo, I hope to see you next time at the St. Xianxing Academy." She smiled and whispered softly, "End of this chapter." Chapter 11 Energy Channeling. Chapter 11 Energy Channeling. On the second day, at the gate of the old house. Li Luo watched Zhang Qingyi's chariot go away. Beside him, Uncle Lu stood with his arms tied. Besides, there was Cai Wei, who was tall and plump. Li Luo watched the motorcade disappear from sight, then let out a sigh of relief against the morning glow, turned to Uncle Lu and said, "Uncle Lu, please help me take a week off from the school, I want to rest at home for a while." The current him, because of the fusion of the acquired appearance, has caused his blood to be extremely poor. If he goes to a school in this state, he is afraid that it will attract gossip instead. Now that he has the water phase, the most important thing is to find an energy channeling technique to practice, so as to raise his level of phase power. Although Nanfan Academy also has a lot of energy guidance techniques for cultivation, but there are many replacement conditions. It is not as convenient as his own Zangshu pavilion. It's just that next month will be the big exam, and if he asks for a week's leave at this time, it may cause a lot of discussion in the school, but at this time, Li Luo obviously can't care about these things. Yes, young palace master. The honest and responsible Uncle Lu immediately agreed after hearing the words. Sister Cai Wei. After Li Luo finished speaking, his eyes turned to Cai Wei, who was at the side again. Looking at Cai Wei's narrow and charming eyes, she smiled reservedly and said, "What's your order, young palace master? Please also help me purchase some spiritual water and strange light, which should be of the 4th grade." Li Luo laughed. Cai Wei's thick eyelashes blinked. The strange light of Ling Shui is used to improve the rank of appearance, but Li Luo seems to be born with empty appearance. What do you want this for? But even though she was puzzled in her heart, she still complied, and said softly, "How many copies does young palace master need?" Li Luo thought for a while and said, "Let's buy 50 copies first." Rao Cai Wei is a calm and rational mature woman, but these 50 copies fell into her ears, which made her stare at Li Luo in astonishment, as if she felt that she had heard it wrong. "Young palace master, what are you talking about? 50 parts of the 4th grade spirit water strange light?" Cai Wei couldn't help repeating. Li Luo met her astonished gaze and nodded seriously. Cai Wei bit her sexy red lips lightly with her white teeth. Ling Shui Kiguang is an expensive thing, and the price of the 4th grade Ling Shui Kiguang is not cheap. The price on the market is about per piece. A sky quantity gold, and 50 shares, is sky quantity gold. In the entire Tianjia County, Lulan Mansion has many chambers of commerce and industries, with an annual income of around 30 heavenly gold, and this situation has gradually decreased with the situation of Lulan Mansion over the years. Of course, the amount of heavenly gold is not a big problem. The Lulan Mansion is considered a big business, and heavenly gold is not enough to make Cai Wei lose her temper. It's just that she bought 50 copies of the 4th grade spiritual water at once. It really seems a bit weird. Because the main function of Ling Shui Kiguang is to quench its own phase property and improve its grade, but as we all know, Ling Shui Kiguang contains some impurities produced when various materials are fused, and this impurity will gradually erode the phase. Therefore, over time, it will lead to the gradual closure of the relative palace. At this time, the improvement of the relative will be considered to have reached the extreme. When many people use Ling Shui Kiguang, they will not use it without restraint, and generally control it in an orderly time, for example, use about 1 or 2 servings a month. This will not only reduce the impact of impurities on their own phases, but also it can maximize the use of the quenching power of Ling Shui Kiguang. Therefore, even if others want to buy Ling Shui Kiguang, they will buy in small quantities. Like Li Luo, who buys copies at a time, is this enough to save for several years? Cai Wei really couldn't understand why Li Luo did this. But Li Luo is the young palace master after all, and Zhang Qingyi also said that she stayed here mainly to cooperate with Li Luo, so she finally nodded slightly. "Okay. Then please trouble Miss Cai Wei." Li Luo smiled gently, then turned around and entered the old house. Cai Wei looked at her back and sighed helplessly. This young mansion master seems to be a little messy. After what happened yesterday, doesn't he know that Luolan's mansion is now suffering from internal and external troubles? Even if he couldn't share Qingyi's worries due to physical reasons, there's no need to add trouble, right? According to his extravagant methods, Luolan Mansion's annual income in Tianjia County may not be able to withstand the toss for a long time. Do we still have to apply for assistance from Zhang Qingyi at that time? But Luolan's mansion is in a bad situation now, and it is also a time when a lot of money is needed. Cai Wei rubbed the center of her brows lightly. It seems that she may not be living too well in Tianjia County during this period of time. As for Cai Wei's many psychological emotions, Li Luo didn't pay too much attention to them. At this time, he was full of excitement and anticipation, and went directly to the library in the old house. The Zangshu Pavilion houses many guidance techniques and physiognomy collected by Luolan Mansion. Although most of them have been transferred to the headquarters in Wangcheng, there are still a lot of old houses here. And here, it can be regarded as one of the important places of the old house, and the protection is not small on weekdays, and patrolling guards can be seen everywhere. However, as the head of the young mansion, Li Luo entered the Zangshu pavilion without encountering any obstacles. Young Palace Master. In the Zangshu pavilion, when the person in charge saw Li Luo coming in, although he was stunned, he immediately greeted him respectfully. Li Luo nodded, and ordered, "Find me all the energy guidance techniques suitable for the fourth phase in the library pavilion." Hearing this, the steward was a little confused. Even when Li Luo came to Zangshu pavilion before, he only looked at some physiognomy, and didn't look at the energy channeling technique at all, because he was born with a void, and these energy channeling techniques were very effective for him. Not too big. But he didn't dare to have any objections. After all, no matter what, Li Luo was the master of the young mansion, and he had the highest right to speak in this old house. So he immediately complied, and quickly turned around to find the energy channeling technique according to Li Luo's request. On the other hand, Li Luo found a quiet room and waited patiently for a while. When the steward came in sweating profusely with a bunch of crystal janes in his arms. "Young mansion master, all the energy channeling techniques suitable for cultivation of the 4th grade in Zangshu pavilion are here, among which there are 28 energy channeling techniques at the entry level and 6 energy channeling techniques at the general level." Li Luo nodded, waved him away, and then began to read these energy guidance techniques carefully. In this great Xia kingdom, the energy channeling technique also has grades. Its grading system is similar to that of Xiangli grades. It is divided into entry level, general level, marquee level, and king level. It is subdivided into very vulgar upper, middle and lower grades. The entry-level energy guidance technique can allow people to complete the introductory training from the 10 Seals realm to the Origin Master realm, and if one wants to step from the Origin Master realm to the general level, then the energy guidance technique of the general level is required, and so on. The entry-level energy channeling technique can be seen everywhere, while the general level energy channeling technique has begun to be differentiated, and only some intermediate level forces can have it. And the waiting level energy guidance technique is even rarer, and only some top forces can have it. Li Luo remembered that their Luolan mansion had 2 waiting level energy guidance techniques, which were left by his parents. As for the king level energy channeling technique, there is no way to say how precious it is. If it really appears, it will definitely cause crazy competition among many top forces in Daxia. Even, it may not be impossible to trigger a war among major powers. It's just that generally speaking, the more advanced the energy channeling technique, the more stringent its cultivation conditions will be, and many of them will have requirements for the practitioner's compatibility level. Now Li Luo's water light aspect is only the 4th grade, so he can only ask the steward to find these energy guidance techniques that he is qualified to practice. As time passed, Li Luo quickly flipped through the crystal slips on the desktop. In the end, he selected 3 energy channeling techniques. The 9-stage huffing and puffing method is inferior to the general level. Kanglan meditation picture, general grade middle grade. Linghuaju, general level mid grade. The 3 energy guidance techniques are all general level energy guidance techniques. If you practice to the highest level, your own level can break through to the general level. The potential of these 3 energy guidance techniques is not bad. Although they are not top-notch, they are not popular products. Of course, the most important thing is that they are just suitable for Li Luo's 4th grade water and light phase. And in the future, if he raises his level of compatibility, then he can find a suitable energy channeling technique and transfer to it, and it won't be too much trouble. Li Luo hesitated for a while among the 3 energy channeling techniques, and finally chose the Kanglan meditation map. The synergy produced by this energy channeling technique has characteristics as continuous and strong as the sea, which is similar to Li Luo's water and light. A little more matching. It's just you. With a big wave of his hand, Li Luo put away the Kanglan meditation picture, with a hint of impatience in his eyes. Then he got up and left directly, and went to the underground secret room of the library, where his parents specially built the training secret room. Here, he will begin to experience real cultivation. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Phase Force Cultivation. Chapter 12 Phase Force Cultivation. Li Luo walked into the bottom floor of the library pavilion, and opened the thick door made of special fine iron with a drop of blood. Behind the gate is a brightly lit practice room. This training room is not ordinary. Its material is made of pure heavenly gold. Heavenly gold is a kind of gold mine buried in the ground. It is a special metal that has just been formed after years of tempering by the energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, Tianquanjin is not only a hard currency in circulation, but also because of its strong adsorption to the energy of heaven and earth. The training room built by Tianquanjin has always been the standard configuration of some top forces. It's really luxurious. Li Luo stepped on the hard ground with his feet and sighed in admiration. As far as he knew, his father and mother had spent hundreds of thousands of heavenly gold to build this practice room. Practicing here can get twice the result with half the effort. In the past only the two of them and Zhang Qingyi have come here to practice, and this is Li Luo's first time here. This is a real gold home. But I have to say, you get what you pay for. These days' worth of gold is not wasted, because just standing here, Li Luo can clearly feel that the energy of the world here is far stronger than outside. While sighing, Li Luo came to the center of the practice room, where there were two stone platforms, each with a futon, which was obviously used by his parents when they practiced in the past. Li Luo casually sat down cross-legged on a futon, then held the crystal slip in his hand, closed his eyes slightly, and silently recited the practice formulas recorded in the Kanglin meditation map. At the same time, his breathing was also inhaled and exhaled according to the rhythm of the meditation chart. 6 spits and 3 swallows, 9 light and 4 heavy. Then began to change continuously. The initial attempt failed several times without accident, but soon Li Luo's top-notch comprehension showed its effect at this time. He quickly grasped some key points of the Kanglin meditation map, and then began to gradually improve. Good environment. On the futon, Li Luo closed his eyes and concentrated his mind. Gradually, he seemed to hear the sound of sea water flowing in his ears. The so-called Kanglin comes from the meaning of lingering and majestic. Li Luo imagined himself sitting cross-legged in the ocean current, letting the heavy waves wash over him. Then, he gradually felt the energy of the surrounding world begin to flow. Among that energy, water energy is the strongest, and it also contains some light energy. These energies gradually poured into Li Luo's body along with the opening and closing of the pores all over his body and the in and out breathing. The softness and moistness of water energy, the purity of light energy, the two streams of energy flowed happily in Li Luo's body. Under their infiltration, Li Luo's body, which was originally exhausted due to previous qi and blood, was gradually regaining its vitality. After the two energies flowed in the body for a circle, they finally returned to the shimmering azure phase palace and turned into Li Luo's mutual force. As the phase power contained in the phase palace gradually increased, Li Luo also gradually became intoxicated with it, devoting himself to this hard-won cultivation. Time passed by unconsciously, and most of the day passed in the blink of an eye. When Li Luo was awakened from the state of cultivation, he first felt a vague tingling pain coming from his body. It was the inside of his body reminding him that today's cultivation has reached the limit. Using the channeling technique to absorb the energy of the heavens and the earth will cause some load on the meridians of the human body. It is said that the lower the level of the channeling technique, the greater the load it will cause. And once the limit of the load is reached, the practice can only be temporarily stopped, and the practice can only be continued after a period of rest. Li Luo is in this state now. This sudden interruption made Li Luo feel a little unfulfilled, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the Kanglin meditation map he practiced was only a general level skill, and it was already the limit to be able to practice it for so long. From this point, it is enough to see how important a high-level guidance technique is for the cultivation of Xiangli. If one can possess a high-grade channeling technique at the beginning of cultivation, it will naturally leave others far behind after years of accumulation. But it's a pity that high-level channeling skills are not only rare and precious, but also have strict cultivation conditions. At the very least, the level of compatibility alone is enough to stop most practitioners, including the current Li Luo. It's not that they don't have the channeling technique of the waiting class in Luo Lan Mansion, but as far as he knows, it requires at least the rank of the 7th rank. But the good news is that this Kanglan meditation map is just a temporary choice for Li Luo, and when he improves his level of compatibility, he will naturally switch to a more advanced channeling technique. From this point of view, the sooner the better. Li Luo sighed, then stretched out his palm, only to see a blue force slowly emerge from his palm. This is the strength he cultivated. The phase force of water. At the same time, there is also the phase force of light. The fusion of the two phase forces is undoubtedly more pure than the pure water phase force. My strength should have reached the level of Sanyan. Li Luo said to himself. In the past, Li Luo, although it was difficult to accumulate phase power because of the empty phase, it cannot be said that he had no foundation at all, so after this practice, his phase power was directly stabilized at the level of the 3 seals. According to the current speed of practice, Li Luo is confident that he can raise his strength to the 5 seals within a week. Perhaps the 4th rank is not very high, but Li Luo is the young master of the Luolan Mansion after all. With the accumulation of massive training resources, he believes that his progress will surpass many people in the academy, including some outstanding ones in the first academy. Bye. But that's not enough. Li Luo muttered to himself, because next month is the university exam, his goal is to enter the Shenshuangxing University, and the admission requirements of the top school in the Great Xia Kingdom are extremely strict. Every year, I don't know how many young people who claim to be excellent are finally rejected by the high threshold of the Saint Xianxing Academy. Therefore, Li Luo wanted to catch up, but his current speed was still not enough. At the end of the day, I still need to raise the rank of compatibility. The 4th rank is too low for me. Li Luo pondered in his heart, and immediately got up and left the practice room, and when he walked out of the library pavilion, someone who had been waiting here stepped forward and respectfully said, "Young Palace Master, Cai Guanxi asked the younger one to remind you, the things you asked her to prepare for you have been sent to your room." Hearing this, Li Luo sighed in admiration. This steward Cai Wei is indeed the right-hand man of Sister Qingyi, and her ability to handle affairs is quite efficient. Originally, he thought that at least it would take tomorrow to get the goods. He dismissed the messenger with a wave of his hand, and then went straight back to the room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the exquisite sandalwood box placed on the table. When the box was opened, dozens of clear crystal bottles stood neatly in a row. Curiously, Li Luo picked up 2 crystal bottles, only to see a blue liquid flowing in one of them. Stand up. The other crystal bottle is even more peculiar, because it seems to contain strands of streamer light. The streamer light is like strands of silk, occasionally it looks like faint smoke. However, although one of the 2 is liquid and the other is light flow, they all exude a kind of pure meaning without exception. Is this the strange light of spiritual water? Li Luo was amazed. It was these things that could only be refined by phase masters who had the water and light phases, and they were like pills. They were said to be indispensable for countless phase masters to practice in their lives. Li Luo turned the crystal bottle, and saw the sticker on it. Azure Crystal Spirit Water, 4th grade, Tempering Power, %. Blue Crystal Ling Shui is a relatively common 4th grade spirits water formula on the market, and the so-called tempering power is because when every portion of Ling Shui Kiguang is absorbed, part of it will be repelled and dissolved by Xianggong, which can pass through the other part of the Xianggong's natural repulsion into it to exert the quenching power is called the quenching power in the strange light of Ling Shui. In fact, to put it simply, the purer the strange light of the spiritual water, the higher the tempering power, and the better the effect it will exert. % of the tempering power of this blue crystal spirit water means that when it is used, % of the spirit water will be directly repelled and become useless. However, if it can reach %, it is already considered qualified. Most of the 4th grade Ling Shui Kiguang on the market have a tempering power of %, and the Ling Shui Kiguang that can exceed this amount can be said to be it is the best, and the price will be even higher. After all, for many people, there will always be a limit to the improvement of the level of compatibility, and the higher the quality of Ling Shui Kiguang, the less impurities it contains, and more use of this type of high-quality Ling Shui Kiguang, it can make their relative palaces close. Later, due to the erosion of impurities, Li Luo looked at the crystal-clear cuties in front of him with a smile on his face. In fact, at this time, his natural emptiness is at its most useful. Too much light will cause impurities to accumulate and erode the phase palace, which in turn will accelerate the closure of the phase palace. Therefore, he should be cautious when using the strange light of Ling Shui, but he has no troubles in this regard at all. The emptiness of the natural emptiness allows him to use it unscrupulously. So right now, let's try first, if he absorbs all the 50 strange lights of spiritual water, how much can his 4 phases be improved? Thinking of this, Li Lulian's heart began to beat faster. The number of manuscripts is decreasing day by day, so sad. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Li Luo in the Bottomless Pit. Chapter 13 Li Luo in the Bottomless Pit. With excitement, Li Luo stayed up all night. In the early morning, on the attic of the room, Li Luo rubbed his heavy eyelids, but looked at the sandalwood box in front of him with regret. About half of the Ling Shui Kiguang has not been used up. Li Luo found that he still overlooked one point. Although he himself is empty, he is not worried about the erosion of impurities in the strange light of spiritual water, but it takes time to absorb a strange light of spiritual water, and it is impossible for him to spend several. The 10 strange lights of spiritual water are mixed together and used directly. If they interfere with each other, it will cause the strange lights of spiritual water to fail. So after one night, he only absorbed 27 strange lights of spiritual water. Of course, if this is only known to outsiders, they may directly think that Li Luo is crazy because they have never heard of it, and someone dares to play like this, absorbing 27 strange lights of spiritual water overnight, the impurities contained in it will accumulate, and it may not be long before the phase palace will be closed. Generally speaking, only those who are at the end of the road will choose such a desperate and almost crazy move. That's really make or break. However, the effect is good. The regret in Li Luo's eyes lasted for a while before dissipating, and then his eyes became brighter, because in his perception, the light of his first phase palace was more pure than yesterday, which even with the strength flowing in it, it has become more vigorous and pure. According to this progress, Li Luo made a little calculation. If he wanted to upgrade his water light phase to the 5th rank, he might need nearly 104th rank spiritual water strange lights. Calculated in this way, Li Luo's promotion from the 4th rank to the 5th rank will probably consume nearly 20 heavenly gold. Li Luo was actually able to accept this amount, but when he was promoted in the same way, he felt a little bad all over. Because after the 5th grade, the price of those 5th grade spiritual water wonders will increase exponentially. And the promotion of the phase grade will be more difficult. Doesn't that mean, from the 5th rank to the 6th rank, you have to consume nearly 1,000,000 gold pieces, rank 6 to 7. Is it millions? What's next? For a moment, Li Luo suddenly felt a little suffocated. Although he didn't care much, he also knew that the income of various chambers of commerce and industries in the entire Luolan mansion for a year was only about millions of heavenly gold. He swallowed Luolan's mansion alive. I'm afraid it will be difficult to provide the sky-high amount of gold that will be consumed to promote him to the 8th rank, right? This so-called acquired appearance is simply a bottomless pit. Li Luo rubbed the center of his brows. The Luolan mansion left by his father and mother may not be able to support him, a prodigal son, in the future. However, if I can refine the strange light of spiritual water myself in the future, I can save a lot. Li Luo thought of his water light appearance. In a sense, this is his unique advantage. If he can make good use of this point, the strange light of spiritual water he will refine in the future may be the only one on the market. One copy. From this point of view, learning tempering physiognomy must also be put on the agenda. It seems that my parents have thought of this too. That's why they let me become a tempering master, lest Luolan's mansion will be directly overwhelmed by me. Li Luo sighed, feeling the foresight of his parents again. In the end, Li Luo didn't dare to continue to think about this issue. Anyway, at least before the 6th rank, he should be able to barely support it. As for the later situation, let's wait and see at that time. So he shook his head, went straight back to the bedroom, and went to rest. In the next 2 days, Li Luo turned on the liver explosion mode, and practiced the Kanglin meditation map during the day. After reaching the extreme, he practiced physiognomy for 2 hours, and then began to take Ling Shui Kiguang to improve his health. Compatibility rank. And the effect of this full-strength practice is not bad. His strength level has been rapidly raised to the 4th seal, and his own 4th grade water and light phase is also becoming more and more pure. At this time, Li Luo felt that nothing could stop his progress. Until the spiritual water and strange light run out. In the old house, in a counting room. Cai Wei was sitting in front of the table wearing a long skirt. Her figure was slim and her chest was a little turbulent. But at this moment, she was looking at some ledgers in front of her with a slight frown on her beautiful oval face. Gu Guanqi, the income of Lulan Mansion in Tianjia County seems to have dropped a bit this year. Cai Wei lifted her eyes from the account book and looked at the digital stewards in front of her. The middle-aged man called Gu Guanqi nodded with a wry smile, and said, "The big manager is right. There are 9 chambers of commerce in Lulan Mansion in Tianjia County, mines, and the production of medicines is only due to changes in the mansion. During this year, the 3 companies in Tianjia County have eroded us a bit, and the Song family is the most important among them. Among the 9 chambers of commerce, 2 of them were broken up by the Song family by various means this year, and finally they were defeated by the Song family. It swallowed it." Cai Wei's beautiful eyes are a bit cold. Luolan's mansion started from Nanfan City in Tianjia County, and since then it has risen to become one of the 4 great mansions of the Great Xia Kingdom at an astonishing speed. However, in Tianjia County, apart from the Luolan Mansion, there are 3 major families. Although these 3 families cannot compare with the complete Luolan Mansion in terms of overall scale, they are also considered veteran forces in Tianjia County. Deep-rooted and deeply rooted. Back then when the 2 patriarchs were still around, the Luolan Mansion was in full swing. These 3 families were extremely obedient, but they never thought that now that the 2 patriarchs disappeared, they would take advantage of internal and external troubles in the Luolan Mansion and start jumping up. Jump up. Cai Wei had heard Zhang Qingyi say before that behind these 3 families, there may be instructions from other top forces, and they are nothing more than constantly testing the reality of the current Luolan Mansion. There are 3 families in Tianjia County, the Song family, the Bei family, and the Tifa family. Among them, the Song family is the most powerful and has the most hands and feet in the past 2 years. Chamber of Commerce. Industry. And you must know that the patriarch of the Song family would visit with annual gifts every year in the past few years. This change before and after is really like singing an opera. However, Cai Wei has experienced a lot, and naturally she is not naive. The existence of the Luolan Mansion has already squeezed the interests of the 3 major families. There is no morality, but the positions are different, so it is natural to treat each other as enemies. But now Luolan Mansion really can't spare extra strength to fight the fire in Tianjia County. After all, other places need support everywhere, and the existence of Peihao makes Luolan Mansion even worse. Cai Wei was silent for a moment, and finally said decisively, "Some chambers of commerce that cannot reverse their profits and losses should be closed for the time being. There is no need to entangle with the other party. Temporary forbearance is necessary. As long as the Luolan Mansion stabilizes, the 3 families will have to honestly spit out how much they eat." Hearing that she had made a decision, the following stewards also agreed, because they also understood that the current situation of Luolan Mansion in Tianjia County was indeed a bit dwarfed by comparison. But at this time, someone knocked on the door suddenly. Cai Wei said, "Please come in." The door was pushed open, and only Li Luo walked in. Seeing this, the stewards quickly saluted. Li Luo waved his hands, while Cai Wei asked them to retreat first, cast her beautiful eyes on the former, and said, "Young palace master, what's the matter?" Li Luo coughed lightly, and said with a smile, "It's true that I need to bother Sister Cai Wei with a little matter." Sister Cai Wei blinked her narrow and charming eyes, feeling a little uneasy, but she still asked, "What's the matter?" Li Luo showed a gentle smile, and said, "It's not other things, it's just that the previous 50 copies of the 4th grade spiritual water are used up, so I want to trouble Sister Cai Wei to help me buy another 100 copies." The expression on Cai Wei's white and smooth oval face froze little by little at this moment. She stared at Li Luo with beautiful eyes, her full chest was slightly heaving. "Purchase another 100 copies? The 4th grade spiritual water strange light." Cai Wei couldn't help but clenched her hands tightly. How long has she been managing the finances of Luolan Mansion in Tianjia County? Is it about to go bankrupt? So she endured, and finally couldn't bear it anymore. She slapped the table with her hand, her brows stood on end. "Li Luo, don't you want my old lady to do it?" End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Angry Cai Wei. Chapter 14 Angry Cai Wei. Cai Wei's violent reaction also shocked Li Luo. Seeing the anger on the former's oval cheeks, he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, and quickly said, "Sister Cai Wei, what are you talking about? Your ability is obvious to all. How could I not want you to do it?" Cai Wei stared at Li Luo beautifully, and after a long while, she gradually calmed down, and said, "Young Palace Master, don't blame me, I was the one who spoke too aggressively earlier." She paused, and said, "But, young Palace Master, you still want to purchase 100 copies of Ling Shui Kiguang? This is not a trivial matter. Also, the young Palace Master should also know that although the strange light of Ling Shui can improve the rank of compatibility, if it is used indiscriminately, it will lead to the early closure of Xianggong Palace." Cai Wei knew about Li Luo's innate emptiness, so she couldn't say some things too bluntly, so as not to hurt Li Luo's sensitive parts. Cai Wei thought for a while, her eyes suddenly became sharper, and said, "Is there someone who is secretly deceiving the young Palace Master, and wants to use your identity to obtain the strange light of Ling Shui?" Although those who were able to stay in the old house had undergone numerous screenings, but now that the 2 palace masters have been missing for many years after all, it is difficult for some people to have different intentions, and the strange light of Ling Shui is an expensive thing. If someone wants to deceive, it may not be impossible for the young palace master to cheat the strange light of Ling Shui. If there is such a thing, Cai Wei will have to pay the price for the bold. Li Luo shook his head, and said seriously, "Sister Cai Wei, don't think about it, the strange light of the spiritual water is indeed what I need." Cai Wei frowned, and said, "Although it's a bit over the top, but I don't know if I can ask, what is the master of the Shaofu doing with so many spiritual waters and strange lights?" "I'm not going to interrogate the young palace master, I'm just worried that you made a mistake in your impatience. If something really happens to you, I can't explain it to Qingyi." She knew how much pressure Li Luo's so-called natural emptiness brought him, and when young people like to be impulsive, she was afraid that Li Luo would not know where to get some folk remedies, and wanted to try to crack this natural emptiness. Hearing this, Li Luo pondered for a while, and finally said, "It's okay to tell Sister Cai Wei about this, in fact, it's a secret method left by my parents, which will eventually allow me to give birth to phase sex, and those strange lights of spiritual water are necessary. And this matter, Sister Qingyi also knows about it. The appearance of his sexuality will be revealed sooner or later, and it will definitely attract some curiosity, and the secret method left by his parents is a very good cover. Besides, if he wants to purchase more Ling Shui Kiguang in the future, he still has to go through Cai Wei, so it's better to solve her doubts first." Cai Wei was startled, and said, "Is it the secret method left by the 2 palace masters?" It's just that she was also a little dubious, and stared at Li Luo's eyes, only to see that the latter looked calm, and it didn't seem like a fake. In the end, she could only nod her head. "If that's the case, then I'll help the young mansion master to buy it later." Cai Wei sighed lightly. And it would take tens of thousands of days to measure the gold for the 100 parts of the 4th grade spiritual water. The Lan family's funds in Tianjia County have been reduced by half, and it will be even more troublesome for her to deal with the aggressive encroachment of those 3 families. However, she still knew the importance, and knew that if Li Luo could be born with sex, it would be worthwhile to abandon all the properties of Lulan Mansion in Tianjia County. Li Luo looked at the slight frown on Cai Wei's smooth oval face, and asked with some embarrassment, "Is it because I have transferred too much funds here that it has caused some difficulties for Sister Cai Wei?" Cai Wei raised her head. She looked at Li Luna's handsome face, which was a little youthful, but inherited the good genes of her parents. She smiled softly, and her mood improved a little. "It's too much trouble, young palace master, don't worry, I will take care of it." Li Luo secretly sighed in his heart. Just 100 shares of spiritual water and strange light caused Cai Wei to suffer so much, but compared with what he will need in the future, these are just a drop in the bucket. Is the headquarters of Lulan Mansion temporarily unable to mobilize funds? Li Luo asked. Cai Wei shook her head lightly, and said apologetically, "Young mansion master, you should know something about the situation of Luolan Mansion, plus that Pei Hao embezzled the 3 pavilions before and lost the income of the 3 pavilions, this is even more important. It made the headquarters even worse. The implication is that the headquarters can no longer transfer funds." Li Luo nodded, and immediately stopped talking about it, laughed and chatted with Cai Wei for a while, and then left after trying to win over his feelings. Cai Wei looked at his leaving figure, and was dazed for a moment. She was thinking, the young palace master actually has a good personality, gentle and not arrogant, and also handsome and handsome. I think he will not be inferior to his in terms of appearance in the future. Li Taixuan, the father who once fascinated the hearts and minds of countless noble girls in the Great Xia Kingdom. From these perspectives, he and Zhang Qingyi are actually a good match. The only flaw is the problem of being born empty. In this world, no matter how rich or powerful one is, everything must be built on power after all. This is like the Lulan Mansion. When Li Taixuan and Tantai Lan were still alive, it was one of the 5 great mansions in the Great Xia Kingdom, shining so brightly that no one dared to covet and provoke them. But once these 2 pillars disappeared, the light of Luolan's mansion began to dim and became precarious. With Zhang Qingyi's talent, the future is sure to have a bright future, maybe it will break the record of the youngest feudal lord in the Great Xia Kingdom, and if that time really comes, this marriage contract with Li Luo will probably become a burden that drags her down. Cai Wei and Zhang Qingyi are close friends, and they know that she may not have such a cold personality, but they are afraid that at that time, Li Luo will not be able to bear the various pressures. However, according to what Li Luo said earlier, the 2 palace masters left behind a secret method, which may be able to solve his natural defect of emptiness. If this is the case, it can also bring the distance between the 2 of them a little closer. But there is still a long way to go. As Zhang Qingyi's friend, and also living in the place where the wind and clouds gather all the year round, Cai Wei is too aware of how much attention Zhang Qingyi has there, and how many top talents admire her. Compared with there, Nanfan City is really just a small city. Thoughts surged in her heart, and finally Cai Wei suppressed all of them, got up and summoned people to prepare the purchases Li Luo requested. Li Luo had all the things he needed in half a day. And after admiring Cai Wei's handling ability, he went straight to the attic with 2 boxes of Ling Shui Kiguang. In the next few days of vacation, Li Luo spent all his time on the cultivation of mutual strength and the improvement of the rank of mutuality. It took only 2 days for Li Luo's strength level to go from the 3rd seal to the 4th seal, which was more due to his previous accumulation, so the improvement was extremely fast, and the next 4 seals to 5 seals, it is slower. However, this slowness is only relative to the former. When there was still the last day of the holiday, Li Luo's level of mutual strength finally improved again, and he really stepped into the level of 5 seals. In addition to the improvement of phase power, his own 4th grade water light phase, along with the last 4th grade spiritual water strange light, was taken and absorbed by him, and he completed the first step up, which was level 5. Taste. So far, Li Luo's 1-week vacation is over. In the early morning, Li Luo, who walked out of the old house, smiled brightly against the Sunday, and this week was undoubtedly a complete change for him. The once empty-faced boy had begun to reverse his life. He stood at the door, looking in the direction Zhang Qingyi left a week ago, and let out a deep breath. Holy Xianxing Academy, I will definitely go. It's a bit late, I went to get a haircut, and she's about as handsome as Li Luo, but it's a pity you can't see it. End of this chapter. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Back to school. When Li Luo entered Nanfan Academy again, even though it was only a week, he had a strange feeling as if he had passed away. He looked at the stream of people coming and going, the boiling din, revealing the youthful vigor of boys and girls. However, Li Luo also noticed that among the people passing by, there were quite a few strange eyes staring at him, and he also heard some discussions faintly. Isn't this Li Luo? He finally came to the academy. Why did the hair change? Is it dyed? He seems to have asked for leave for about a week. It's the last month of the college entrance examination, and he dared to ask for leave like this. Is this a broken pot? I heard that Li Luo might drop out of school soon, and maybe he won't take the college entrance examination. Isn't it? Hearing those low voices of discussion, Li Luo was also a little speechless. He just asked for leave for a week. He didn't expect the rumors of dropping out of school to spread. However, he was not interested in making excuses, so he went straight through the crowd and walked quickly in the direction of the second courtyard. When he arrived at the entrance of the teaching ground of the second academy, Li Luo's pace slowed down because he saw Su Shanyu, the tutor of the second academy, standing there, staring at him with some stern eyes. An embarrassed smile appeared on Li Luo's face, and he hurried forward to say hello, Master Su. Su Shanyu stared at Li Luo, with some disappointment in his eyes, and said, Li Luo, I know that the problem of empty appearance has brought you a lot of pressure, but you shouldn't choose to give up at this time. Li Luo quickly said, I didn't give up. Su Shanyu said in a deep voice, then you dare to ask for a week's leave at this juncture? Others are racing against time to practice hard, but you are better off, just ask for leave and go back to rest. Li Luo was helpless, but he also knew that Su Shanyu was doing it for his own good, so he didn't make any further excuses, just nodded honestly. After Su Shanyu reprimanded him, he finally could only sigh secretly. He took a deep look at Li Luo, turned and walked into the teaching field. Li Luo hurriedly followed in. The teaching field was spacious, with a platform tens of meters long and wide in the center, surrounded by stone ladders in a ring shape, with layers of heights from near to far. On the stone ladder, there are stone futons one by one. On the stone futons, a boy and a girl are sitting cross-legged. And when Li Luo walked in, he undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention, and then some whispers broke out. Li Luo, who disappeared for a week, apparently became a topic again in Nanfan Academy. Li Luo met those gazes quite calmly, and went directly to the stone futon where he was. Beside him was the tall and burly Zhao Kuo. Seeing him, the latter asked in surprise, What's wrong with your hair? Li Luo took a look at him, and said casually, It was just dyed, it seems to be called Grandma Grey, isn't it very trendy? Zhao Kuo. Li Luo suddenly saw that Zhao Kuo seemed to have some bruises on his face, and just as he was about to ask something, Su Shanyu's voice came from the field full of anger, Everyone, the distance from the university exam is getting closer and closer. It's getting closer, I hope you can all work hard at the last moment. If you can enter a high-level institution, there will naturally be many benefits in the future. Here. I would also like to praise Zhao Kuo and Yuan Qiu. Now the two of them have reached the 6 seals realm. If they work harder, they may not be able to hit the 7 seals before the big exam. Some exclamations sounded in the arena, and Li Luo also looked at Zhao Kuo, who was on the side in surprise. It seems that he is not the only one who has improved this week. After Su Shanyu praised Zhao Kuo, he stopped talking and started today's lecture. Li Luo was staring intently at it. What Su Shanyu taught was 3 ways of physiognomy, 2 low-level and 1 middle-level. He took the trouble to explain the essence of these physiognomy, and he seemed to be patient when he explained them back and forth. The grading of physiognomy is actually the same as that of guidance, except that the entry-level guidance has been replaced by low, middle, and high levels. After these 3 levels, it is the same General, Marquis, and King 3 levels of physiognomy. Of course, that level of physiognomy is still too far away for beginners like them who are in the 10 seal realm. Even if they learn it, it may be difficult to use it with their own strength. In the cultivation of physiognomy, Li Luo's comprehension is needless to say. If it is just a comparison of physiognomy, he has self-confidence. There should be few students in Nanfan Academy who can be better than him. So it wasn't long after Su Shanyu explained the 3 ways of physiognomy, he had a preliminary comprehension and mastery. Okay, come here first for today's physiognomy class. This afternoon is the physiognomy class. You have to practice well. 2 hours later, Su Shanyu stopped teaching, and then gave some instructions to everyone, and then announced rest. Li Luo sat in his original position and stretched his waist. Zhao Kuo leaned over and said with a smile, "Brother Luo, will you give me some pointers on the 3 physiognomy techniques just now?" Zhao Kuo was quite aware of Li Luo's understanding of physiognomy. In the past, when he encountered some difficult-to-learn physiognomy, he would ask Li Luo for advice on what he didn't understand. Li Luo scolded with a smile, "If you want to help, you will know that you call Xiao Luo brother." Zhao Kuo smiled innocently, but when he laughed, he pulled the bruise on his face and grinned in pain. "What's the matter with you?" Li Luo asked. Zhao Kuo frowned, and said, "It's that guy from the first academy, Bei Kun. He's been out of his mind for the past few days, and he's been troubling the people in our second academy. In the end, I couldn't see it and fought him a few times." He pointed to the bruises on his face, and said with some pride, "That guy is quite aggressive, but I didn't let him please, and almost smashed his little white face." At this time, some people from the second academy gathered around, and said indignantly, "That Bei Kun is simply hateful. We obviously didn't provoke him, but he always comes here to provoke trouble. Fortunately, there is Zhao Kuo, otherwise no one would be able to control him." Zhao Kuo waved his hand to drive these people away, and then asked in a low voice, "Have you offended that guy Bei Kun recently? He seems to be targeting you." Hearing this, Li Luo suddenly remembered that when he left the academy, Bei Kun seemed to have sent him a message through Defacking, asking him to go to King Fenglu to hold a banquet, but of course he just took it as a joke. It's hard to tell. Could it be that this idiot really went to Qingfeng building and waited for a day, and he didn't come to the academy this week, so Bei Kun blamed the people in the second academy, so why did he come to cause trouble? Li Luo smiled, patted Zhao Kuo on the shoulder, and said, "Maybe it is true, it seems that you have taken a few times for me. I don't care. If it wasn't for the few games I played with him, maybe I wouldn't be able to break through to the 6th seal." Zhao Kuo shrugged his shoulders, and immediately said, "But now that you are at the academy, he will come to you for the strength class in the afternoon." He thought for a while, patted his chest and said, "Let me show up at that time, and see if I can hit the 7th seal a few more times." Li Luo smiled. Zhao Kuo is straightforward and loyal, he is indeed a rare friend, but it is not his character to let him hide behind and watch his friends go to top the tank for him. So he just smiled and said, "Let's talk about it later." In the afternoon, the class of fighting strength. To the north of Nanfan Academy, there is a vast dense forest. The dense forest is lush and lush. When the wind blows past, it seems to set off layers of green waves. And in the middle of the dense forest, there is a huge tree standing majestically. The color of the giant tree is dark yellow, it is about 200 meters high, and its dense branches extend like a huge tree net. The branches of the giant tree are thick, and the most peculiar thing is that each leaf on it is about 2 meters long, wide, and about a foot thick, like a platform. This is the phase tree. Xiangli tree does not grow naturally, but is made of many strange materials, like gold but not gold, like wood but not wood. Inside the Xiangli tree, there is an energy core, which can absorb and store a huge amount of energy from heaven and earth. And those wide leaves of the Xiangli tree are like training platforms, each leaf can provide a student to practice. This kind of phase tree is a must for every school, but the scale is strong or weak. In a sense, these leaves are like the golden house in Li Luo's old house. Of course, in terms of single effect, the golden house in the old house must be better, but after all, not all students have such cultivation conditions. On the Xiangli tree, the leaves of the Xiangli tree are divided into 3 levels, distinguished by gold leaves, silver leaves, and copper leaves. But if you look at it from a distance, you will find that more than % of the area of the Xiangli tree is the color of copper leaves, and of the remaining %, the silver leaves account for %. And the golden leaves only about %. The golden leaves are all concentrated at the top of the Xiangli tree, and the number is scarce. Of course, you don't need to think about it, the effect of practicing on the golden leaves is naturally stronger than the other 2 kinds of leaves. However, most of the golden leaves are occupied by the first academy, which is understandable. After all, the first academy is the face of Nanfan Academy. The whole second courtyard, hundreds of people, only had 10 pieces of golden leaves in their hands, and as for the third and fourth courtyards behind, they were not eligible to enjoy it. This shows how rare the golden leaves are. The Xiangli tree is only opened for half a day every day. When the big bell on the top of the tree rings, it is time to open the tree. And this moment is what all the students look forward to the most. But at this moment, amidst the reverberation of the bell, many students were already full of excitement, pouring into the dense forest like a tide, and finally climbed up the giant tree along the wooden ladder that was winding like a python. Li Luo also followed the flow of people to the top of the Xiangli tree, and then he looked at the 10 golden leaves above him, feeling a little embarrassed for a while. One of the 10 golden leaves in the second courtyard belonged to him before. After all, according to his strength in terms of division, he is second only to Zhao Kuo in the second court. But later, because of the empty appearance, he took the initiative to give up the piece of gold leaf that belonged to him, which led to the fact that he now seems to have no place. After all, he is also embarrassed to ask for the gold leaf that he gave away before return. Forget it, let's make do with it first. Li Luo thought for a while, then walked towards a silver leaf in the second courtyard. When Li Luo walked towards Yunyi, in the area above the Xiangli tree, some eyes stopped on him with various emotions. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Phase Force Tree. Chapter 16 Phase Force Tree. The Xiangli tree was close to the top of the tree, and its thick branches were coiled together to form a wooden platform. At this time, on the wooden platform, there were some eyes looking down from a high position, looking down at Li Luo's position. This Li Luo has been missing for a week, and he finally came to the academy. Tafaqing folded her arms across her chest, and her well-developed delicate body was wrapped in a close-fitting school uniform. Coupled with her delicate face with a hint of charm, her snow-white and delicate skin attracted the eyes of many teenagers nearby. She stared at Li Luo's figure, curled her lips lightly, and said, "Are you afraid of being troubled by Bei Kun? So you use this method to avoid it? It's such a pity that he looks so handsome." Beside him, a group of little sisters also commented and sighed. "Hee hee, little girl, I remember when Li Luo was still in the first courtyard, you were his little girl." A companion teased. The girl who was being teased blushed immediately, stomped her feet and counterattacked, "You guys are not the same." The girls giggled, and there was some pity in their eyes. At the beginning, Li Luo, when he first arrived in the first courtyard, was simply an incomparable man. Not only was he handsome, but his understanding was also outstanding. The most important thing was what's more, at that time, Luolan's mansion was in full swing, and one mansion and 2 servants were extremely prominent. He is handsome, talented, and has a profound background. Which girl would not like such a young man? Unfortunately, with the passage of time, Li Luo's aura began to be stripped away. First of all, the disappearance of his parents directly led to the decline of the status and strength of Luolan Mansion. Even more into the trough. As a result, the influential figures in the first courtyard were assigned to the second courtyard. At this time, it is obviously inappropriate to admire him anymore. Tafaqing heard the chattering of the little sisters next to her, shook her head angrily, and said, "A bunch of superficial nympho. Li Luo just sat down cross-legged on a silver leaf, then he heard some commotion around him, raised his eyes, and saw Bei Kun, surrounded by a group of cronies, jumping off the leaf above. Bei Kun was a bit tall and strong, with a fair face, but the gloomy look in his eyes made him look a bit gloomy. Li Luo, I thought you weren't coming to the academy anymore. Bei Kun stared at Li Luo, and said with a half-smile. Li Luo glanced at him, but was really too lazy to answer. And Li Luo's attitude immediately made Bei Kun furious. When the Lulan mansion was strong, he tried to please Li Luo in every possible way, but the latter always showed this indifferent attitude. At that time, he didn't dare to say anything, but now, Li Luo, is it the same as before? Li Luo, you asked me to wait for you in King Fengla for a day, what do you think about this matter? Bei Kun gritted his teeth. Li Luo said angrily, don't blame me for your stupidity, okay? What kind of IQ do you think that I will go to Qingfeng Tower to invite you? Bei Kun looked gloomy and said, Li Luo, you apologize to me in person now, and I won't pursue this matter, otherwise. Li Luo smiled and said, otherwise, you're going to Qingfeng building to wait for another day. There were some snickers from around. This Bei Kun was considered a bully in Nanfan Academy. He bullied people a lot on weekdays, but it was obvious that Li Luo didn't take his threats at all. Bei Kun stared at Li Luo gloomily, and immediately said, you have such a hard mouth, do you dare to come down and play with me? Li Luo shook his head, not interested. This Bei Kun is really too low level. He didn't want to talk to him before, and now he doesn't want to talk to him even more. If the other party wants to play with him, he has to accompany him. Doesn't it seem that he is as low level as the other party? Bei Kun sneered and didn't say anything more, then he waved his hand, and immediately his group of cronies yelled, are all the people in the second court cowards? More ugly words kept coming out. The students of the second academy nearby immediately showed anger, but they were frightened by Bei Kun's vicious name, so they dared not speak out for a while. Li Luo, why do you implicate the entire second court because of your problem? Bei Kun said maliciously. This Bei Kun was scheming, deliberately exaggerated the anger of the students of the second academy, and these students did not dare to do anything to him, so they naturally turned their grievances on Li Luo, and then forced Li Luo to come forward. Shut up for me! But soon there was a shout of anger. Zhao Kuo stood up, glared at Bei Kun, and said, if you want to fight, I will accompany you again. Bei Kun frowned and said, it seems that I didn't hurt you last time. Zhao Kuo just wanted to speak, but saw Li Luo waving his hand to stop him. The latter said helplessly, what do you care about these shits? Immediately, he turned his gaze to Bei Kun's cronies and friends, and sighed, help me write down all these people. Later, I'll send someone to teach them how to get along with classmates peacefully. Although Luolan's mansion is not a small problem now, it is one of the 5 great mansions of the Great Xia Kingdom, and the forces left behind in the old mansion are not too weak, at least some physiognomy level guards are available. When the surrounding students heard this, they were a little stunned, and Bei Kun's friends were also stunned. Brother, do you want to do this? We are just children playing around in the school, why don't you just go home and find someone to beat us? You are not logical. They looked at each other, then couldn't help but took a few steps back, and stopped shouting, because they knew that Li Luo really had this ability. Although he is empty, but at least he is the young master of Lulan Mansion. It is very easy to send some master physiognomy masters to beat them up violently with their heads covered. Bei Kun was also taken aback, and immediately scolded, Li Luo, you are not ashamed to play such a trick. Li Luo frowned and said, if you are not convinced, please invite your masters from the Bei family to beat me. Bei Kun opened his mouth and found that he couldn't answer. After all, although Luolan's mansion is facing internal and external troubles, the emaciated camel is bigger than a horse. Before it really collapsed, the Bei family only dared to take a few bites secretly. He went to the master who moved Bei's house, not to mention whether he could move it, but if he moved it, would he dare to do anything to Li Luo, he obviously couldn't bear the consequences of that. So, for a while, he froze in place, a little messy. At the top of the Xiangli tree, there is a tree house. At this time, the figures in front of the tree house are also watching the quarrel among the students below. Hee, this little guy from Lulan Mansion is really interesting. An old man with grey hair in a black and white coat laughed. The old man is the dean of Nanfan Academy, named Wei Shat, and he is also famous in Tianjia County. It's not interesting to ask the strength of the family to resolve the disputes among the students. How did those two outstanding people in the Lulan Mansion give birth to such a rascal son? A voice said from the side. It was a thin man. The man gave off a gentlemanly look, but there was an air of arrogance between his brows. This person is Lin Feng, the tutor of the First Academy of Nanfan Academy. He was also the one who strongly advocated kicking Li Luo from the first courtyard and downgraded to the second courtyard. Mr. Lin Feng's words are too harsh. Wouldn't it be worse if Bei Kun knew that Li Lukong was looking for trouble? Su Shanyu, who was on the side, immediately retorted. Lin Feng said indifferently, the dispute between classmates is conducive to their competition and improvement. However, he was obviously too lazy to argue with Su Shanyu on this topic. He turned his eyes to the old man next to him and said, Dean, what do you think of the proposal I mentioned earlier? Dean Wei blinked and said, which suggestion? Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a little helpless, so he could only say, the college entrance examination is coming, and the gold leaves in our first hospital are not enough. I want the dean to give another 5 gold leaves to our first hospital. I disagree. It was Su Shanyu who made the sound, and he glared at Lin Feng, because besides the first courtyard, only the second courtyard has 10 golden leaves on the Xiangli tree now, and Lin Feng wants to divide it into 5 film, where else can it be divided? Isn't it their second house? This guy is really insane. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Competition Gold Leaf. Chapter 17 Competition Gold Leaf. On the top of the majestic Xiangli tree, Lin Feng and Su Shanyu, the heads of the first and second courtyards, also had a dispute over the allocation of golden leaves. Su Shanyu, you should understand how many outstanding students we have gathered in our college. Their talents are far superior to those of other colleges in Nanfan Academy. So if we can give them some better cultivation conditions, the results they have achieved will far surpass other students. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Su Shanyu snorted coldly, the first courtyard is indeed excellent, but my second courtyard may not be all waste and not worthy of enjoying the golden leaves, right? And there are always 50 gold leaves on the Xiangli tree, and now there are 40 of them in the hands of the courtyard. Don't you feel satisfied? Lin Feng frowned and said, it's not a matter of being satisfied or not, but that the students of the First Academy are able to give full play to the value of the golden leaf. I'm not targeting the students of your Second Academy, but that's the truth. Su Shanyu sneered and said, you just want to drain all the resources of Nanfan Academy, so that you can teach a few more students who can enter the sacred Xianxing Academy, add some light to your resume, and eventually be promoted to. Are you going to Saint Xianxing Academy? In fact, it is not only many students who regard Shensuangxing Academy as their goal, but even their tutors in these secondary institutions also regard it as a holy place. All their efforts are aimed at entering Shensuangxing Academy to teach. His status and future achievements have all been greatly improved. It is not a bad thing to have such a goal, but Su Shanyu felt that Lin Feng was too utilitarian in doing things, and only cared about his own interests, just like kicking Li Luo to the second court back then. In fact, it was not necessary at all. After all, even if Li Luo was empty, he wouldn't really be a hindrance. What Lin Feng did at that time was probably more to use Li Luo to establish his prestige, so that those outstanding students in the first courtyard would not dare to challenge his authority when he first came to Nanfan Academy. When Lin Feng heard this, his complexion became much gloomy, and he said, Su Shanyu, don't mess around. The other instructors of Nanfan Academy at the side watched the two of them quarreling, and hurriedly tried to persuade them. The old dean named Wei Shat also had some headaches. The golden leaves on the Xiangli tree are scarce, and every courtyard wants to get more. This is understandable. After all, the achievements of the students are also related to them. Mentor evaluation and promotion. However, Lin Feng has been pestering him for a long time, and he has been procrastinating, but looking at it today, he still has to give an answer. Wei Xiao looked at the many figures on the Xiangli tree below, pondered for a moment, and said, "The golden leaves of the second courtyard cannot be separated without reason. After all, we cannot completely deprive the students of the second courtyard just because the first courtyard is better. The heart to pursue progress. If you all want to compete for the golden leaf, then you have to rely on the students to fight for it. How about this? The first courtyard and the second courtyard each find 3 students, and the level of strength required cannot exceed the 6 seals. The 2 sides compete. If the last courtyard wins, then the second courtyard will be divided into 5 gold leaves, but if it is 2, if the court wins, then the first court will give 10 gold leaves to the second court from your share." After the old dean's voice fell, Lin Feng and Su Shanyu stopped arguing immediately, and frowned slightly. "Dean, why do you have to lose 10 golden leaves when you lose 1 house?" Lin Feng asked dissatisfied. Wei Xia smiled and said, "Because you brought up the dispute for the golden leaf first, the other court is already stronger. If you don't pay a heavier price, why should the second court fight with you for nothing?" Lin Feng frowned, thought for a while, and finally said, "Yes. Although this kind of competition has been suppressed to the level of the 6th seal, their first house still has a great advantage." Su Shanyu was a little hesitant. Although he said that if the first academy loses, 10 golden leaves will come out, but he understands that the first academy is the card of Nanfan Academy after all, and the quality of its students is far better than all other academies. "Dean, there are only 2 people in our second academy who have reached the level of 6 seals." Su Shanyu said helplessly. Lin Feng smiled, and said, "Don't worry, the students of the first academy will not let you be dragged to such an impasse." Su Shanyu's face darkened, and anger welled up in his eyes. The old dean sighed, and said, "Xiao Su, don't worry, even if you lose, I will make up for the second academy in the coming year." At this time, there is only 1 month before the university's final exam. Hearing what the old dean said, Su Shanyu was silent for a few breaths, and finally he could only nod in frustration. Obviously, in the heart of the old dean, as a member of the Nanfan Academy, he can indeed enjoy some benefits. Privileges that the second institute does not have. In this regard, Su Shanyu also knew that he couldn't blame the old dean, because this is human nature, and if the best first hospital is not favored, is it still partial to the second hospital? Then I'll make arrangements. After Su Shanyu finished speaking, he turned over from the treehouse and jumped down. With a smile on his face, Lin Feng also turned around to make arrangements. At the same time, at the position below that, Bei Kun finally led the people away in a bit of embarrassment and unwillingness. After all, Li Luo completely ignored his anger. On the contrary, his routine that did not follow the rules also made him. The people here are a little apprehensive. The young people are the top ones. The fights among the students, even if they break the scalp, they have to grit their teeth and hold on for the sake of face. Who has seen this kind of people who have to find someone from home to beat them every now and then? There are no rules at all, and as Bei Kun and others ran away in embarrassment, many students from the second academy also looked at Li Luo with strange expressions. Obviously, they did not expect that Li Luo would use this method to resolve the opponent's provocation. "Aren't you a little too unruly?" Zhao Kuo also scratched his head, came to Li Luo's side, and said in a low voice. Li Luo rolled his eyes at him lazily, and said, "Permit him to bully me for nothing, but won't I be allowed to bully others?" "That's not the way to say it." Zhao Kuo wanted to refute, but he had nothing to say for a while, so he could only shake his head. This young mansion master's approach seems a bit wild. While they were talking, Su Shanyu's figure appeared in front of him. He clapped his hands and directly recruited all the students from the second academy, and then briefly talked about the next competition with the first academy. But as soon as the words came out, the crowd suddenly became angry. This courtyard is too much. They have occupied 40 golden leaves, aren't they satisfied? Are they still coming to snatch us? There is absolutely no chance of winning in this competition. There are only 2 people in our second court now that we have reached the 6th seal. Oh, it's better to admit defeat. However, after a moment of anger, many students of the second academy became pessimistic. After all, where the strength of both parties lies, even with the limitation of the 6 seals, the second academy is still at a disadvantage. Seeing the low morale of the students of the second academy, Su Shanyu also sighed helplessly, and immediately arranged, the competition will be played by Zhao Kuo and Yuan Qiu. Teacher, don't worry, I will definitely not embarrass our second academy. I will let them know that the second academy is not easy to mess with. Zhao Kuo's blood boiled with enthusiasm, his face full of fighting spirit. Yuan Qiu was a tall girl, but she was quite calm and asked, what about the third person? Su Shanyu's eyes swept over many students in the second academy, and everyone who was caught by his eyes dodged, obviously not confident to play. Finally, he looked at Li Luo. After all, although Li Luo is empty, he is proficient in physiognomy. In terms of combat effectiveness, he is second only to Zhao Kuo in the second academy. Of course, Yuan Qiu must be added now. Li Luo, come here. Su Shanyu made a decision, and said, don't feel pressured, it doesn't matter if you lose, you'll be the first one to fight, and if you can't stand it, you will admit defeat. If you can, try to consume as much of the opponent's strength as possible. That way the people behind will have a higher chance of winning. Li Luo wasn't too surprised to be hit, after all, there were only a few people in the second court. But obviously, Su Shanyu's positioning of him as cannon fodder, used to consume the strength of the opponent's personnel. Li Luo's eyes became a little deep, and he wanted to keep a low profile, but now it seems that God doesn't allow it. Old Su, you have no idea what kind of existence you ordered. The light on your face today may be more dazzling than the Sunday snap. Su Shanyu's palm landed on Li Luo's shoulder, hitting him staggeringly, and a dissatisfied voice came, what are you doing with such dull eyes, won't you be frightened? So the aura that Li Luo had just brewed up was immediately crushed by his slap. End of this chapter. Chapter 18. Chapter 1-80 News that the No. and No. Colleges were about to compete for 5 golden leaves spread almost instantly. For a while, the tall building like Sagittarius tree was overcrowded, and students from all colleges of Nanfan Academy came to join in the fun. There are 4 colleges in Nanfan Academy, one of which is the elite, the second is the reserve team, the third and the fourth are a bit too much to say, but the standard is relatively low. Therefore, for them, the golden leaf training platform on the Xiangli tree is something they can't reach. It is also a rare good show to be able to watch the first courtyard and the second courtyard compete for it. Although almost no one would think that the second court could really beat the first court. On the east side of the Xiangli tree, there is a piece of thick and python-like branches entangled together, and finally formed a wooden platform with a length and width of about tens of meters. In the past, this place was used for some students to exchange ideas after their cultivation. The venue for the competition. At this time, the surrounding area of the platform was overcrowded. The first courtyard and the second courtyard respectively occupy the east and west sides, but the atmosphere on the 2 sides is different. On the first courtyard, most of the students are joking and smiling, obviously not really taking this competition too seriously. But it's normal. There is still a restriction on the level of strength in this competition, and the level of strength in the 6th seal is not even ranked in the top 10 in the same hospital. This shows that the really powerful people in the first academy will not make a move. Compared with the playfulness and leisure of the first academy, the atmosphere of the second academy is full of anger and anxiety. After all, it is the same school, and they know the tyranny of the first academy. If they will win, I'm afraid even they themselves don't quite believe it. Right now, they just hope that the loss won't be too ugly. It's really boring. This kind of competition is not interesting. In the stands, Tifaching stretched her waist, and the curves outlined by the school uniform made even some girls nearby envious, and some youths who were full of vigor were all jealous. His complexion was faintly hot. There is obviously a reason why Tifaching can become a golden flower of Nanfan Academy. It can kill some time. There was a soft laugh from the side, and Tifaching turned her head to look, and saw Liu Qing'er with long flowing hair, an extremely beautiful appearance, and icy muscles. Miss Qing'er. Tifaching's beautiful eyes lit up, and she greeted quickly. Liu Qing'er's reputation in Nanfan Academy is better than her, and most importantly, she not only relies on her appearance, but also her strength. Steadily suppressing many outstanding people in a hospital. It looks like a gold-lettered signboard of Nanfan Academy. If it weren't for the brilliance of Zhongqing Izuyu, everyone would think that Liu Qing'er would become a legend of Nanfan Academy. So if Tifaching's first object of worship is Zhongqing Yi, then Liu Qing'er will be ranked second. The two women, as the most outstanding people in the Nanfan Academy, stand together now, and immediately become a beautiful landscape, and then slowly attract everyone else. Sister Qing'er usually doesn't like to join in the fun. Tifaching asked curiously. Liu Qing'er smiled slightly and said, "Just take a look." She stared beautifully at the direction of the second court, and said, "Which three people do you think the second court will send out?" Tifaching said nonchalantly, "The only ones in the second academy who have reached the 6th seal level are Zhao Kuo and Yuan Qiu, both of whom have just been promoted." "What about the third one?" Liu Qing'er asked. Tifa paused for a moment, and someone on the side answered with a smile, "It's probably Li Luo. Although he is empty, he is still very talented in the practice of physiognomy, and he can barely communicate with people in the Five Seals realm fight." As Liu Qing'er came to watch the battle, those top students from the first academy who had no interest in this kind of competition also came over, and the one who spoke at this time was a young man with a tall figure and a handsome face. Tifaching glanced at him, and jokingly said, "Song Yunfan, you even came to watch the fun? You really don't want to drink?" This Song Yunfan is also very well known in Nanfan Academy. In terms of strength, he is second only to Liu Qing'er. In addition, he is also from the Song family, and his background is not weak. The fact that Song Yunfan likes Liu Qing'er is not a secret in Nanfan Academy. After all, he did not deliberately hide it. Facing Tifaching's ridicule, Song Yunfan showed a gentle smile, and did not refute, but instead kept his eyes on Liu Qing'er's clear and beautiful cheeks. Facing his direct and fiery gaze, Liu Qing'er's expression was calm, as if she had never heard of it, and she just responded with a polite and distant smile. Seeing Liu Qing'er like this, Tifaching immediately brought the topic back. If the second court really sent Li Luo to appear, it would be humiliating for itself. After all, the third court sent by our first court known as the Six Seals, he will definitely be the best among the Six Seals. Song Yunfan smiled, and said straight to the point, "Do you really think that the second academy is thinking of winning? It's just a show." "That's right." Tifaching smiled. Liu Qing'er stared at the field, and she looked at Li Luo's figure. For some reason, she felt that Li Luo seemed a little different today. So she smiled slightly and said, "I don't think so." When she opened her mouth, Tifaching, Song Yunfan and other outstanding students from the first academy were startled. Song Yunfan followed Liu Qing'er's line of sight and saw Li Luo, and the faint smile on Liu Qing'er's cheek made him feel a little uncomfortable. "Qing'er, it's not what it used to be," Song Yunfan said with a hinting smile. Liu Qing'er heard the words, but did not answer, but just smiled noncommittally, and for her smile, Song Yunfan felt a little angry for some reason, and at the same time, the gaze he cast on Li Luo became a little colder. This bastard has obviously fallen into the mud, why is he still so haunted? As the atmosphere in the arena continued to rise, three figures came out from the second hospital, and it was no surprise that they were Li Luo, Zhao Kuo, and Yuan Qiu. On the side of the first courtyard, three people also came out. The one in the middle is exactly Bei Kun who just met, and the other two are also two well-known six seals in the first courtyard. Li Luo, what are you going to do this time? Continue to use the threat just now. Bei Kun locked his eyes on Li Luo, with a mocking smile on his lips. In the past, he led someone to trouble Li Luo on purpose, and Li Luo counterattacked with extra tricks. Actually, it cannot be said that he has no rules, but now it is a formal competition. If Li Luo still wants to use that kind of threat, then he would really make people laugh and be generous, and even the academy would punish him. Li Luo ignored him, but waved at Zhao Kuo and Yuan Qiu, and said, "Then I'll go first." Zhao Kuo hurriedly said, "Be careful, if you can't bear it, you should quickly admit defeat and leave the stage. If you have such a handsome face, it will be a big loss if you get smashed." Li Luo gave a thumbs up, "Good brother, you have vision." On the other hand, Yuan Qiu sighed softly, and his listless appearance obviously did not have much confidence in the next competition. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Luo stepped into the arena, and then pulled out an iron rod from the weapon rack. He dragged it casually, and the iron rod rubbed against the ground making a harsh sound. Outside the arena, many eyes saw Li Luo's first appearance, and there was a faint commotion. The second court actually let Li Luo take the lead. That's what it means to be cannon fodder. Haha, it's also interesting. Li Luo, who was kicked out of the first court, is now playing again in the first court. If he wins, it will be really interesting. What are you thinking? He was born with a void appearance. No matter how superb his physiognomy is, it will be difficult to defeat the Six Seals realm. Haha, just kidding, let's liven up the atmosphere. The appearance of Li Luo has aroused many students' interest. After all, in this Nanfan Academy, Li Luo is also equivalent to an alternative legend. And most importantly, it is said that senior sister Zhang Qingyi also returned to Nanfan City last week, and even came to pick up Li Luo at the gate of the school, which is simply enviable and hateful. Under this state of mind, many people still want to see Li Luo get beaten up today. Bei Kun crossed his arms and looked at Li Luo playfully, then turned his head to look at the other two, and said, "Lu Yang, go and play with him." Although he wanted to beat up Li Luo directly, he felt that this kind of appearance was not handsome enough, so he planned to let others warm up the atmosphere first. The young man he called Lu Yang was a bit tall, and he was a little dissatisfied when he heard Bei Kun's words. Now that so many people were watching, it was time for him to fight for the limelight, so it was a bit of a shame to let him be the first to be the cannon fodder. If you finish Li Luo twice, won't you be able to beat the people behind? If you are patient enough, you can beat all three of them directly. Bei Kun said. 2. Only then did Lu Yang nod his head. He took an iron gun, then walked into the arena with a casual pace, and smiled at Li Luo. "Li Luo, you have to be merciful." There is obviously a bit of joking between the words. Li Luo held the iron rod with a non-committal expression. At this time, on the high platform, the old dean nodded, so Su Shanyu and Lin Feng, the two people in charge of the two houses, shouted and announced at the same time, "Start." At the same time as the shout fell, Li Luo and Lu Yang shot out almost at the same time. Lu Yang looked at the figure on the opposite side, couldn't help smiling, and said, "Your speed is a bit, boom." The moment his voice just fell, Li Luo in front of him suddenly touched the ground with his toes, and his whole body accelerated like a flying eagle. In that instant, there was a faint sound of sharp breaking wind. The laughter from Lu Yang's mouth hadn't fully come out, there was a flower in front of his eyes, and Li Luo's figure appeared directly in front of him. But following Li Luo's figure, there was that piercing stick shadow, which made a shrieking sound. The speed was so fast that Lu Yang didn't even have time to react, but at the critical moment, he still as a conditioned reflex, he used some forces to protect his chest. Although Li Luo's sudden speed is astonishing, he has no strength after all, and his attack power is limited. As long as he defends it with strength, Li Luo will be able to pay the price. When Lu Yang was thinking this way, the shadow of the stick came like a black python and landed on his chest. Boom! A low muffled sound sounded, and then, severe pain came from Liu Yang's chest. At this moment, there was a surge of horror in his heart, because the force covering his chest was actually in contact with Li Luo's stick shadow. At that moment, it was directly torn apart. At the same time, Liu Yang's body flew upside down, smashed heavily to the outside of the field, and left marks several meters on the ground. But at this time, many students outside the venue, many laughing noises have not completely fallen, and then the voices suddenly stopped abruptly. Those students in the first courtyard stared blankly at Liu Yang, who flew out of the arena, and then rolled on the ground in pain. Their eyes were full of bewilderment. Just now, what happened? How did it fly out? Not Li Luo. Their puzzled eyes turned to the field. At this time, Li Luo kept the iron rod in his hand in a flat strike posture. He met those eyes and looked at Liu Yang, who was handsome enough to make the other party feel ashamed. There was a bright smile on his face. You said something. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Li Luo's picture. Chapter 19 Li Luo's picture. Around the wooden platform, the crowd was surging. However, at this moment, the atmosphere fell into a strange silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, looking at Liu Yang, who slid out of the field in astonishment. This result obviously exceeded their expectations. Liu Yang of the Sixth Seal Realm was actually defeated by Li Luo with a stick. How can this be? The silence lasted for a few breaths, and then suddenly there was a boiling uproar. What happened? How did Liu Yang lose with one move? No, Liu Yang is at the strength level of the Six Seals. Even if he is caught off guard for a while, Li Luo shouldn't be able to beat him under the defense of Xiangli. Is that guy Liu Yang collecting money to fight fake matches? Then this fake is too insulting to our IQ. On the other side of the first courtyard, Tafaking's rosy mouth opened slightly, as if a question mark appeared on her head. After a while, she frowned and said, "What is Liu Yang doing? This is too silly." Song Yunfan also frowned, and then said lightly, "It should be that he underestimated the other party, so he didn't even have time to show his strength. Too stupid." Tafaking shook her head. "I'm afraid he won't be so lucky next time." Lu Qing'er on the side stared at the tall and slender figure holding an iron rod in the field, feeling a little dazed, as if she saw the high-spirited, smiling face who was making fun of her substandard physiognomy when she was in the first courtyard, and at the same time the boy who corrected little by little for her next time. Lu Qing'er parted her red lips slightly, and said softly, "I'm afraid he will still win, even if there are 2 remaining games, he may win." As soon as these words came out, many outstanding students from the First Academy immediately looked at each other in blank dismay, especially some teenagers, who immediately felt dissatisfied and jealous. "Impossible! You are so optimistic about him, what do you mean to Li Luo?" Someone booed in the crowd. Song Yunfan's expression sank when he heard the words, and he shouted, "Who is talking nonsense?" With a sweep of his sharp eyes, everyone stopped and did not dare to provoke. Immediately Song Yunfan looked at Lu Qing'er, who ignored the uproar, and said flatly, "Qing'er, he can't win." "Li Luo, well done." Compared with the astonishment of the first courtyard, Zhao Kuo immediately shouted excitedly, followed by cheers from the second courtyard. Regardless of whether Li Luo won because Liu Yang underestimated the enemy, but no matter what, this is the first time the Second Academy has won. The surrounding uproar made Liu Yang pale. He stood up with difficulty, muttering something like, "I was careless, I didn't flash," but no one paid any attention to him at this time. Idiot! Hearing the cheers from the second court, Bei Kun couldn't help but turn ugly. He glared angrily at Liu Yang, who was lying on the ground with a pale complexion, and then said to the other person, "Lu Tai, go, be careful. Don't capsize the gutter again." The young man named Lu Tai was a little skinny, but he showed a sense of shrewdness. He didn't say much after hearing the words, but glanced at Li Luo's body, then took an iron sword, and stepped into the arena. Middle. On the high platform, Su Shanyu praised with a smile on his face, "Li Luo's physiognomy is indeed quite proficient. It's a pity. With his physiognomy attainments, as long as his physiognomy can reach the 5th seal, I'm afraid it will be enough to challenge the peerless most opponents of the 6th seal. Lin Feng looked calm, and said, "It's useless to be a pity. Second game, let's start." However, it could be seen that because of Liu Yang's big defeat, Lin Feng looked a little unhappy, so he didn't bother to argue with Su Shanyu, and directly announced the start of the second round. When his voice fell, Liu Tai in the field did not hesitate to activate his own phase force, only to see the fiery red phase force rising from the surface of his body, like a thin layer of flame, exuding fiery energy temperature. This is Liu Tai's 5th grade fire element. After the lessons learned by Liu Yang, this Liu Tai obviously did not dare to underestimate him. Bang, the flames rose up, Liu Tai held the long sword in his hand, and his figure rushed out without hesitation. On the edge of the sword, the crimson force fluttered like a flame. Swish, swish, the scarlet sword shadows surrounded Li Luo directly. "Li Luo, no matter what weirdness you have, as long as I crush you with the power of the 6 seals, you will definitely lose." Liu Tai shouted in a low voice. Li Luo's physiognomy is superb, which is not a secret in Nanfan Academy, but no matter how superb physiognomy is, without enough strength to support it, it is just a moon in the water, which will fall apart at the first touch. The fiery sword wind roared towards him. Li Luo slowly clenched the iron rod tightly in his palm, and immediately retreated nimbly, avoiding the sword wind as much as possible. "Can you hide?" Liu Tai sneered, and the next moment he shook his wrist, only to see the crimson light surging, which turned into a series of flames and howled, like a rain of fire, gorgeous and dangerous. That is the middle-level physiognomy, Fire Rain Sword, and it is also Liu Tai's best physiognomy. Many flames rushed towards him, and the iron rod in Li Luo's hand suddenly turned like a windmill, forming an airtight defensive barrier. "Without Xiangli, how can you block my physiognomy?" But for Li Luo's move, Liu Tai disdained to make a sound. Boom, boom, many flames burst in front of the iron rod. Corroded by high temperature, the iron rod in Li Luo's hand quickly became hot, but at this moment, a blue light emerged from the iron rod. Chi, the smoke rose up, covering Liu Tai's sight. Call out, but at that very moment, the steam-like smoke was torn apart violently, and only an iron rod shining with azure luster stabbed out, directly pointing at it with a lightning speed. Liu Tai frowned. The sudden attack surprised Liu Tai. His physiognomy was blocked by all of Li Luo. Impossible, he was a little startled in his heart, but Liu Tai was not slow in his hands. On the long sword, a crimson force surged, and he directly tried his best to collide with the stabbing iron rod head-on. Clang, the sound of gold and iron sounded. But a shocking thing happened. Under this kind of collision, the crimson force on Liu-Tai's long sword seemed to be greatly suppressed, and all of them dimmed almost instantly. Boom! Under the erosion of high temperature and water vapor, the iron sword shattered in an instant, and while the fragments were flying, the iron rod shining with azure luster stopped at the center of Liu-Tai's eyebrows. Feeling the stinging pain between his eyebrows, Liu-Tai's face turned pale. Such a confrontation, but in a blink of an eye, when everyone came back to their senses. Li Luo's iron rod was already hovering between Liu-Tai's eyebrows. Li Luo won again. If in the previous scene, everyone was just shocked, then this time, it was really incredible. Because this time, Liu Tai didn't underestimate the enemy in any way, and the strength of the 6 seals was unreserved, but even so, he lost to Li Luo. How could it be possible? Amidst the unbelievable gazes, the water vapor smog lingering on the other end of the iron rod gradually dissipated at this time, and Li Luo's figure also appeared in front of everyone. Hiss, the voices of gasping for air that had not been heard for a long time rang out one after another, filled with horror. On the other side of the first courtyard, Tifaking and Liu Qing'er's beautiful eyes stared round at the same time. Song Yunfan on the side directly slapped the wooden pole in front of him, cracking the wooden pole one after another. On the high platform, Su Shanyu, Lin Feng, and the other instructors of Nanfan Academy also had a look of astonishment on their faces. The old dean in front squinted his eyes even more. Because all of them saw that at this moment, Li Luo had a blue force on his body, rising slowly like layers of blue waves. From their eyes, they can naturally tell at a glance, that is, the power of water. However, as we all know, Li Luo was born with empty phase, so it is difficult to cultivate phase power. But right now. How did the power of water appear, or is it that the current Li Luo is no longer an empty phase, but a water phase? End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Where 3. Chapter 20 The impact and shock brought by the rising blue force on Li Luo's body in the arena almost far surpassed Liu Tai's defeat. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, and the huge waves surging in their hearts made them feel ashamed. They felt a little trembling for a while. Why did he suddenly have a water phase? Fa Qing murmured. She looked at the young man with a long body and an unusually handsome face holding an iron rod in the field, and she was a little dazed for a while, because she remembered that when Li Luo first entered Nanfan Academy, at that time, he directly became a person who was no one in the academy. The reachable man of the hour, whose limelight even catches up with the legendary Zhang Qingyi. It was only later that Li Luo's reputation plummeted when his compatibility was revealed, and he was even dropped into the second court. However, at this moment, the young man in front of him, whose body was full of blue phase power, seemed to be gradually becoming brighter as before. Song Yunfan's complexion changed most wonderfully, his eyes were nailed into Li Luo's body like a nail, as if he wanted to see inside and outside of his body thoroughly. If there is anyone who is most reluctant to see this scene, Song Yunfan is probably the first one. Because he had seen how radiant Li Luo was back then, and because of this, he didn't want to see Li Luo get up again. Song Yunfan tilted his head, and he looked at Liu Qing'er's side face. At this moment, her bright eyes seemed to be looking at the young man in the field with a slight brilliance, which made the fists in his sleeves slowly clenched, and his eyes the depths are full of shadows. When Fa Qing and Song Yunfan had different emotions surging in their hearts, Liu Qing'er beside her was the calmest, her water-cut eyes resting on Li Luo's body. Really, this Nanfan Academy will become more interesting in the future. Li Luo, can you walk back again? What's going on here? Why did Li Luo suddenly have a water phase? On the high platform, Lin Feng was extremely shocked, and after a while, he couldn't help but speak out. Did he use some illegal forbidden technique? Su Shanyu was also in shock, but when he heard Lin Feng's words, he immediately said dissatisfied, "What nonsense are you talking about? Li Luo was empty before, does it have to be like that all the time?" Lin Feng paused, frowned, and said, "I don't mean that, but we all understand that emptiness is born. How can it be possible to have it the day after tomorrow?" Su Shanyu snorted coldly, "We find it unbelievable, it's just that we don't have enough experience." Lin Feng still wanted to argue, and the old dean in front spoke out, "Although the appearance of the day after tomorrow is rare, it is indeed not impossible. It is said that some extremely rare treasures of heaven and earth in legends have this magical effect. Li Luo's parents may have left him this kind of natural and earthly treasures, so that he has the water element. Don't rush to discuss these things. After the competition is over, just ask Li Luo. We are a school, and we only teach students. As for other things, the school is not qualified to ask." Hearing what the old dean said, Lin Feng had nothing to say. He stared at Li Luo in the field, his eyes flickering, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Amidst the shocking gazes of the audience, Bei Kun, who had an ugly complexion, walked into the arena holding a spear. "Li Luo, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. You want to use today's 3 competitions to prove yourself? But I won't let you do what you want." Bei Kun said coldly. Li Luo smiled and said, "The lines are too mentally retarded, are you acting?" Bei Kun's face turned red, and he was a little annoyed. "I'll see how long you can laugh." He took a step forward, Xiangli rose from his body, and there was a faint sound of a tiger's howl, and a vague sense of coercion was also emitted along with it. That's Bei Kun's mountain cracking tiger aspect, rank 6th rank. This aspect is famous for its ferocity and fierceness. If it is powerful, it has the power to split mountains. Li Luo felt the faint evil spirit rushing towards his face, and his eyes froze for a moment. Compared with Liu Yang and Liu Tai before, Bei Kun's own strength was stronger than that of Liu Yang before, and most importantly, he had a 6th grade with the increase of the cracking mountain and violent tiger appearance. His overall strength can be regarded as the top level in the 6th seal. On the other hand, Li Luo himself is now at the level of the 5th seal, and his water and light phase is only the 5th rank. From the surface, it seems that he is behind the opponent as a whole. But sometimes victory or defeat does not depend entirely on this. Boom! Bei Kun activated his own instincts. He shot out without any hesitation, like a tiger descending from the mountain, with the iron gun in his hand wrapped in extremely fierce and powerful force, and directly smashed towards Li Luo viciously. On the iron rod in Li Luo's hand, blue forces surged like blue waves, and he directly hit Bei Kun's iron spear. Clang! The sound of gold and iron resounded, and the air wave spread, and Li Luo's figure was startled, and he shot backwards, but his steps were as nimble as a fish, and he quickly dispelled all the violent power that was coming. Humph! It's just the strength of the 5th seal. In this head-to-head confrontation, Bei Kun immediately sensed Li Luo's level of mutual strength, and immediately felt relieved, and sneered, "I thought it was really going to turn Xianyu over, but it turned out to be nothing more than that." While sneering, he was like a tiger pouncing on his food. With the iron gun in his hand wrapped in a powerful force, the tip of the gun pierced through the air, turning into a series of gun shadows and piercing Li Luo's vitals. Obviously, he wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue and defeat Li Luo with the most ferocious posture. Facing Bei Kun's pursuit, Li Luo didn't retreat either. He looked calm and went up again. In an instant, the spears and sticks of the two sides collided continuously, making a resounding sound of gold and iron. The two of them fought together directly, and for a moment they fought each other violently, which seemed rather fierce. But as time went by, Bei Kun's complexion began to become a little ugly, because he found that the power surging from the iron rod in Li Luo's hand in front of him was gradually becoming more vigorous. And in the stands of the first hospital, some outstanding students also saw something was wrong. Li Luo actually blocked Bei Kun's explosive power. It's strange, he is obviously at the level of the 5th seal. And Li Luo's strength seems to be getting stronger and stronger. How could this be? It's a high-level physiognomy, the 9 layers of ridge waves. This technique is very compatible with the water phase. It is good at attacking after the attack. Its power is like a wave. It gradually accumulates and accumulates. Combined with the continuous and strong power of the water phase, the longer the battle drags on, the more powerful it will be. It will become stronger, unless it is broken with absolute force. If Bei Kun doesn't break the game, I'm afraid he will lose. The faces of those outstanding students in the first academy became a little dignified at this time. The 9 layers of aerial waves technique is a high-level physiognomy, and this high-level physiognomy, even if it is a student in the first academy, can master it. There are only a handful of them, but now Li Luo is quite skilled in performing them. Li Luo deserves to be the #1 physiognomy comprehension of my Nanfan Academy. They couldn't help sighing, before when Li Luo didn't have any strengths, they didn't have such a deep feeling, but now with Li Luo, they have also borne a sense of affinity after gaining strength. They realized just how difficult it is to combine the two. Roar! While they were talking, Bei Kun suddenly let out an angry roar. Obviously he also sensed that something was wrong. The Li Luo in front of him obviously didn't seem to be too strong, but it was like a whirlpool. He entangled. In addition, for some reason, Li Luo's strength always gave him a strange sense of purity. But no matter what, Bei Kun knew that he couldn't go on like this. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he grasped the iron spear tightly in both palms, only to see that his palms faintly turned into phantoms of tiger claws, and a violent force surged out. Advanced physiognomy, tooth spur. Bei Kun took a step forward, and the iron spear in his hand pierced through like a ferocious tiger, directly tore through the continuous water force, and pointed at Li Luo behind him. Li Luo looked at the roaring gun light that looked like fangs and sharp teeth, and the force of water superimposed on the iron rod in his hand also exploded, like a huge wave crashing down. The gun sticks did not collide but crossed and pointed at each other. You wanna die? Bei Kun showed a ferocious face, with a fierce gleam in his eyes, and the iron spear stabbed down without hesitation, but at that moment, he saw the blue flashes on the iron rod, faintly, as if there was a glare. The light caused his eyes to narrow slightly. The next moment, Bei Kun's pupils shrank suddenly, because he found that the tip of his spear that was aimed at Li Luo had missed, and appeared at the position a few inches above Li Luo's shoulder. It's over. Bei Kun felt a chill in his heart. He didn't understand how he could have such a mistake. His shot could obviously hit Li Luo's shoulder. But at this moment, it was too late for any reaction, because Li Luo's iron rod that contained gravity had already roared towards him, hitting his face directly. Puff, a mouthful of blood mixed with teeth spewed out, screams sounded, and Bei Kun's figure flew upside down immediately, smashing heavily to the sidelines. Bei Kun's screams echoed in the field. Li Luo slowly retracted the iron rod, exhaled a long breath of white air, and the rising blue force on his body also disappeared little by little. At this time, there was silence all around, only Bei Kun's screams continued. But this silence didn't last long, and was suddenly broken by ear-piercing screams and boiling sounds. Except for the first courtyard. The students in the other courtyards were all screaming excitedly. They couldn't believe what they saw today. They saw the former influential figure of Nanfan Academy bursting out with dazzling light again. They saw that the young man known as Kong Xiang, in the capacity of the second court, completed the feat of defeating the first court with 1 pass and 3. Zhao Kuo's face flushed with excitement, and then he made a disdainful gesture towards the first courtyard, and an arrogant roar sounded. Have you seen? That man is back. To tell you a terrible news, the archives are almost gone, so no matter what tickets you have, please give them now, because in the future, you don't want to give them. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Preliminary Exam. Chapter 21 Preliminary Exam. Around the wooden platform on the Xiangli tree, there was constant noise of boiling, and all the students except the first courtyard were all admiring. No one expected this result. At first, I thought that today's competition was just a reason for the first court to occupy the 5 golden leaves of the second court, but who knew that the 3-6 seals of the first court were all overthrown by Li Luo alone. Land. This is really a rare good show. The most important thing is that there are many dramatic effects mixed in. For example, when Li Luo was demoted from the first house to the second house, the reason was that Li Luo was born empty and had limited potential. But right now, Li Luo's sudden appearance of compatibility and strength, I'm afraid the mentor Lin Feng of the First Academy will be quite complicated in his heart, right? While many students were amazed, they couldn't help but look at Li Luo in the field again. Could it be that this man who once fell down is about to rise again? But is it a little late now? There was constant noise, but the first courtyard was relatively quieter. Many students looked at each other with complicated expressions. Defaking stared blankly at Li Luo's figure, and after a while, she said in disbelief, "Isn't he born with a void? Why did he suddenly have a face?" Song Yunfan had no expression on his face. He also couldn't answer this question. Although the acquired appearance is extremely rare, it is not without it. Some special treasures of heaven and earth can also give birth to the acquired appearance, but it is extremely rare. It has been rare in our great Xia kingdom for hundreds of years, but Li Luo's parents, they are 2 outstanding people, so it may not be impossible to get them. Lu Qing'er said on the side. The things that Jinlong Baohang has come into contact with are extremely wide, and Lu Qing'er's second uncle is also the president of Jinlong Baohang in Nanfan City, so he is familiar with it and knows many things that ordinary people don't know. With such a treasure, why did he wait until now to use it? Fa Qing said. Maybe some special conditions are required, but I don't know the specifics. Lu Qing'er said with a slight smile. Tefacking was silent for a while, and finally said, "This guy, is he really going to turn Xianyu over?" The tone was a bit complicated. The Defa family she belonged to naturally had some conflicts with the Luolan family, but it was much smaller than the Song family, and there was no special grievance between her and Li Luo, but the only thing that made her dissatisfied was the marriage contract between Li Luo and Zhang Qingyi. "It's not that easy," Song Yunfan said lightly. "Li Luo's appearance should be a water appearance. From the battle with Bei Kun just now, we can roughly guess the rank, which is probably between the 5th and 6th ranks. Not bad, but far from great. And his strength level is the 5 seal level. Do you think it's really rare for a 5th-6th grade 5 seal level?" Tefacking nodded thoughtfully. With this configuration, she would not even be able to enter the top 10 in the first hospital. Even though Li Luo is very talented in the practice of physiognomy, it is still very difficult to reach the dazzling level of the past. Difficult. Of course, the most important thing is that it's less than a month before the college entrance examination. Can Li Luo catch up in such a short time? Tefacking can only say that it is impossible. Thinking of this, Tefacking seemed to breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. For a while, she didn't even know whether she was happy to see Li Luo rise again. Lu Qing'er did not participate in the conversation between the two, and her beautiful eyes stayed on Li Luo. "Have you finally solved the problem of emptiness? So in these last hours, can you really catch up?" While many students were boiling, on the high platform, the senior officials of Nanfan Academy were a little quiet. Even Su Shanyu himself was a little stunned by the result. As for that Lin Feng, he didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, and his face was as expressionless as a wooden stake. The other instructors only glanced at Lin Feng occasionally, with a hint of a smile in their eyes. In the end, the old dean clapped his hands and said, with a smile, as expected of the sons of those two, "Is this considered a late bloomer?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "Dean, you may have used the wrong words. The strength of the 5 seals and the seemingly 5th or 6th grade water phase are not considered great weapons from any angle." The old dean shook his head. Of course he knew that Lin Feng might be a little angry at this moment, so he immediately smiled and said, "You are just too arrogant. You will suffer from this sooner or later." Lin Feng was non-committal, then looked at Su Shanyu, and said, "This time, my skills in the first academy are not as good as others, and 10 golden leaves will be given as they are. These boys are incapable of themselves and can't keep it, so let them pay a price." Su Shanyu sneered, "I thought you would say let Li Luo go back to the first hospital." Lin Feng smiled when he heard this, and said, "You think too much. As I said before, he is not a great talent, and my first academy does not lack such a normal student, and now he should think more. Yes, is it possible to catch up in the last less than a month, and then reach the admission qualifications of the St. Xianxing Academy?" Indeed, although Li Luo's sudden appearance of water caught him off guard, if there was anything to say about the pity, he really didn't feel that way. After all, this water phase came too late. The current Li Luo is only at the phase power level of the 5 seals, and the water phase does not necessarily have a high level, so in Lin Feng's view, Li Luo just started from in the quagmire. He struggled a little bit and got half of his body out. As for wanting to stand on the peak again, is it really just a show for those outstanding students in his first academy? And the most important thing is that the university exam is coming soon, and Li Luo doesn't have much time to catch up. If he misses this time, he will miss the age requirement of Shenshuangxing Academy. In this case, Lin Feng still needs to pay attention to Li Luo's future meeting. Any achievements, losing the opportunity to enter the Shenshuangxing Academy will only be an irreparable loss for Li Luo. This point will not change because he is the young master of the Luolan mansion. Thinking of these in his heart, Lin Feng's expression became more casual. At this time, the old dean waved at Li Luo who was in the field. Seeing this, the latter thought for a while and went up to the stands along the wooden platform. "Hi Dean!" Li Luo greeted with a smile. The old dean looked at Li Luo with a smile, and said, "Have you solved the problem of emptiness?" Li Luo nodded and said, "Well, it's a 5-grade water phase. The 5th grade water phase fell into his ears, and Lin Feng couldn't help but smiled slightly, saying, Li Luo, this water phase is considered to be in the middle, but if you work harder, you can still achieve something in the future. Let's not bother Master Lin Feng to worry too much about this. Of course, the rank of phase character can affect the strength of cultivation phase, but in this world, there may not be 5 ranks of princes and kings. Li Luo said. Lin Feng played with his taste. 5th grade Prime Minister, Feng Cao is called king? You are really a child, can you even believe this? The old dean waved his hand to stop Lin Feng's words, but said to Li Luo, it's best if you have this confidence, but the university exam is less than a month away, if you want to catch up, I am afraid more efforts will be needed. Li Luo nodded, understood. The old dean gave a few more words of advice, and let Li Luo leave. At the same time, taking advantage of the crowd, he announced to the audience, there is less than a month left before the university exam, so in 2 weeks, there will be the pre-examination has started, and the basic indicators of the St. Xianxing Academy have also come down this year. The level of strength is required to be no lower than the 7 seals. As soon as this remark came out, it immediately caused mourning, and many students' faces were full of frustration, not lower than the 7 seals, which was an extremely high threshold for them. Only some of the top students in the first academy were smiling slightly. As the top school in Great Xia, even among the surrounding countries, it is certainly impossible for everyone to enter the St. Xianxing school. Not lower than the 7 seals. Li Luo smacked his lips, but he was not surprised by this. Right now, he is only in the 5 seals realm, and there are still 2 stages left. It seems that in the next half-month, he will really practice crazily. And the 7 seals are just the basic indicators, and there will inevitably be some competition at that time, so if Li Luo wants to be on the safe side, he feels that he needs to improve his watery appearance. It's just that the gap between the 5th grade and the 6th grade is not a star and a half. Li Luo estimated that if this was the case, he felt that Luolan Mansion's income in Tianjia County would be swallowed up by him alone. While Li Luo was pondering, the students in the field gradually dispersed amidst howls, and then he suddenly noticed someone approaching him. Li Luo turned his head and saw Liu Qing'er looking at him calmly. Congratulations, young master. She said. As soon as Li Luo saw her, he wanted to dodge like a conditioned reflex, but as soon as he moved, he stopped awkwardly. Hello, hello. Li Luo greeted the most perfunctory. Aren't you going to hide? Liu Qing'er said. I really didn't hide. Li Luo said awkwardly. Liu Qing'er was noncommittal and said, Li Luo, I am very grateful to you for teaching me physiognomy, but I don't think you should have avoided me so naively all these years, because I did not take your position, and you should also understand that this position it's not who gave it up, but it needs to be captured with strength. Li Luo, I am now number 1 in Nanfan Academy. If you want to get back this position, then come and defeat me. I used to be concerned about your sensitive feelings. So these words were hard to say, but now you have solved the empty space. If you are still a man, you should take back what you lost. Li Luo smiled wryly and nodded, then I will try my best. Liu Qing'er smiled, and then Li Luo saw a cold and slightly annoyed expression flowing from her eyes. I'm waiting for you. Also, let me tell you that your behavior over the years has weakened my appreciation for you a lot, so if there is a chance. When she said this, she broke down, but the cold eyes already showed everything. After the words fell, she turned around and left. Looking at her back, Li Luo could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed that this time, Liu Qing'er was offended. Sure enough, the more beautiful a woman is, the more careful she is, and while he was sighing, he suddenly noticed a haunting gaze resting on him, so he turned his head away. He saw on the wooden platform not far away, a figure staring at him with cold eyes, filled with a sense of warning. That is the second member of the first hospital, Song Yunfan. The eyes of the two met, and Song Yunfan's eyes were full of sharpness and aggression. Immediately, he shook his head contemptuously, and there were silent words between his lips. Li Luo, don't look for trouble, stay away from Lu Qing'er. He believed that Li Luo should know the meaning of his lips, because he thought it was a basic operation. But Li Luo, who was not far away, frowned, and said to himself, what is this fool doing? If you want to talk, just call it out, your mouth is moving around, like a mouse stealing food, the ghost knows you. What are you talking about? Because he couldn't tell what the other party was doing, Li Luo finally shook his head, didn't bother to pay any attention to this guy, turned around and left directly. And Song Yunfan on the wooden platform stared at Li Luo's leaving figure, his eyes narrowed for a moment, his eyes darkened. Are you ignoring me so much? Too arrogant. The look in Li Luo's eyes earlier reminded him of the time when Li Luo was the most beautiful in Nanfan Academy. At that time, Li Luo was so radiant. But Song Yunfan couldn't help but clenched the wooden pole tightly, making cracks. What are you pretending to be? Do you really think that a 5th grade appearance can bring you back to the past? End of this chapter. Chapter 22 The Price of Level 6 Promotion. Chapter 22 The Price of Ranking 6th Grade. The news of Li Luo's 5th grade water phase quickly spread throughout the Nanfan Academy, which naturally sparked heated discussions. I didn't expect that Li Luo could turn over the face of the heavens behind him. I haven't heard of it before. It is said that it is a treasure left by his parents. This kind of treasure is extremely rare. Having good parents is really enviable and jealous. It's okay, it's just a 5th grade water feature, it's not too special, and it's less than a month before the college entrance examination, so in such a short time, how can he still catch up with those top students? That's right, the 3 of Bei Kun he defeated couldn't even enter the top 10 in the first academy, and it is said that the top 10 in the first academy are all in the 7 seals. Song Yunfan and Lu Qing'er are the most terrifying, they are said to have reached the 8 seals, the latter may be higher. Well, Li Luo lost a most important period of time. I don't think he will be able to catch up in less than a month. But when Li Luo was discussing hotly everywhere in the school, he himself had already finished his practice for today, and finally left the school quickly. Today's battle with Bei Kun, although I won in the end, was a bit more difficult than I imagined. If I hadn't used the power of light in the water and light phase in the end to cause a visual shift to Bei Kun, this battle will drag on for some time. In the chariot returning home, Li Luo was reflecting on today's battle, but his face was not much relaxed, but rather dissatisfied and dignified. Calculated in this way, at present, even if he relies on the peculiarity of water and light and his own proficiency in physiognomy, then his combat power should not be afraid of anyone in the 6 seals realm, but if he is against the 7 seals realm opponent, then the odds of winning will be much smaller. Not enough, far from enough. Li Luo said to himself, his goal is to enter the Shenshuangxing Academy, and every year Nanfan Academy has only a handful of places to enter the Shenshuangxing Academy. If it is not for the top few people, the chances are not great. Now that the big exam is less than a month away, if he wants to catch up, not only the strength level must be improved, but also the 5th grade water light phase must go further. Only in this way can he be sure to fight against someone of Lu Qing'er's level. But still the same sentence, it is not an easy task for the 5th rank water light phase to reach the 6th rank. Let's go back and talk to Sister Cai Wei first. Li Luo grinned. He felt that if he said that he needed a lot of 5th grade spiritual water and strange light, Cai Wei might swallow him up, right? Old house, counting house. Cai Wei sat at the desk, flipping through the ledger carefully. Today, she is wearing a light yellow dress, her oval cheeks are delicate and charming, and she has an aura that girls don't have. She looked at it for a long time. She seemed a little tired, and then leaned forward without a trace, and the slightly heavy waves were gently placed on the table. Cai Wei's whole body was slightly relaxed, and at the same time she let out a breath of relief. Bang! But at this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Li Luo walked in. Sister Cai Wei. As soon as the voice fell, he saw the scene in front of him, and Cai Wei didn't recover for a while. Her beautiful eyes stared at Li Luo with some astonishment. The atmosphere froze for a few breaths. Cai Wei's leaning forward body suddenly sat up straight as if being electrocuted, a faint blush flew on her fair oval face, and at the same time she stared at Li Luo with beautiful eyes in embarrassment. "Don't you know who knocked when you came in?" Li Luo's brow was covered with cold sweat, and he quickly lowered his head. "Sister Cai Wei, I will definitely pay attention next time." Seeing his extremely correct attitude, Cai Wei's embarrassment eased a lot, but she still said angrily, "What do you want to order, young palace master?" Li Luo looked behind, then closed the door with his backhand, and said, "I want to show you a baby, Sister Cai Wei." As soon as his voice fell, he was stunned, because he saw Cai Wei raised one hand, holding a crossbow gleaming with cold light, and at the same time, the latter had a dangerous smile on her pretty oval cheek. "Young master. Mansion master, I have the strength of a phase master." Li Luo hurriedly raised his hand and said with a wry smile, "Sister Cai Wei, what are you doing?" Cai Wei raised her slender eyebrows lightly, looked at Li Luo, and said, "Then what is the baby you are talking about?" Li Luo was a little puzzled, but he didn't say anything more. With a thought, he could only see the blue phase force rising from his body, as if there was a faint sound of water flowing. He revealed his own 5-character appearance. Snap! The bow and crossbow in Cai Wei's hand suddenly fell down, her beautiful eyes widened, and she said in shock, Are you compatible?" Li Luo nodded and said, "5th grade phase." Cai Wei Eden's face was full of shock, and after a long while, she gradually came back to her senses and said, "Is it the means left by the 2 palace masters to help you solve it?" Li Luo nodded with a smile. Cai Wei was stunned, and immediately remembered her previous actions, and her cheeks were hot. Li Luo's words just now had a lot of ambiguity, and she was not some ignorant girl. For a moment, she thought what Li Luo was going to do. She couldn't help feeling ashamed and angry. Cai Wei, you really lost yourself. However, Cai Wei had seen a lot of storms and waves, so she quickly calmed down and said with a nonchalant smile, "That's really congratulations to the young palace master. If Qingyi knew about this, she must be happy for you." Li Luo nodded and said, "There is one more thing, I'm afraid Sister Cai Wei has already guessed it. Do you still need the strange light of spiritual water?" Cai Wei slightly frowned. "Well, and this time I'm afraid we need the 5th grade spiritual water strange light. This thing left by my parents needs the constant nourishment of the spiritual water strange light, otherwise it may disappear after a long time." Li Luo did not say that he could have unlimited. He used Ling Shui Kiguang to improve the rank of Xiang, but told a lie. After all, this matter is too important, and he doesn't want to reveal it for the time being. The strange light of spiritual water of the 5th grade. Cai Wei's brows were furrowed, and the slender eyebrows were all touching together. The 4th rank Ling Shui Kiguang is about heavenly gold on the market, but the 5th rank one needs a full heavenly gold. This is definitely an expensive consumable. If Li Luo only needed a few sticks, maybe there would be no problem, but with previous experience, Cai Wei understood that Li Luo probably wanted hundreds of sticks. That's not a small amount. Cai Wei's expression changed, but to Li Luo's surprise in the end, she didn't find any reason to shirk, but nodded, "I understand, I will try my best to meet your needs." She raised her head, saw Li Luo's slightly surprised face, couldn't help smiling, and said, "Do you think I didn't reject you? You are the young master of Luolan Mansion, and the entire property of Luolan Mansion belongs to you and Qingyi, so as long as you don't really do some ridiculous things, you can do whatever you want. What's more, if you have a phase, the impact on Luolan's mansion will be far higher than the price of these strange lights, so why should I reject you?" Li Luo was touched and said, "Sister Cai Wei, you are so understanding. Then can you help me get dozens of 5th grade spiritual water and strange lights?" Cai Wei rubbed the center of her brows with her small hands, and said, "It's fine, but if we need so much next time, our funds won't be enough." Luolan Mansion's various industries and Chamber of Commerce revenue in Tianjia County for a year is only more than 30 sky-high gold, and it has already spent about 15 for Li Luo to purchase the 4th grade Ling Shui Kiguang. If you purchase dozens of 5th grade spiritual water and strange light, the remaining funds will basically be consumed. Cai Wei pondered for a moment, and said, "Young Palace Master, I plan to sell some properties and chambers of commerce of Luolan Mansion in Tianjia County. The current Luolan Mansion does not have much power in Tianjia County, so the industry is too bloated. Many industries are a burden to us. In addition, the 3 families in Tianjia County are still making troubles and continue to, it will only cause greater losses, and at the same time it will involve our energy. The other reason is the 3 companies. Now these 3 companies are showing signs of uniting against the Luolan Mansion. This is because their interests are the same. If we split up some properties and throw them out, as long as they work well, it will inevitably cause them to fight. At that time, they will also have conflicts with each other, so it will be difficult to obtain coordination in the fight against Luolan's mansion." Li Luo was also pensive. After a while, he nodded and praised, "Sister Cai Wei, this is a strong man who cut off his wrist. 2 peaches kill 3 men. I don't know much about these things. Just leave everything to Sister Cai Wei. No matter what, I will support you." Li Luo waved his hand and said directly, "Then I would like to thank the young palace master for his trust first." Cai Wei smiled. Li Luo waved his hand, then thought of something, and said, "By the way, doesn't our Luolan Mansion have a manufacturing industry of Ling Shui Kiguang in Tianjia County? If we can manufacture it ourselves, it should be much cheaper than the market." Bar. Cai Wei said, "The Luolan family has a great business, and of course they also manufacture spiritual water strange light. After all, this kind of consumables are in short supply and the benefits are huge. It's just that our Luolan Mansion usually focuses on the 3rd rank and the lower Ling Shui Kiguang. For higher grades, there are very few people who can make it, so the output is also very small. As for the strange light of spirit water around the 5th grade, I am afraid that few people in the entire Tianjia County can refine it. Most of the strange light of 5th grade water that circulates in the market in Tianjia County comes from other counties or even Wangcheng. Came. Li Luo suddenly realized that, indeed, a person who can refine the 5th grade spiritual water and strange light is considered a 5th grade tempering master. I am afraid that such a person, in a place like the Great Xiaoqing City, it is not difficult to get one. Therefore, it is normal that this is rare in Tianjia County. Li Luo thought for a while, and said, "Sister Cai Wei, can you take me to the place where the strange light of spiritual water is refined in Luolan Mansion? I am a water phase master, and I want to know more about phase tempering masters. The price of purchasing Ling Shui Kiguang is too high, and it is okay to say that it is a 5th rank now. If you need a 7th rank, 8th rank, or even a 9th rank Ling Shui Kiguang in the future, where should Li Luo go to find it? As far as he knows, in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, within a year, there are very few spirit water strange lights that exceed the 7th rank. At that time, he could only rely on himself to be self-sufficient. Therefore, he should also be ready to become a phase tempering master. Cai Wei had no objection to this, she nodded lightly. "Okay, I'll take you there tomorrow." End of this chapter. Chapter 23. Chapter 230. And the second day, Li Loxian went to Nanfan Academy as usual. And when he entered the teaching field of the second academy, he could clearly feel that the voices in the originally lively field had become quieter, and they were projected towards Li Luo with curiosity and admiration. In the past, Li Luo was actually not bad in the second academy, second only to Zhao Kuo, but to be honest, other students used to have more sympathy for him, respect really can't talk about it. After all, from their point of view, even if Li Luo's current strength is not bad, he is empty after all, which means that his potential is limited. As long as they are given some time, they will eventually overtake Li Luo slowly. But yesterday Li Luo suddenly revealed his own appearance, and even defeated Bei Kun and the other three in the first courtyard. This made them understand that Li Luo is finally different. Although the 5th rank is not too high, it is definitely enough. Coupled with Li Luo's physiognomy talent, the future Li Luo, even if he can't return to his peak, will still be able to rank in the Nanfan Academy. So, now no one dares to have any sympathy for Li Luo, even though they don't understand that he is the young master of Lulan Mansion, so they have the fart qualification to sympathize with him. And when they saw Li Luo passing by, there were some students who greeted him with a smile along the way. "Brother Luo." Another girl smiled and said, "Brother Luo is so handsome today." To these greetings, Li Luo replied with a smile, and then returned to his seat, while Zhao Kuo stared at him with burning eyes. "You are a man, can you stop looking at me like this?" Li Luo frowned. Zhao Kuo chuckled, and then pretended to be melancholy and said, "It seems that the number 1 of my second courtyard will give way in the future." Li Luo said angrily, "Who cares about this thing, please look far away." "Long term? Then go on, we will all cheer for you when you win glory for the men of our Nanfan Academy." Zhao Kuo said. "What do you mean?" Zhao Kuo said angrily, "Did you know that other schools in Tianjia County have always said that our Nanfan school is full of yin and yang, and among them, Dongyuan school is the most popular, and they use this to laugh at our Nanfan school every time. They said that our Nanfan Academy had senior sister Zhang Qingyi in the front and Lu Qing'er in the back, and they basically relied on women to support the scene. In Tianjia County, besides Nanfan Academy, there are also some schools, but their reputation and strength are weaker than Nanfan Academy. However, Dongyuan Academy has risen the fastest in these years, and there is a great challenge to Nanfan Academy, Tianjia County." Signs of the golden signboard of the first academy. Li Luo was not interested in this, and said indifferently, "Your mouth is on others, let them talk. The more they care about it, it means that Zhang Qingyi and Lu Qing'er will put more pressure on them." Zhao Kuo patted Li Luo on the shoulder and said, "Even if you don't care about them, if you have the chance, you have to defeat Lu Qing'er. I believe in you, and you will definitely be able to return to the top." Li Luo pouted, expressing that he wasn't very interested in it. While the two were talking, Su Shanyu also walked into the teaching ground. It could be seen that he was in a very good mood, with a smile on his normally serious face. "Students, the first academy handed over 10 gold leaves to our second academy today, so starting from today, we will have 10 more golden leaves in our practice." Hearing Su Shanyu's words, there were some excited voices in the arena. After all, the college entrance examination is coming soon, and the golden leaf practice may make them go further. These golden leaves were won by Li Luo yesterday. Everyone should be grateful for that. As soon as his voice fell, there was continuous applause in the arena, and a charming female classmate boldly said, "To express my gratitude, I can accompany Brother Luo for dinner." There was envy and laughter in the arena. Li Luo could only smile helplessly, secretly sighed about the charm that had no place to rest, and then ignored the female classmates' teasing. Su Shanyu pressed his palms down, suppressing the laughter from the audience, and then stopped talking, and started today's lesson directly. After the 3-hour lecture ended, Li Luo found Su Shanyu and wanted to take a leave of absence in the afternoon. "Are you asking for leave again?" Hearing this, Su Shanyu hesitated for a moment. If it was in the past, he might have refused with a straight face, but now Li Luo has just given him a face, so he finally said, "Yes, but you should also pay attention to it. The exam is coming soon, you have fallen behind for a while, you need to make up quickly, otherwise you will fail the pre-examination, and St. Xianxing Academy will lose hope." Li Luo responded with a smile, waved goodbye, and quickly left the school. At the entrance of the school, there was a luxury car, like a mobile cabin. Li Luo got in, and saw Cai Wei, who was looking at the ledger by the window. Today's Cai Wei is holding a lace-round cattail fan in her little hand, swinging it gently, with a cup of steaming tea beside her. With a lazy and mature temperament, coupled with her exquisite and delicate body like a beautiful snake, it is really charming moving. It can be seen that Cai Wei is a woman with a very refined life. The car in front of her is more luxurious and comfortable than Zhang Qing's before. Li Luo feels that Cai Wei's family background is probably not ordinary, but for some reason she came to Luolan's mansion to be a steward. Have you eaten? I have prepared lunch for you. Cai Wei glanced at Li Luo, pointing to the table with her slender fingers, where there was a table of delicious meals. Sister Cai Wei is so considerate. Whoever marries you is really a blessing in a previous life. Li Luo praised. Cai Wei can manage the account house, and she is beautiful and mature, no matter from which aspect, she is the best. Among the women he has met, Zhang Qingyi is the leader in terms of appearance and temperament. Liu Qing'er and Cai Wei are evenly divided, each with its own charm. Small mouth is sweet. Cai Wei smiled, and at the same time, she introduced Li Luo to him while he was having dinner. Our Luolan mansion has also set up a special department called Xiang House for the purpose of refining spiritual water and strange light. In Daxia's Ling Shui Kiguang market, it can be regarded as having some reputation. Xianggu is headquartered in Daxia King City, and has 3 branches in other counties of Daxia, and there happens to be one in Nanfan City, Tiancha County. Xiang House has brought a lot of benefits to Luolan Mansion every year, so now that it is in Luolan Mansion, Pei Hao also fights fiercely for it, and tries his best to occupy it. In Tiancha County, the previous president left for some reason, and the post of president was temporarily vacant, so Pei Hao took the opportunity to recruit a vice president, trying to get involved in this branch, but fortunately, Qingyi noticed it in time, and quickly arranged for people to come over to restrain, so now this Xiang House branch is quite troublesome, and it has also affected the production of Xiang House this year. This bastard Pei Hao is really a beast. Li Luo couldn't help cursing in his heart. He didn't care too much before, but now when he suddenly wanted to spend a lot of money, he found that he was restrained everywhere, and only then did he realize how much trouble that white-eyed wolf Pei Hao had caused him. Otherwise, with all the people in Luolan's house now working together, the funds he can use are only about a year from Tiancha County. Depressed, the big meal in front of him was not delicious for a while. The chariot passed through the crowded Nanfan City, and finally stopped somewhere in the north of the city. Li Luo and Cai Wei got out of the carriage, and he looked ahead, only to see a large building like a pavilion standing there, with the sign Xiang House hanging in front of the pavilion. In front of Xiang House, there are strict guards. But when they saw Li Luo and Cai Wei, they immediately moved out of the way. The two entered it without hindrance, and then saw a group of figures coming up to them. Li Luo looked at it, and it seemed that there were 2 distinct groups of people. The leader on the left was a middle-aged man with a smile on his face, while the one on the right caught people's eyes. It was a young woman with a delicate body and a slender body. She had a beautiful face, a high nose, and a pair of round glasses with silver frames. Her long hair was pouring down, and she had an undisguised arrogance. Gas. At this time, Cai Wei's voice came softly. The person on the left is called Bei Yu, the vice president who took refuge in Pei Hao. The beauty on the right is called Yan Lingqing. She is a top student at the Quanxiang Institute of Shenshuangxing Academy, and also Qingyi's best friend. She is now a 4th-rank Xiangfu master. She is Qingyi's rescuer. Hearing this, Li Luo's eyes suddenly showed surprise, and he couldn't help looking at the young girl with slender legs and silver-rimmed glasses, who looked extremely cold and arrogant. He did not expect that this person came from the Saint Xianxing Academy that he had dreamed of. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 Yan Lingqing. Chapter 24 Yan Lingqing. When Li Luo was surprised that Yan Lingqing came from Shenshuangxing Academy, those 2 waves of people had already greeted him. He, young mansion master, the chief steward's visit to Xiang House really makes this place flourish. The middle-aged man named Bei Yu spoke first, with a sincere and enthusiastic smile on his face. Compared with his enthusiasm, Yan Lingqing was much colder. She just looked at Cai Wei, then glanced at Li Luo, put her hands in her pockets, and didn't say anything. Vice Chairman Bei Yu is really born. Xiang House is the property of Lulan Mansion. The young mansion master came to see his own property. What's so glamorous? Cai Wei smiled. Bei Yu was startled, then quickly nodded with a smile. I was wrong. He stayed here for another conversation, then cupped his hands at Li Luo, saying that there was still something to be done, and then walked away straight away. Li Luo looked at this scene, and it was obvious that Bei Yu had completely fallen for Pei Hao, so when facing him, he seemed enthusiastic, but in fact he was somewhat guarded and alienated. That kind of enthusiasm is just faking. On the other hand, Yan Lingqing, who had always been indifferent, even though he didn't pay much attention to him, still stayed with him and left without making excuses. But after Bei Yu left, Yan Lingqing's expression eased up, and she said to Cai Wei, "What is Sister Cai Wei doing here today?" Her voice is clear and sweet, like a stream, cold and moving. Cai Wei stepped forward, took Yan Lingqing's arm, and said with a coquettish smile, "Let's bring the young palace master to take a look." Both women have excellent temperament and appearance, and now standing together, they are even more eye-catching, but because they are close together, there are some gaps. If Cai Wei is said to have undulating waves and magnificent peaks, then Yan Lingqing is a bit like a grassland. Li Luo glanced over, but was still keenly noticed by Yan Lingqing, and immediately raised her snow-white chin slightly, and said with some contempt, "Little brother, what are you comparing?" Li Luo blinked innocently. Yan Lingqing snorted softly, ignored him, and dragged Cai Wei towards the inside. Li Luo didn't care either, and followed behind. Walking into the Xiang house, he boarded a covered bridge, and standing on the covered bridge, he could see several floors of refining platforms on the left and right sides. These refining platforms are divided into many rooms, and in front of each room is a transparent crystal wall, and through the crystal wall, one can see a figure in a white robe busy inside. There are many transparent crystal bottles hanging on the table in the room. At this time, those figures in white robes are holding various bottles and jars, and they are constantly mixing them. Occasionally, some rooms will have blue lights flickering, which is it represents the release of a strange light of spiritual water. Sister Cai Wei, currently in this Xiangguo branch, there are 2 4th-rank phase tempering masters, 9 3rd-level phase tempering phase masters, 16 2nd-level phase tempering phase masters, and 33 1st-level phase tempering masters. Li Luo watched curiously, and at the same time, Yan Lingqing's cold voice came from ahead, which made him chuckle secretly, because Cai Wei, as the chief executive, must have known this information a long time ago, and now Yan Lingqing said it again. Apparently it was for him. This best friend of Zhongqing Es seemed indifferent, but she actually had a good heart. Of course, he understood that it was more because of Zhongqing Es face. After walking all the way, after some visits, Yan Lingqing brought the 2 of them to her working place, which was her refining room. Sister Cai Wei is here, isn't it just for looking around? When she got here, Yan Lingqing took off her long clothes, which were simple clothes that outlined a slender curve. Went. It's because of the young palace master. Cai Wei smiled and said, he wants to know about master tempering. Yan Lingqing looked puzzled and said, he's not. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning of the words was very clear. Isn't Li Luo empty? Know what a phase master does? Cai Wei clapped her small hands lightly, and said narrowly to Li Luo, start your performance and surprise our top students. Li Luo was a little speechless, but he still operated the water phase and displayed the blue phase. This is the water phase. Finally, some surprise appeared on Yan Lingqing's cheeks. She raised the silver mirror frame with her slender fingers, and looked at Li Luo, you have a face. Li Luo nodded and said sincerely, it's a 5th grade water phase, so I want to learn the phase tempering technique and become a phase tempering master. Yan Lingqing frowned lightly with crescent-like brows, and said, your Nanfan Academy is going to have a big exam soon, right? Shouldn't you practice with all your strength now, and try to see if you can enter the Saint Xianxing Academy first? Xianxing Academy has Quanxiang Institute, there will be many good teachers there. Li Luo smiled and said, I just want to get acquainted first. Yan Lingqing looked at Li Luo, and seemed to understand something. Although Li Luo has awakened his compatibility, it seems to be too late. With his current strength, he may not really be able to enter the Saint Xianxing Academy. There are other ways out for becoming a phase tempering master in the future. It's rare that the young palace master has the desire to make progress. You, a talented student, teach him. Cai Wei persuaded from the side. Yan Lingqing glanced at her helplessly, then put down the crystal bottle in her hand, and said, You should know some basic knowledge of the tempering master, right? Li Luo nodded quickly. After he got the water phase, he immediately went to understand many basic things about the tempering phase master. Yan Lingqing flicked his fingers, and a blue force flew out from his fingertips, like a water line, entangled a bundle of books, and threw it in front of Li Luo. Read them all. Hearing this, Li Luo didn't say anything, but sat down at the table obediently, and then began to read the books of these phase masters. You sit on your own, I still have something to finish. Yan Lingqing saw that Li Luo didn't show any impatience, so she nodded slightly, said to Cai Wei, and then went to the workbench to do her own business up. Cai Wei stretched a little bored, then sat down next to her, taking a nap and resting her mind. At the same time, in another room of Xiang House. Did the young palace master do anything with the chief steward? Beiyu sat on the chair and asked the person in front of him with a calm expression. I didn't do anything, I just looked around and went to Vice President Yan's workshop. The man replied. Beiyu nodded and said, Keep an eye on it. If they come into contact with anyone, write it down. The most important thing during this period is to let me become the president of this branch. Once I succeed, I can let Yan Lingqing get the hell out. When the time comes, this Xiang house will be under our control. Yes. Beiyu waved his hand to send the person away, and immediately a sneer appeared on his face. Zhang Qingyi, do you think you can fight me if you find a little girl from the academy? Tell you, it's a dream. This Xiang house, Beiyu, will decide. End of this chapter. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. When Li Luo finished reading all the books in front of him, 5 hours had passed, he let out a long breath, and twisted his stiff neck. Yan Lingqing and Cai Wei were talking softly at the side, listening to the sound of exhaling, so they stopped talking and looked over. That's right, she's quite patient. Yan Lingqing commented lightly, but it could be seen that she was quite satisfied with Li Luo's performance. To become a phase master, patience is a very important point, because they need to mix many materials together in the running in again and again, and the dosage must be extremely precise, and the slightest error cannot be tolerated. A little, maybe it takes a long time to practice. Yan Lingqing stood up, came to the workbench, and waved to Li Luo, who hurried over. On the workbench, there are many transparent crystal bottles, which contain strange materials. Refining Ling Shui Kiguang, in simple terms, is to fuse various materials together in perfect doses according to the formula, and use the characteristics of different materials to decompose each other to remove the impurities contained in each other, and the final product is the spirit. Water Strange Light. Yan Lingqing took a crystal bottle, which contained a blue flower. There were faint ripples spreading on the surface of the flower. This is a 3-leaf water flower. She held the crystal bottle with her slender hands, and with a slight shake, the flower was shattered into powder. At the same time, Li Luo saw a blue force rising from her body, pouring into the crystal bottle along her arm. Among them, it finally merged with the powder of the 3-leaf water flower. When refining, we need to mobilize our own water phase or light phase force to fuse with the material and enhance its inherent characteristics, but we need to grasp the strength of the phase force input. If it is too strong, it will damage the material, and if it is too weak, if not, it will also cause the modulation to fail. As the power of the water phase poured into it, after a few breaths, the crystal bottle gradually condensed into some dark blue and slightly viscous liquid. Immediately afterwards, Yan Lingqing prepared in the same way, and quickly mixed about a dozen kinds of ingredients. Finally, she poured them together in a specific order with a very skilled technique. Half an hour later, these material liquids were thoroughly mixed together, and there was a violent reaction immediately, and even started to boil. The next step will be the last step, and it is also an extremely important step. If you want to fuse all these materials together, you need a kind of power to coordinate. This power is to affect the tempering power of the final Ling Shui Kiguang. One of the important factors to what extent that kind of power is called source water, or source light. In fact, to put it simply, it is the energy formed by highly condensing one's own water phase power or light phase power. Yan Lingqing took a diamond-shaped spar from the side, and there was a crystal jar hanging under the spar. She held the spar in her hand, only to see the blue force gushing out and pouring into the spar. The ripples on the spar oscillated in circles. After a while, Li Luo saw a drop of dark blue liquid slowly flowing from the crystal. The sharp part under the stone slowly dripped down and fell into the crystal jar. This is the polyphase crystal. Its function is to condense its own phase force to a high degree, and finally form the source water. Yan Lingqing dropped this drop of source water into the boiling crystal bottle, and suddenly a miraculous scene appeared. The boiling scene subsided instantly, and the chaos inside was also eliminated. Finally, a bright blue light burst out suddenly. A strange light of spiritual water was successfully released. Li Luo looked at the blue liquid in the crystal bottle and sighed in admiration. It's just a first-grade spirit water strange light, so it's very simple, and it's not troublesome to refine. Yan Lingqing said lightly, she herself is a fourth-grade phase tempering master, and the first-grade spirit water strange light is to her, is indeed just a matter of convenience. However, Li Luo is very self-aware. Don't look at Yan Lingqing's refining without any mistakes, as smooth as eating and drinking, but he has some understanding of the basic knowledge of tempering masters. After numerous failures. Li Luo looked at the quenching phase crystal and asked, the quality of source water and source light can enhance the tempering power of the finished product's spiritual water and strange light, so what depends on their quality? Yan Lingqing said lightly, the quality of source water and source light only depends on the grade of its own water phase or light phase. The higher the grade of water phase or light phase, the condensed source water, the light quality will also be better. Thus, people with high-grade water phase and light phase will become tempering phase masters, and their advantages will be higher than ordinary people. For example, Zhang Qingyi, if she is willing to become a phase tempering master, then the spiritual water and strange light she will refine in the future will have a tempering power far superior to others, but unfortunately, she has no interest in becoming a phase tempering master. Even if the dean of the Quanxiang Institute of the St. Xianxing Academy earnestly begged her for a full year. Li Luo nodded. Zhang Qingyi was an extremely rare 9th grade bright aspect, which was indeed a unique condition, but she didn't mean that, and didn't want to be distracted by the tempering physiognomy master. Then what if she is asked to condense some high-quality source light for backup? Can it increase the tempering power of the spiritual water and strange light produced by Zhang Yu? Yan Lingqing shook her head and said, even for people of the same phase, the source water and source light they condense still contain different characteristics and imperceptible personal wills, such as the materials I blended for a long time before, which have it contains my strength. If at this time the source water condensed by another person is added into it, it will cause conflicts and the refining will fail. However, there are indeed some secret methods in this world, which can refine some special source water and source light in a special way, so as to improve the tempering power of spiritual water and strange light. It is called the source water and source light of the secret method, but this is almost impossible. It is the top secret of every faction, and our Zhang house does not have it. Hearing this, Li Luo couldn't help feeling thoughtful. He was born with an empty appearance. Even though he refined the acquired water-light appearance later on, the emptiness of his empty appearance remained, just like his appearance. The palace can contain the erosion of countless impurities of spiritual water and strange light. The source water and source light he condensed from this should also have this kind of emptiness that cannot be contained. Then, can this be provided to other phase masters? Use, although his water light phase is only at the 5th grade right now, the combination of the water phase and the light phase, the refinement it possesses is not as simple as 1 + 1. Li Luo has self-confidence. If it's just a simple comparison of strength, his 5th grade water and light phase may not be weaker than the normal 7th grade water or light phase. Generally speaking, there are not many phase masters who can possess the 7th grade water phase or light phase. But this is not in a hurry, let's wait for him to try it for himself after getting started in the phase tempering master. When Li Luo's thoughts turned, Yan Lingqing adjusted her silver-rimmed glasses and said, if you really want to become a phase temperer, come here every day if you have time, and I will teach you some basic things, and when you are able to independently refine a 1st grade spirit water strange light, you will be a 1st grade phase tempering master. Then thank you, Sister Lingqing. Today's goal was achieved, and Li Luo couldn't help laughing, sincerely thanking her. Yan Lingqing waved her hands coldly, put on her long clothes, and dragged Cai Wei out of the refining room. In the next period of time, Li Luo's life became dull, full, and regular. During the day, he practiced at Nanfan Academy, and then went back to the old house to practice some time with the help of the Golden House, and then practiced physiognomy, and finally went to Xiang House, and under Yan Lingqing's guidance, he began to learn how to become a qualified phase master. And the first batch of the 5th grade spiritual water strange light he entrusted Cai Wei to purchase was also obtained, so he would spare time every day to absorb and refine some spiritual water strange light. As time passed, Li Luo could feel that he was getting stronger every day. It wasn't until the day before the preliminaries at Nanfan Academy that Li Luo's strength level finally reached the 6th seal as he wished. End of this chapter. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Today's Nanfan Academy has a hotter atmosphere than in the past, all because the preliminaries are about to start. The so-called pre-examination is to conduct a screening in the school until the top dash are finally selected, and these dash will eventually represent Nanfan Academy to participate in the school's big exam. The college entrance examination included all the schools in Tianjia County, and the final competition in the exam was the admission quota from Shenzhuangxing Academy. That is to say, only those who have passed the preliminary selection and entered the top dash of the school will be eligible to compete for the admission quota of the St. Xianxing School. Of course, many students also understand that the St. Xianxing Academy is too far away for them, but if they can get some good rankings in the preliminaries, then they can choose some other higher education institutions in Daxia School. Although these institutions of higher learning are far inferior to the St. Xianxing Academy in terms of scale, strength, and reputation, they are still a way out. Therefore, for them, the pre-examination is the last opportunity to prove themselves. At the central square of Nanfan Academy. Today, it can be said that there are huge crowds of people here, and dozens of arenas have been set up as the pre-selected competition venues. When Li Luo and Zhao Kuo came here together, they were shocked by the boiling voice. Hey, this is too lively. Zhao Kuo laughed. Although it is a preliminary exam, for the vast majority of students, this is their last chance to show themselves in Nanfan Academy. Li Luo said. Zhao Kuo nodded, patted his head and said with some melancholy, I don't know if I can make it into the top 20 this time. Because of Li Luo's sudden explosion, Zhao Kuo is now considered to be the second most powerful in the second academy. If it is placed in the entire Nanfan Academy, the probability of entering the top dash is not small. Of course, it also needs some luck. If you meet some tyrannical opponents and your record is too ugly, then you may be suspended. It depends on your luck, but luck is born from one another. Visually, you won't survive a few rounds. Li Luo looked around and said casually. Zhao Kuo's face turned green, and he scolded, asshole, I curse you for meeting Liu Qing'er in the first scene. The curse rebounds. Play again. When the two were interacting boringly and naively, there was a piercing and loud voice from the high platform of the square, and many eyes casted away in the field, and they saw the old Dean Wei Sha appearing with the tutors from various schools up. Students, the pre-university exams have officially started today. I hope you can do your best to show your strongest form, because this ranking will affect your future. The pre-examination lasts for 3 days, and each day's match list will be posted on the stone walls around the square for viewing. I'll stop talking nonsense, I'm here to announce that the preliminaries have begun. As the voice of the old dean fell, the boiling sound in the field became more intense. At this time, Li Luo and Zhao Kuo came to a stone wall on the sidelines. A projection spar was hung on the top of the stone wall, and a large number of subtitles washed down like flowing water. After watching for a while, the two found the opponent they would meet in today's duel. Zhao Kuo breathed a sigh of relief at the first moment. Obviously, the two opponents he met today did not exceed his expectations. It seems that this round is over. Li Luo's expression was also relatively calm. The two opponents he faced today were both from the same academy, and their strength was not as good as that of Bei Kun who had fought against him before. But it's normal, Nanfan Academy has a total of nearly 1,000 people, so it's not so easy to encounter hard stubble. On the contrary, I am afraid that he and Zhao Kuo, in the eyes of many people, can be regarded as stubborn stubbles. It's almost time for me. I'll go get ready first. You can do your best too. Zhao Kuo looked at the time, then greeted Li Luo, and couldn't wait to get into the crowd and disappear. Li Luo shook his head, turned around and went to another arena. His first competition was about to begin. When he arrived at the designated battle stage, Li Luo waited for about half an hour. After the spectators on the stage read his name, he jumped onto the stage. The appearance of Li Luo has also attracted a lot of attention. After all, since he defeated Bei Kun and the other three in one pass, now his reputation in Nanfan Academy is showing signs of recovery again. However, there were still some students who had never witnessed the battle that day, so they were skeptical about Li Luo's outburst after all, so seeing Li Luo on stage now, they naturally had to watch and emulate. And Li Luo's opponent is a thin young man in the 6th seal state. The young man's expression is a bit bitter. His strength in the 6 seals is about average in Nanfan Academy, and it's not bad to say the least. It was an unfortunate encounter with Li Luo. Moreover, Li Luo, who has awakened his compatibility and is showing signs of soaring into the sky. Let's start. When the spectators saw both sides on stage, they immediately announced the start of the competition. The skinny boy unhesitatingly unleashed all his strength, and at the same time directly entered the defensive state, obviously intending to remain unchanged to cope with all changes. But Li Luo didn't hesitate at all. The blue phase force surged up and circulated on the surface of his body like water waves. His figure shot out like lightning, and his fierce physiognomy immediately exploded. The battle ended sooner than anyone imagined. In just a few minutes, the skinny young man under Li Luo's stormy attack collapsed directly, and finally decisively chose to admit defeat. Whoa! There was a lot of uproar around the battle stage, and one after another horrified eyes turned to Li Luo, especially some students who were also in the 6 seals. All of them looked dignified. How could they not see that Li Luo had burst out briefly earlier? His strength seems to be stronger than when he played against Bei Kun before. Li Luo didn't care about those gazes. After the spectators announced that he had won, he jumped off and disappeared into the crowd. Li Luo didn't have to wait too long for the second match, but it was more relaxed than the first match, because the opponent didn't even have any interest in fighting, so he directly chose to admit defeat. So Li Luo's competition on the first day ended with a complete victory. After the competition, Li Luoyu packed up and was about to leave. He had to go to Yanlingqing in Xiangwu to continue learning the tempering technique. After a period of practice recently, he felt that he was far from being able to successfully refine the spirit water to produce a strange light. Is not far away. But as soon as he got out of the crowd, Li Luo saw a beautiful figure in front of him staring at him. It was Liu Qing'er. Today, she is wearing a close-fitting white exercise suit, with slender and straight legs, a full waist, and long hair tied into a ponytail. With that beautiful and moving face, She is extremely eye-catching. But when Li Luo saw her, he could only secretly smile helplessly, and said, "Hello, have you finished the competition today? It shouldn't be too difficult." These words are completely nonsense. Lu Qing'er is the number 1 of Nanfan Academy, anyone who meets her can only consider themselves unlucky. Lu Qing'er looked at Li Luo beautifully, and said, "Your strength has improved again. I just want to ask, how far do you plan to go in this preliminary exam?" Li Luo smiled indifferently and said, "If you can enter the top dash, you just need to get a place to take part in the big exam." He is really not interested in competing for a higher ranking, because there is no need. Anyway, no matter how high the ranking in the preliminaries is, it will not have any real effect. On the contrary, it may be targeted by other schools because the ranking is too high. Lu Qing'er frowned when she heard the words, and said, "Your strength, I think you should be able to compete for the top 10. Li Luo smiled, "So optimistic about me?" Lu Qing'er said, "Li Luo, I don't think you need to hide too much, and reveal yourself in a timely manner so that those who question you can completely shut up." Li Luo was a little helpless. Lu Qing'er looked elegant, but in fact she had an extremely strong personality. Maybe this was the reason why she always stared at him, because at that time, Li Luo was the only one who could suppress her, so she treated Li Luo as some special recognition. It's just that Li Luo's character doesn't want to expose all his strength to the public's eyes when it's not necessary. Perhaps, it is a habit of self-protection that I have developed under my own special circumstances over the years. I know, I'll do my best. But Lu Qing'er didn't have any bad intentions, so Li Luo could only make a few perfunctory remarks, and then found an excuse to slip away. Lu Qing'er looked at his back, feeling a little helpless, and finally turned and left. It's just that the two of them dispersed, but they never saw that on a battle platform not far away, Song Yunfan, who had just ended the battle like a wreck, was watching this scene. He stared at the direction where Li Luo was leaving, his eyes were a little cloudy. "I clearly warned you. Do you have to come to mess with me?" End of this chapter. Chapter 27 First Grade Refining Room. Chapter 27 First Grade Refining Room. After leaving the school, Li Luo didn't rush back to the old house, but rushed to Xiang house first. The guards outside Xiang's house had long been accustomed to Li Luo, who had been appearing here recently, so after bowing their heads in salute, they let him in and out. Walking into the Xiang house filled with a faint fragrance, Li Luo's spirit was also slightly lifted. The study during this period of time made him more interested in the profession of tempering master. The young palace master is really diligent in coming to Xiang house recently. And when Li Luo thought about the strange light of first-grade spiritual water he practiced, suddenly there was laughter from the side. Li Luo turned his head and saw the vice president of Xiang house, Zhuang Yi, looking at him with a smile. "I heard that the young palace master has awakened a 5th-grade water element?" Zhuang Yi asked curiously. Li Luo had practiced the phase tempering technique for so many days in Xiang house, and the news about his 5th-grade water phase had already spread. Li Luo stared at the vice president of Xiangguo, who had taken refuge in Peihao, nodded slightly, and said, "I'm learning phase tempering with Sister Ling Qing." Zhuang Yi smiled and said, "Vice President Yan is a high-achieving student of Shenshuangxing Academy. His ability is indeed not bad, but his experience is a bit shallow. If the young palace master really wants to learn, I can give you some advice." Li Luo smiled, "This Zhuang Yi is so kind. I don't know whether he wants to put himself under his surveillance, confirm his exact situation and report to Peihao, or really want to give him advice." However, between Zhang Qingyi's best friend and the vice president who had taken refuge in Peihao, Li Luo obviously wouldn't have any hesitation in making a choice. So he shook his head and said, "I think Sister Ling Qing is not bad. If there is a need in the future, I will come to Vice President Bei again." "That's really a pity." Zhuang Yi sighed with regret. Li Luo didn't say any more. Just as he was about to leave, he thought of something immediately, and said, "By the way, Vice President Zhuang, I heard from Sister Ling Qing that sometimes materials will appear in some refining rooms on her side. There is a shortage, I heard that the material procurement is on your side, so can you replenish it in time? Hearing this, Zhuang Yi frowned, and said with some embarrassment, Young Palace Master, this is not my problem, but sometimes the procurement of materials is indeed troublesome, so it is normal to be in short supply occasionally. Of course, since the Sheofu the Lord mentioned it, so I will pay more attention to this aspect in the future. Facing the other party who seemed respectful and polite, but in fact had some casual excuses, Li Luo didn't say anything, but just took a deep look at the other party, and walked right past. Zhuang Yi watched his leaving back, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Vice President, I didn't expect that the young palace master would suddenly awaken the fifth grade aspect. It's really surprising. Beside Zhuang Yi, a subordinate who was loyal to him whispered. There is a high probability that the two palace masters left him some rare treasures. It would be a waste to use such treasures on him. Zhuang Yi said lightly. But after all, it's only the fifth rank, and it's not too good. So it's not so easy for the young palace master to rise up. He waved his hand and said, pass this news to Master Pei Hao. Also, it's time to move forward with the matter of taking power in the first grade refining room. That woman Yan Lingqing is really getting more and more annoying. Yes. When Li Luo walked into the first grade refining room, he could only see dozens of compartments with crystal walls as barriers. Behind each compartment, there was a figure busy. Among them, Li Luo also saw Yan Lingqing, who was tall and slender. She was wearing a long coat, with her hands in her pockets, and she was patrolling around with a cold expression. At this time, she stopped in front of a crystal wall, and watched indifferently as a first-grade phase tempering master completed the refining of a strange light of spiritual water in his hand. Under Yan Lingqing's watchful eyes, the young first-grade tempering master was also a little nervous, and then took a slender crystal needle from the side, and there was a precise scale on the crystal needle. This is the quenching needle. As the name suggests, it is a tool used to test the quenching power of the finished products Ling Shui Kiguang. The crystal needle was inserted into the bottle of spiritual water, and the scale on it was gradually rising from low to high. In the end, it stayed at the %% position. Seeing this scene, Yan Lingqing immediately said coldly, if this kind of tempered spirit water strange light is sold, it will only smash the signboard of Xiang House. The first-grade tempering master lowered his head in frustration. However, Yan Lingqing did not soften her heart, but said sternly, in the previous refining, you made a total of 4 mistakes. The white leaf fruit was not cooked enough, the moonlight juice was too thick, and the smokeless water was too thin. At that time, your water phase power has not reached the saturation requirement. Re-refined. After finishing speaking, he turned around and left. At the same time, his cold eyes swept across the many first-grade phase tempering masters in the field. Everyone was silent and concentrated on refining. Yan Lingqing adjusted her silver-rimmed glasses, but her pretty face was cold. It was obvious that she was very dissatisfied with the achievements of these first-grade phase temperers. A trace of boredom flashed in her eyes. Although she came to help sit in the township at Zhongqing's request, she came by airborne after all. If compared with the prestige in this branch, Zhuang Yi is indeed stronger than her. In this branch of Xiang House, there are 3 refining rooms, ranging from the first to the third rank, and the refining rooms of different levels are responsible for refining different levels of Ling Shui Kiguang. With the help of Zhongqing's appointment, Yan Lingqing took off the control of the first rank and second rank refining rooms, but the third rank refining room was still firmly held by Zhuang Yi. And because of the control of these refining rooms, the two sides have been fighting openly and secretly for a long time. After all, as long as they master the refining room, it is equivalent to mastering most of the tempering masters. House, the tempering master is undoubtedly the most important asset. But recently, Zhuang Yi obviously couldn't sit still anymore. He started to attack the first-grade refining room. And his reason was that one of the disciples he trained had already refined % of the first-grade spiritual water. 6 qualities. This quality can be considered to have reached the top level among the first-grade spiritual water and strange light produced by Zhang Guo, so Zhuangyi used this as an excuse to spread the remarks that Yan Lingqing is not good at guiding first-grade phase tempering masters, which led to the recent Zhang Guo among these first-grade tempering masters. There are also some signs of wavering. If this situation continues, Yan Lingqing feels that Zhuangyi might really take away this refining room. Even though she has the support of Zhang Qingyi and Cai Wei, they can't directly kick Zhuangyi, the old man of Xiang House, if Zhuangyi has not made any obvious mistakes. Some turmoil in the Sun Room will affect the refining of Ling Shui Kiguang, and the loss will only be Luolan's mansion. Feeling depressed, Yan Lingqing only took a look at Li Luo, who walked into the refining room, and didn't have any extra thoughts to say anything. But Li Luo was very casual about this, and went straight to an unused refining room, and a beautiful young woman whispered beside him, "Young palace master, you are here." Li Luo smiled and nodded in response. While sorting out the materials on the refining table, he casually asked in a low voice, "Sister Sakura, Vice President Yan seems to be in a bad mood." The young woman, whom he called Sister Sakura, stuck out her tongue and said, "We've all been scolded all morning." Then she briefly explained the reason of the matter. After listening to Li Luo, it suddenly dawned on him that it was for the first-grade refining room. Later, her right to speak in Xiang House gradually decreased. Thinking of this, Li Luo frowned. Of course he didn't want to see this scene. After all, this Xiangguo branch contributed about half of Luolan Mansion's annual income in Tianjia County, and right now he needed when there is a large amount of funds. If there is any problem here, it will undoubtedly have a great impact on him. Of course, the most important thing is that Zhuangyi belongs to Pei Hao, and with that white-eyed wolf's character, maybe even this Xiangguo branch will be swallowed up by him. But now he thought it was useless, so Li Luo turned around and put a page of first-grade formula blueprints called King by Ling Shui on the table, and then took out a lot of configuration materials, and started his practice today. The 2 hours of practice passed quietly, and just as Li Luo's refinement began to become more and more proficient, the door of the first-grade refinement room was suddenly pushed open. I saw a group of people headed by Zhuangyi pouring in. Just that aura, it seems that some comers are not good. There was a mistake. This vice-chairman should be called Zhuangyi, the Beiyu I wrote earlier. That was the original name when I wrote the manuscript, and I changed it later because it didn't sound good. I didn't expect that some fish slipped through the net. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, Li Luo's first bottle of spiritual water, strange light. Chapter 28, Li Luo's first bottle of spiritual water. Kiguang Zhuangyi and his party suddenly entered the first-grade refining room aggressively, causing the atmosphere here to become a little turbulent, and surprised eyes cast one after another. Yan Lingqing also noticed their arrival. Her pretty face darkened immediately, and her cold face scolded, "Vice President Zhuangyi, are your people so unruly?" With a smile on his face, Zhuangyi said, "Vice President Yan, don't get angry. I came here before. Since the first-grade refining room was under your control, the output of Ling Shui Kiguang refining during this period has been reduced. The decline, and even a lot of unqualified products have appeared, which seriously affected the performance of our Xiang House." He looked worried. Yan Lingqing said coldly, "Aren't you very clear about the reason for the decline in production? If you didn't impose restrictions on materials, how could this happen?" Zhuangyi frowned and said, "Vice President Yan, you're spitting blood. The materials are relatively scarce. How can I conjure it up for you? I think that although Vice President Yan is from the Shenzhuangxing Academy, he still has little experience after all. Maybe some of your ideas are not in line with some of our first-grade phase tempering masters in Xiangguo. You can guide them. I'm afraid of delaying them." In the first-grade refining room, no one else dared to intervene. Everyone could clearly see that this was a fight between the two vice presidents, and there was no need for them to become cannon fodder. Zhuangyi stared at Yan Lingqing, and said, "Vice President Yan, as phase tempering masters, everything depends on the results. You have been in charge of the first grade refining room for a while, but so far the effect is not great. The first grade phase tempering you taught master, the refining power of the first grade Ling Shui Kiguang refined is only %, but my disciple Shi Yun has been able to stably refine the King Bai Ling Shui with a refining power of %. You have to know that in the past, the average level of the first grade spiritual water produced by our Xiang House was only %, so if Vice President Yan is really thinking about Xiang House, I suggest you refine the first grade hand over the manufacturing room, or if it goes on for a long time, the first grade spiritual water produced by Xiang House may not have a market in Tianjia County today. Zhuang Yi spoke, looked at some other senior executives of Xiang House who came with him, and said, "Do you think my words are reasonable?" Those high-level officials showed deep thought. Although they didn't want to get involved in the struggle between the two sides, they had to say that what Zhuang Yi said was very reasonable. In their Xiang House, everything depends on the results. Zhuang Yi's disciple was able to stably refine the first grade Ling Shui Kiguang with a tempering power of %, which is enough to show his excellence. So a high-level executive hesitated and said, "Vice President Yan, why don't you hand over the refining room of this grade to Shi Yun, so that you can concentrate on guiding the refining room of the second grade? After all, it is also the weight of our Xiang House product." Yan Lingqing's face was expressionless. If she really gave in right now, it would mean that she had lost the battle with Zhuang Yi, and this would form a weather vane, which would lead her to a disadvantage every step of the way. But if he insists on not letting go, this Zhuang Yi is aggressive, and the reason is extremely legitimate. If the stalemate continues, it will also have some impact on her. So right now, she is really in a dilemma. Zhuang Yi looked at Yan Lingqing, whose eyes were struggling a little, and a smile could not help but appear on the corner of his mouth. "So what about the top student of Shenshuangxing Academy, isn't he just a baby?" And just when Yan Lingqing was under more and more pressure, a blue light burst out suddenly in the first grade refining room where the atmosphere was almost frozen. The sudden change made everyone look astonished, and then looked along, and saw Li Luo holding a bottle of turquoise liquid in his hand in front of a refining platform behind him, his face showing the meaning of joy. The first bottle of Ling Shui Kiguang in his life was refined under this situation. After refining this bottle of bright green spiritual water, Li Luo also took the quenching needle from the side and inserted it into it. Then he saw the pointer start to climb up quickly. After counting interest, the pointer stayed at the % position directly. Whoa! Some first-rank tempering masters nearby clearly saw this scene, and then they couldn't help but burst out in a horrified uproar. A series of figures couldn't help rushing over, and said in a voiceless voice, 60% tempering power. This bottle of green spirit water refined by the young palace master has reached 60% tempering power. How is this possible? In the first grade refining room, the people who heard the exclamation were suddenly full of disbelief, and then ignored the battle between Yan Lingqing and Zhuang Yi, and rushed towards Li Luo's place in a swarm. And when they saw the index on the quenching needle, they lost their voice for a while, and their eyes turned to Li Luo, who was smiling at the corner of his mouth with shock. They knew very well that it took only about 2 weeks for Li Luo to learn the tempering technique. However, in such a short period of time, he not only successfully refined the first grade spiritual water, but the most incredible thing is that the tempering power of Ling Shui Kiguang is so high. What kind of talent is this? Step aside. Yan Lingqing's voice sounded from outside the crowd, and the crowd hurriedly parted, only to see her walking in quickly with her long legs, her pair of beautiful eyes staring closely at the green water in Li Luo's hand. "Show me," she said to Li Luo. Li Luo handed it over as promised. Yan Lingqing took it, and quickly poured out a drop of Biking Ling Shui from it. She felt it slightly, and her pretty face was a little moved. The pure Biking Ling Shui is indeed, it can reach % of the tempering power. She stared at Li Luo with beautiful eyes. She really didn't realize that Li Luo had such a talent in tempering physiognomy. This is his first time. She remembered that when she became a first-grade tempering master, the finished product was only about % to %, which was not bad. Yan Lingqing seemed to have thought of something suddenly, a smile appeared on her usually indifferent pretty face. She grabbed the bottle of green spirit water, turned around, looked at Zhuang Yi, who was also surprised behind her, and said, "Vice President Zhuang Yi, it seems that I don't have to hand over this refining room for now." Zhuang Yi stared at the bottle of spiritual water with an unsteady expression. He also heard those exclamations before. Li Luo refined % of the green spiritual water. You must know that even if he and Yan Lingqing, a 4th grade tempering master, refine the 1st grade biking Ling Shui, I'm afraid it can barely reach % of the tempering power, but in Zhuang Yi's memory, it has been almost many years since he has personally refined a 1st grade spiritual water strange light, because this kind of refining is a waste of time for him, and the price/performance ratio is too low. It's just dozens of sky-high gold. This is the first time he heard that someone refined the strange light of spiritual water for the first time, and reached % of the tempering power. His disciple, Shi Yun, had practiced the green spiritual water for a full year. Only then can it barely reach %. Compared with Li Luo, this is a stark difference. Zhuang Yi twitched the corner of his mouth, and said a little stiffly, "Vice President Yan, could it be that you did something wrong? It's only been less than half a month since the master of the Young Palace came into contact with tempering physiognomy." Yan Lingqing glanced at him indifferently, and said, "Many people saw the master's refinement earlier. Your excuse is too weak, or do you mean that the master has to perform for you again?" Many people around nodded their heads. They had indeed witnessed the strange light coming out of this bottle of spiritual water. The expression on Zhuang Yi's face became even more rigid, and finally he laughed dryly and said, "Don't dare." Although he didn't think much of Li Luo in his heart, no matter what, Li Luo was the young mansion master in name, and he didn't dare to show any contempt for him in front of so many people. "Vice President Zhuang Yi, if whoever refines the 1st grade spirit water with a higher refining power, can become the person in charge of the 1st grade refining room, then can I do it too?" Li Luo added with a smile. Zhuang Yi sneered and said, "It all depends on Vice President Yan's intentions." After that, Zhuang Yi also understood that today's attack was a complete failure, so he echoed a few words in embarrassment again, then turned around and left with a gloomy expression. In the 1st grade refining room, the atmosphere immediately relaxed, followed by voices of congratulations, and those looking at Li Luo were full of envy and admiration. Li Luo responded to those congratulations with a smile, and then Yan Lingqing drove everyone to continue practicing, then stared at Li Luo with great interest, and said, "I didn't expect you to be able to refine this kind of tempering power for the first time, Ling Shui. It seems that you are really talented above the tempering master." In Shuangxing Academy, Yan Lingqing has seen many geniuses who can reach this level for the first time, but what she didn't expect was that Li Luo, the 5th grade water phase, could actually achieve this step, which shows that it shows that Li Luo should have a unique sensitivity in the fusion and harmony of many materials. This is a special talent. Yan Lingqing had seen this kind of talent in the Quanxiang Academy of Shuangxing Academy. "Maybe it's just luck," Li Luo said modestly. If he knew Yan Lingqing's guess, he might be a little embarrassed, because he doesn't have the so-called talent. This is the first time he can reach % tempering power. In fact, he simply relied on the unique tempering properties of his water light phase, because he found that even though he had been estimating, when the results came out, he still underestimated the difference between the water phase and the light phase. Temperability after being perfectly blended together. Yan Lingqing also ignored his modesty, and said, "This time it's thanks to you, but I don't bother to say thank you, after all, Xiang House is also making money for you." Immediately she paused, a smile bloomed on her usually cool and pretty face. "But I'm in a good mood, so I can treat you to dinner later." Li Luo originally wanted to say, "I actually want to go home in a hurry to practice physiognomy," but thinking of Yan Lingqing's strictness on weekdays, his survival instinct finally made him look happy. There was a mistake earlier. The other vice president should be called Zhuang Yi. The name of Bei Yu was the original name. Later, he thought he was ugly and changed it. In the end, I didn't notice that there was a fish that slipped through the net. It has been revised. Does not affect reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Children. Chapter 29 Children. Nanfan City at night is brightly lit, and the cool wind is full of boiling noise. You did a good job today, let me breathe a sigh of relief. Come, have a drink. In a restaurant facing the street, Yan Lingqing held the wine glass with her little hand. Her usually cold face showed an extremely rare boldness and wildness before the strong wine at this time. Li Luo was also confused by her changes, so he could only weakly pick up the wine glass to touch her, and then he was surprised to see Yan Lingqing drink the wine glass that almost covered most of her cheeks. Clean. This way of drinking really formed a great contrast with Yan Lingqing's intellectual and glamorous demeanor wearing silver-rimmed glasses. At least in the restaurant on this floor, many eyes secretly cast their eyes in astonishment. After all, Yan Lingqing's appearance is quite high. Didn't Sister Lingqing say that, in the end, she is still helping me, the young palace master, to make money? Li Luo said with a smile. That's the truth, but that guy Zhuang Yi, relying on his seniority, has let me down several times. I've long been unhappy with him. Yan Lingqing curled her ruddy mouth. Immediately she looked at Li Luo and said, but you really impressed me a little bit today. I originally thought that you, the young palace master, were just a mascot. Li Luo was a little embarrassed. Is it really okay for you to have such an honest chat? Yan Lingqing poured the wine again and said, but to be honest, even so, there is still a big gap between you and Qingyi. This is a matter of course. Li Luo admitted frankly that Zhang Qingyi was so outstanding that even the Shenshuangxing Academy put down her body and recruited her specially. With such an honor, even the prince of the great Xia royal family, I am afraid can't enjoy it. But I will try my best. Li Luo stared at the wine glass, smiled and said. Yan Lingqing said playfully, oh? It sounds like you really have thoughts about Qingyi. Sister Qingyi is excellent, so I don't need to say more. If I say that I have no feelings for her, I'm afraid even you will call me a hypocrite. Li Luo said seriously. He and Zhang Qingyi had been childhood sweethearts for so many years, and the relationship between the two was a bit complicated. Coupled with the marriage contract, in Li Luo's view, the two already had a deep bond. This feeling, Li Luo believes that not only him, even Zhang Qingyi's character, it is impossible to treat him as an ordinary person. This point, Li Luo can still feel it in the usual relationship. It's honest. Yan Lingqing drank another glass of strong wine in one gulp, nodded, and immediately smiled meaningfully. However, if you really have this intention, there is a long way to go. Now you are only in this South Wind City. Wait only when you go to St. Xianxing Academy one day will you know how terrifying your competitors are. Li Luo picked up the wine glass, feeling bored, then thought for a while, and said, but I am Zhang Qingyi's fiancé. He paused and said with a smile, and if they really want to do something to me, Sister Qingyi will protect me. I think at that time, they may be the ones who suffer. Yan Lingqing's beautiful eyes widened a little. She stared at Li Luo, and said, aren't you hiding behind a woman? Li Luo plausibly said, is there anything wrong with a fiancé protecting her fiancé? Yan Lingqing was dumbfounded, and immediately couldn't help but said, this is too bad. Then, she couldn't help laughing out loud, because with Zhang Qingyi's personality, it was really possible to do this, and it would be a double blow to those people physically and mentally. Li Luo smiled and filled her with wine, and the two of them kept drinking back and forth. In the end, when Li Luo's head started to feel dizzy, he finally found Yan Lingqing lying on the table. Li Luo breathed a sigh of relief, shook Yan Lingqing, and found that she didn't respond, so he couldn't help being speechless. In the end, Li Luo bent forward, wrapped one hand around Yan Lingqing's slender waist, put one hand behind her knee, and hugged her horizontally. As Li Luo walked out of the restaurant with Yan Lingqing in his arms, There were envious eyes from all around. But Li Luo didn't have such dirty thoughts like them. When he left the restaurant, he summoned the chariots waiting beside him, and a maid came out of them. This was prepared when Yan Lingqing came. It seems that she knew that once she drank, she would be very drunk. Li Luo carefully carried Yan Lingqing into the carriage, and then told the maid, "Send Vice President Yan home." The maid responded respectfully, and finally drove away. On the street, Li Luo stretched himself as he watched the chariot sink into the bright lights. He remembered the conversation with Yan Lingqing before, and finally smiled lightly. We still have to work hard. Although he didn't mind letting Zhang Qingyi protect him, at least he couldn't let Zhang Qingyi lose face, right? But when Li Luo turned to leave, Yan Lingqing, who was supposed to be drunk, suddenly opened his eyes in the chariot going away. She lay lazily, and said with a smile to herself, "It's not bad, and they didn't even take advantage of me. Let's go back and tell Qingyi that although her little fiancé is not very capable, I still recognize her as a sister." On the second day, when Li Luo woke up, he still felt a dull pain in his head, which made him feel helpless. It seemed that he would refuse to drink with Yan Lingqing in the future. After washing up a bit, Li Luo came to the front hall, and saw the charming and beautiful sister Cai Wei waiting for him to have breakfast. Li Luo smiled apologetically. "Did you drink with Yan Lingqing last night?" Cai Wei served him a bowl of porridge and asked with a charming smile. Li Luo nodded and said, "I didn't expect Miss Lingqing to drink alcohol. She's a bit heroic." Cai Wei said with some reproach, "Lingqing is really, you are just a child, and you actually took you to drink." When Li Luo heard this, he was immediately dissatisfied, and retorted, "Sister Cai Wei, don't try to take advantage of me. Why don't you just be a little older than me? You're just like my old lady." Cai Wei rolled his eyes at him, and praised him, "I know what you did in Xianggu yesterday. You did a good job, and you can really help me. During this time, I have been selling some useless chambers of commerce and properties of Lulan Mansion in Tianjia County one after another. I even sold some of them to the Defa family at a low price. I have talked to those two families, but it doesn't seem to be of any use, although these are not enough to cause them to split, but they are enough to make it difficult for them to reach a complete consensus on how to deal with the Luolan Mansion. After selling off these burdens, our funds are a little more abundant. The 5th grade spiritual water and strange light you need should be able to be purchased one after another in the near future." Li Luo was overjoyed. Sister Cai Wei is really capable, unlike Sister Lingqing, who can't drink enough and likes to drink nonsense. Cai Wei blinked her bushy eyelashes and said, "Can't you drink?" Li Luo nodded and said, "She was very drunk last night, so I sent her back." Cai Wei's red lips curled into a playful smile. "My silly young mansion master, Yan Lingqing's drinking capacity, if you drink 10 of you, she won't blush at all." Li Luo was stunned. Cai Wei sized him up and said, "You didn't take the opportunity to think badly of her, did you? Otherwise, she would never have a good word for you in front of Qingyi all her life." Li Luo thought about it quickly, and it seemed that he hadn't done anything out of line, so he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. But obviously, he was played by Yan Lingqing. So he put the bowl down a little annoyed, and said, "I'm going to school." Turning around and running away, Cai Wei's melodious laughter kept coming from behind, which made Li Luo very sad and indignant. The sisters are too deep, and I am still a child. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Yu Lang. Chapter 30 Yu Lang. When Li Luo, who was sad and angry, came to the school, he found that the atmosphere today was much weaker than yesterday's excitement, and the faces of some students were obviously full of frustration. Obviously, most of these were people who did not go well in yesterday's competition. But there is no way, some people will be happy and others will be sad. This kind of elimination system will keep brushing off those who are not capable. "Brother Luo, you are finally here." And when Zhao Kuo saw Li Luo, he rushed up to greet him and said, "One of your 2 games today is not easy. It's Yu Lang from the first hospital, do you remember? Yu Lang. Li Luo thought for a while and nodded. This person is also quite famous in the first courtyard, and his strength has been hovering among the dozen or so in the first courtyard. Famous. That guy has now entered the seventh seal, much better than Bei Kun. Zhao Kuo said with a serious expression. The seventh seal. Li Luo smacked his lips. This is indeed more difficult than yesterday's opponent, but it should still be within the range he can handle. So he patted Zhao Kuo on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm sure." When Zhao Kuo saw this, he didn't say any more. After all, he knew Li Luo's character well. If he really felt that he couldn't beat him, he wouldn't try to be brave. But while the two were talking, a student from the second academy suddenly came over and said in a low voice, "Brother Luo, someone is looking for you outside." Hearing this, Li Luo was a little puzzled, but he went out anyway, and under the shade of the tree, he saw a young man with shawl hair and an uninhibited appearance. Li Luo recognized him at a glance. It was the opponent he would meet today, Yu Lang. "You came to see me?" Li Luo smiled. Yu Lang flicked the bangs hanging in front of him, looked at Li Luo deeply, and said, "Li Luo, I didn't expect to see you again after a long time. You are indeed the man who dominated Nanfan Academy back then." Li Luo let out a breath, and said angrily, "Don't say such stupid things." Yu Lang said with some dissatisfaction, "Where are you, stupid?" But in the end he curled his lips and said, "You will meet me this afternoon," and then Song Yunfan came to me and offered me a pretty good price. "I'd better try my best to hurt you today." Li Luo was startled, then smiled, and said, "Are you here to inform me? Or are you planning to eat 2 fish? TCH, even though I, Yu Lang, have a bottom line, I owe you a favor for teaching me physiognomy," Yu Lang said disdainfully. "I'm just here to remind you that if you do something this afternoon and you're really not my opponent, then you should jump off the stage quickly. Of course, it doesn't rule out that you, a pervert, hide too deeply, and then I won't be your opponent. In that case, you just cooperate and let me play seriously injured, so that I can still get a wave of Song Yunfan's subsidy. After all, that guy is indeed a big fool, and the price he offered is not low. Of course, I added the last one just to be on the safe side, but I don't think it will be useful. Li Luo, you don't even know that now I am no longer the man who tripped over when his pants were too long." Gone. Li Luo's determination is not bad, but he was blinded by Yu Lang's operation, and finally he could only say helplessly, "You are really coquettish. So I plan to go to the teacher to report you." Now Yu Lang was dumbfounded, and scolded, "Li Luo, are you a beast? Is it easy for me to make some money? Do you, a young master, understand our hardships?" Roll roll roll. Li Luo rubbed the center of his brows and waved away. This guy has been missing for a long time, but he turned out to be a weird guy. Yu Lang snorted coldly, tossed his shawl hair, and turned around coolly. Looking at his back, Li Luo still waved his hand and said, "Although the news is of little value, thanks anyway." Yu Lang paused, and a cold snort came. "Young man, take care of yourself." As Yu Lang left, Li Luo just frowned, but Song Yunfan's hostility towards him became more and more intense. Lu Qing'er should be the main cause, but part of it was the grievances between the Song family and Luo Lan's house. "It's obviously very low-key. Why are you still messing with me?" The match in the morning was too smooth, so naturally there was nothing to say. So soon in the afternoon, Li Luo met Yu Lang without any accident. On the battle stage, Yu Lang's curly hair swayed in the wind. He looked at Li Luo in front of him indifferently, and said, "Li Luo, it's your misfortune to meet me." There were quite a few spectators around the arena, and they seemed very interested in this competition. After all, this was the first strong enemy Li Luo had met. Li Luo was obviously a little helpless for Yu Lang, a drama star. He didn't want to let himself get into the other party's drama, because it would make him appear mentally retarded. Therefore, he could only operate the phase force silently, and the extremely pure blue phase force slowly rose from his body, causing the air nearby to become much moister. And following the order of the spectators, the cyan phase power all over Yu Lang, who was still playing cool, suddenly burst out. To Li Luo. That speed caused Li Luo's eyes to freeze, and there were constant exclamations around the battle platform. It was obvious that Yu Lang's speed was quite fast. Boom, the wind of the fist engulfed in a faint blue light, like the momentum of a thunderbolt, it directly magnified rapidly in Li Luo's pupils. Obviously, once he made a move, Yu Lang didn't hold back anything. Li Luo made a wrong step, turned his fist into a palm, and opened it in front of him without haste. The surging blue force seemed to form an airtight water curtain. The cyan wind hit the water curtain, causing ripples. Wow! A strange cry sounded, and Yu Lang's figure seemed to form afterimages. Those afterimages appeared around Li Luo. Li Luo's body was covered up. The offensive was extremely ferocious. Facing Yu Lang's berserk attack, Li Luo was completely on the defensive, with layers of water curtains constantly protecting his vitals along with the changes in his fists and palms. Around the viewing platform, as soon as everyone saw this scene, they knew that Li Luo was planning to prolong the battle, but this was not surprising, because Li Luo is the water phase, and the power of the water phase is characterized by long distances, and the time of the battle is long. The longer it is, the better it is for itself. Li Luo is performing his high-level physiognomy again, 9 layers of aerial. Another student with sharp eyesight said aloud. The 9 layers of aerial, Li Luo and Bei Kun had also used it in the fight before. It is very suitable for delaying the battle, as its power is stacked. The counterattack at that time will become even more amazing. However, Yu Lang was stronger than Bei Kun, so it might not be so easy to defend against his stormy attack. Wow! Sure enough, with Yu Lang's strange cry, he curled his fingers together and thrust out suddenly. The fingertips were condensed with blue light, as if they had turned into green lights, hesitating indefinitely. Wind finger. The fingertips that seemed to be wrapped in a strong wind directly pierced through the water curtain defense around Li Luo's body, and then fell to his chest as fast as lightning. Sensing the strength and speed contained in the opponent's fingertips, Li Luo knew that there was no way to dodge, and immediately took a deep breath of moist air. Water soft palm. Li Luo slapped out a palm, and the blue phase force surged on his palm, and at the moment when he was about to touch, his 5 fingers suddenly opened, and his fingertips flicked, stirring the force of the water phase, as if forming a layer of water phase force. Swirl. And the sharp blue light contained in Yu Lang's fingertips was quickly eroded and peeled off by the heavy entanglement of the water whirlpool. When the wind finger passed through many swirls and finally collided with Li Luo's palm, some of the force had been subtly dispelled. Boom, the fists collided with each other hard, and there was a wave of air billowing and spreading, and the figures of Li Luo and Yu Lang were also shocked, and they slid out of each other. Whoa, there was an uproar around the battle platform, and startled eyes turned to Li Luo. He actually neutralized Yu Lang's strongest attack head-on. Yu Lang is the strength of Qian, moreover, it is also the power of the wind element, which is stronger than the force of the water element in terms of attack power. It's because Li Luo's physiognomy is so superb. He used the Shouru Chuan just right to defuse Yu Lang's attack. It's amazing. The Shouru palm is obviously only a mid-level physiognomy, but it made Yu Lang reach a high level. Physiognomy's wind refers to returning without success. The person with outstanding strength explained and praised. Li Luo's strength should be in the 6 seal realm. From all aspects, he should be considered weaker than Yu Lang, but he was able to drag Yu Lang for so long. Nanfan Academy's physiognomy number 1, well-deserved reputation. Amidst all the exclamations, Yu Lang on the stage also grinned, and the eyes staring at Li Luo became much more serious. In the previous fight, he did not gain any advantage, which is different from him imagined, obviously completely different. This guy is really a pervert. Yu Lang originally wanted to release some water, but after fighting, he realized that he was not qualified to release water at all. But that's okay, Li Luo like this is more interesting. Excitement burst out of Yu Lang's eyes, and the next moment, the cyan phase force surged, and his figure shot out like the wind, and the speed exploded to the extreme at this moment. But at the moment when his speed exploded, he suddenly felt that his body lost his sense of balance, and his whole body rose into the air inexplicably. Yu Lang lowered his head as his complexion changed drastically, and then he saw, at some point, a faint blue force wrapped around his feet. The blue force, like a water snake, entangled his feet together, and because of this, when his speed exploded, his body lost his balance. This is... Yu Lang's pupils constricted. Li Luo, who was in front of him, looked at Yu Lang, who lost his balance and flew over, and smiled. Low-level physiognomy. Water snake. Yu Lang, you are careless. While speaking, Li Luo took a step forward and pushed out his palms horizontally. When the power of the water phase surged, it seemed to bring the sound of waves. Although you will no longer be tripped by pants that are too long, you will be tripped by my water snake. In Li Luo's voice, those palms landed directly on Yu Lang's chest. Fuck me, Li Luo, you're cheating. Yu Lang cursed. Boom, while cursing, his body flew upside down, and finally fell heavily to the sidelines. And at the moment of the fall, a mouthful of blood spurted 3 feet high from Yu Lang's mouth, and a large amount of blood gushed out from under his clothes, turning him into a blood man in an instant, causing panic around him. And Li Luo on the stage was also stunned, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. The amount of bleeding must be too much. Is this weird guy trying to blackmail Song Yunfan for a large sum of money, and then drop out of school? End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Encountering a Strong Enemy. Chapter 31 Encountering a Strong Enemy. The turmoil in the audience lasted for a while, and finally subsided as Yu Lang was quickly carried away, but there was a little fear in the eyes of the surrounding people looking at Li Luo. Obviously he was frightened by Li Luo's heavy shot. Seeing this, Li Luo was also a little speechless, and secretly scolded Yu Lang as a bastard, which made his reputation suffer for no reason. He stood on the stage, glanced around, and finally stopped at one position. There. Song Yunfan was talking and laughing among a group of people, as if aware of Li Luo's gaze. He also raised his head, looked at him indifferently, and then withdrew his gaze. Li Luo didn't even think about what to say, so he turned around and got off the stage. Brother Luo, you are a bit fierce, and you even took care of Yu Lang. Zhao Kuo from the audience came up to him, and exclaimed. That guy was a little careless. Li Luo estimated the strength of both sides. If he continued to fight, he would be able to defeat Yu Lang, but it would take longer. From this point of view, his current combat power should be regarded as the best among the 7 seals. With such strength, it is not a problem to enter the top 20. Now just wait for tomorrow's 2 competitions. If he can win, he will definitely be able to enter the top dash. At that time, he will be able to rest for a while. It is said that after the appearance of the top dash, they can choose whether to continue to compete for the ranking. Li Luo is not very interested in this. Anyway, the top dash have the qualifications to participate in the college entrance examination, so there is no need to engage in these meaningless battles here. With this time, he might as well refine the strange light of Ling Shui. After finishing today's 2 matches, Li Luo did not leave the school immediately, because tomorrow's last 2 matches will be released in advance today. He wants to see tomorrow's opponent. His waiting didn't last long. An hour later, a golden bell rang in the square, and Li Luo and Zhao Kuo walked towards a stone wall. Around the stone wall, many students surrounded him. Li Luo's eyes scanned the words written on the stone wall like flowing water, and soon found the 2 opponents of tomorrow. The first opponent is a member of Qian from the First Academy, who should be weaker than Yu Lang, but it is not a big problem. But when Li Luo saw the last opponent he was about to face, his eyes narrowed slightly. Brother Luo, you met Song Yunfan in the last match. Zhao Kuo, who was at the side, also found out this result, and lost his voice immediately. That's right, in Li Luna's last match, he directly met Song Yunfan, who was ranked 2nd in the First Academy. There are some glances around, sympathetic. Although Li Luo has risen extremely fast recently, especially when he defeated Yu Lang today, his footsteps are really coming here because he met Song Yunfan. Song Yunfan is now the strength of the 8 seals, which is too bad luck. Zhao Kuo also sighed, feeling sorry for Li Luo. Li Luo was not too surprised, the ones who can stay until now are not weak players, and it is not impossible to run into him. But it doesn't matter, even if you lose a game tomorrow, it is still a certainty to enter the top. Zhao Kuo comforted. Hearing this, Li Luo nodded with a smile, his eyes were deep, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. On the other side of the square, Song Yunfan also saw the tomorrow's battle list on the stone wall. He stared at Li Luo's name for a long while, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You've been looking bad since just now, why did you suddenly change for the better now?" came a suspicious girl's voice from the side. It was Fanfic. "Because I met a pleasing opponent tomorrow, I really didn't expect such a good thing to happen," Song Yunfan said with a smile. Fanfic looked at him beautifully, and was also taken aback, and said, "It's normal to have met Li Luo, you are all victorious, the chance of meeting is not small. However, his luck is really bad. It seems that his beautiful record will end here." Fanfic knows best how strong Song Yunfan is. Looking at the entire Nanfan Academy, only Liu Qing'er can overwhelm him. Don't look at the recent signs that Li Luo has soared into the sky, but compared with Song Yunfan, it is still insurmountable. She could already imagine that tomorrow's battle would inevitably be devastating. Moreover, she also knew that Song Yunfan had resentment towards Li Luo in his heart, whether it was for personal reasons or the grievances between the Song family and Luo Lan's house, so if Song Yunfan made a move tomorrow, he would probably use the most thunderous means, and then step on Li Luo fiercely. In the mud. For a while, even Fanfic felt a little sympathetic to Li Luo. How will tomorrow's game end? But this Li Luo is really, knowing that Song Yunfan likes Liu Qing'er, but he still wants to get so close to others. You know, a man who is burning with jealousy is not very rational. On the other side, after knowing about tomorrow's opponent, Li Luo bid farewell to Zhao Kuo with sympathetic eyes, and then left the school straight away. On the carriage home, Li Luo closed his eyes and meditated. Tomorrow's battle with Song Yunfan, I have to say, is indeed very difficult. Not only is the opponent in the 8 seals, but his own strength is stronger than him. What's more, Song Yunfan also has a 7th rank red carving. There are 9 grades of compatibility, and the 7th to 9th grades are high, so if you can reach the 7th grade, you can call it a high grade. Don't underestimate the word Jopin, because this is not a change in the simple name, but because once the compatibility reaches the 7th grade, then the strength of its cultivation will also become a little different. In other words, the phase force obtained from the cultivation of high-grade phases is more full of spirituality than those of low-grade phases. Spirituality is difficult to describe in detail, but only those who are against it can know the beauty of it. Therefore, the 7th grade appearance is a watershed, and if you step over this obstacle, you will be a high-grade appearance. Even in the high-grade phase, there are 2 levels of subdivision, which is a treatment that the 1st to 6th phases do not have, and the gap between them can also be seen from this. The red carving appearance that Song Yunfan possesses is the lower 7th rank. Therefore, Li Luo lagged behind Song Yunfan in all respects, no matter in terms of strength or rank. This kind of battle was almost unbalanced. No one was optimistic about the contest between Li Luo and Song Yunfan, in a sense, even Li Luo himself. It's really troublesome, Li Luo said to himself, although his water-light aspect is peculiar, but no matter how unique it is still only the 5th grade aspect, although the miraculous effect of this water-light aspect in refining spiritual water is not weaker than that of the 7th grade aspect, but if it is used for fighting, it may not be able to take much advantage in a head-on confrontation with Kaipan Xiong. If he can raise the water-light phase to the 6th rank, his pressure will be much less, but unfortunately, even if Li Luo has been using the 5th rank spirit water strange light during this time, he wants to evolve to the 6th rank. It will still take some time, and the far water obviously cannot save the near fire. Do you want to admit defeat directly? Li Luo scratched his head. In fact, this choice can be used as an alternative, because no matter from any point of view, this choice is the most normal. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see the huge gap between the two sides, and they know that the ending is crushing. But also hard, isn't that a masochist? Li Luo thought about it, and today he didn't plan to go to Xiang house again, but went back to the old house directly, because even if there were alternatives, he still felt that he still needed to make some preparations for emergencies. End of this chapter. Chapter 32. Chapter 320. And the second day, when Cai Wei saw Li Luo, who got up early, he found that his eyes were a little dark, his spirit was a little listless, and he looked like he didn't sleep well last night. What's wrong? Didn't sleep well? Cai Wei asked with concern. Li Luo shook his head and said with a smile, recently, there are internal pre-examinations in the school, so the pressure is a bit heavy. He didn't say anything about the contest with Song Yunfan today, it's not worth it. Cai Wei nodded slightly, and an encouraging smile appeared on her smooth and beautiful oval cheeks. Come on, you will definitely be able to. By the way, Yan Lingqing asked about you yesterday, saying that you didn't go to Xiang house. Li Luo quickly took a few mouthfuls of porridge, and said, after the preliminaries are over, I will temporarily put my energy on Xiang house. If Sister Lingqing misses me, I will spend more time with her then. Cai Wei smiled slightly and said, why don't you say this in front of her? Of course I'm afraid of being beaten to death by her. Li Luo said sincerely, then wolfed it down, greeted Cai Wei, then got up quickly and ran out. Cai Wei looked helplessly at Li Luo's hurried back, shook her head slightly, and then continued to eat and finish her breakfast while maintaining her elegance. Li Luo. When Li Luo first arrived at Nanfan Academy, he heard a crisp voice coming from the side, and then he saw Liu Qing'er standing under a big green tree on the right. Today's Liu Qing'er is wearing a black skirt and school uniform. Her snow-like skin looks even more dazzling against the black background. Her slender waist and long white and straight legs under the skirt directly attract the attention of many teenagers in the vicinity. Tsukuru and his companion were talking, but they couldn't help but look at them. Hearing Liu Qing'er's greeting, Li Luo walked over and smiled at her. I heard you bumped into Song Yunfan today. Liu Qing'er asked with a slight frown. Li Luo nodded with a smile. Then what are you going to do? Liu Qing'er said. Li Luo thought for a while, and said frankly, there is a high probability that he will admit defeat directly. Liu Qing'er laughed lightly when she heard the words, but she didn't show any sarcasm, but nodded seriously, this is a very sensible choice, you don't need to compete with him at this time, with your physiognomy talent, the gap between you and him will gradually narrow. Li Luo nodded, I think so too. Liu Qing'er was silent for a while, and said, this incident may have something to do with me, I'm really sorry. Li Luo smiled and said, actually, you are just a little inducing factor, more of a dispute between the Song family and Luo Lan's house. Of course, I think there is another very important thing that Song Yunfan is afraid of. Afraid? Liu Qing'er blinked her almond eyes. Li Luo smiled lightly, he's afraid that I will become the same as before, and he can only exist in my shadow. In that case, his hard work these years will become a joke. If other people heard this, they would probably laugh at Li Luo's brashness. After all, Song Yunfan's reputation in Nanfan Academy is much stronger than Li Luo's. But Liu Qing'er was thoughtful, because she knew very well that what Li Luo was like in Nanfan Academy back then, even now, it was hard for her to match, let alone Song Yunfan. So, he wants to take the opportunity to step on you when you haven't fully risen, and then use it to strengthen his heart. Li Luo nodded, probably so. Liu Qing'er had a pretty face and said solemnly, if that's the case, then he probably won't let you admit defeat easily today. Li Luo said, I hope it won't be the case, if it is the case. He waved his hand at Liu Qing'er, and then walked towards the direction of the second courtyard. There was a faint voice. Then there is no way. Liu Qing'er looked at his back, a little surprised, because Li Luo's performance didn't look like he was really helpless, Did he have other ways to avoid the competition with Song Yunfan? Li Luo's first competition ended without any surprises, but the second competition was scheduled to be the last one of the preliminaries. It's like a final battle. In the square, there was an uproar of people's voices, and dark crowds of people moved. On that high platform, old Dean Wei Xiao led Su Shanyu, Lin Feng and other mentors from Nanfan Academy to watch the battle. Hehe, I didn't expect that Li Luo and Song Yunfan would bump into each other. Do you think we can fight this time? The old dean asked with a smile. Lin Feng smiled lightly and said, Principal, what's the point of this competition? Su Shanyu sighed secretly, and said, it should be impossible to fight, this kind of completely unequal competition, just admit defeat, there is no need to fight, it is not shameful. Although Li Luo was from the second academy, Su Shanyu couldn't bite the bullet and say that he is good to Li Luo, because this is a situation that cannot be reversed. The gap between the two sides is too big to fight at all. The old dean nodded and sighed, Li Luo has already rushed into the top dash. This speed is very fast. If he is given some more time, it will not be a big problem to catch up with Song Yunfan, but at this time, there is still a lack of time. Some heat. Lin Feng was non-committal. In his opinion, the only thing Li Luo could surpass Song Yunfan was his talent in physiognomy, but Song Yunfan also had a 7th grade appearance, which was an advantage that Li Luo could not match. Therefore, if Li Luo wanted to catch up with Song Yunfan, I am afraid it's not that easy. When they were talking, the time for the competition came quietly amidst a lot of waiting. Song Yunfan's figure rose from the ground and landed on the battle platform gracefully. His tall and straight body and handsome face seemed to be dignified. Following Song Yunfan's appearance, there was an uproar in the arena, which showed the prestige and fame he now possesses in Nanfan Academy. On the other side of the stage, Li Luo also stepped onto the stage under the eyes of everyone. So handsome, even more handsome than Song Yunfan. Although Li Luo didn't have any fancy ways of appearing on the stage, when he stood on the stage, many girls couldn't help but exclaim. After all, Li Luo, who inherited the excellent genes of his parents, is indeed it can be called the top, properly crushing Song Yunfan. However, regarding the various factors outside the court, the two people on the stage had a good psychological quality, so they all chose to ignore them. Li Luo stared at Song Yunfan, then raised a hand. But before he could speak, Song Yunfan said indifferently, are you planning to admit defeat directly? Li Luo smiled and said, next, are you planning to humiliate me with words to provoke the general? Song Yunfan raised his eyelids, and said flatly, I can't talk about humiliating you, I just think that with a son like you, your parents are a bit of a fame seeker. As soon as these words came out, the outside of the arena suddenly became much quieter, because no one expected that Song Yunfan's words this time would be so sharp. Li Luo was also stunned, and then he gave Song Yunfan a thumbs up, it's powerful, one blow is fatal. It's all about that. Li Luo twisted his neck and smiled at Song Yunfan, but his white teeth looked a little cold. Come on, son of the Song family, I'll give you a chance, but whether you can bite the meat depends on whether you have the ability. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 The Egg Hits the Stone. Chapter 33 The Egg Hits the Stone. When Li Luo said these words, everyone knew that he did not admit defeat, and he chose to meet Song Yunfan. But in everyone's eyes, this kind of collision is like an egg hitting a stone, and there is no advantage at all. Loco. On the side of the second academy, many students showed worried faces, and Zhao Kuo hammered his fist uncomfortably, and said angrily, Song Yunfan, that bastard is really shameless. The others nodded in sympathy. To force Li Luo not to admit defeat, Song Yunfan was really unscrupulous and shameless. In the crowd, he upholds the professionalism of acting and doing a full set, so Yu Lang, who is lying on a stretcher and wrapped in bandages, is also watching, and he mutters, what is this Li Luo doing? Aren't you going up to seek abuse? Not far away, Lu Qing'er watched the changes in the field, and her eyebrows were also tightly frowned. She thought that Song Yunfan might provoke Li Luo, but she never thought that he would be so bold to attack Li Luo's two feudal lords. Obviously, Li Luo has a lot of affection for his parents, so he can ignore other people's ridicule of himself, but he can't tolerate Song Yunfan's smearing of his parents. Although Song Yunfan had no right to slander the two strong marquises, Li Luo didn't intend to endure this situation. Liu Qing'er's eyes turned and stayed on Li Luo's body, because she faintly felt that Li Luo's move was really forced by Song Yunfan. On the stage, Song Yunfan stared at Li Luo with cold eyes, and the latter's words about the son of the Song family made him a little angry. But he didn't fight back with words, because it was meaningless, and when he did it later, when he stepped on the stage with Li Luo's face, it was naturally the most powerful counterattack. After the spectators on the stage confirmed that neither side would admit defeat, they solemnly announced the start of the competition. Boom! The moment his voice fell, a crimson phase force slowly rose up in Song Yunfan's body, and in the floating phase force, there seemed to be a faintly visible sculpture. That was Song Yunfan's 7th grade Red Eagle appearance, and his strength was fierce and violent. Song Yunfan didn't hold back the slightest bit. The power of the 8 seals was fully displayed, and a sense of oppression emanated from it, oppressing people's minds. On the other side, Li Luo also used his own phase power to the fullest, and the blue water phase power spread all over his body like water waves. However, in terms of strength, the gap between him and Song Yunfan could be seen with the naked eye. So this makes people even more puzzled, how to fight this gap. Under those gazes, Li Luo put his palms in a posture, and the blue force on the surface of his body rippled faintly. Everyone could see that he had activated the high-level physiognomy 9 layers of blue waves. However, although the power of Zhuhong Aerial will continue to increase once it is dragged down, under Song Yunfan's absolute suppression, it may not have any effect. Sure enough, when Song Yunfan saw this scene, he let out a cold snort, and the next moment, the crimson force surged on his body, and his figure shot out suddenly. A ray of red light swept across Taichung. The speed was like a cannonball, wrapped in a fiery gust of wind, and a leg shadow was like a hammer of fire, directly slashing fiercely at Li Luo's place. Song Yunfan didn't have the slightest intention of playing around. So he went up with all his strength, obviously intending to trample Li Luo down with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Facing Song Yunfan's fierce attack, Li Luo waved his palms, and the power of the water phase was like a curtain of fresh water, forming a defense. Laugh. However, under Song Yunfan's crimson force, these defenses are as fragile as thin paper. Just a touch, they are all broken, and even the 9 layers of blue waves have not yet begun to brew. Destroyed cleanly with absolute brutal force. A deep voice resounded on the stage, and waves of air billowed, and at the moment of contact, Li Luo's figure shot backwards for more than 10 meters, and was almost shaken to the edge of the battle stage, almost out of the game. Whoa! There was a series of uproars in the surrounding area. The first contact showed the difference in strength between the two sides. Song Yunfan suppressed Li Luo in all aspects. Although Li Luo was proficient in many physiognomy techniques, he could reduce 10 times with one force. In front of it, it doesn't seem to have much effect. Liu Qing'er's pretty face was serious, even she didn't know how to turn this situation around. Brother Song, come on, beat him up. In that direction, Bei Kun, Ti Faking and other people who were close to Song Yunfan stood together, and at this time, Bei Kun was shouting excitedly. Faking didn't make a sound, but she still shook her head lightly. The gap was too big to fight. On the stage, Li Luo's fist was filled with crimson and cold blue. Suddenly, smoke rose from his fist. He felt the scorching pain from his fist, and understood how strong Song Yunfan was. This intensity. His eyes flickered slightly. Call, but at this moment, there was another scorching sound of breaking wind in front of him, and Song Yunfan obviously didn't intend to give Li Luo a chance to breathe, and he rushed towards him even more fiercely, like a vicious eagle attacking. Li Luo raised his head. He looked at the red light that was rapidly expanding in his pupils. Right now, he was already on the edge of the battle arena. If he was not careful, he would be out of the game. However, there was no look of panic on his face. Instead, he took a deep breath, and then the power of the water phase surged, the fingerprints changed, and a phase technique was cast accordingly. A faint blue water curtain formed in front of him, vaguely, like a thin mirror. And as soon as the water curtain appeared, it was immediately seen through by everyone. Advanced physiognomy, water mirror. Liu Qing'er's eyes flickered lightly. The water mirror technique is a defensive technique in the water technique, but its defensive power is not too outstanding. Its characteristic is that it can rebound some attacking power and then counteract it. But if only relying on a water mirror technique, it would be impossible to defuse Song Yunfan's fierce attack. While the crowd was exclaiming, Song Yunfan had already rushed in front of Li Luo. He looked at the thin water curtain with a sneer in his eyes. Although Li Luo was proficient in many physiognomy techniques, if he thought that a water mirror technique could, it would be too naive to guard against him. With a flash of thought, Song Yunfan strengthened his strength again, and the shadow of his fist roared out, like a red eagle screaming. However, just as he was about to hit the thin water curtain, Song Yunfan seemed to vaguely see a vague red light refracted in the mirror-like water curtain, which seemed to be the figure also punched out, and finally hit the inside and outside of the water curtain at the same time as his fist. Boom! At that moment, there was a low muffled sound. The mutual force impact rolled up the dust and scattered it in all directions. Li Luo's body was shocked, and he took 2 steps back again, with half of his feet hanging outside the battle platform, but no one paid attention to this, because everyone was shocked to see that Song Yunfan's figure seemed to have been hurt at this moment. A counterattack of a mysterious force made his figure throw back dozens of steps in some embarrassment before he staggered back to his feet. When he looked up, his face was full of shock. He was actually repulsed. Why is the rebounding power of Li Luo's water mirror technique so strong? The rebounding power from before almost reached nearly % of Song Yunfan's attacking power. This is simply impossible to the extent that ordinary water mirror techniques can do. Wow! When there were endless uproars and shocking sounds from all around, Song Yunfan's complexion was cloudy, and he stared fiercely at Li Luo. Li Luo's water mirror technique is fucking weird. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Li Luo's water mirror technique. Chapter 34 Li Luo's water mirror technique. How could it be possible that Li Luo blocked Song Yunfan's full blow? Around the battle stage, there was an uproar of shock, and everyone's faces were full of disbelief. The people present were not too unfamiliar with the water mirror technique, and some of them had practiced this kind of physiognomy, but if the water mirror technique could block Song Yunfan's full attack, it would be a dream. However, this incredible thing actually appeared in front of their eyes. Natafa Harumi stared wide-eyed, her small mouth couldn't help but opened. Did you go to hell? Na Bei Kun cursed, even more stunned. Not far away, Liu Qing raised her slender eyebrows lightly at this moment, and stared at Li Luo with burning eyes. Sure enough, her guess was correct. Li Luo really had the means to check and balance Song Yunfan. This kind of unbelievable thing, he can actually do it. Amidst the boiling uproar, Li Luo shook his stinging arms, then walked away from the edge of the arena. He stared at Song Yunfan, who had a gloomy and fierce face, and showed him a reserved smile. And in his heart, there is a joyful emotion spreading. Because his experiment really succeeded. The physiognomy performed earlier was a water mirror technique on the bright side, but there was a mystery in it, that is, Li Luo used his own light power to superimpose an intermediate light phase technique called folding shadow technique. The water mirror technique can bounce back the invading force, and the refraction technique reflects the invading enemy. The two special characteristics are stacked together to form an enhanced version of the water mirror technique, which can bounce back more power. Even, according to Li Luo's prediction, in the future, these two powers will operate to the extreme, and they may be able to directly engrave all the incoming enemies. Attack the enemy with the enemy. And this improved water mirror technique, Li Luo called it water light magic mirror. Pretending to be a ghost, do you think you can change anything today? But when Li Luo was happy, Song Yunfan's expression was gloomy, and his figure suddenly shot out again. His 5 fingers formed into claws, and indistinctly, a sharp red claw emerged, tearing the sky. Without the slightest hesitation, he continued to charge away. Seeing this, Li Luo used the improved water mirror technique again, and a thin water curtain formed in front of him like a mirror. Boom! Song Yunfen punched fiercely, but when the muffled sound sounded, he and Li Luo shot back at the same time again. This time Song Yunfen made some preparations, and finally he was not so embarrassed, but his complexion became more and more ugly, because he found that Li Luo's water mirror technique was too weird, and every time he touched it, it seemed to make him there is a feeling that you are beating yourself. Is this fucking water mirror technique? Song Yunfen's attack was once again blocked by Li Luo, and everyone around the battle stage gulped their saliva. This kind of thing happened once because of good luck, but twice it was obviously really capable. Of course, not to mention them, even the old dean on the high platform, Su Shanyu, Lin Feng, and others, all had expressions of astonishment on their faces. This Li Luo's water mirror technique seems to be a bit unusual. The old dean said in surprise. The other instructors all nodded. It is impossible for the general water mirror technique to put Song Yunfen into such a mess. This kind of rebound strength, on the contrary, is a bit like the Xian Shui mirror of the stage physiognomy. A tutor analyzed. But soon, this attracted a rebuttal. Is Li Luo's sixth seal realm able to display the phase level physiognomy? The previous mentor was dumbfounded, and it was difficult to answer. The strength needed for the phase physiognomy, not to mention 6 seals, even 10 seals, is not enough. That is indeed just a water mirror technique. Su Shanyu stared at it for a while, and then said, but it may have been improved by Li Luo. The other instructors looked at each other in blank dismay. Improving physiognomy, although they all knew that Li Luo had a very high understanding and talent in physiognomy, improving physiognomy, isn't that what a person of his level can do? But other than that, there seems to be no other explanation. As expected of the sons of those two in the end, they could only sigh like this. On the other hand, Mentor Lin Feng didn't speak from the beginning to the end. His complexion was as dark as the bottom of the pot, because this situation was completely different from what he thought. Around the battle platform, the noise spread like waves. On the stage, Song Yunfen's face was terribly gloomy. He stared at Li Luo fiercely, and wanted to rush up again, but he stopped again when he thought of the weird water mirror technique. Li Luo, do you dare to attack? Song Yunfen gritted his teeth. He also discovered that Li Luo seemed to only use this water mirror technique to check and balance him, and as long as he didn't take the initiative to attack with all his strength, Li Luo's water mirror technique would be useless. Li Luo smiled and shook his head when he heard this. I dare not, come here. Song Yunfen was trembling with anger. He had truly experienced what it means to be aggrieved and angry. Li Luo's strength was obviously far inferior to his, but he used the strange water mirror technique like a thorny tortoise shell to make him feel helpless. However, Song Yunfen was not a fool after all. He gradually calmed down his anger, pondered for a few breaths, and suddenly used his strength to shoot again. But this time, he suppressed his strength. After all, this water mirror technique is a high-level physiognomy technique. It consumes a lot of phase power when it is used. If I can force him to use it continuously, then Li Luo will soon exhaust his phase power. When the water mirror technique is gone, Li Luo is just a hunting dog without minions, nothing to be afraid of. Song Yunfen attacked, but Li Luo also felt the suppression of his power, and he knew what he was thinking when he turned his mind. It's smart. But if you suppress Xiangli, I'm still afraid that you won't succeed. Li Luo smiled and said that Song Yunfen was tyrannical because of his own strength, but now that he has bound his hands and feet, what is there to be afraid of Li Luo? So this time, instead, he took the initiative to go forward, and the two figures collided with each other, fists and feet wrapped in each other, making the sound of breaking wind. The two were entangled together, and the fight was in full swing, but Song Yunfen's face became more and more gloomy, because he found that after suppressing Xiangli, he couldn't suppress Li Luo anymore. The anger in Song Yunfen's eyes became more and more intense, and the next moment, the suppressed phase force in his body burst out suddenly, and he punched Li Luo fiercely with a violent fist wrapped in the red phase force. But when his fist hit, a water curtain unfolded in front of Li Luo, and the water mirror technique that had been prepared secretly was displayed. Boom! Song Yunfan slammed his fist on the water curtain, and the strong force quickly rebounded, shaking him so that his chest felt tight and he retreated a few steps. Li Luo was also shocked back, rubbed his fists, and stared at Song Yunfan with a half-smile. Li Luo, let me see how many times you can perform the water mirror technique with your strength of 6 seals. Song Yunfan's complexion was ashen, and the red strength gushed out, directly attacking with all his strength. He himself is in the 8 seals realm, and his strength is stronger than Li Luo's. Since Li Luo's only relying on this water mirror technique, then he used the most stupid method to directly force Li Luo to exhaust his strength. Song Yunfan didn't rest for a moment, worked together, and charged fiercely again. Seeing this, Li Luo continued to use the water mirror technique. Boom! The familiar scene reappeared, and the two were shocked back at the same time. In the following period of time, everyone watched the two of them repeating such actions numbly. Song Yunfan rushed forward like a bull. Li Luo cast the water mirror technique, and with a bang, the two fell back. But no one finds it boring, because they all know that now it depends on how long Li Luo's strength can last. This repetitive operation continued until Li Luo number 13 performed the water mirror technique. Then, the rising blue water power of Li Luo's body gradually faded away. That's a sign of exhaustion. Around the battle platform, there were some regretful voices. But Song Yunfan had a sneer on his gloomy face, gritted his teeth and said, Li Luo, what can you do now? Boom! His figure pounced, the crimson force surged, and both eyes became red, like a vulture pouncing on food. Facing Song Yunfan's angry blow, Li Luo didn't put up any more defenses, but stood quietly in place, allowing the shadow of the fierce fist to magnify rapidly in his pupils. The blazing wind of fist blows towards his face, but just when Song Yunfan's red fist is about an inch away from Li Luo's face, his fist seems to freeze. Because at this time, a palm firmly grasped his wrist like an eagle's claw, making it impossible for him to advance an inch. Song Yunfan glared away, and found that the spectators were standing beside him, and it was his attack that blocked his attack. What are you doing? Song Yunfan said angrily. The spectators showed no expression, and pointed to a stone pillar on the edge of the battle platform. There was an hourglass on it. At this time, no one noticed that the sand in the hourglass was already flowing. Li Luo rubbed his sore arm, and smiled softly at Song Yunfan, who had a dull expression. It's time, you idiot, why don't you still want to add the clock? End of this chapter. Chapter 35 A Draw. Chapter 35 A Draw. Around the battle platform, the crowd was surging, but at this moment it was silent. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the spectator who blocked Song Yunfan, and then looked at the empty hourglass. The battle here was so fierce that they didn't pay attention to the passage of time before, but when they came back to their senses, it turned out that the time had come at this moment. They suddenly understood that Song Yunfan wanted to use up Li Luo's power before, but he never expected that Li Luo was also delaying time. When the hourglass is over, there will be no winner in the battle. According to the previous rules, this will be judged as a draw. In other words, the contest between Li Luo and Song Yunfan ended in a draw. And this ending was beyond everyone's expectations. Because no matter from any point of view, this competition should not have such a result. There is a huge disparity in strength between Song Yunfan and Li Luo, so in the eyes of many people, this competition will be Song Yunfan's victory. Like victory. No matter how hard Li Luo struggled, it would be difficult for him to gain the slightest benefit from Song Yunfan's subordinates who possessed the 7th rank and the 8 seals. But what about the results? In their eyes, this game that should almost be crushed was turned into a draw by Li Luosheng. At this moment, they looked at Li Luo on the stage, whose face was slightly pale due to exhaustion of strength. Their eyes were silent, and gradually some admiration emerged. Even Bei Kun looked constipated at this moment, and his complexion was wonderful. Tifa Qing, who was on the side, was also staring at the stage in a daze. Her absent-minded beautiful eyes showed the shock she had suffered in her heart. After a long time, she let out a heavy breath, and her beautiful eyes took a deep look at Li Luo. At this moment, the latter, although his complexion was a little pale, she seemed to faintly see that there was a dazzling light emitting from his body little by little. This reminded de Tefacking of the legendary figure on the honor monument of Nanfan Academy. But immediately, Tefacking shook her head. Although Li Luo performed a miracle, he was still far behind Zhang Qingyi. On the battle stage, Song Yunfan remained dazed for a while, and glared at the spectator. I'm obviously going to defeat him, he has no strength, and I will win next. Give me one more second, just 1 second. The spectators frowned and looked at Song Yunfan, who lost his composure. The latter used to look calm and gentle in Nanfan Academy, but now he was totally unmoved. The rules are the rules. The hourglass is exhausted. If there is no winner, it will be a draw. The spectator said. You fart! Song Yunfan roared with a ferocious face. How could he accept the result of this draw? This draw would simply discredit him. However, the spectators ignored him, looked around, and announced, the final result of this competition is a draw. Luo Ji is awesome. When his voice fell, there were countless shouts of excitement from the second courtyard, and all the students of the second courtyard were very excited. Li Luo's competition greatly increased their strength in the second courtyard. Face. Yu Lang, who was covered in bandages, opened his mouth and murmured, is this pervert really going to rise? Even Song Yunfan is deflated. Amidst the deafening cheers, Lu Qing'er stared at Li Luo's figure quietly with bright eyes. At this moment, she seemed to see the girl who was obviously immature when she first entered Nanfan Academy, but was always in the middle of physiognomy. He was one step ahead of them in cultivation, and in the end he pointed out the youngsters who were beginners with a full face. Li Luo at that time was undoubtedly dazzling. Even at that time, Lu Qing'er secretly had a trace of admiration for him and targeted him. It's just that the appearance of the void made Li Luo's previous aura disintegrate. After that, he avoided her, so she had no choice but to not bother him. I knew, Li Luo, that you would stand up again, and then you would be truly dazzling. But the current you is not enough, I want to see you reach the peak, and then, beat you. Lu Qing'er's long hair fluttered lightly, and her bright eyes were filled with burning fighting intent. She glanced at Li Luo again, then turned around and left without staying here. Who would have imagined that Lu Qing'er, who seemed to have a quiet and sweet temperament, would be so strong and belligerent in her bones. On the battle stage, Li Luo looked at Song Yunfan, who was gloomy in front of him, and sighed, I gave you a chance, but you couldn't grasp it, Song Yunfan, you are such a waste. Song Yunfan stared at Li Luo fiercely. If you missed this time, Song Yunfan, you probably won't have much chance in the future. However, Li Luo was not afraid of his fierce eyes. Instead, he stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder lightly, and said with a smile, you smear my parents, let's do a good job next time. Song Yunfan gritted his teeth and sneered, okay, I'll wait. Li Luo nodded, without saying anything to him, just passed by, got off the battle platform, and left the square surrounded by many excited students from the second academy. With his departure, the atmosphere in the square gradually weakened. Many people gave Song Yunfan a strange look, and then dispersed one after another. In today's matter, Li Luo originally wanted to admit defeat directly, but Song Yunfan wanted to attack other people's parents, but he tried his best to provoke Li Luo out, but failed to win. This matter is really a shame. Joke. It is conceivable that this matter will be circulated in Nanfan Academy for a long time in the future, and he, Song Yunfan, will be a supporting role in this story to set off the protagonist. On the high platform at the edge of the square, the old dean and the instructors were also a little silent, and this result also exceeded their expectations. After a moment of silence, the old dean finally sighed and said, this Li Luo has never thought of winning from the beginning to the end. His goal is to drag it to a draw. What people didn't expect was that he actually did it. Su Shanyu was already grinning from ear to ear. Li Luo was giving him too much face today. That was Song Yunfan, the top student in the first academy after Lu Qing'er, but this time, Li Luo was forced to draw. So who said that their second academy would not be able to produce talents? No one would think it was just a draw, because the strength gap between Li Luo and Song Yunfan was indeed too great. His strength was only at the 6th seal level, and his own water aspect was only at the 5th rank, but what about Song Yunfan, the 8 seals and the 7th grade Qidao? To be honest, this kind of overall gap, if these mentors don't know how to complete the reversal, and Li Luo can force the situation to a draw, it is already impressive. Incredible. Do you really think that everyone is Zhang Qingyi's kind of peerless arrogance? With a 9-stage appearance, Lin Feng's complexion on the side was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Facing Su Shanyu's smug laughter, he endured it, and finally said, Li Luo's performance today is indeed impeccable, but there is a time limit for the preliminaries. What about the university exams after that? At that time, you have to rely on your real skills, and these opportunistic methods are useless. Su Shanyu snorted coldly. At that time, Li Luo may not be able to go further. If you go any further, it's only the 7 seals realm. Lin Feng said expressionlessly. The old dean waved his hand to stop the two people's habitual quarrel. He looked in the direction where Li Luo was leaving, then at Lin Feng and Su Shanyu. His face became much more serious, and said, when Li Luo arrives, how he performs is his business, but I have to remind you, this time, Nanfan Academy must maintain the gold-lettered signboard of the No. Academy in Tianjia County. If something goes wrong, then, humph. The last cold snort made the hearts of many instructors tremble. Especially Lin Feng. He understands that the words of the old dean are mostly for him, because the first academy gathers the best students of Nanfan Academy and occupies the most resources of Nanfan Academy, and the big exam of the academy is to verify when is the first house worth these resources. As far as Lin Feng knew, the previous tutor of the first academy almost caused Nanfan Academy to lose the signboard of Tianchu County's no school. So if he made a mistake in the university exam this time, I am afraid that the old dean will not spare him. Thinking of that result, Lin Feng's heart trembled, and he quickly assured, President, rest assured, the strength of our first hospital is obvious to all, and we will definitely be able to maintain the honor of the school. That would be the best. Only then did the old dean's expression soften a little, then he turned and left without saying any more. With his departure, many mentors looked at each other, and they breathed a sigh of relief. The angry old dean is really scary. However, this year, Dongyuan Academy is coming very aggressively, and Dongyuan Academy is fully supported by the governor's office. These years, it has been extremely powerful, catching up with Nanfan Academy. Now the number 1 of Dongyuan Academy is the son of the governor. It's called Shi Hong, right? He has a very high talent, and in terms of strength, he is not inferior to Liu Qing'er, so this year's college entrance examination, we at Nanfan Academy may be under a lot of pressure. After the old dean left, some tutors couldn't help but worry out loud. Lin Feng glanced at the tutor, and said calmly, after all, the background of Dongyuan Academy is not as good as that of my Nanfan Academy. If they want to snatch this signboard, they have to ask my first academy if they agree. After the words fell, he turned around and left. The others looked at each other in blank dismay, all a little displeased with Lin Feng's arrogance, but they had no choice but to mutter in the end. You just pull it, when the time comes to play off, let's see how you end up. End of this chapter. Chapter 36, The Market for Primary Products. Chapter 36 The Market of Yupan. After Li Luo and Song Yunfan had a draw, his results in this preliminary exam were completely stable in the top dash. According to the normal process, the top 20 people will usually be divided into rankings, but Li Luo has no interest in this, because in his opinion, this kind of ranking competition is meaningless. After all, no matter whether it is no. The 1th place is still no. Dash, and they are all just qualified to participate in the college entrance examination. And once too many hole cards are exposed here, when the time comes to meet a strong opponent in the college entrance examination, the opponent will have too much information about him, which will undoubtedly add some difficulties to himself. So, low-key development, isn't it good? The stingy old dean won't give him any rewards for getting number 1 in the preliminary exam. Even this time in the competition with Song Yunfan, if the other party hadn't been determined to jump repeatedly on the verge of death, Li Luo would have chosen to admit defeat with a high probability. After all, he didn't think it would be embarrassing to admit defeat if he couldn't beat him. For his improved version of water mirror technique to be exposed here, Li Luo now feels a little unworthy. So when Su Shanyu came to ask him if he would participate in the competition for the top places, he directly refused. With this time, he would absorb more of the strange light of spiritual water and work harder. Doesn't it smell good if you get the 6th grade of your own water and light phase? And Su Shanyu was not surprised by Li Luo's choice. He just asked him to work hard to prepare for the university exam. The battle for the top rankings came to an end on the 2nd day. In the end, 2 people were selected from the 2nd court, Li Luo and Zhao Kuo, but they were both brothers and sisters. Li Luo ranked 15, Zhao Kuo 10. 6. Just at the end. Li Luo's ranking obviously has a lot of room for improvement. If he wanted to, it would not be a problem to enter the top 10, but because he gave up the ranking competition, he was finally rated in this ranking. And the 20 of them will, in 2 weeks, represent Nanfan Academy, participate in the college entrance examination, and win the admission places of Shenshuangxing Academy. As the top university in Daxia, Shenshuangxing Academy will issue some admission places to each county every year, and these places must be robbed by all the schools in each county through the university entrance examination. In the past, every year, the number of places admitted by the Feng Academy is always the most, which gradually stabilizes the golden signboard of the No. Academy in Tianjia County. However, Nanfan Academy is not completely without rivals. Dongyuan Academy is a strong opponent. Although Dongyuan Academy's background is not as good as Nanfan Academy, its rise is quite rapid, and behind it is the support of the Governor's Office of Tianjia County. In the school exams a few years ago, it also caused a lot of threats to Nanfan Academy. It is said that this year Dongyuan Academy is still eyeing the gold-lettered signboard of the number 1 academy in Tianjia County. Presumably, there must be a lot of fighting for the school's final exam. After the pre-examination, Nanfan Academy will have a vacation of more than a week. Students can choose to go home or continue to practice in the academy. And of course Li Luo chose the former without hesitation. The old house, the attic of Li Luo's room. Li Luo's eyes were closed tightly, and a faint light lingered on his body. On the tea table in front of him, there was a strange light of the 5th grade spiritual water that had been used. After absorbing it for a long time, Li Luo just gradually opened his eyes, and a blue light flashed in his eyes. This is the last bottle of this batch. Looking at the empty crystal bottle in front of him, he couldn't help scratching his head. Up to now, Cai Wei has helped him purchase 83 bottles of 5th grade spiritual water and strange light, which consumed more than 40 sky quantity gold. A huge sum of money. If Cai Wei hadn't sold off some properties of Lulan Mansion in Tianjia County, I'm afraid it really wouldn't be able to support his consumption. And after absorbing so much of the 5th grade spiritual water strange light, Li Luo's 5th grade water light appearance has indeed improved a lot, but there is still some distance from the evolution to the 6th grade. But he had to raise the water and light phase to the 6th grade before the university exam came. Although the battle with Song Yunfan ended in a draw this time, Li Luo didn't feel complacent about it, because he knew that if it wasn't for the time mechanism of the pre-examination, he would lose in the end because he was exhausted. In the college entrance examination, this kind of tie will never happen. If you want to win the admission quota of Shenshuangxing Academy, you must rely on real ability. In the college entrance examination, the top students from all universities in Tianjia County will participate, and the competition is so fierce that it is far from the preliminaries of Nanfan Academy. In addition, Li Luo has already selected an energy guidance technique to transfer to an advance, and the minimum requirement is to need a 6th grade appearance. Therefore, these 6 grades of water and light are the top priority. According to the current progress, if you want to evolve to the 6th rank, you should still need the last batch of 5th rank water light. But Sister Cai Wei walked around me when she saw me recently, and she didn't seem to want to see me very much. Li Luo expressed a little distress. Cai Wei didn't even eat breakfast in the old house these days, maybe because she was afraid that he would speak again. I want dozens of spirit water and strange lights. After all, the 5th grade Ling Shui Kiguang is not Chinese cabbage. The market price is about 25 gold per piece, and pieces will cost sky-high gold. This is already close to the previous year's profit of Lulan Mansion in Tianjia County. So Li Luo also understands this very well. He is a good butler with a gold medal, but after arriving in Tianjia County, he can only rely on constantly selling the properties of Lulan Mansion to maintain his operation. This is simply a huge stain on his career path. Until now Cai Wei has not resigned. Li Luo already feels that her heart is as broad as the sea. But Li Luo can't help it. His acquired appearance is simply a gold-swallowing beast. Fortunately, his father and mother left him a Luolan mansion, otherwise he feels that 5 years later, there is a high probability that he will burp directly. Let's go to Xiang House first. Li Luo pondered slightly. Now that Lulan Mansion is troubled by internal and external troubles, he can't just sit back and sell Lulan Mansion's property all the time. If he was messed up, the people under Luolan's mansion would also have objections to him, the young master of the mansion. The most important thing is that this will make people suspect that he, the young master of Lulan Mansion, might be a fool, which Li Luo obviously cannot accept. With some thoughts in his mind, Li Luo tidied up a little, then left the old house and went to Xiang House. When he arrived at Xiang House, he went straight to Yan Lingqing's refining room. When he opened the door and entered, he saw 2 familiar figures sitting together, as if they were talking about something. All with a little worry. It was Yan Lingqing and Cai Wei. Seeing Li Luo's figure, Cai Wei and Yan Lingqing were startled. Young palace master. What are you talking about? Li Luo walked in with a smile, and then saw several bottles of spiritual water on the table in front of the 2 women, and one of the bottles was the 1st grade green tea he had refined before Bailing Shui. I'm talking about Xiang House's sales performance this year. Regarding Li Luo, Cai Wei didn't hide anything, and said directly. The performance is not very good. Li Luo frowned slightly when he saw this. Xiang House contributed nearly half of Lulan Mansion's annual profits in Tianjia County. If the performance here deteriorates, it will obviously affect his evolutionary plan. Yan Lingqing pointed to the crystal bottles in front of her, and said in a cold voice, for the 1st grade spiritual water in the market in Chu County today, there are 2 main competitions. One is the Qingbai Ling Shui from Xianggu, and the other one is the Rizao Kiguang produced by Song Zaiwu under the Song family, and the quality of the Ling Shui Kiguang of these 2 companies is similar, so in the past few years, in the Yupin market, the 2 together accounted for nearly %. However, recently, for some reason, the quality of the Rizao Kiguang produced by Song Zaiwu has improved, and the average tempering power has reached about %, which is almost close to the highest quality of our Xianggu. That's why the Song family has been hyping up their Pine House's Rizao Kiguang recently, which has led to them accounting for more than half of the Yupin Ling Shui Kiguang market in Tianjia County, while the sales of our Qingbai Ling Shui have been greatly weakened. If this situation continues, Xiang House will completely lose to the Song family in the competition for Yupin Ling Shui Kiguang. This will be a great loss for Xiang House. Of course, the most important thing will affect the reputation of Xiang House in Tianjia County. Hearing this, Li Luo's face was also slightly solemn, and he said, what is the yield rate of the 1st grade spiritual water and strange light in Xianggu? Xiang House in Tianjia County can produce 5 bottles of 1st grade Ling Shui Kiguang every day, 150 bottles a month, and the price of 1st grade Ling Shui Kiguang on the market is around 50 gold, so after a year, the total sales of Xiang House on Yupin Ling Shui Kiguang will reach about sky-high gold, excluding all costs, the profit will be gold. Cai Wei said without thinking, Obviously to Luolan all the industries and data of the government in Tianjia County are well known. Li Luo first gave Cai Wei a thumbs up to express his appreciation, and then slightly estimated that he was a little surprised. Because the profit from this grade of Ling Shui Kiguang alone accounted for % of Luolan Mansion's annual income in Tianjia County 1, from this we can see how much benefit this market of spiritual water and strange light has. But this is also normal, because not everyone can squander high-quality Ling Shui Kiguang, and more people who buy first-grade and second-grade Ling Shui Kiguang do not mean that their own appearance is only of this grade, but because they may not be able to consume a large amount of higher-grade spiritual water strange light, so they can only use low-level spiritual water strange light as a substitute. It's just that this kind of improvement efficiency will obviously be much lower than using high-quality Ling Shui Kiguang, and the accumulation of impurities will be faster, but there is no way, not everyone has Li Luo's family business at the beginning. After knowing this information, Li Luo's first feeling was that Xiang House must not be affected, otherwise it would definitely affect the rhythm of his future evolution of water and light. Why is the quality of the Rizao Kiguang produced by the Songzi house of the Song family improved this year? Li Luo asked. There are nothing more than 3 things that affect the quality of Ling Shui Kiguang: the formula, the experience and strength of the refiner, and the quality of the source water and light. Yan Lingqing said indifferently, I have checked the Rizao Kiguang. After my analysis, it should be that the formula has been slightly changed. I think there is a high probability that the Song family paid a lot of money to ask some experts to give advice. Cai Wei put her left arm around her chest, propped her right elbow, and then lightly touched her snow-white chin with her right hand, and said with a frown, in addition, Zhuang Yi has been using this excuse to attack Lingqing recently, saying that the result is because of her. Let her quit Xiang House. Cai Wei stood with Yan Lingqing, but she didn't know that her unintentional movement made the already raging waves a little dazzling, especially in such a comparison. Yan Lingqing next to him could only be described as miserable. And Yan Lingqing seemed to have noticed something, stretched out her hand expressionlessly, and tore off Cai Wei's left arm. Cai Wei didn't react for a while, but soon there was a blush on her gentle and charming oval cheeks, and at the same time, the hand under the table pinched Yan Lingqing, who was next to her, with some embarrassment. Then, the sharp eyes of the 2 women turned to Li Luo, and the latter was taken aback for a moment, not only did not panic, but said with a serious face, when talking about business, don't make some small moves, you are such a big person, and then next time, I will criticize you. In the end, Li Luo's serious words only attracted a cold snort from the 2 women, and they quickly ignored the matter. Then Zhuang Yi is still messing around? Li Luo asked back to the point. Mentioning this Vice President Zhuang Yi, Yan Lingqing's cold face showed a bit of annoyance, and said, this guy is looking for trouble all day long, which has caused many internal conflicts in Xiang House. This year, the quality of Xiang House's products has declined. Not unrelated. It seems that this is a scourge. Can you find a way to get rid of it? Li Luo grinned, also very upset. I need a lot of money here, you don't hurry to make money for me. And you want to set a fire in my backyard? Cai Wei frowned, and said, now Xiang House is a group of dragons without a leader. After all, Lingqing is new, and the prestige is not enough, and Zhuang Yi is an old man. Some tempering masters in Xiang House still trust him, so if there is no right forcibly driving them away, I'm afraid it will cause panic. And, behind him, after all, there is still the support of Pei Hao. Li Luo frowned. Pei Hao's white-eyed wolf is the biggest scourge of Luolan Mansion. This Zhuang Yi is only affecting the sales of Xiang House, but Pei Hao wants to take over the entire Luolan Mansion. This is simply to cut off his lifeline. Luolan's mansion was taken away by you. How can I fill this bottomless pit's acquired appearance? By face. But now that Pei Hao's climate has matured, but on the other hand, he is just a fledgling and has no strength to fight him at all, so for the time being, he can only hide behind Sister Qingyi in a low-key manner to develop. And just as Li Luo was thinking about it, someone suddenly reported it. Young Mansion Master, Chief Steward, Vice President Yan and Vice President Zhuang suddenly summoned all the management of Xiang House, saying that there is a big matter to discuss, and the three of you are invited to participate. Hearing the announcement, Li Luo, Cai Wei, and Yan Lingqing were startled, and then looked at each other, frowning at the same time. This guy is going to do something again. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 The Battle of the President. Chapter 37 The Battle of the President. Xiang House, the meeting hall. When Li Luo, Cai Wei, and Yan Lingqing came here, they found that there were no empty seats, and all the senior managers of Xiang House were present. On the seat in front of him, Zhuang Yi was smiling, but beside him sat an old man with a somewhat rigid face. When they saw the old man, both Cai Wei and Yan Lingqing gave a little surprise, and then explained in a low voice to Li Luo, who was a little confused. The old man is called Zheng Ping, and he is an elder from the headquarters of Xiang House. The seniority in the house is very high. When the two palace masters established the Xiang House, he was one of the first batch of old people. However, this old man is extremely pedantic and strict. He is a stinky and hard-boned person. He is usually at the headquarters of Wang Cheng. Now that he has suddenly arrived, we have not heard any news. Most likely, the visitor is not good. When the two women introduced Li Luo, everyone in the meeting room stood up and saluted Li Luo. Even the elder Zheng Ping from the headquarters of Xiangguo got up, looked at Li Luo, and said, "I have seen the young palace master. Elder Zheng is too polite." Li Luo smiled at elder Zheng Ping, and then sat down with Cai Wei and Yan Lingqing. When did elder Zheng arrive in Nanfan City? Yan Lingqing asked suddenly. Elder Zheng Ping remained expressionless, and said, "Xiangguo Tianjia County branch's performance this year is very poor. Let the old man take a look at the headquarters, and by the way, confirm the unresolved president's affairs here." As he said that, he stared at Yan Lingqing sternly, and said, "Vice President Yan, I have read some financial reports. The performance of the first-grade refining room you are in charge of has been extremely poor recently, which has even caused the reputation of Xiang House to be lowered in Tianjia County. Are affected, do you have anything to say about that?" Yan Lingqing said coldly, "Why this is so, you may get a better understanding by asking Vice President Zhuang Yi." Vice President Zhuang Yi heard the words and immediately said, "Vice President Yan has no ability, so don't push the blame to others. If you hadn't secretly stuck the materials in the first-grade refining room, causing me to sometimes be unable to perform some training, would this result happen?" Yan Lingqing scolded coldly. Vice President Zhuang Yi called Chu, "The situation of Lulan Mansion in Tianjia County is not good, and some refining materials have to go through the three companies in Tianjia County, but those three companies have a strong grip on us, and finally we can get it. Naturally, there are not many materials, and my third-grade refining room is the refining room with the best performance in Xiang House. Shouldn't it be given priority?" "You!" Yan Lingqing slapped the table angrily. "Quiet!" Elder Zheng Ping scolded angrily. He gave Zhuang Yi and Yan Lingqing a hard look, and said, "You all have reasons, but I'm not interested in listening. I only care about Xiang House's performance. Whoever delays Xiang House's retreat, if it affects the reputation of Xiang House, the old man will not let him go. The Tianjia County branch's performance is getting worse and worse. The ultimate reason is that there is no president to control the overall situation. Therefore, after discussions at the headquarters, the Tianjia County branch must decide on a new president as soon as possible." In the meeting hall, Wei Wei was a little quiet, and some other high-level officials were silent, because they knew very well that the president dispute was a contradiction between Yan Lingqing and Zhuang Yi, and that there was something deeper behind it, so they wisely kept neutral. Li Luo's eyes flickered slightly. In fact, Zheng Ping's words were correct. The Xiangguo Tianjia County branch is now fighting too much. If you want to really maintain stability, the most important thing is to decide on the position of president. Of course, the key is, who will the chairman choose? Thinking in his heart, he smiled and asked, who does Elder Zhengping think is more suitable to be the president? Although Zhengping was not polite to Yan Lingqing and Zhuang Yi, he still maintained a bit of respect when facing Li Luo. He was silent for a while and said, "If you follow Xiang House's usual rules, you will generally have the best performance." The person in charge of the refining room was promoted to president. Zhuang Yi on the side showed a slight smile. Among the 3 refining rooms in Xiang House, the 3rd-grade refining room he is in charge of has a far higher annual profit than the other 2 refining rooms, so this rule is most beneficial to him. However, Elder Zhengping then said, "The rules used to be the same, but if the young palace master has any suggestions, you can also put them forward, and the old man can send them back to the headquarters, but this time the Xiangguo branch must decide on a meeting. Long, otherwise the old man may have to stay here forever. I also hope that the young palace master will not blame you. What this old man has done is for Xiang House and Lulan Mansion." Zhuang Yi's complexion didn't change when he heard this, but he was a little annoyed in his heart. This old guy is really talkative. Li Luo glanced at the old man thoughtfully. It seems that this elder Zhengping was not sent to target them as Yan Lingqing guessed. At least he said that he did not look like someone from Pei House side. The Xiangguo headquarters will suddenly send people to Tianjia County. There may be an open and secret struggle between Zhang Qingyi and Pei House family, but in the end the person who comes is a staid and stubborn elder Zhengping who has no tendency to stand in line. It can be seen that this is the case. The result of the final battle between the 2 sides. In a sense, it's not bad news. However, if it is really necessary to determine the position of president according to the performance of each refining room, then Yan Lingqing's disadvantage is too great. After all, the 3rd-grade refining room in Zhuang Yi's hands is the heavyweight product in Xiang House. The profit is even higher than the sum of the 1st and 2nd-grade refining rooms. Yan Lingqing at the side also understood this point. Her pretty face was cold, and there was anger in her beautiful eyes, about to explode. However, Li Luo suddenly put his hand on the back of her hand, stared at Elder Zhengping, and said, "Which one of the refining rooms will have the best performance in the future will be able to be promoted to the president?" "Yes." Elder Zhengping nodded. Li Luo pondered for a few breaths, and finally said, "This method is good, let's do it like this." As soon as this remark came out, there was an immediate uproar. Both Cai Wei and Yan Lingqing looked at him in astonishment, obviously not understanding why he would agree, because it was clear that the position of the general was handed over. That Zhuang Yi was also stunned for a few breaths, and then he showed his face and laughed. "You still have the master's general knowledge." "That's right. Anyway, in the end, don't we want Xiang House to be better? Xiang House is fine, isn't that the same? Are you making money for the young master?" Elder Zhengping was also a little surprised. He said to Li Luo, "Young palace master really decided that?" Li Luo nodded with a smile, then didn't say much, pulled Cai Wei and Yan Lingqing, who were still stunned, and left the conference hall. Walking out of the meeting room, Li Luo immediately let go of the 2 women, but at this time Yan Lingqing said angrily, "Li Luo, what the hell are you doing? That rule is extremely unfavorable to me, why should you accept it? If you don't want me to be here, if you want to, just say it directly, and I will return to Wangcheng immediately." Cai Wei also stared at Li Luo with beautiful eyes. Judging from the contact during this period, Li Luo should not be a reckless person, but today's behavior is really confusing. After Yan Lingqing came to Xiang House in Tianjia County, it took a lot of hard work to maintain the current situation, but now, because of Li Luo's words, she was directly beaten back to her original form. Li Luo looked at the 2 girls, smiled, and said, "2 sisters, I'm not a fool, can't I see who is trustworthy?" Cai Wei looked at him suspiciously, while Yan Lingqing crossed her arms and turned away angrily, ignoring him. "Although this kind of rule is not good for Sister Lingqing, don't you think that this is the best chance to justifiably send Sister Lingqing to the position of president and drive away the scourge of Zhuang Yi?" Li Luo laughed. Cai Wei and Yan Lingqing frowned slightly. This is indeed a good opportunity, but the key is that Zhuang Yi is in an absolute advantage. After the game, who will drive who away? On the contrary, Cai Wei's eyes flickered, and then she stared at Li Luo with some surprise. Could it be? Can you help Ling Qing turn the tables? End of this chapter. Chapter 38 The Secret Law Source Water. Chapter 38 The Secret Law Source Water. As soon as Cai Wei's words came out, even Yan Lingqing couldn't help but look at them, and immediately said angrily, "What can he do? How long has he been in contact with tempering physiognomy?" It's hard to say more, because it's only been less than a month since Li Luo even had a relationship. It's a bit of a fantasy to say that he can help reverse the situation. Li Luo smiled, did not speak, but signaled the two of them to follow him to Yan Lingqing's refining room. After closing the door, he said in a leisurely way, "I know that before Lulan Mansion was in Tianjia County, every year there are 30 sky-high profits, and Xiang House takes half of it. In Xiang House, the first-grade refining room has a profit of -gold per year, the second-grade refining room has -gold per year, and the third-rank refining room has nearly -gold. You know that you still promise indiscriminately. There is such a big gap, how can you catch up?" Yan Lingqing said angrily. She is in charge of 2 refining rooms, and she understands the gap between them best. The price of third-grade Ling Shui Kiguang is much higher than that of first-grade and second-grade, so the annual profit is also the highest. This is an inherent advantage, and it is difficult to catch up. What's more, Xiang Gu's first-grade Qingbai Ling Shui is being sniped by Song Ziwu's Rizao Kiguang, which directly leads to a sharp drop in the sales of our Qingbai Ling Shui. The situation will only get worse, let alone reverse the situation. Li Luo said with a smile, "So the top priority is to stabilize the reputation and sales of our first-grade Ling Shui Kiguang in Xianggu." Yan Lingqing said, "As I said before, there are no more than 3 factors that affect the strange light of Ling Shui: the formula, the grade of the refiner, and the source of water and light. The formula of Qingbai Ling Shui is already relatively perfect. With my ability, it is difficult to have any room for improvement, unless I invite some quenching phase masters, but that will also consume a lot of time and a lot of money. Far waters can't save near fires. The Song family may have been prepared long ago, and now they are launching these offensives just to take advantage of internal and external troubles in my Lulan Mansion." Cai Wei said with slightly parted red lips. "The only thing left is to improve the strength and experience of the tempering masters, but this is a matter of time. You can't force those first-rank tempering masters in Xianggu to suddenly explode, exceeding the average level. This is unrealistic." Yan Lingqing said. Cai Wei's beautiful eyes suddenly looked at Li Luo, and said with a smile, "Didn't the master of the young mansion refine a Qingbai Ling Shui with a tempering power of %?" Yan Lingqing gave her a blank look, and said, "How much can he produce alone? Even if you use him as a cow, you still can't squeeze out much milk." Li Luo's handsome face darkened. "Although I don't mind refining a first-grade spiritual water, but at least I have a bit of status. How can I be a bull? Then it seems that only Yuan Shui and Yuan Guang are the only ones. However, this time is not the time to worry about," so Li Luo just ignored it and continued. Yan Lingqing also said angrily, "The source of water and light can only rely on the phase quality of the phase masters themselves. Are you planning to improve the phase properties of the phase masters in Xianggu? Unless it is some mysterious source of water and light, it can be used as a consumable to enhance the tempering power of Ling Shui Kiguang, but those mysterious sources of water and light are the top secrets of every major force, and we Xiang House does not have them at all." Hearing this, Li Luo chuckled lightly, and said, "This one, it might not be." Cai Wei and Yan Lingqing looked in surprise when they heard the words. Under their gazes, Li Luo suddenly reached out his hand to dig in his bosom, and finally took out a crystal bottle, which contained about half a bottle of dark blue liquid. "Would you like to try this on me?" he said. Yan Lingqing twitched her slender moon-like eyebrows, and said, "I told you, other sources of water and light have no effect, only the secret method of source of water and light." Before her voice fell completely, Li Luo uncorked the bottle, and there seemed to be an extremely pure breath emanating from it, which directly caused Yan Lingqing's voice to stop abruptly, and her beautiful eyes looked at it in shock. The crystal bottle in Li Luo's hand. The next moment, Yan Lingqing snatched the crystal bottle from Li Luo's hand, and poured out a drop of blue liquid onto her fingertips. She sensed it carefully, and the shock on her pretty face became more and more intense. There is no doping of any attributes and will, this is the source water of the secret method. And this kind of purity is comparable to the 7th grade water. How can you have such a high-quality source water of the secret method? Yan Lingqing caught it in a panic. Li Luo's arm said. Even if it is the source water of the secret method, there are grades to distinguish it, but the source water of the secret method that Li Luo took out has reached the purity of the 7th grade, which shows that it is rare. The source water of this kind of purity can even increase the success rate of refining spiritual water is quite rare. Li Luo's arm held by Yan Lingqing felt a slight tingling pain, which showed Yan Lingqing's excitement at this time, so he slowed down a bit, and said, "Sister Lingqing, don't get excited, can this secret method source water be used?" "Of course it works." Yan Lingqing immediately said, "If this kind of pure secret method source water can be added to the green water of our Xiang house, it will definitely be able to stabilize the tempering power at %, which is enough to make the sunshine water of Songzi house odd light break down. However, the only problem is that the source water of this secret method is too little. If it is used for refining, perhaps only about 30 bottles of first-grade green jade spirit water can be refined." She stared at Li Luo with beautiful eyes, which did not match her usual desolate demeanor at all. "What if it is used on the 2nd-grade spiritual water?" Li Luo asked after thinking about it. Although it is indeed a bit extravagant to use this quality of secret method source water on the 1st-grade green jade spirit water, but as I said, the amount is too small. If it is used on the 2nd-grade spiritual water strange light, I am afraid that few can be refined. From the perspective of cost performance, it is not as good as refining a 1st-grade product. Yan Lingqing replied. Li Luo was embarrassed. The source water of the secret method was condensed from his own water and light phase. Because of his own empty phase, this also made the source water he condensed possess a kind of emptiness. So the source water he condensed is extremely close to the so-called secret method source water. But right now, this is the amount he has accumulated for 3 days. After all, he is only at the strength of the 6 seals now, and his strength is not very strong, so the source water of the secret method will not be too much. Then let's use it on the 1st-grade green jade spirit water first. If I give some of this secret method source water every 3 days, can the performance of the 1st-grade refining room become the highest in Xiang house? Li Luo asked. Cai Wei thought for a while after hearing this, and said, "The 1st-grade refining room now produces 150 bottles of Qingbai Ling Shui per month. If the various costs are not included, the annual output is worth 21 pieces of gold, while the 3rd-rank refining room the annual production value reaches pieces of sky-high gold, and if the 1st-grade refining room wants to catch up, unless the output is doubled, but judging from the success rate of the 1st-grade refining room, it seems to be somewhat difficult. If there is enough of this kind of secret method source water, it is not too difficult to double the output of the 1st-grade refining room. This kind of pure secret method source water is really too good for the 1st-grade spiritual water Kigwang, so its refining is successful. The rate can also be increased a lot," Yan Lingqing said with certainty. Li Luo clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Isn't that the solution?" Yan Lingqing blinked her beautiful eyes, and was a little distracted for a moment. It seems that this problem was really solved just like this. How can it be so simple? Yan Lingqing let out a heavy breath. It was not simple, but because Li Luo took out something beyond normal thinking. After all, if other people knew that he used this pure secret source water to refine a 1st-grade spiritual water if it is light, the grumpy ones will probably point at his nose and scold him for wasting things. Cai Wei and Yan Lingqing looked at each other, and tacitly did not ask Li Luo how the source water of this secret method came from. According to their guess, it was probably a secret left to Li Luo by the two palace masters. It seems that the young master is really the lucky general of our Lulan mansion. Cai Wei covered her lips and smiled coquettishly, her pretty face was full of joy. Although the amount of secret source water is a bit small, it is actually enough for the first-grade spiritual water output of our Xiang house. Yan Lingqing nodded slightly. Xiang house only produced 150 bottles of first-grade green spirit water a month, and if Li Luo supplied the secret source water once every 3 days, it would be enough to cover all the first-grade spiritual water. Okay, I won't tell you any more, I'm going to get busy. Try to produce the first batch of enhanced version of King Bai Ling Shui in the next few days. First start the name of our Xiang Guo King Bai Ling Shui, and save it word of mouth. Yan Lingqing tightly held the crystal bottle filled with dark blue secret magic source water, and was about to start driving people away. Hearing this, Li Luo and Cai Wei had no choice but to leave the refining room. Immediately after he saw Cai Wei's footsteps suddenly quicken, he quickly stretched out his hand to grab her arm. Sister Cai Wei, are you trying to get rid of me? Li Luo said angrily. Cai Wei glanced at him innocently, and said, Young palace master. What are you talking about? I still have a lot of things to do. Sister Cai Wei, I was still advising Xiang house just now, you can't chill the heart of the hero. Li Luo looked around, and then whispered, I also want a batch of 5th grade spiritual water. Cai Wei stared at Li Luo full of resentment, and said, Young palace master, you have burned 80 million pieces of heavenly gold in less than a month. Prophet, if you continue like this, my sister will really not be able to support you. Li Luo is a little embarrassed, his burning speed is a bit outrageous, but he can't help it, his acquired appearance is a gold-swallowing beast. At this time he can only be extremely thankful that his father and mother left behind a man from Luo Lan's mansion Ji, otherwise he felt that he would only be able to find it in his dreams if he had been named Marquis for 5 years. This is the last batch of 5th grade spiritual water. Li Luo assured. Cai Wei hesitated for a moment when she heard this, and finally gritted her silver teeth lightly, okay, then I'll sell 2 more properties. Cai Wei felt a burst of sadness when she said it. With her talent, when did she ever reach the point where she had to rely on selling property to maintain her life? There is no way. Anyone who encounters a bottomless pit like Li Luo will never be able to fill it up. Li Luqian nodded with a smile. He was not lying. If his water light level can be successfully upgraded to the 6th level, he really doesn't need the 5th level spiritual water in the future. Because at that time, he wanted the Kigwang of the 6th grade spiritual water. But he didn't dare to say this now, he was afraid that Cai Wei would simply quit. End of this chapter. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. In the next few days, Li Luo spent half of his time practicing in the old mansion, and the other half of his time going to Xiang house to continue practicing his phase tempering technique. Now he has been able to steadily refine a bottle of first-grade Qing Bailing everyday water can be regarded as a genuine first-grade tempering master. Moreover, the tempering power of the King Bai Ling Shui that he refined is getting higher and higher with the proficiency of experience. However, he is obviously not satisfied with this, so he is also beginning to gradually try the 2nd grade spiritual water Strange Light, but the formula of the 2nd grade spiritual water is not less than several times more complicated than that of King Bai Ling Shui, and the ingredients that need to be prepared it was even more complicated and cumbersome, so in these attempts, Li Luo failed without exception. But Li Luo is not in a hurry, after all, failure is also a kind of experience. He believes that with gradual accumulation, he will not be too far away from becoming a 2nd-rank tempered phase master. And the last batch of 5th grade spiritual water Strange Light that he needed, Cai Wei also started to send them one after another. Under the watering of bottles of 5th grade spiritual water Strange Light, Li Luo could clearly feel that his water and light phase is getting closer and closer to evolution. However, while Li Luo was waiting for the water light phase to evolve, a slightly unexpected surprise suddenly hit him. that is, his Xiongli was advanced one step ahead, reaching the level of the Seven Seals realm. For Xiangli's promotion, Li Luo was a little happy, but he didn't feel too surprised. After all, he had been practicing in the golden room of the old mansion during this period, and with his special purity of water and light, compared to the speed of cultivation, he will not be much weaker than those with the 7th grade. And when Li Luo Xiongli entered the Seven Seals, he also received the good news from Yan Lingqing that the first batch of enhanced King Bai Ling Shui was finally released. Xiang House. An exquisite box was placed on the table, and when the box was opened, there were 40 crystal bottles filled with turquoise liquid. It is the enhanced version of King Bai Ling Shui. Yan Lingqing's pretty cheeks couldn't hide her excitement, and she said to Li Luo and Cai Wei, because the source water of the secret method given by Li Luo is extremely pure, the refining efficiency of our first-grade refining room has doubled. It can produce 5 bottles of strange light of spiritual water, and now it has been increased to 10 bottles, and the tempering power is also stable at around %, which can definitely be regarded as the top grade among first-grade strange light of spiritual water. Hearing this, Li Luo frowned slightly, because he estimated that if the output is 10 bottles per day, then after a year, the output value of the first-grade refining room is only 18 pieces of gold, which is the same as that of the 3rd grade. There is still a little gap between the 21 gold in the refining room. Thinking in his heart, he spoke out. Maybe you can leave this matter to me. Cai Wei smiled charmingly on the side. What does Sister Cai Wei want to do? Li Luo asked in surprise. Cai Wei said with a smile, Golden Dragon Treasure Bank recently intends to purchase the first-grade Ling Shui Kiguang. The price is higher than the market price. Reaching -gold a bottle, if they can choose our King Bai Ling Shui from Xiangyu, then the value of this contract will make the first-rank refining room surpass the 3rd rank. This is still the 2nd. The most important thing is that Jinlong Baohang has a very high reputation. In a sense, their choice will determine who is the highest quality first-grade Ling Shui Kiguang in Tianjia County. This name, in fact, it has the highest value. Hearing this, Li Luo realized a little bit that Jinlong Baohang has always followed the high-end boutique route. In the past, things like Yupan Ling Shui Kiguang would not appear in it, but now they need it, so naturally it will choose the best first-grade Ling Shui Kiguang. If anyone is selected by it, it can be consigned in the Jinlong Treasure Bank. This will invisibly make its value higher, and it is also a powerful publicity. I will go to Jinlong Bao for a walk later, but I also hope that the young palace master will accompany me. After all, I have to borrow your face. Cai Wei said. Jinlong Baoxing has always been neutral, but its strength is unquestionable. In the Great Xia, generally there will be no unscrupulous forces to provoke it, and Jinlong Baoxing also believes in harmony and wealth, and never becomes an enemy. No matter what, Li Luo is the young master of Lulan Mansion. No matter how much power he has in the mansion, at least this identity is unquestionable. Naturally, Li Luo has no objection, as long as Xiang House can be quickly grasped to make money for him to fill the bottomless pit, he doesn't mind being a mascot. Let's go. He picked up the box and smiled at Cai Wei. The resplendent Jinlong Baohang is still bustling, and it can be called the hot spot of Nanfan City. Li Luo and Cai Wei entered Baohang, and a maid greeted them respectfully. After knowing that they were looking for President Lu, they told them that President Lu was visiting at this time, and they needed to wait for a while. The two of them didn't care, they found a place to sit down in the VIP room and waited. But not long after sitting down, Li Luo saw a pair of slender and straight long legs appearing in front of his eyes moved upwards, and Lu Qing'er's pretty face was imprinted in his eyes. Today's Lu Qing'er is wearing a short black skirt, her snow-white long legs are a bit eye-catching, and her black hair hangs down, making her look even more slender and tall. Young palace master, why do you want to come here? Lu Qing'er asked curiously. Talk to Chairman Lu about the matter. Li Luo laughed. Lu Qing'er looked at the box next to Li Luo, and said, Is it a first-grade spiritual water? Apparently she also knew very well about Jinlong Baohang's recent purchase of a piece of Ling Shui Kiguang. Li Luo nodded. I'm going to have to thank you, young palace master, for this matter. Lu Qing'er said, no matter how high the first-grade spiritual water and strange light are, it is only a first-grade one. Whether it is for Luo Lan Mansion or Jinlong Baoxing, it can only said it was a drop in the bucket. You don't understand the suffering of the poor young palace master. Li Luo sighed and said in a low voice. Lu Qing'er smiled noncommittally, and then glanced at the mature, charming Cai Wei next to her, and said, this sister is really beautiful. Is Luo Lan's house so demanding when it comes to finding a housekeeper? Cai Wei looked at Lu Qing'er with a smile. My younger sister is also very beautiful. She must be a cloud of suitors in Nanfan Academy. I wonder if there is a young palace master here. Li Luo coughed dryly and said, don't talk about these useless things. Lu Qing'er said, let me take you to my second uncle. He is currently receiving people from the Song family. It should be because Jinlong Baohang is going to send a piece of Ling Shui Kiguang to the consignment shop this time. The Song family took the initiative to find him. Recommend their Sunshine Strange Light by Pine Nut House. Li Luo and Cai Wei looked at each other. Unexpectedly, the Song family also thought of this. It seems that people are not stupid. They also know how to use the style of Jinlong Baohang to enhance the reputation of their products. Going now won't disturb their discussion. Li Luo was a little embarrassed, but he stood up, quite genuinely. Anyway, there was no result. Lu Qing'er said indifferently, and then turned to lead the way, but you should know the quality of the sunshine and strange light in Songzaiwu. Although I can take you in, if you want to make my second uncle change his mind, you still have to rely on your bro the quality of the green water in Yanggu. Li Luo, act upright. I never rely on relationships through the back door. Li Luo said righteously. Lu Qing'er snorted lightly, and without arguing with him, she led the two of them through the corridor, and finally came to a VIP room, but just after arriving here, she saw a familiar figure walking out. Song Yunfan. Li Luo frowned, and that person turned out to be Song Yunfan. And Song Yunfan also saw Li Luo. He was stunned for a while, then looked at Lu Qing'er with a frown, and said, Qing'er, what did you bring him here for? Li Luo made an appointment with my second uncle. When he comes, I will bring him here. Lu Qing'er said without changing his face. Li Luo looked at her smooth and beautiful face, and sure enough, the more beautiful a woman is, the less she blinks when she tells a lie, but, well done, Song Yunfan's complexion changed, and he didn't know whether to believe it or not, but he couldn't help it if he didn't believe it. This is Jinlong Baohang, not his Song family. In the end, he could only watch Lu Qing'er walk into it, then he glanced at the box in Li Luo's hand, and said calmly, Li Luo, don't waste your efforts. Your Xiang house can't compete with our Songzi house. Li Luo said with a smile, that's not necessarily true. Did you ever think that I would make you a draw? Song Yunfan broke his kung fu in an instant, his face was ashen, his eyes were spitting fire, and he wanted to swallow him up. However, Li Luo ignored him and entered the room with Cai Wei. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 Sniper at Matsukoya. Chapter 40 Sniper at Matsukoya. The spacious living room is brightly lit. The chubby President Lu sat on top with a smile on his face, and on the left side, there was a figure sitting on it. It was a tall and strong middle-aged man with a rather impressive aura. It was the head of the Song family, Song Shan. They were obviously talking about something, and when Lu Qing'er brought Li Luo and Cai Wei walked in, they interrupted the conversation, and Song Shan looked a little stunned. And when he saw Li Luo and Cai Wei, the smile on his face could not help but restrained, and his expression became indifferent. President Lu was also stunned, but before he could open his mouth, Lu Qing'er said in a soft voice, Second uncle, the people from Luo Lan's residence have arrived. President Lu looked at his niece's eyes, and then the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but he still responded quickly and nodded with a smile, since you're here, take your seat quickly. Song Shan put down the teacup in his hand, frowned and looked at President Liu. President Liu, what's going on? President Liu laughed and said, Patriarch Song doesn't need to think too much. We at Jinlong Baohang believe in harmony and wealth, but at the same time we have another creed, that is, the things that Jinlong Baohang sells must be good things. Although the level of the first grade Ling Shui Kiguang is relatively low, since it has entered my Golden Dragon Treasure Bank, it must be top grade, otherwise it will damage the reputation of the Golden Dragon Treasure Bank, so of course we will choose the best. Li Luo and Cai Wei took their seats, nodded in agreement and said, President Liu is right. Song Shan's face was sinking like water, he glanced at Li Luo and Cai Wei lightly, and gradually restrained his emotions, holding a teacup and said indifferently, President Liu, why waste time on such things? Xiang Guyu the king by Ling Shui has been defeated by my sunshine Kiguang from the Songza house recently, and the difference in tempering power, I think President Liu should have investigated it in advance. I can bluntly say that in this Tianjia County, it is impossible to find a first-grade spiritual water with a higher tempering power than my Song family's Song Zaiwu. If President Liu really thinks that Xiang House is a good choice, he can just say that we, Songza House, will quit. It has to be said that the patriarch of the Song family is also a bit courageous, his words are neither soft nor hard, full of momentum. President Liu said with a smile, Patriarch Song, don't be angry. I also know that Song Zaiwu's Rizao Kiguang is of excellent quality, but it is still an opportunity to show it to other families. If it is really Song Zaiwu's best, all right, I will apologize to Patriarch Song. Hearing this, Song Shan's complexion also became much more relaxed, and then he talked with President Liu again with a smile, but there was a little sneer in Cai Wei's eyes that occasionally glanced at Li Luo opposite. He knows the situation of Xiang House very clearly. Now that the position of president is vacant, Yan Lingqing and Zhuang Yi are fighting fiercely, so now the inside of Xiang House doesn't understand it. As a result, Li Luo still wants to come to Jinlong Bao. Competing with their Songza house is really a little ignorant. Do you really think that the status of the young master of Lulan Mansion will be of much use? Song Yunfan also sat down beside Song Shan, preparing to watch the show with a blank expression. Liu Qing'er was standing next to Chairman Liu, with a slender body and a pure and sweet appearance, but she had a completely different style from Cai Wei. It's just that there was a trace of doubt and worry in her eyes, because she knew that if Li Luo couldn't produce the real first-grade spiritual water, her second uncle would definitely not choose Xiang Guyu today. And Song Shan, Song Yunfan would undoubtedly see their jokes. At this moment, after President Liu appeased Song Shan, he turned his attention to Li Luo and Cai Wei, and said with a smile, the two of you should also know the requirements of our Golden Dragon Bank, right? Although the level of first-grade Ling Shui Kiguang is low, but the tempering power is lower than %, we at Jinlong Baohang will not consider it at all. Cai Wei smiled and said, President Liu, the sunlight in the pine house is so strange, the tempering power has only reached %, right, only. Song Shan raised his eyelids, and said with a faint smile, Butler Cai is really serious. The king by Ling Shui and Xiang Guyu seemed to be as high as %. Before. Patriarch Song also knew that was before. Cai Wei smiled slightly. Li Luo on the side had already placed the box in his hand on the table, and then opened it, revealing 40 bottles of King by Ling Shui. President Liu, let me introduce to you, this is a brand new product of our Xiang house, an enhanced version of King by Ling Shui, its tempering power is %. Cai Wei's soft voice spread in the room. 60%. The faces of President Liu and Song Shan both changed at this time, the former was dubious, while the latter sneered. President Liu waved his hand, and immediately a maid stepped forward, holding a quenching needle in his hand, and inserted it into a bottle of green spirit water. Then, under the watchful eyes of President Liu, Song Shan, and others, stable at the %. Mark. It's really %. Chairman Lu asked in surprise. Song Shan said indifferently, Zhang Guo's handwriting is indeed not small, but I don't know whether these blue and green spirits are from the hands of the third-rank tempering masters, or your two fourth-rank tempering masters and Zhang Guo. President Lu was thoughtful. After all, the level of first-grade spirit water is not high. If some third-grade or even fourth-grade phase tempering masters were to refine it, it would not be difficult for its quality to reach %. It is a great loss for the master to refine a piece of spiritual water and strange light. If you have the time to refine third-grade spiritual water and strange light, the value and benefits will be far more than first-grade. The meaning of Song Shan's words is nothing more than suspicion that Zhang Guo asked some of his third-grade phase tempering masters to refine a batch of first-grade Ling Shui Kiguang in order to achieve his goal. President Lu looked at Li Luo and said, Young Mansion Master, what we need at Jinlong Baohang is not just this batch, we need a long-term order. If Zhang House cannot supply this quality green by Ling Shui, it will be a bit unbeautiful by then. Song Shan took 2 sips of the teacup indifferently. Of course, he didn't believe that Zhang House had the ability to stably produce king by Ling Shui with a tempering power of %. Could they still sacrifice the time of the third-rank phase tempering masters all the time? Refining a piece of spiritual water, in that case. I'm afraid it won't take long for Zhang House to close down. Facing President Lu's questioning eyes, Li Luo looked rather calm, and just said, President Lu, don't worry, my Lulan Manor is a big family, and I won't do stupid things for such a small profit. As for asking third-rank or even fourth-rank phase tempering masters from Zhang Guo to refine first-rank Ling Shui Kiguang, I, Luolan Manor, will not do such a stupid thing. If President Lu chooses king by Ling Shui, I guarantee that Zhang Guo will have a stable long-term supply in the future, and the refining power will not be lower than %. Moreover, the king by Ling Shui launched by Zhang Guo in the future will be guaranteed. It will be an enhanced version. The first-grade spiritual water in the entire Tianjia County will definitely be the best in the future. Looking at Li Luo's calm expression, President Lu's heart trembled slightly. Li Luo can give this kind of guarantee. Could it be that the king by Ling Shui and Zhang Guo can be steadily improved to this level instead of relying on the third-grade tempering phase? Did the teacher come to do it, and it wasn't just him who was shocked? Even Song Shan and Song Yunfan froze slightly at this moment. Li Luo's aura was too strong at this moment, and it didn't look like he was bluffing at all. This made Song Shan have to doubt, could the king by Ling Shui and Zhang Guo really be raised to this level? But how is it possible? Just half a month ago, the king by Ling Shui and Zhang House was only at %% level. How could it be raised to %% in just half a month? But if this is not the case, where does Li Luo have the confidence to supply king by Ling Shui with a tempering power of %% for a long time? The room fell into a brief silence, and Lu Qing'er looked at the box of king by Ling Shui with great interest. Although she was also particularly surprised by this, she had a certain intuition that this might be related to does Li Luo have something to do with it. Huichang Lu held a bottle of green spirit water in his fat hand, and was silent for a few breaths, and then a smile appeared on Yuan's face. He turned his eyes to Song Shan, and said apologetically, Patriarch Song, it seems that this time is temporarily there is no way to cooperate. Song Shan didn't get angry when he heard the words, instead he put down his teacup and smiled, where is President Lu, there will always be opportunities in the future. Since President Lu has made his choice, I won't stay any longer. Hehe. If there is any problem with the supply of Zhang House, President Lu can come to Songzi House again at any time. This Song Shan showed the demeanor of some patriarchs, and he didn't change his color just because he was sniped by Li Luo once. On the contrary, he smiled at Li Luo, young mansion master is really young and promising, and even competed with Yunfan to a draw. It seems that Lulan Mansion will still have a bright future in the hands of the young palace master in the future. Li Luo also smiled and said, it's just a fluke. Song Shan smiled, didn't say any more, turned around and left with Song Yunfan, whose face was sinking like water. And when Song Shan and the others left, President Lu also smiled at Li Luo, I heard Qing'er said before that the young palace master has solved the problem of empty appearance. I'm really happy to congratulate you. In addition to the matter of King Bai Ling Shui, let's sign a contract first. Cai Wei greeted her right now, and finalized some terms of the contract with Chairman Lu. Li Luo stretched his waist when they were busy, and Lu Qing'er came over and said with a smile, "Congratulations. Thanks to you, otherwise things might be more troublesome." Li Luo thanked. If Lu Qing'er hadn't brought them here directly, once Jinlong Baohang signed a contract with the Song family, it might not be possible to accomplish today's matter. Lu Qing'er waved her hand and reminded, "However, you still have to put more energy into the next college entrance examination. You know, if you don't get the admission quota of Shenshuangxing Academy, that is the biggest loss." Hearing this, Li Luo also nodded with a smile. Lu Qing'er suddenly said, "Do you have time recently? No one competes with me during the holidays. If you have time, we can compete and prove each other." Li Luo said speechlessly, "Shall I be a sandbag?" "No, no." Hearing this, Lu Qing'er stared at Li Luo with a slight smile for a few seconds, then turned and left. Outside Jinlongbao, the Song family's chariot. When there was no one around, Song Shan's face became much gloomy. During this time, Xiang House was severely suppressed by their Songza house, but he didn't expect that he suddenly rose up and gave him a slap in the face. Although the cooperation with Golden Dragon Treasure Bank, these first-grade Ling Shui Kigwang is not too valuable, but the key is that this will enhance their reputation in Rizao Kigwang, which will help them dominate the first-grade Ling Shui Kigwang market in Tianjia County in the future. But right now, it was destroyed by Li Luo. "Father, can the Xiang house really produce King Bai Ling Shui with a tempering power of %?" Song Yunfan asked incredulously. Song Shan said lightly, "Just wait and see. It's really hateful. We paid such a high price to ask a quenching phase master to improve the formula of Rizao Kigwang through the relationship of my sister. As a result," Song Yunfan said a little annoyed, "it's just a first-grade spiritual water and strange light." Song Shan shook his head and said, "Even if Xiang Gu wins this time, they can't beat our Song Ziwu. Your sister has already sent a letter. She will return to Nanfan City soon. When she comes to take over the Songza house, she will surely destroy the Xiang house." Song Yunfan immediately beamed with joy when he heard the words. His sister Song Qingyu also practiced in the Quanxiang Institute of Shenshuangxing Academy before, and she achieved outstanding results. If she can come back, they will be confident in Song Ziwu. The most important thing for you right now is the university entrance exam. I hope you can get back all the shame you lost on it." Song Shan said calmly. "In the other 2 days, I will go to the governor's mansion. The governor's son, Shi Hong, is the #1 student of Dongyuan Academy, and is exactly the same age as you. Maybe you can communicate more." Governor's Palace. Song Yunfan was taken aback, that Shi Kong was said to be the person most feared by Nanfan Academy in the university exam, and his status as the son of the governor also made him the most powerful child in Tianjia County, and the only one who could in terms of status. Only Li Luo, the young master of the Luolan mansion, had the upper hand over him. Of course, this refers to the Luolan mansion in its heyday. The current Li Luo, compared with that one, is just a notch behind in terms of status and fame. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 The Position of the President. Chapter 41 The Position of the President. On the second day after signing a long-term contract with Jinlong Baohang, Li Luo initiated a high-level meeting in the Xiang House in the name of the young palace master. In the conference hall, Vice President Zhuang Yi came late, and at the same time complained lightly, "The third-rank refining room here is stepping up the refining of third-rank Ling Shui Kigwang recently, and the time is really tight. After all, first-rank refining, the gap caused by the room has to be filled by me." He sat down on his seat, and then smiled at Li Luo, "Please be considerate, young palace master. It was really hard work." Facing his bland smile, Li Luo was very polite. At the same time, the smile on his handsome face never dissipated, because after today, the internal problems of Xiang House will be completely resolved. Solve it, hereafter it will create a steady stream of profits for him to buy more high-quality spiritual water and strange light. How can he not be happy? Looking at the smile on Li Luo's face, Zhuang Yi felt that something was wrong, but he didn't take it to heart immediately. After all, although Li Luo was the master of the Young Palace, he didn't care about things after all, and he belonged to Pei Hao. Luo has no legitimate reason and can't do anything to him. Elder Zheng Ping was also present, and he also didn't know Li Luo's purpose for holding this high-level meeting. Seeing that everyone was present, he asked, "Young Palace Master invited us, what is your order?" Li Luo smiled and said, "It's not other things, didn't you tell the elders about the vacancy of Xiangguo president?" Zheng Ping was startled, then frowned, and said, "Isn't this matter already settled?" Judging by the performance of the person in charge of the refining room, it seems that Vice President Yan is at a great disadvantage now. Young Palace Master doesn't want to use this method anymore? But this is the rule of Xiang House. Even the Young Palace Master can't change it for no reason, or he will convince everyone. Zhuang Yi said. Although the senior executives present did not speak, their expressions clearly agreed with what Zhuang Yi said. Facing many suspicious eyes, Li Luo waved his hands and said, "This rule is very good, there is no need to change it. It's just that I want to say that the result should have come out." The doubts in everyone's eyes became more intense, even Zhuang Yi was stunned, and then said amusedly, "Could it be that the Young Palace Master is going to announce that I have won? Or, Vice President Yan took the initiative to admit defeat?" Hearing this, some high-level executives present couldn't help but feel a little stunned. Indeed, if compared according to this rule, the performance of the third-rank refining room in charge of Zhuang Yi surpassed that of the first-rank refining room, and there were too many second-rank refining rooms. Under this huge gap, it is reasonable for Yan Lingqing to choose to give up. Admit defeat? Dream your dream. Yan Lingqing sneered, raising her brows slightly. Cai Wei also smiled at this time, took out a contract, and handed it to Elder Zheng Ping, saying, "Our Xiang House signed a long-term order for King Bai Ling Shui with Jinlong Bao Hang." Elder Zheng Ping accepted the contract, glanced at it a few times, and his complexion suddenly changed. "King Bai Ling Shui with a tempering power of %. Aren't you fooling around? How can Xiang House provide King Bai Ling Shui with a tempering power of %? Elder Zheng Ping's face was livid, and he slapped his palm on the table vigorously. He stared at Li Luo, and said in a heartbroken voice, "Young Palace Master, why did you sign such a contract? This is simply making fun of Xiang House's reputation." At this time, the others were already stunned. They looked at Li Luo, Cai Wei, and Yan Lingqing in shock. They obviously didn't expect that they would come up with such a contract to refine King Bai Ling Shui with %. Strength. Are you kidding me? Xiang Guo's first-grade tempering master can't make it at all. Zhuang Yi was also a little stunned, and then he couldn't help being ecstatic in his heart. He didn't expect that he didn't do anything here, and Li Luo and the others committed a big death by themselves. This King Bai Ling Shui with a tempering power of %, is simply impossible. Ugh! Zhuang Yi sighed heavily, then sternly said to Cai Wei, "Young Palace Master is ignorant, so doesn't the Chief Steward also understand?" He turned his eyes to Zheng Ping, and said excitedly, "King Bai Ling Shui, which has a tempering power of %, are they planning to let the third-grade refining room do it? This is to destroy Xiang House. I will never agree. Elder Zheng Ping, you have also seen that the current Xiang House must confirm a president as soon as possible, otherwise Xiang House will lose all the market in Tianjia County if this continues." Li Luo quietly looked at Zhuang Yi, who was filled with righteous indignation, but he didn't stop him. Instead, he let him vent his anger. Then he looked at Elder Zheng Ping with a livid face, and said, "This contract will not use anyone from Xiang House. The third-rank tempering master will be completely completed by the first-rank refining room." Elder Zheng Ping frowned, and said in a deep voice, young palace master, our first-grade refining room in Xiangyu does not have this ability. That was just before. Li Luo smiled faintly, and immediately picked up a box from under his feet, opened it, and there were 10 enhanced versions of King Bai Ling Shui lying in it. Elder Zhengping, this is the enhanced version of King Bai Ling Shui produced by our Xiang house in the future. The refining power can reach %, stably. The previous 40 bottles have been delivered to Jinlong Baohang, and now there are still about 10 bottles left. And in the future, the production of this enhanced version of King Bai Ling Shui will increase to bottles or more per month. In terms of total value, the first-grade refinery will exceed the third-grade refinery. Li Luo's faint voice echoed in the conference hall, but it caused a silence. Everyone looked at him in astonishment, as if they were listening to some Arabian Nights story. Enhanced version of King Bai Ling Shui? What is that? I've never heard of it. Our first-grade refining room in Xiang House can refine King Bai Ling Shui with a tempering power of %. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhuang Yi said angrily. His words had begun to become impolite. Or rather, a little uneasy. Because of Li Luo's calm appearance, it doesn't seem like he has lost his mind. The others also looked at each other in blank dismay. In the end, Elder Zhengping was silent for a few breaths. Then took the quenching needle on the table and inserted it into the enhanced version of King Bai Ling Shui. So everyone saw that the scale pointed to %. The eyes of everyone present couldn't help but widen. You don't have to doubt whether the enhanced version of King Bai Ling Shui was refined by Vice President Yan himself. The first-grade refining room was completely closed a few days ago, but it will be open to everyone later, the young palace master said. It's true, the enhanced version of King Bai Ling Shui refined by Xiangyu will be stable at %. In the future. Cai Wei's soft voice also sounded at this time. Elder Zhengping was stunned for a moment. Until now he couldn't imagine that this was the truth, but the 10 sticks of King Bai Ling Shui in front of him really told him that these were indeed true, and there was no need for Li Luo and the others to poke them like this. Just lie to them. After a while, Elder Zhengping let out a heavy breath, and said with a wry smile, if this is the case, then the first-grade refining room may really surpass the third-rank refining room in the future. So I announce that Yan Lingqing will be the member of Xiangyu Tianjia County Branch. I don't agree. Zhuang Yi, with a distorted complexion, slammed the table and said sharply. This must be weird. How can the first-grade refining room stably refine King Bai Ling Shui with %. Tempering power? Elder Zhengping's face darkened, and he said, it's useless if you don't agree, at least this contract with Jinlong Baohang is enough to achieve this. Zhuang Yi's face turned blue, and said, I don't believe it, I don't believe they can stably provide King Bai Ling Shui with a tempering power of %. Li Luo stood up and pulled up the curtain of the conference hall. From here, one could just see the first-rank refining room in the crystal wall. At this time, there were many first-rank tempering masters busy, and someone saw someone collecting. Seeing the freshly refined King Bai Ling Shui, an attendant carried a box of freshly baked King Bai Ling Shui to the meeting hall. A moment later, when a box of enhanced King Bai Ling Shui appeared in front of everyone, this time, no one questioned it anymore, because no matter how unbelievable they felt, the truth was right in front of them. Even Zhuang Yi sat down with a pale face and kept mumbling that it was impossible. However, everyone knows that Zhuang Yi has completely lost this time. The point is, I'm afraid even he himself didn't expect that he would lose so quickly. Elder Zhengping's old-fashioned face showed a rare smile at this time. He stood up and announced directly. From now on, Yan Lingqing will be promoted to the new president of Xiangyu in Tianjia County. In the meeting hall, there was applause, and Li Luo also leaned back in his chair, feeling a little relieved in his heart. It's not easy, this money bag is finally stable for the time being. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 The Governor's Palace. Chapter 42 The Governor's Palace. In order to celebrate being promoted to the president of Xiangyu, Yan Lingqing, who was in a great mood, hosted a banquet for Li Luo and Cai Wei at night, and then Li Luo really saw Yan Lingqing's vastness. And what shocked him the most was that not only Yan Lingqing had a terrible drinking capacity, but Cai Wei was also a hero among women. The appearance of the two women drinking freely finally shocked Li Luo so much that he could only tremble beside him, like a weak quail. Li Luo, as long as you can increase the assistance of the source water of the secret method in the future, I will definitely be able to make all the strange lights of spiritual water produced by Xiangyu the strongest in Tianjia County. With the strength of wine, Yan Lingqing's beautiful eyes, he stared at Li Luo fervently. Okay, I'll try my best to provide it. Li Luo responded with a smile. Right now, his strength is only in the Seven Seals realm. If he can step into the physician realm, then his own strength will be improved qualitatively. At that time the secret method source water that can be provided should be able to enhance a lot, and if Xiang House can dominate the Ling Shui Kigwang market in Tianjia County, then Lulan Mansion's annual profits in Tianjia County will also increase greatly, which will help Li Luo to continue to squander. Then, first of all, I wish that Xiangyu will dominate Tianjia County. Cai Wei smiled sweetly. Under the influence of alcohol, her oval cheeks, which were already as delicate as flowers, became even more charming and charming. The three raised their glasses and touched each other with smiles. After helping Yan Lingqing solve the internal problems of Xiang House, Li Luo was finally able to relax a lot, and in the next few days, his time to go to Xiang House was slightly reduced. Because as the holiday approached, Li Luo also had to start thinking about another extremely important thing, which was the upcoming university exam. The university examination determines the number of admissions to Shenshuangxing University. As the top school in the Great Xia Kingdom, it is a holy place that countless young girls yearn for. Looking at Great Xia, no force dares to say that it ignores the strength and qualifications of the Saint Xianxing Academy. Before the Great Xia Kingdom, there were also dynasty changes, but no matter how the dynasty was replaced, the Saint Xianxing Academy has always stood firmly there, motionless, which shows its background and strength. There are even rumors that in the Saint Xianxing Academy, there is a strong man who can be crowned king. So don't look at Li Luo as the young master of Luolan Mansion, but compared with the Shenshuangxing Academy, it is still much worse, so for the sake of the future, Li Luo must enter the Shenshuangxing Academy. What's more, he still has an agreement with Zhang Qingyi. The university examination will include all the schools in Tianjia County, and each school will send the top outstanding students to compete for admission to the Shenshuangxing School. Every year, the number of places assigned by the Saint Xianxing Academy varies, but according to the same rules, the top 10 people in the university's final exam will definitely be able to get admission places, and the rest of the surplus places will be allocated according to the number of places in each institution. The grades obtained in the final exam will be assigned. Therefore, the goal Li Luo set for himself was to enter the top 10 in the final exam. Top 10. It's not easy. In the Golden Room, Li Luo's face pondered after finishing his training. Although Nanfan Academy is the #1 institution in Tianjia County, it should not underestimate the other institutions. Perhaps most of the top students in other institutions are not to be feared. But there will always be a small number of people who have real abilities, and these people add up, and the number is not small. Moreover, there is Dongyuan Academy that can pose a threat to Nanfan Academy. It is enough to imagine how difficult it is to get out of this many powerful enemies and squeeze into the top 10. The current Li Luo's strength is at the 7 Seal realm, and his own Shui Guangxiang should be able to evolve to the 6th rank before the big test, but these may not be able to make him rest easy. Because when he was making progress, other people also did not stand still. Therefore, Li Luo couldn't be underestimated in this big exam. Therefore, Li Luo was seriously examining all his own strengths and means, and then he discovered some of his own flaws. The biggest flaw is that he lacks powerful means of attack. He fought Song Yunfan before, although the difference in strength between them was quite large, which caused him to be restrained. Apart from Li Luo's lack of attack methods, it was difficult for his attacks to pose any threat to Song Yunfan. But this problem is not limited to Li Luo. I am afraid that all owners of the water phase are like this. The characteristics of the water phase mean that it is inferior to the fire phase, thunder phase, and metal phase in terms of attack power and destructive power. A class of elemental phases. Of course, if caught in a protracted battle, the water phase will gradually show its advantage, but Li Luo feels that this is too passive, so he must find a way to improve his own attack methods. Other water phase owners may feel helpless about this, but Li Luo is different. He is not a pure water phase, but an extremely rare water light phase. Thinking in his heart, Li Luo got up, went straight out of the Golden House, and went upstairs to the library. Southwind City, Governor's Mansion. In this big summer, the Governor General governs a county, so in terms of status and power, the Governor General's mansion is considered the most in the county. Hee, Brother Song, I've wanted to invite you to the Governor's mansion for a long time, but I was too busy before and couldn't spare time, so I had to wait until today. In the living room of the Governor's mansion, hearty laughter rang out. The source of the laughter was a middle-aged man with a thin face. Although the man was smiling, he exuded an aura of calmness and prestige. It is the governor of Tianjia County, Shi Qing, who himself is also a strong man in the Tiangang realm. And at the position where he started, was the patriarch of the Song family, Song Shan. Your Excellency is busy with business, how can you be like idlers like us? Song Shan said with a smile on his face. Brother Song is laughing at me. Shi Qing smiled. He held a teacup, looked at the tea leaves floating on it, and said casually, recently there has been a lot of movement in the Song family. A lot of meat. Song Shan said, it is thanks to the governor's guidance. It's a pity that the Lulan mansion is really a pity. If those two don't disappear, it may not be possible to say that the 5 great mansions of Daxia will be headed by it in the future. Shi Qing smiled lightly. Unfortunately, those two are too sharp, otherwise. At this point, the words stopped. Now that Lulan mansion is in danger, the Song family has to seize the opportunity. He looked at Song Shan and said, Thank you, Governor, for your reminder. My Song family will always remember this kindness. Song Shan nodded and said slowly. Shi Qing smiled, and the topic changed. Outside the living room, facing a lake, Song Yunfan listened to the muffled voices in the living room, and then looked at the lake in front of him. There was a boy in white clothes. The boy had short hair, but there was a braid hanging down the back of his head. He was holding a bait in his hand, and he was leisurely feeding the fish by the lake. After a while, he just clapped his hands, and a maid handed over a silk scarf respectfully. He took it and put it on, then turned and walked towards Song Yunfan. As he got closer, his face became clearer. Speaking of his appearance, he seemed a bit ordinary, with a faint smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. However, looking at the seemingly ordinary boy in front of him, Song Yunfan felt a vague sense of danger. The person in front of him is the governor's son, Shi Kong. It is also number 1 in Dongyuan Academy. Yunfan, this year's college entrance examination, my father said that he must help Dongyuan Academy win the first school in Tianjia County. Shi Hong laughed. Brother Khan's strength, there is still a good chance. Song Yunfan said. But it's not enough. Lu Qing'er from Nanfan Academy is not a cheap lamp. If you match up with her by then, you will be a formidable opponent. Shi Kong said. Regarding this, Song Yunfan also nodded in sympathy. He also understood Lu Qing'er's strength. Although I'm not afraid of her, I don't like uncertain factors when I do things, so when I pass the college entrance examination, I may need your cooperation in some things. Shi Kong said lightly. Song Yunfan's expression changed uncontrollably when he heard the words, and he said in a bit of embarrassment, Brother Shi Hong, are you asking me to betray Nanfan Academy? Hey, it's too harsh for you to say that, and you really regard Nanfan Academy as your own family? It's just a temporary stop in our practice, as long as you get the top 10 results in the big exam, naturally, you can enter the St. Xianxing Academy, but at that time, do you still need to pay attention to the Nanfan Academy? Shi Hong laughed. And don't worry, you won't be asked to do anything too obvious. He waved his hand and said, "This is also what my father meant. The old dean of Nanfan Academy had grievances with my father and repeatedly hindered my father's promotion. It must be taken away." Song Yunfan was silent for a long while, and finally nodded with some difficulty. Only then did Shi Hong smile gently, stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder lightly, and said, "By the way, I heard that Li Luo is dating again? Did you even have a draw with you before?" When this matter was mentioned, Song Yunfan's eyes became gloomy, and he said, "It's just that he is opportunistic. If we meet in the big exam, he has no chance of a tie." "That's it." Shi Hong thought for a while, and said, "That's really a pity. I still want to meet this young palace master in the big exam. After hearing what you said, my interest has weakened a lot. I don't need to bother Brother Kong to take action. When the time comes, I will deal with him." Song Yunfan said. "All right. This person. Although I haven't seen him a few times, I still hate him." Shi Hong smiled lightly. Hearing the disgust towards Li Luo in his words, Song Yunfan was slightly puzzled. Seeing this, Shi Hong smiled, and his tone was careless. "This is also a scandal. Back then, my father wanted to help me find Zhang Qingyi from Luo Lan's mansion to propose marriage. Haha, of course, in the end, I was directly rejected by those two palace masters. I dare say they want to keep it for their son. Unfortunately, I don't know if their useless son can really keep such a beautiful wall." Hearing the words, Song Yunfan suddenly felt a little stunned, and only then did he understand why the governor's mansion had secretly contributed to the flames these years, helping the Song family swallow the Lulan mansion's property. There is still such a past between the two parties. End of this chapter. Chapter 43. Chapter 43, 6th grade water light phase. When there were still 3 bottles of Li Luo's last batch of 5th grade Ling Shui Kiguang left, his water light phase finally ushered in the long-awaited evolution and entered the 6th grade. In the attic of the bedroom, Li Luo fell on the carpet with his back to the sky. His face was covered with complex and ecstatic emotions. Less than a month ago, Li Luo was still the so-called empty phase, with an inexplicable future, but now, his unique water light phase has entered the 6th rank. Phase 9, and 6th phase, no matter how you look at it, it can be regarded as the upper middle level. And as long as it waits for another evolution in the future, it will step into the level of genuine high-quality appearance. In addition, because of the special aspect of water and light, even if it is the 6th rank, the mutual strength obtained from this practice will not be weaker than some upper 7th ranks. I have caught up with many outstanding peers. And as far as Li Luo knew, in the entire Nanfan Academy, there was only Liu Qing'er who possessed the 7th grade appearance. Even if this scope was extended to the entire generation of Tianjia County, it might be counted on the fingers of one's fingers. Li Luo would not really think that the 7th grade is not worth mentioning just because there is a monster with a 9th grade like Zhang Qingyi around him. And if it wasn't for the super rarity of the 9th grade, then how could the St. Xianxing Academy launch a special move to include Zhang Qingyi in advance? You know, the style of Shenshuangxing Academy is very high. And the geniuses they have seen are like Zhang's hiking, so ordinary geniuses are not qualified to make them open the door. Li Luo raised his palm, and there was a blue phase force condensed on his fingertips. The phase force was extremely pure, and there seemed to be the sound of water waves coming out of it, which was clear and cold. He could feel that as the water light phase evolved to the 6th grade, his phase power became stronger and more pure. It's not even far from the 8 Seals realm. The blue force finally condensed into a blue water polo about the size of a fist at Li Luo's fingertips. The next moment, he flicked his fingers, and the blue water polo shot out violently, and suddenly burst when it was about to hit the wall. There was a sudden burst of dazzling bright light, which made Li Luo, who had been prepared for a long time, squinted his eyes. Li Luo chuckled, "This physiognomy is not uncommon, it is just a very common middle-level physiognomy, water bomb. If the opponent is hit by the water bomb, the power of water will infect the body, and his own speed will be slowed down. But the disadvantage of this physiognomy is that its attack power is relatively low, and it is difficult to cause too much damage to people. Therefore, Li Luo improved and strengthened this middle-level physiognomy. He added the power of light to it. The final formed water bomb was not only faster, but also capable of bursting out dazzling glare to achieve the effect of interference. Therefore, this enhanced water bomb technique has been renamed by Li Luo to water light bomb. These days, in order to prepare for the upcoming university exams, Li Luo has put a lot of effort into physiognomy, and this water light bullet is one of the skills that have been successfully tested. Li Luo stood up, looked at the 2 remaining 5-grade spirit water strange lights on the table, and sighed with a slightly melancholy expression. In less than a month, his water light phase has improved by 2 ranks. This speed will definitely shock countless people, but Li Luo understands that this period of rapid improvement may soon come to an end. Because of the strange light of the 6th grade spiritual water, it is no longer the same as the 5th grade water, and you can easily buy hundreds of them. And just in terms of price, the market price of the 5th grade Ling Shui Kiguang is -gold, while the price of the 6th grade Ling Shui Kiguang is as expensive as -gold. He upgraded from the 5th rank to the 6th rank, and consumed a total of about 180 spirit water strange lights. And the 6th grade to the 7th grade is a watershed in the phase nature, because this is the threshold for the middle grade phase to move towards the high grade, so I am afraid that more spiritual water and strange light will be needed. For the time being, assuming that 200 spirit water strange lights are needed, the price will eventually reach a terrifying 600 million gold. This figure is probably the annual income of the entire Luolan Mansion. As for Luolan Mansion's current internal and external troubles, it is definitely impossible to support him with 600 million gold. Another point is that even if you have money, you have to wait for the 6th grade spiritual water to appear on the market before you can buy it. As far as Li Luo knows, in the entire Tianjia County, there are 6th grade spiritual water miracles that appear every month. Light, I'm afraid it's only about 10. Li Luo feels that it's impossible to gather the amount to evolve to the 7th rank here. Unless you go to Wangcheng. Calculated in this way, if you want to raise this acquired character to the 9th rank, the funds required have simply reached an extremely terrifying figure. Under this figure, even Luolan's mansion seems a bit insignificant. If you calculate carefully, this acquired appearance seems to be a bit deceiving. Of course, because of the emptiness, he can absorb the strange light of a lower grade of spiritual water, but the efficiency is quite low. For example, this time with the water and light phase reaching the 6th grade, he can absorb the strange light of the 5th grade. The efficiency is several grades worse than before the evolution, so for him, it may not be really cost-effective to replace the high-level one with the low-level Ling Shui Kiguang. Li Luo's face was serious, but fortunately, that's not the only thing that made him special, because after he reached the level of physician, he could start forging the 2nd phase to fill in the 2nd phase palace. So even if it is difficult for his 1st phase to move forward due to financial reasons, the arrival of the 2nd phase will be enough for him to continue to improve. And speaking of it, only when the 2nd phase palace is filled, this advantage that belongs to Li Luo alone, can it really burst out. Although my water light appearance of the 6th and 7th ranks may be a bit different than yours of the 9th rank, what about my dual attribute acquired appearances of the 6th and 7th ranks? What about 3? I can't beat you alone, but I can always beat you in groups, and this kind of advantage, at least until he meets a strong man in the Marquis realm. Li Luo will be able to maintain it with a high probability, unless he is lucky enough to open up a 2nd palace before the Marquis realm when he is promoted by accident a super genius, but this kind of existence should be similar to his congenital appearance, almost rare, right? And if we really met, his 3-phase power should have an advantage over the 2-phase, right? Thoughts in his heart scattered randomly, and then Li Luo let out a heavy breath, suppressing all these emotions, and at the same time took a blue jade slip from the table, which recorded a new energy channeling technique. It was Li Luo who had chosen for himself a long time ago. Suanpua breathing method, top grade general rank, requires 6th grade appearance. The energy guidance technique of this mysterious waterfall breathing method is higher than that of the Kanglin meditation picture practiced by Li Luo before, and the power of the water phase cultivated by it will be more explosive than the Kanglin meditation picture. It is exactly what Li Luo needs right now. Li Luo carefully read this mysterious waterfall breathing method. After a long time, he only started to try to practice it after he had some initial comprehension. In the next 2 days, most of Li Luo's energy was spent on practicing the Suanpu breathing method. Until the day before the end of the holiday, Cai Wei sent someone to inform him that he had asked him to help build the breathing method. Xiangzhu has been successfully released. End of this chapter. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. In a hall of the old house, Li Luo walked excitedly and quickly, and at first sight, he saw Cai Wei, who was tall and plump, with an oval face that was more delicate than a flower, and her smile was infinite. However, Li Luo has been watching for a long time, and has long been immune to Cai Wei's charm, so when he turned his eyes, he saw an iron box on the table. He rushed up in 2 or 3 steps, opened the iron box directly, and a cold light came out, only 2 short knives with cold light were lying in it. The short knife is about a foot long, one handle is blue, with faint water patterns flowing on it, and the other handle is pale white. It is said that it is made of a metal called riling iron, and it will bloom dazzlingly in the sun. Light. The 2 short knives are both mixed with metals that contain water energy and light energy. When Li Luo uses this as a weapon, he can maximize the power of his own water and light. The hilts of the double knives are shaped like animal mouths, with fangs sticking out. In addition, looking at the double knives as a whole, the arc of the knife is deeper, the blade is slightly curved, the cold light flows, and it is extremely sharp. Li Luo held the 2 knives and waved them lightly. Suddenly there was a slight sound of breaking wind, and then he put the 2 knives on his waist with his backhand, looking extraordinarily handsome. That's right. Li Luo nodded in satisfaction, and then he casually named the 2 knives. The blue one will be called the water pattern knife, and the other one will be called the sun pattern knife. It's just a set of qualified phase tools, and it's not up to the level of a treasure. Cai Wei's eyes were quite high, and Li Luo's 2 short knives, except for their slightly special shape, were actually nothing special. Precious. There are also grades of phase tools, which are generally ordinary phase tools, and those above ordinary phase tools are called treasures. It's just that compared with ordinary phase tools, treasures are much more powerful and rare, and the price of each treasure is extremely expensive, far exceeding ordinary phase tools. But the treasure phantasm needs to be stronger to drive it. Li Luo is only at the 7 seal realm now, so even if he is given a treasure phantasm, it may be difficult to display its true power. This is enough. I will try to make a set of real treasures when I get promoted to the state of a phase master. Li Luo laughed. These 2 short knives were prepared by him for the next college entrance examination. Just a transition. Thank you, Miss Cai Wei. Li Luo thanked her. Cai Wei waved her little hand, and said, your college exams should be coming soon, right? Nanfan College has become much more lively these days. The colleges in every city of Tianjia County have sent elite teams. The annual university exams are considered a grand event for all counties, and the battle for the exams will attract countless people to flock to it, making it very lively. Li Luo nodded and said, there are still 3 days. With a little worry in Cai Wei's beautiful eyes, she said, are you sure? Although Li Luo has awakened the water phase now, it is a little later than other students, and Cai Wei doesn't know if he can catch up. Cai Wei also knows the importance of being admitted to Shenshuangxing Academy. If Li Luo can enter, it will greatly improve his own prestige. At least, some people in Luo Lan's house will not dare neglecting him. The young palace master can also relieve some of the pressure for Zhang Qingyi. Li Luo had 2 knives on his waist, his palms stroking the handles, and a smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, Sister Cai Wei, I have a reason why I can't lose. Because if you can't even reach this step, you can only forget about retiring the engagement in this life. The vacation finally ended on schedule. Li Luo went back to the school, and then he and Zhao Kuo were called out by Su Shanyu alone, and went to the dean's place. Have you reached the 7 seals? During the boring conversation, Li Luo was a little surprised to know that Zhao Kuo had improved again during this holiday, and also stepped into the 7 seals. Zhao Kuo is only a 5th grade phase, this grade is neither high nor low, and his ability to reach the 7 seals before the big exam is enough to show how much hard work he has put in on weekdays. The tall and burly Zhao Kuo scratched his head like a bear, and said with a smile, "I didn't go home this time. I have been practicing in the academy. Thanks to the academy's special training, I managed to make a breakthrough." Zhao Kuo has been cultivating desperately for the past 10 days. Su Shanyu, who was leading the way, heard the conversation between the two and turned around to say something. In his words, he clearly recognized Zhao Kuo's hard work and diligence. Li Luo also gave him a thumbs up and said, "Excellent. How can I compare with you? You are handsome, have a high understanding of physiognomy, and now you have awakened the phase of water. In the future you will be another legend of Nanfan Academy after Senior Zhang Qingyi." Zhao Kuo said honestly. "The main reason why I choose to be your friend is because you are honest and never lie." Li Luo nodded, sighing. "That's a must. Please ask Brother Luo to cover me during the final exam. It's a small matter, I will take the first place when the time comes, and I will take you directly to the Saint Xianxing Academy. Brother Luo is domineering. Su Shanyu, who was walking in front, could not help but turn black when he heard the shameless business bragging between the two, and turned around and reprimanded, "Shut up, it's time." Li Luo and Zhao Kuo stopped talking immediately, and looked towards a courtyard ahead, where there were already a dozen figures waiting here, and they were the top dash of Nanfan Academy this time. Among the crowd, Li Luo also saw familiar figures like Liu Qing'er, Song Yunfan, and Ti Faking. At this time, everyone was staring at the two of them with joking smiles on their faces. Obviously, they had heard their business bragging just now. However, facing everyone's mocking gazes, Li Luo's expression was very calm, without showing any embarrassment. At this time, as long as he is not embarrassed, the embarrassment is someone else. On the other hand, Zhao Kuo showed a simple and honest smile, operating a straightforward appearance. Everyone looked at the two of them, and finally shook their heads and looked away. It's too thick-skinned. This Li Luo is also a bit bloated. He used the competition mechanism to tie Song Yunfan before, but now he dares to boast that he is the first in the final exam, without asking Liu Qing'er if he agrees. In front of the crowd, there was the figure of the old dean. He glanced at Li Luo and Zhao Kuo with a smile in his eyes, and then smiled at the crowd. "It seems that everyone is here. Then, let me tell you about the big exam." Hearing this, everyone froze, and waited intently for the old dean's next words. "The school exam will start in 3 days, and the 20 of you will represent our Nanfan Academy to participate in the battle. I only have one request for you, and that is to keep the signboard of my Nanfan Academy's No. Academy in Tianjia County. This time, there are a total of admission quotas issued by Shenshuangxing Academy to Tianjia County." As soon as these words came out, everyone's ears were pricked up. The places are obviously a few fewer than in previous years, and in this way, the competition will be more intense then. According to the rules of previous years, the top 10 in the college entrance examination will all get a place for admission to the Saint Xianxing Academy, and the remaining 40 will be allocated to each institution according to the ranking of the top 10. The colleges represented by the 8th, 9th, and 10th places in the big exam will be allocated an additional admission quota, and the universities represented by the 5th, 6th, and 7th places will be allocated 2 additional admission quotas. Number 3 and number 4 both get 5 places. Number 2 gets 6 admission places. Number 1. 15 admission places. The last sentence fell into the ears of everyone, and it immediately caused an uproar. No one expected that this time, the proportion of number 1 in the college entrance examination was so large. Although in the previous big exams, the institution represented by number 1 in the big exam got more extra places than other rankings, but it was obviously not as exaggerated this time. In front of everyone, Lin Feng, the instructor of the first academy, looked at Liu Qing'er with a gentle and encouraging smile, and said, Chinger, if Nanfan Academy wants to stabilize its brand this time, I'm afraid it will have to rely on you to take the first place gone. The old dean also nodded with a very kind face. Obviously, they all have high hopes for Lu Chinger, but it's normal, after all, she is the pillar of Nanfan Academy today. Facing their eager gazes, Lu Chinger's pretty face was quite calm, and she just said softly, I will do my best to fight for it. The old dean nodded, and immediately instructed, but you have to be careful of Shi Hong of Dongyuan Academy, this person is extremely powerful, and he may be your formidable enemy. Hearing this name, Lu Chinger's beautiful eyes also flashed a trace of solemnity, and she nodded her head seriously. Starting tomorrow, you don't have to come to the school, but you will stay in the Bailing Garden, where teams from various schools in Tianjia County gather. After 3 days, you will enter the Bailing Mountain from here. This is the venue for this big exam. The old dean made some instructions again, and finally made a conclusion. Nanfan Academy has been in my hands for decades, and its honor is more important than my life, so here I ask everyone to work hard on the exam and maintain this most important thing for me. With a serious face, the old dean bowed slightly to the crowd. The 20 students were taken aback by his move, and quickly bent over to return the salute. In the end, the old dean waved his hand, and everyone started to retreat with different emotions. Li Luo walked out of the courtyard, looking at the cloudless blue sky. His heart was also slightly surging. The college entrance examination is finally coming. It's a pity that my father and mother were not here. But if they were really there, would they shake their heads in disgust while watching? This son is so stupid, he can't be compared with a good boy. It is said that in Zhongqing ES class, the other schools in Tianjia County were so suppressed that they had no temper at all, and they didn't dare to have the courage to provoke Nanfan school. After learning that she had been admitted in advance by Shenshuangxing Academy, all the universities in Tianjia County almost celebrated each other with tears in their eyes. Compared with Zhongqing ES resume, which is so glamorous that it can blind people, Li Luo is obviously two ups and downs. Even a month ago, most people thought that he might not even be qualified to take the big exam. Thinking of this, Li Luo's throbbing heart cooled a little, and then he sighed. How interesting! End of this chapter. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Bailing Garden is located on the outskirts of Nanfan City, backed by Bailing Mountain. It has been used as an examination venue for many college entrance examinations. On the second day, under the leadership of Lin Feng and Su Shanyu, Li Luo and others went to Bailing Garden in a well-prepared manner. But when they arrived at Bailing Garden, they found that the manor was already crowded with people. Various vendors formed a long street, spreading in all directions, and it was very lively. However, it is not surprising that the college entrance examination is a grand event in each county. Although the participants are only the top students in each school, it is precisely this that makes the exam more intense. Everyone wants to see, what is it? Which young talent can stand out and become number one of the new generation in Tianjia County? That is the highest honor for a young man. When a group of people entered Bailing Garden, they felt that the atmosphere was even hotter. Countless noisy voices came from all directions, and their appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention. Very loud. Is this the top dash of Nanfan Academy this year? Wow, that beautiful lady with long hair is Lu Chinger, right? I heard that she is the number one of Nanfan Academy. This year's college entrance examination, she is likely to be no one. It's not necessarily true that Shi Hong of Dongyuan Academy is also extremely strong, and may not be weaker than Lu Chinger. Which one is Li Luo from Nanfan Academy? It is said that Zhang Qingyi is his fiancé? It's just hateful, how dare he insult my goddess? Here, the most handsome one is Li Luo from Nanfan Academy. Humph, handsome is indeed handsome, but what else is there? There is money and power, after all, he is the young master of the Lulan mansion. Humph, what kind of skill is relying on family status? We should be self-reliant. I heard that he tied with Song Yunfan, who was ranked second, in the Nanfan Academy preliminaries. Damn, you are so annoying, can you shut up? Many discussions along the road poured into the ears of everyone in Nanfan Academy, but it was obvious that Liu Qing'er and Li Luo were the most topical among them. Of course, the former was because of their strength, and the latter was because of their special reputation. And on the Highland Stone Pavilion not far away, there were also 3 figures standing here, their eyes locked on the team of Nanfan Academy entering Bailing Garden. 2 teenagers and a girl. 1 boy was tall and strong, with fiery red long hair that was extremely dazzling under the sun, while the other boy had a gentle face, a little thin and weak. The last girl was wearing a green dress. With a delicate and lovely body, and her facial features were quite beautiful, especially on the backs of her hands, which seemed to have green tattoos like vines. These 3 people are not unknown people. The red-haired boy named Xiang Liang, who came from the Chenexai Academy in Tianchu County, and is the number 1 of this class, with strong strength. The gentle and thin young man named Zhong Fu is number 1 in Zhongyang Academy. The petite girl in green clothes is named Qi Su, and she is number 1 in Ziguang Mansion. These 3 people are all strong contenders for the top 10 in the college entrance examination. Is that Liu Qing'er? It looks like a formidable enemy. Xiang Liang's voice was loud, and his eyes were full of fierce fighting intent as he locked on to Liu Qing'er. From her body, I feel some dangerous aura. Zhong Fu frowned slightly, and said softly. Nanfan Academy's number 1 has never had an easy life, okay? But you have to be thankful. Fortunately, we are not in Zhongqing ES class, otherwise we can just wash up and sleep. Qi Sujiao said with a smile. Xiang Liang and Zhong Fu nodded in sympathy, and sighed, that Zhongqing E is too terrifying. With a 9th grade bright appearance, it scares me to death. People who are in the same class as her are really sympathetic. However, in this class of Nanfan Academy, only Liu Qing'er and Song Yunfan are afraid, and the others are not afraid. Xiang Liang said confidently. Although the school he was in was not as good as Nanfan School, it was because of this that school was able to accumulate a lot of resources on him. And people like him are rare in the universities of Tianchu County. But he is not the only one, because in order to recruit these talented students, all universities are willing to spend a lot of money. Where's Li Luo? I heard that he had a draw with Song Yunfan in the preliminary exam. Qi Su said. Hearing this, Xiang Liang sneered, and said, that's because he relied on some special means to delay the time of the competition, and in the end his strength was also exhausted. If Song Yunfan was given another second, Li Luo would be in trouble. Get out in embarrassment. It's just opportunistic, and it won't be used in the final exam. When Qi Su heard this, he suddenly realized, and said regretfully, it's such a waste of such a handsome appearance. The gentle Zhong Fu on the other side said softly, it is a big taboo to underestimate the enemy. Li Luo's ability to tie Song Yunfan is enough to show that he has some weirdness, so for the sake of safety, it is necessary to test out his true ability. Only in this way can all the unstable factors be resolved. Don't worry about this, I will find a way. Xiang Liang curled his lips and said, you can do whatever you want. Qi Su turned his eyes and said, you all received the message from Shi Hong, right? He wants us to meet at night to discuss something. Xiang Liang nodded, facing the governor's son, who was the only one who could compete with Liu Qing'er from Nanfan Academy head-on. He was also full of fear. He still needs to give some face. Zhong Fu also nodded slightly, and said, his goal should be targeting Nanfan Academy, which coincides with ours. After all, Nanfan Academy has occupied the signboard of the number 1 institution in Tianchu County for too long. It would be good for our respective institutions to get the most places, if it can be suppressed. Qi Su smiled and said, and without him, a heavyweight, I'm afraid it would be impossible for us to join forces. Although the various schools will target the Nanfan school, after all, there will be a lot of competition with each other, so if there is no strong person to match them, it is basically difficult to form a joint trend. So this time Shi Hong was able to stand up, which was what they were happy to see. Under the leadership of Lin Feng and Su Shanyu, Li Luo and his party moved into the dormitory room in Bailing Garden. Li Luo happened to be separated from Zhao Kuo. When the two were tidying up the dormitory, there was a sudden knock on the door, and when Li Luo opened the door, a sloppy face appeared, and at the same time, a corner of the book page in his arms was exposed. "Brother, do you want to buy materials?" As soon as these words caught his ears, Li Luo immediately thought of those wretched peddlers who secretly sold all kinds of unhealthy books at the gate of Nanfan Academy. "Yu Lang, when did you change careers?" Li Luo asked with a smile. The person in front of him was Yu Lang, who had fought against Li Luo before and lost with exaggerated vomiting of blood. Why, Yu Lang said dissatisfiedly, "This is my first-hand information. I have information on the top students of various universities, and I inferred the top 10 in the exam based on this." "Oh." Li Luo raised his brows. "This guy is really smart. He knows how to sell this kind of information, and it seems that he has been preparing for it for a long time. Your means of making money is not bad." Li Luo praised it, and then bought a document to support it. "That's necessary. I have painstakingly created these materials, and they are worth keeping." Yu Lang vowed. Li Luo turned a page casually, and then the smile froze at the corner of his mouth, because he saw his name directly. Li Luo, Nanfan Academy, the young master of Lulan Mansion, a former waste, a rising genius, suspected of being a 5th grade water, features, very handsome, but unfortunately, being handsome does not have any bonus for winning the quota. The final estimate, the probability of winning the top 10 in the final exam is extremely low. Li Luo laughed angrily, and just as he raised his head to scold, Yu Lang swept away like a gust of wind, and at the same time, a voice came from afar. "I'm doing this to protect your information." Li Luo gritted his teeth. "I believe you are a ghost, you are a waste, don't let me bump into you next time." End of this chapter. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. After driving away Yu Lang, Li Luo returned to the room with this document, opened it from the first page and read it slowly. However, as his eyes swept over, his expression became more serious, because he found a lot of information on it, which was quite predictable. It seems that Yu Lang really worked hard on this, and he didn't make it up to fool people. Of course, the one about him, Li Luo, was not included. Regarding the information on that one, except for his good looks, which even he himself couldn't deny, Li Luo didn't admit anything else. At this time, Li Luo's attention was attracted by a speculation about the top 10 winners of the final exam. No one, Nanfan Academy, Lu Qing'er, the 7th rank Ice Phase, suspected of being in the 9 seals. This girl has both beauty and strength, and has never been defeated in Nanfan Academy. No 2, Dongyuan Academy, Shi Kong, the 7th rank Thunder Minister, suspected of the 9 seals. This person may be the only existence that can pose a threat to Lu Qing'er, and has a chance to win the first place in the big exam. No 3, Chenexai Academy, Xiang Liang, the lower 7th rank of Fire, 8 seal strength. This person is a top student cultivated by Chenexai Academy by consuming a lot of resources. His strength should not be underestimated. No 4, Nanfan Academy, Song Yunfan, the 7th rank Chidioxiang, 8 seal strength. In the pre-examination of Nanfan Academy, his record is close to a complete victory. The only loss is a loss to Lu Qing'er, and there is a draw. The instigator was Li Luo from Nanfan Academy. No 5, Ziguang Mansion, Chi Su, the lower 7th rank Ling Poison Vine, and the strength of the 8 seals. No 6, Zhongyang Academy, Zhongfu, the lower 7th grade Water Phase, 8 seal strength. No 7. Li Luo read this information carefully, and immediately couldn't help but sigh in admiration. If you don't read it, you don't know. After a look, you know that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Tianxia County, but it's normal to think about it. Although the other schools in Tianxia County are not as good, Nanfan Academy is deep, but they are also capable of cultivating a pillar. If one day a blind cat bumps into a dead mouse, it may suddenly win the first place in the big exam, and the reputation of the academy will skyrocket. Earned it back. And after looking at it, Li Luo found that the top 10 contenders were almost all of the 8 seals and above, and obviously they were not weak players. It seems that it is not easy to enter the top 10. Li Luo rubbed his chin. Now he has the strength of Qian, which is obviously weaker than the top 10 contenders. However, because of the special appearance of water and light, if we really want to fight, the opponent may not be as strong. The advantage is if the current him meets Song Yunfan again, there will be no need for the previous competition to end in a draw. Obviously, in the top 10, Liu Qing'er and Shi Kong are the only ones. These two are the strength of Juyan, and they are quite skilled in physiognomy, so they are indeed the most likely to win no one. But Li Luo is not very interested in winning the first place. Why? Because the strength does not allow it. Although he is pregnant with the 6th rank water and light aspect, Liu Qing'er and Shi Hong also have the upper level 7th rank aura. The two have good backgrounds, and the resources they get will not be less than him, the young palace master. So I really think it will be easy. If he beat him by leapfrogging, it would be too disrespectful for him to be a human being. After all, he wasn't Zhang Qingyi, he directly overwhelmed everyone with a 9th grade bright face, so that people didn't even have the courage to fight her. When Pei Hao came looking for trouble before, he was obviously a late-stage Earth Demon General, but facing Zhang Qingyi, who was only an early-stage Zhang Qingyi, he couldn't get the slightest benefit. So now Li Luo's goal is to be among the top 10. In the final exam, and getting a place is almost enough. As for the first place, he really doesn't have much interest. After those incidents, Li Luo felt that a person should develop in a low-key manner and stay calm. If conditions permit, Li Luo wants to accomplish a small goal in a low-key manner first, which is to step into the marquee realm and stabilize his own life. After all, the remaining 5 years of life is really a sharp knife hanging over the head, making people sleepless. When Li Luo was immersed in the exam materials compiled by Yu Lang, the sky gradually darkened. Zhao Kuo planned to go out for food, but seeing his serious appearance, he didn't say anything to disturb him, but slipped out by himself. And then I will pack some food for Li Luo and come back later. This information is very comprehensive and has a lot of dry goods. After reading this information thoroughly, Li Luo couldn't help but praise again. At least after reading it, he had some preliminary understanding of the top students from various schools. And after reading it, he felt that Yu Lang might not have written some of his information on purpose so as not to be targeted. Otherwise, with the information he knew, he wouldn't have written the information in such a vague and unreasonable way. Fool! It's a mistake to blame this waste. Li Luo talked to himself, and then he heard the sound of gurgling in his stomach, and then suddenly realized that the sky had completely darkened. Why hasn't Zhao Kuo come back? Do you want me to starve to death and monopolize this dormitory? Li Luo asked suspiciously. While he was wondering, there was a sudden knock on the door, and Yu Lang's voice came from outside. Li Luo, your friend Zhao Kuo has been stopped. Li Luo opened the door, frowned and said, what did you say? Yu Lang outside the door shrugged his shoulders and said, that guy seems to have clashed with people from Zhongyang Academy. The leader of the opponent is Zhong Fu. You should know him after reading my exam materials. People from Zhongyang Academy? What do they want to do? Li Luo asked in surprise. Even Zhong Fu showed up. If it was said to target Zhao Kuo, I don't think you would believe it. Yu Lang analyzed. Aiming at me? Li Luo asked thoughtfully. There is a high probability that I want to get your bottom line. Yu Lang said. I'm so low-key, why do you still want to touch me? Li Luo was speechless. That Zhong Fu was a strong contender for the top 10, so how could he be following him? It seems to be a cautious character, in line with his personality. Yu Lang felt the same way. Li Luo was indeed very low-key. The only outstanding record was that he relied on the mechanism to draw with Song Yunfan. Bullying my brother, no matter who he is, can't bear it. Li Luo said angrily, and then went straight out of the room. Yu Lang scratched his head. If you say this, don't you fulfill his wish instead, on the west side of Bailing Garden? Amidst the turbulent flow of people, many people stopped in one place, forming a blockage. In the crowd, several students from Zhongyang Academy surrounded Zhao Kuo, arguing broke out, and many people around were watching the show. What's the matter? I heard that the person from Nanfan Academy molested a primary school girl from Zhongyang Academy. Are you so arrogant? Where is the primary school girl? There, the beauty is so ordinary. Are the people in Nanfan Academy so hungry? Amidst all the laughter, Zhao Kuo became more and more impatient, with anger surging in his eyes. He suddenly bumped away the few people who were blocking him, and ran away. But as soon as he ran, he suddenly felt a powerful force coming from behind, and a somewhat cold palm was pressed on his back. The force of the palm made Zhao Kuo stiff all over, and couldn't help it. Dare to move. He turned his head, looked at a young man with a gentle and thin face who appeared behind, and said angrily, "What do you want to do?" Zongfu heard the words, smiled and said, "Brother, the matter is not over yet. Today's matter, you have to let the people who can talk in Nanfan Academy come out and solve it. You want to blackmail me?" Zhao Kuo said in a deep voice. Zongfu said with a smile, "If Nanfan Academy doesn't come to someone who is worthy of face, I'm afraid I can only punish you in the end, and seek justice for our elementary school girls." "Fart, she looks stronger than me, I will tease him." Zhao Kuo said angrily. Zongfu ignored him and just restrained him firmly, allowing more and more people to watch the excitement around him. The two sides chattered and scolded each other for a while, and suddenly there was some commotion in the crowd, and then Zongfu's eyes lit up when he saw that Li Luo came out. It really came. Zongfu was secretly happy. As long as Li Luo showed up, he would have to find out what he said today, to see if he had the real ability or the candle head of the silver gun. However, before the joy spread in his heart, Li Luo turned his head and shouted to the rear, "Instructor Supervisor, here, this guy violated the rules and fought privately, arrest him quickly and deprive him of the qualification to take the big exam." The smile on Zongfu's face froze immediately, and then he saw a mentor wearing a surveillance uniform standing out from behind Li Luo with no expression on his face. "Grass!" Sven's Zongfu burst out with a foul language. He didn't expect the young mansion master of Lulan Mansion to be so wild. In the past 2 days, there have been frequent fights between students from various universities in Bailing Garden, but everyone followed the unwritten rules. Come to solve it. Who has seen this kind of person who always reports to the teacher? Do you want to lose face? This young palace master doesn't follow the routine at all. End of this chapter. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Amidst the turbulent crowd, many onlookers around looked at this scene with astonishment on their faces. No one expected that Li Luo, who came to save the scene, would bring along a supervisor by the way. "I'll go, this young palace master is too unruly. Too cowardly, doesn't this seem to be afraid of Zongfu? It's really shocking to ask the instructor to report the quarrel among the students." "That's right, but it seems that finding a mentor is the most correct way, right? Fighting privately is a violation of the rules. Although what you said is correct, but..." Some people hesitated for a long time, but they were a little unable to refute, because if it violated the rules, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with reporting and complaining to the tutor. But why doesn't it feel right? When some students around were lost in thought, Zongfu hurriedly let go of the palm on Zhao Kuo's back, and said to the expressionless supervisor with a smile on his face, "Teacher, we know fights, just joking. You clearly wanted to hit me just now." Zhao Kuo said. Zongfu embarrassingly denied, "How is it possible? Don't slander me." Li Luo also walked up and said with a smile, "It's okay, just speak out your true thoughts bravely." Zongfu laughed and said, No, really." The supervisor took a look at the situation in the field, and then at the elementary school girl from Zhongyang Academy who was as strong as a bear. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he said, "Can you find a better one if you want to touch porcelain?" Zongfu was very wronged. Zhongyang Academy was originally full of yang, and there were not many female students. This strong little junior was the only girl in the top dash of their school. They usually regarded it as a treasure. You stand for 3 hours as a punishment, and if you are 1 minute late, let your dean come to lead you. The supervisor said angrily. In fact, there have been too many fights among these students recently, and they turned a blind eye to it, but when Li Luo came to report it, they had to deal with it, otherwise it would be dereliction of duty. After the supervisor finished speaking, he turned around and left. Among the crowd watching, there was low laughter, and they didn't know who they were laughing at. Zongfu stood there helplessly, not daring to move. Li Luo stepped forward and said with a smile, "Are you so curious about me? You even went out of your way to use Zhao Kuo to force me out." Zongfu stared at Li Luo, and sighed, "Because others say that you are nothing to be afraid of, young palace master, but I feel that you may be the biggest variable in this big exam, so I have to test your bottom line." Li Luo asked in surprise, "You think so highly of me?" Zongfu nodded, and said, "Because I know Zhang Qing's horror, I don't believe that people who have a marriage contract with her will really be useless." "Have you fought against Zhang Qingyi?" Li Luo was even more surprised. Zongfu sighed, and said, "Hand me over." She just glanced at me that time, and my legs went numb from fright. "However, Li Luo, you are hiding something, so you don't want to do anything. I'm curious as to how you will perform in the final exam. We'll know when we meet in the final exam." Li Luo smiled, and immediately patted Zongfu on the shoulder, "Then you continue to stand, I'll go back to sleep first." After finishing speaking, he led Zhao Kuo away leisurely amidst many strange eyes. Zongfu watched them leave. Curled his lips helplessly, and then his expression changed as if he remembered something. "Damn it, I was punished to stand, how can I go to Shi Kong's party at night? He won't think I've betrayed him and won't give him face." Somewhere in Bailing Yuan, in a room. Shi Kun greeted Xiang Liang and Qi Su in front of him with a gentle smile, and even poured tea for the two of them in person, talking politely. The three talked for a while. Qi Su frowned, and said, "Why isn't Zongfu here?" Xiang Liang was also a little puzzled, because Zongfu didn't seem to be interested in Shi Hong's proposal, so there was a high probability that he would appear. Shi Hong had a smile on his face, but his eyes were slightly dark. Could it be that this Fu didn't want to give him face? And when his mind was turning, someone knocked on the door and came in suddenly, and said something in his ear, and then, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Shi Hong waved his hand to send people away, then looked at the two of them, and said with a smile, "Maybe Zongfu won't be able to come tonight." "What's going on?" Xiang Liang and Qi Su asked in surprise. He wanted to test Li Luo's background, but Li Luo reported it to the supervisor, and then he was punished to stand for 3 hours. When Shi Hong said this, his expression was a little strange. "What?" Xiang Liang and Qi Su couldn't help but lose their voices, and immediately looked at each other, dumbfounded for a moment. This Li Luo is a bit unreasonable. Xiang Liang couldn't help laughing. Reporting to the mentor, "Thanks to this guy can figure it out, isn't he afraid of being ridiculed? Maybe it's really incapable of dealing with Zongfu, so I can only choose this method." Qi Su said. "I just said that there is no need to test Li Luo. He is not an opponent we need to pay attention to, and he has no right to make us be so cautious." Xiang Liang pouted and said. Shi Hong said with a smile on his face, "Zongfu's prudence is also good. If you really meet Li Luo in the final exam, you should deal with it first, so as to avoid any accidents in the end." But obviously, he didn't pay too much attention to this, but as soon as the topic changed, he turned to today's business. "Although Zongfu has not arrived, the purpose of our meeting today cannot be delayed. We all have a common goal, which is to pull Nanfan Academy from the throne of the number 1 academy in Tianjia County. The strongest person in Nanfan Academy this year should be Liu Qing'er. As long as she is eliminated, Nanfan Academy will lose the qualification to compete for number 1. At that time, they will definitely not get the most admission places this year. My suggestion is also very simple. In the last period, we need to work together to eliminate Liu Qing'er. Xiang Liang and Qi Su glanced at each other, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes, and immediately asked out the doubts in their hearts. It's not easy to join hands to deal with Liu Qing'er, and even if we can't beat her at that time, she should be able to retreat completely with her ability. There must be other powerful enemies in the final period. Once we fight Liu Qing'er too hard, we may be taken advantage of by others. Shi Hong smiled slightly and said, I will make arrangements for everything, as long as you show up at the time and place I arrange. Xiang Liang, Qi Su pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. Then according to what you said, Nanfan Academy has occupied Tianjia County's first academy for too long, and it's time to replace it. Shi Hong smiled even more, and then raised his teacup. The 3 teacups touched lightly. Then, happy cooperation. End of this chapter. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. And the next 2 days, no one came to provoke Li Luo again, but whenever he went out, the eyes cast around him seemed to have some weird meaning. But would Li Luo care about this? Obviously not. After all, compared with what he experienced in the previous 2 years, it was really nothing. Bailing Garden, Feng Restaurant. Li Luo and Zhao Kuo came here to look for food, but when they went upstairs, they found that the spacious lobby was overcrowded, full of young girls full of vigor, and there was a lot of laughter from time to time. There are too many people. Zhao Kuo said speechlessly. Li Luo was also a little helpless. Just as he was about to leave, he saw someone waving at him not far away by the window. Looking carefully, it turned out to be Liu Qing'er. Go and have a meal. Li Luo was not polite when he saw this, and walked over with Zhao Kuo, but as he got closer, he saw that there were FANFIC and Song Yunfan at the same table with Liu Qing'er. If you don't mind, just sit here, there is still space. Liu Qing'er pointed to the vacant seat with her slender fingers, and said. Tifa at the same table took a good look at Li Luo, but instead of sneering like before, she drank water quietly. On the contrary, Song Yunfan frowned slightly, showing some dissatisfaction appropriately. He felt that someone with good eyesight would understand what to do at this time. Then, he saw Li Luo sitting down next to him, and smiled gratefully. It's still a classmate, it's a relief. The corner of Song Yunfan's mouth twitched slightly, and he said lightly, Li Luo, I heard that you are causing trouble again. Now there are so many people from other schools in Bailing Garden. Can you stop discrediting Nanfan School? Those of us who are also students of Nanfan Academy feel a little embarrassed. Hearing this, Li Luo pondered and said, if what I have done makes you feel embarrassed, then I suggest you drop out of school as soon as possible. What he said directly caused anger to surface in Song Yunfan's eyes, while Liu Qing'er on the other side slightly curved his lips. Song Yunfan sneered and said, whether I will drop out or not, it doesn't matter if you say it, Li Luo, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't think that you can wantonly offend people from other schools if you draw with me in the preliminary exam. You yourself know best whether your draw is of any use here. But Li Luo didn't listen to what he said, but said to Liu Qing'er, who was greeting the waiter, order a meal for us, thank you. Liu Qing'er did not respond coldly, but when talking to the waiter, it was obvious that she added 2 expensive meals. Seeing this, Song Yunfan became even more angry, and faintly jealous, because he had never spoken to Liu Qing'er like this before, but Li Luo, a bastard, dared to order her around in front of him. The big exam will start tomorrow, are you all ready? However, Liu Qing'er obviously didn't intend to listen to their cynicism, so she took the initiative to speak. Several people nodded, and then the topic changed along the way. Li Luo didn't participate much, but concentrated on eating. But halfway through eating, he suddenly noticed that the atmosphere on the table paused slightly, and immediately looked in a certain direction, only to see a figure walking up there. The young man's appearance was not too outstanding, but he faintly exuded an oppressive aura. That aura, even with a gentle smile on his face, was still not to be underestimated. Dongyuan Academy, Master Kong, son of the governor of Tianjia County. And this master went upstairs, looked directly at Li Luo and the others, and then walked over with a smile. "Everyone, is it okay to get a seat?" Liu Qing raised her eyes and said lightly, "Sorry, the seats are full." Shi Hong smiled and borrowed a chair from the side. The people at that table obviously knew him, so no one dared to stop him. Shi Hong sat down on the other side of Song Yunfan, and said, "Qing'er, my father and Uncle Liu are considered acquaintances, there is no need to be so cold. You and I are in a competitive relationship, why pretend to be friendly? Isn't it tiring to pretend?" Liu Qing'er said. Shi Hong smiled helplessly, and said, "You and I will definitely enter the Shensuangxing Academy in the future, but we will be classmates at that time, so there is no need to be so unfamiliar." "Yunfan, are you right?" he also asked Song Yunfan at the side. Song Yunfan nodded calmly. Satisfied, Li Luo put down the bowl and chopsticks, looked at Liu Qing'er, and said, "Have you finished eating? Are you going for a walk to digest?" Liu Qing'er nodded when she heard the words. Of course she knew that it was Li Luo who helped her resolve the situation. After all, she didn't want to stay here and say these useless things to the fake-faced Shi Kong. Seeing this, Shi Kun narrowed his eyes for a moment. He held a broad bean in his finger, and flicked it with his fingers. There seemed to be a faint sound of thunder, and a silver light was directly aimed at Li Luo's face with the momentum of thunder. Shot away. But just when the silver light was about to hit Li Luo, a cold chopstick flew towards him, knocking the broad bean entwined with the power of thunder out, and finally the chopsticks were ruthlessly inserted into the building. In the column, the cold air spreading on it caused some hoarfrost to emerge nearby. Liu Qing'er stared at Shi Kong with cold eyes, a faint chill rose up all over her body, and said, "Master Kong, don't make trouble for nothing." The movement here also caused some commotion in the lobby, and one after another surprised eyes projected over, and when they found out that the conflict was between Liu Qing'er and Shi Kong, they suddenly became very interested. Could it be that this year's college entrance examination is the most powerful competition? The two of number 1 are going to do something early here. Amidst all the attention, Shi Hong smiled and said, Miss Young Palace Master, don't be angry." Li Luo shook his head and said helplessly, "I'm not angry, but you are wasting too much food. It seems that brother, your tutor is not qualified. Doesn't the governor usually teach you? If there is no leather whip at home, I can give it to you." "You too." Shi Hong said with a smile on his face, "Young Palace Master is right, I will pay more attention next time. If you know your mistakes and correct them, then you will still be a good boy." Li Luo nodded in praise, then turned and left with Zhao Kuo. Liu Qing'er gave Shi Kong a cold look, and followed. Tafaqing quickly followed, and Song Yunfan looked at Shi Kong first, then got up and left. Shi Hong looked at their leaving figures and didn't care. He stretched out his hand and threw the remaining broad beans on the plate into his mouth, chewed them lightly, with a smile on his lips, but indifference in his eyes. This Li Luo, is he hiding his strength, or is he really incapable? He still wants to find out. He whispered to himself, then smiled and shook his head. Forget it, an abolished young palace master shouldn't pose much of a threat. As long as Liu Qing'er is eliminated, then this time, Nanfan Academy will definitely not be able to hold the signboard of the number 1 academy in Chu County that day. But this guy is really annoying. It seems that it is necessary to make some arrangements so that he can get out early and be eliminated. End of this chapter. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Time flies by in this lively Bailing garden, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the big exam has arrived. Outside the Bailing garden, there was an increasing crowd of people. Apparently, there were people from all over Tianjia County who came to watch this great event of the big exam. At the foot of Bailing Mountain, the stretch of viewing platform is full of darkness, full of popularity. At the very front, there are some spacious and luxurious pavilions. These pavilions are all prepared for the big figures in Tianjia County. In just a short while, Shi Qing, the governor of Tianjia County, and Wei Shat, the old dean of Nanfan Academy, all showed up, which attracted a lot of attention. As the two with the highest weight in Tianjia County, They directly entered the pavilion in the center, and then someone immediately offered fragrant tea and fruits. He, the spirit of the old dean is still as good as ever. The division governor said with a smile on his face. The old dean of Wei Cha said with a half smile, I heard that Governor Shi is very dissatisfied with my Nanfan Academy, which is the #1 academy in Tianjia County. This must be a rumor. The division governor smiled and shook his head in denial. Immediately, he changed his voice and said, the No. School in Tianjia County is obtained through the competition of strength, and no one can change it, unless the strength of Nanfan School is surpassed by other schools. The old dean said indifferently, when my Nanfan Academy was rising in Tianjia County, you didn't know where you were wandering, Governor General. In recent years, the Governor General has been in power in Tianjia County, and he has had many conflicts with the old dean, some of which even involved the reputation and interests of Nanfan Academy. You must know that the old dean almost regards the reputation of Nanfan Academy as his lifeblood. Well, the governor dared to hurt Nanfan Academy on this. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. The Great Xia Royal Court conducts performance reviews on the provincial governors every year, and the old dean, as the head of the first school in Tianjia County, naturally has an important right to speak, but with the grievances between the two parties, how could the old dean give anything good evaluation, which has made it difficult for the Governor General to be promoted over the years. With the accumulation of time, the grievances between the two sides have become deeper and deeper. Now when they meet, it is natural to talk with each other. Especially this year, if the governor's performance evaluation still fails to reach a certain level, then he will most likely be transferred away and assigned to a county that is weaker than Tianjia County. This is also the main reason why Shi Hong tried his best to take away the signboard of Nanfan Academy's No. Academy in Chu County that day. The atmosphere here in Zhongting was condensed, while other places were very lively. The Song family, Tifa family, and Bei family, all the heads of Tianjia County, all showed up. Chairman Lu of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce also came here with a happy face. After all, his little niece will show her face in this big exam. In a pavilion, Cai Wei and Yan Lingqing also arrived. After all, as members of the Lulan Mansion, they also had to pay attention to the results of their young master's exams. Of course, it's more because they have a good relationship with Zhang Qingyi. So when they treat Li Luo, they all have a feeling of treating him like a younger brother. In addition, Li Luo is handsome, and his personality is not as good as the young palace master. His arrogance, although sometimes skinny, is clearly endearing. Do you think the young palace master will be able to enter the top 10 this time? Cai Wei leaned back in her chair gracefully, took a banana and peeled it off, her sexy red lips parted and closed, and her white teeth gently bit it broken. In this scene, if there is a man here, I'm afraid they will be teased to the point of burning. Yan Lingqing tapped the table with her jade fingers, and couldn't help but said, you vixen, please restrain yourself. There are no outsiders. Cai Wei said wronged, and immediately she took out a piece of melon from the fruit plate and handed it to Yan Lingqing, saying, you eat more of this, and make up for it. You still have to push your limits. Yan Lingqing was angry, you are so fierce, isn't it? She immediately got up, rushed forward to hold down Cai Wei, and scratched vigorously. Cai Wei was scratched so that her flowers and branches trembled wildly, and she could only beg for mercy in the end, please forgive me, I was wrong. That pitiful and charming appearance is not as calm and rational as the head butler of Luo Lan's mansion. Yan Lingqing snorted coldly, then sat back, and said, Li Luo should be at the level of the 7th seal. Judging from his apparent strength, it is not easy for him to enter the top 10. However, if Lu Qing'er from Nanfan Academy can win the first place, then Nanfan Academy will get 15 additional places. Among the 15 places, it is not difficult for Li Luo to get one. Cai Wei chuckled and said, but I think it's not difficult for the master of the Shaofu to enter the top 10. Yan Lingqing glanced at her in surprise, obviously not knowing where she got such confidence. Don't look at him, who is usually gentle and doesn't have the airs of a young palace master, but he is still very proud in his bones. After all, he is the son of those two, and he is also the person who has a marriage contract with Qingyi. With his character, he will be obsessed with the first student, but I am afraid he will not accept this kind of bringing into the St. Xianxing Academy. Cai Wei said. Of course the most important thing is, out of intuition, I always feel that our young palace master is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Yan Lingqing was thoughtful. In fact, sometimes Li Luo really gave people a feeling of incomprehensibility. He was obviously just a person who had just been dating for a short time, but in this short month, what he accomplished was not as good as not a lot. I hope he can enter the top 10 with his own ability and win the admission quota. Otherwise, this kind of person who was taken into the Shenshuangxing Academy by the way will be a little embarrassed when he arrives at the Shenshuangxing Academy in the future. The young master of the Lan Mansion and Qingyi's fiancé, Tisk Tisk, thinking of this, I think it may not be a good thing for Li Luo to go to Shenshuangxing Academy. Yan Lingqing supported the silver mirror frame, and there was some smile on her cold cheeks. Pity.Cai Wei also nodded lightly. She also came from the great Xiaoqing city, and she knew the Shenshuangxing Academy quite well. At the same time, she was also very aware of the fame Zhang Qingyi had there. It's better for Li Luo to hide in Nanfan City now, those turmoil can't be blown away, but once he goes to Shenshuangxing Academy, I'm afraid he will face the pressure brought by Zhang Qingyi's blinding aura. If you change to someone with poor endurance, I'm afraid they won't be able to bear it. While they were talking, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly boiled up, and the two women cast their gazes away, and then they saw teams from various schools entering the venue at this time. Their eyes swept away, and they saw Li Luo in Nanfan Academy at a glance. After all, with his silver grey hair and extremely handsome appearance, he was so easy to recognize. Young palace master is really good looking. After the hair color has changed, he is even more handsome. Cai Wei commented with a smile. Yan Lingqing said angrily, the appearance is superficial. However, she did not deny that Li Luo, who had inherited the excellent genes of his two parents, could not find any faults in his appearance. While countless eyes were watching, a figure wearing a starlight robe appeared on the high platform. On the starlight robe, there were stars blooming with silver brilliance. It was the tutor uniform of Shenshuangxing Academy. Obviously, the person who came was the supervisor sent by Shenshuangxing Academy. Everyone from Tianjia County, I am the tutor of Shenshuangxing Academy, and Lai. This year's university exam will be ranked based on the points system. The tutor of Shenshuangxing Academy named Enlai looked about 30 or so, and being able to become a tutor at the Shengxianxing Academy at this age is obviously considered young and promising. And as his voice fell, the leading instructors of each school took out a crystal card and distributed it to their respective students. Li Luo and the others also got a crystal plate, which was about the size of a palm, with the school badges of their respective schools engraved on it, as well as their names. When the big exam starts, all of you will enter 2 review checkpoints. After passing these 2 checkpoints, you will get some basic points. During these 2 review levels, students are forbidden to fight each other, and once they pass these 2 levels, everything will become free. Snatch the crystal cards from other people's hands, and take away their points. This is the 3rd level of elimination. Of course, between classmates, there is no way to grab points from each other. Your end point is deep in the southwest of Bailing Mountain. There is a ruin of an ancient city called Bailingxiu. When you get there, you will know the final rules. As Enlai's unheard voice fell, the faces of all the students gradually became serious, and the air seemed to be filled with tension. After finishing all the rules, Enlai took a look at the sky, and immediately showed a bright smile. That's the end of the nonsense. I hereby announce that the college entrance examination has officially begun. As soon as his words fell, the tense atmosphere in the world suddenly exploded, turning into a boiling atmosphere, spreading everywhere. The big exam has finally begun, 1 update today, and 2 updates tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Examination. Chapter 50 Examination Boom. Following the beginning of the big test with the words of instructor and lie, in front of the many students, countless trees broke through the ground. These trees were entangled with each other, and finally formed a passage corridor, which was dark inside, leading to Bailing Mountain. In front of the Nanfan Academy team, Lin Feng and Su Shanyu stared at the corridor for a moment, then waved to the students behind them. Go! When their voices fell, one after another figures with different colors rose up, and finally shot out quickly, rushing directly into the corridor. At the same time, students from other schools were also mobilized, and the scene seemed extremely heated for a while. And the silver-robed instructor of the St. Xianxing Academy entered the pavilion in the middle. The governor and the old dean both nodded slightly to him, and said with a smile, "Thanks for your hard work, Instructor Ainley. Although Enlai is worse than them in terms of strength and status, but after all, he has the status of a supervisor sent by the St. Xianxing Academy, so they also give him some respect. And this Enlai can be regarded as young and promising. Although he is only a Yinhui mentor now, he has the potential to be promoted to a Jinhui mentor. Once he is promoted in the future, he will be considered a figure in the Great Xia Kingdom. In Shensuangxing Academy, there are 3 levels of tutors, divided by Yinhui, Jinhui, and Zhui. It is said that the rigid standard for Yinhui tutors is to reach the level of the General of the Earth, and Jinhui is the level of the General of the Sky. Zhui's mentor needs to reach the Marquis realm, but Zipeo mentors are extremely rare even in the Shensuangxing Academy with a deep foundation. Enlai returned the gift with a smile, sat down beside him, and said, "Tibetan Dragon and Crouching Tiger in Tianjia County, this year's exam must be extremely fierce. I don't know if Nanfan Academy will continue to lead this year, or will there be a sudden emergence?" Neither the governor nor the old dean could answer his question. They just smiled, and then they turned their attention to the crystal wall erected in front of them. It was divided into many mirrors, which would have been installed long ago. The light and shadow stone in Bailing Mountain will transmit the picture back, and at the same time, it will also display the points ranking of all the students next, and it will be updated in real time. And when the atmosphere outside Bailing Mountain was boiling, Li Luo also followed the crowd into a corridor made of entwined trees, and he found that as he continued to move forward, there were more and more forks in front of him, as if in general to divert the crowd. As the waves of people continue to divide, the people around have basically become strangers, but Li Luo and Zhao Kuo are still together, and there are also several students from Nanfan Academy. After going on like this for about 10 minutes, Li Luo and the others finally saw the end of the corridor ahead, and a wooden door appeared in front of them. And as they arrived, the tall wooden door opened slowly. Li Luo and Zhao Kuo looked at each other, and then walked cautiously along the team. When the last person walked in, the wooden door closed abruptly, an array of light burst out, and then everyone discovered that this was an extremely spacious hall, which was made of wood. Thick and heavy. Everyone kept quiet and looked around nervously. Li Luo and Zhao Kuo stood on the side, their eyes were also looking around. "I heard from the previous instructor of the Shensuangxing Academy that they would first meet 2 levels of evaluation checkpoints to determine their basic points. Right now, this should be the first level." "Alright. But, what is the test?" And just when Li Luo was puzzled, his ears moved suddenly, and he heard some faint sounds, and then he stared fiercely at the top of the hall, where he saw 2 dark holes about several feet away. The sound came from there. The sound quickly became louder and louder, until everyone noticed it and looked up at the 2 holes vigilantly. Squeak! Under everyone's gaze, 2 black torrents suddenly rushed out of the 2 holes, and the ear-piercing sound resounded non-stop. They turned out to be countless black 4-winged bats. These bats are thick and about the size of a wash basin, with sharp claws and red eyes. They look very scary. Countless 4-winged bats poured into the hall, and then rushed towards the students below without any explanation. The students in the main hall also rushed to use their forces to deal with the impact of those 4-winged bats by various means. At this moment, everyone understood that this test was probably to deal with the attack of these 4-winged bats. At this time, Li Luo also activated his phase power. He didn't dare to let these bats get close, so he used phase power to attack from a distance, and killed the approaching bats from a distance. And as there were more and more four-winged bats, some of the students began to scream out loud, because they found that once they were caught by those bats, the point crystal cards on their chests would flash red once. Don't let these bats hit the body, otherwise it should reduce the base score. Someone shouted. Someone panicked and wailed, because he had been hit many times in a row. Obviously, this first round of judging would not get many basic points. I see. Li Luo was also stunned, and immediately he and Zhao Kuo got close together, constantly beheading the four-winged bats attacking from all directions. However, the four-winged bats kept coming towards them as if they were endless. After arriving, Zhao Kuo couldn't help howling, "I can't stand it anymore, I'm exhausted." Li Luo's eyes were scanning quickly. He looked at the endless stretch of four-winged bats, his eyes flickered for a moment, and suddenly he grabbed Zhao Kuo's wrist, and his figure quickly retreated to the edge. "Don't move, don't dissolve my physiognomy." He said a word, and immediately turned his strength. A faint stream of light spread across his body, and at the same time flowed onto Zhao Kuo's body. Under the flowing light, the figures of Li Luo and Zhao Kuo seemed to be fading gradually. This is an intermediate physiognomy, water shadow technique. Zhao Kuo was taken aback when he saw this, and then he looked at the four-winged bats rushing in front of him, and couldn't help but said, "Brother Luo, you are useless, do you want to chop these bats?" Li Luo didn't speak, and the strength covering the bodies of the two seemed to be shining brightly. Seeing that Li Luo didn't reply, Zhao Kuo could only grit his teeth, resisting the urge to kill the four-winged bat that was attacking him. However, when Zhao Kuo was waiting for the coming attack, he suddenly saw that the four-winged bat that was attacking them suddenly stopped in a daze as if they had lost their attack target, and finally came back again. "Turn around and attack others." This Zhao Kuo opened his eyes wide in surprise, and said, "Can you still play like this?" He was a little unbelievable that an intermediate water shadow technique could directly avoid the perception of these bats. He looked down and found that his own shadow had disappeared. He was a little shocked and said, "Brother Luo, your water shadow technique is a bit perverted. It's just like the legendary invisibility technique. Fart's invisibility technique just uses the refraction of water light to hide us under the light. It's a low-level concealment technique. As long as you can concentrate and perceive it, you will be discovered." Li Luo said angrily. "That's amazing. I haven't seen anyone who can practice water shadow art so well." Zhao Kuo praised. Li Luo smiled. What he didn't say was that of course ordinary water shadow technique couldn't do this step. He was able to do this because his water shadow technique was assisted by the power of light. The combination of water and light can make people. The concealment effect of this water shadow technique is so strong. There's no need to take action from now on, just wait here for the end. Li Luo said leisurely. "Brother Luo, you are not only handsome, but also have such an easy-to-use brain. The Saint Xianxing Academy didn't recruit you. You really have bad eyesight." Zhao Kuo was very happy, and bragged wildly. "Forget it, after all, it will be our alma mater in the future, so there is no need to be too harsh on her." Li Luo said generously. "Oh, I didn't expect Brother Luo to have such a broad mind." Zhao Kuo sighed, but just when he was bored at this moment and planned to lick Xiao Luo's thigh for comfort, he suddenly saw a figure chased by four-winged bats jumping up and down, constantly looking at them. "Edge close. Brother Luo, that guy looks familiar," he said. Li Luo looked at it, and then the corner of his mouth twitched, because the one who was chased so loudly was not Yu Lang. Who else would it be? "Don't pay attention to him, pretend you didn't see it." Li Luo said. Na Yu Lang was a 6th grade wind phase, and his speed was extremely fast. Although he shouted in embarrassment, those four-winged bats did not catch up to him. "That's not right, Brother Luo, this bastard is running towards us, does he know that we are hiding here?" Zhao Kuo said hastily. When Li Luo saw it, it was really true, and he couldn't help but feel a little headache. And at this moment, as Yu Lang approached, he looked at the direction where Li Luo and Li Luo were hiding, and said in a low voice, "Luj Luj, give me a hand." Li Luo pretended to be dead. "If you don't pull me, I'll lure a bunch of bats over and knock you out." Seeing that there was no response, Yu Lang immediately threatened. "Damn it, Yu Lang, you are so cheap, you will be beaten to death sooner or later." A helpless voice came out, and then a palm stretched out of thin air, grabbing Yu Lang's arm, and the light flowed, covering his figure as well. And the four-winged bats rushing from behind stopped again in a daze, and finally scattered in all directions. End of this chapter. Chapter 51 3.0 points. Chapter 51 3.0 In the main hall, chaos became a pot of porridge. All the students tried their best to avoid the seemingly endless four-winged bats. However, due to the large number of opponents, many students began to get wounded, and were caught by the sharp minions of the four-winged bats. Dao's bloodstains, and the crystal plate on his chest are constantly flashing red light. There are only a handful of strong students who have enough brains to quickly find people to rely on and rely on each other, so the damage is not too great. It's just that when everyone was busy dealing with the four-winged bats, no one noticed that at the edge of the hall, under the faint light and shadow, three figures easily avoided the search of the four-winged bats, and then faced the people in the hall. Everyone commented, "Haha, look at that guy, his face is almost scratched. Wow, this talent is unlucky. He was grabbed by a four-winged bat in the crotch. Looking at his distorted face, I don't know if he will have psychological shadows in the future. Pitiful. The three of them looked at the distressed people in the hall with sympathy. At the same time, they regretted that they forgot to bring some melon seeds to eat before they came in. Otherwise, it would be a beautiful thing to watch the bustle and eat snacks. Li Luo glanced at Yu Lang suddenly, frowned and said, "Can you stop getting so close to me? Isn't it disgusting?" This guy was holding Li Luo's palm tightly at this time, and kept getting closer. A smell of sweat came to his face, which made Li Luo feel uncomfortable. Yu Lang said eloquently, "You bad guy, what if you suddenly throw me out? Of course you have to hurry up." Li Luo was speechless, thinking in his heart that if it weren't for the fact that you helped me hide the information, I would really kick you out as a waste. "Brother Luo, this should be regarded as a perfect performance, right? If you don't give full marks for the basic points of this level, I think it would be unreasonable." Zhao Kuo laughed so hard that the corners of his mouth would split. Li Luo nodded. They have never been hit by a four-winged bat at this level of evaluation, so if this is used as the scoring point, no one here should be able to surpass them. During the leisurely watching of the three of them, the four-winged bats in the main hall wreaked havoc for about half an hour. Finally, as if they had received some order, they suddenly turned back and turned into a black torrent into the top of the main hall. In two dark holes. Obviously, the test of this level is over. In the main hall, many students covered in blood sat down paralyzed. And at this moment, above the main hall, there seemed to be a spar shining with light, and a light net quickly scanned across the body of everyone present. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that numbers began to jump on the crystal cards on their chests. I have basic points, 46 points. I have 50 points here. Unlucky, I'm only 20 points. Various sounds of surprise and frustration resounded in the hall, which was chaotic. But when everyone was happy and depressed because of their points, Li Luo, Zhao Kuo, and Yu Lang, who were on the edge, were in a state of confusion. Because they found that the points displayed on their crystal cards were still 0. How is it possible? Zhao Kuo was dumbfounded. We obviously avoided the attack of the four-winged bat perfectly. Yu Lang was also angry. Feeling that he had been treated unfairly. Li Luo hesitated for a moment, and said, "Could it be that the water shadow technique is so effective that it blocked the detection light, so we were directly missed?" Zhao Kuo was astonished. How could it be like this? Is there something wrong with the water shadow technique having too good a shielding effect? The detection light just now doesn't seem to have landed on us. Yu Lang thought for a while and said the same. For a moment, the three of them looked at each other, and their mentality collapsed. No one expected such a result. They were happily waiting for the full basic score, but they were told that they hid too well and couldn't find them, so they gave them a 0 score. Too much. No, I want to appeal. This is their mistake. Yu Lang said angrily. Li Luo curled his lips and said, if you go out now, you will immediately lose your qualifications for the exam. Forget it, a 0 score is a 0 score. Anyway, the basic score is used to be robbed by others. Besides, there is still a level of review. Hearing what he said, Yu Lang calmed down a bit, but he still couldn't help cursing. Li Luo dispersed the water shadow technique, and the 3 people showed their figures, which immediately attracted the attention of some people in the hall, and when they saw the 0 score on the crystal card of the 3 of Li Luo, they were also stunned. Because they found that even the worst person in the field had at least some points. This might be the performance points given, but no one had 0 points. What did the 3 of Li Luo do? In the main hall, there were giggles of schadenfreude. Facing those gazes, Li Luo and the others were expressionless, and they didn't bother to stay here any longer. Instead, they walked quickly towards the wide-open wooden door on the other side of the hall. Damn, how angry! Originally they were watching these people's jokes, but in the end they laughed at them. The ups and downs of life are really vividly interpreted here. And when Li Luo and the others headed towards the next level, at the foot of the Bailing Mountain, there was also constant boiling. Because on that huge crystal wall, many scores began to jump, and the names kept popping up, attracting everyone's attention, and at the same time causing bursts of exclamation. The beating of the score lasted for a moment, and then gradually stopped. At this time, the names in the front row all had a basic score of dash points. This is the full score in the judging process. Not surprisingly, among them, the names of Liu Qing'er, Shi Kong, and others were at the forefront. Countless lines of sight glanced around, but suddenly someone made a sound of surprise, because they saw 3 strange scores. 0 points. To know the scores of other people, the worst is 1 point, because this is considered a performance point, but as for 0 points, I have never seen it before. So when these 3 zeros came out, it immediately aroused heated discussions. And especially when they saw the name of one of the 3 zeros, there was a bit of an uproar. Nanfan Academy, Li Luo. Isn't that the young palace master of Lulan Mansion? This guy's reputation in Tianjia County is not small. Why is he suddenly getting a 0 score right now? What exactly is this situation? Hey, that 0 point, can't it be the young palace master? Cai Wei also saw the conspicuous 0 point, and immediately opened her rosy little mouth a little bit. Yan Lingqing rubbed the center of her brows, and said, besides his name is Li Luo, who else can there be in Nanfan Academy? How could it be 0? Cai Wei couldn't laugh or cry. What did she do? Yan Lingqing spread her hands. If you ask me, who am I to ask? But it doesn't matter. These 2 rounds of judging are just for obtaining basic points. The final decision is the final knockout round. Cai Wei said helplessly, this young master is really worrying. Inside the pavilion. The old dean, the governor of the division and the teacher and Lai also saw the 3 conspicuous zeros, and were a little surprised for a while. Immediately the Governor-General smiled and said, Old Dean, you students of Nanfan Academy are very special. The old dean frowned and looked at the names of those 3 people, and felt a little headache. What are these 3 thorns doing? It's really embarrassing. Feeling helpless, he pretended that he didn't hear the sarcasm of the division governor's words. Anyway, it was just a level of review and it wasn't important. But I also hope that the next 3 little ancestors will stop messing around, or will it really be that his old dean can't lift a knife? End of this chapter. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Whe and Li Luo and the other 3 walked out of the gate of the main hall with gnarled trees. The scenery in front of them suddenly changed. It was a dark forest, with giant trees standing in the forest, and the dark black branches spread out, covering the sky. A gloomy feeling. Li Luo and the others glanced at the dark forest, and then their eyes stopped on a crystal wall in front of them, which was obviously newly erected recently. On the crystal wall, there are words flowing, emitting a faint light. Li Luo and the others read the text carefully, and then their expressions became a little more serious. This level is to seize the ghost face fruit. In this dark forest, there is a special plant called the ghost-faced magic vine tree, which is ferocious and likes to strangle any creature that gets close, and then bury its corpse in the root, nourishing and growing itself with its flesh and blood. When the ghost-faced magic vine matures, it will produce a ghost mask fruit, and this second level of review is to obtain a ghost mask fruit in order to obtain basic points. This ghost-faced magic vine is not easy to deal with. The magic vine is covered with poisonous thorns, and it attacks fiercely. To be honest, it is difficult for a person with the power of 8 seals to snatch the ghost-faced fruit from it alone. Zhao Kuo frowned. Yu Lang, who was planning to slip away just now, took his foot back and said, "I suggest that the 3 of us join forces to snatch the ghost-face fruit, how about it? I think you seem to want to fly solo." Li Luo smiled. Yu Lang said with some embarrassment, "How is it possible? We are life and death friends who have gone through hardships." Li Luo shook his head, not bothering to pay attention to this guy's unreliable words, but he did not object to Yu Lang's proposal. Although he may not be able to obtain the ghost face fruit alone, since he has assistance, it will naturally be much easier. But if you can relax, why bother to work hard by yourself? Let's go. Li Luo said, and then took the lead and walked directly into the dark forest. Behind him, Yu Lang and Zhao Kuo quickly followed. The 3 of them walked together and headed towards the depths of the forest. After traveling like this for more than 10 minutes, they heard movement from a distance on the right. The 3 of them looked at each other, stepped forward quietly, pushed aside the dense bushes, and then saw a big black tree standing in a muddy wetland in front of it. The big tree was covered with black vines, and above the vines there are black thorns, and they are like black pythons when they are shaken, and there is a piercing sound of breaking wind. On the thick trunk of the big tree, there seems to be a somewhat ferocious face, which makes people shudder. It is a ghost-faced magic vine tree. However, around this ghost-faced magic vine tree, there are already 6 or 7 figures. They are obviously joining forces to encircle and suppress this magic vine tree, and they are constantly attacking the magic vine tree with rays of light blooming together. And the magic vine tree was also fighting back viciously, and the vines with poisonous thorns were pulled down fiercely, with astonishing force, directly whipping those 6 or 7 people until they howled like ghosts and wolves. That's horrible. Yu Lang couldn't bear to look directly at them. The strength of these 6 or 7 people was average, and they were all around 6 seals. Even with the large number of people, they were still suppressed by the magic vine tree. And every time he was struck by the vines, the crackling sound made his scalp tingle, as if he remembered the sticks wielded by his parents. So in just a short while, the temporary team in front of them fled in a panic covered in blood. Thanks to the limited attack range of the magic vine tree, otherwise it would not be so easy for them to retreat. The 3 of them witnessed a tragedy and couldn't help shaking their heads. This ghost-faced magic vine tree is a bit tricky, Zhao Kuo said with some worry. Although their strength is stronger than the team just now, they want to pass through the violent vine attack of the ghost-faced magic vine tree and win the blood on its branches. Ghost face fruit, I'm afraid it may not be a simple matter. Yu Lang, go and try first. Li Luo thought for a while and said. When Yu Lang heard the words, he muttered in dissatisfaction, "Why did you ask me to go? You are Feng Xiang, the fastest speed. If you don't be the pioneer, who will do it?" Li Luo laughed. Yu Lang couldn't refute, so he could only step forward cursing, and the green phase force permeated from his body, and immediately his figure rushed out like the wind, creating a wave of air. Tisk, he is indeed the fastest man in our Nanfan Academy. Seeing this, Zhao Kuo quacked with a strange expression. Li Luo stared at Yu Lang's figure. This guy's speed is indeed very fast, and it can be seen that he has obviously put more energy into the practice of speed, which is actually a very smart choice. Scoff, and when Yu Lang quickly approached the ghost-faced magic vine tree, the latter also sensed it, and immediately the vine roared down like a giant python. Yu Lang quickly dodged away, but as he approached, the magic vine tree seemed to sense the threat, and more vines roared towards him, constantly blocking his dodging. space, so gradually, Yu Lang's figure was no longer as chic as before, and he began to feel a little embarrassed. In the end, he chose to retreat, his figure flashed, and he exited the attack range of the magic vine tree, and landed beside Li Luo and Zhao Kuo. "No, I can't get close at all, let alone grab the ghost face fruit," Yu Lang said helplessly, wiping the sweat off his face. "Actually, it's not too difficult." Li Luo smiled. Yu Lang's speed earlier had already forced out the attack frequency of the ghost-faced magic vine tree, and said, "Next, we will attack together. Zhao Kuo will act as a meat shield in front of him. Against the frontal attack of the magic vine tree, you wait for the opportunity to attack from the side and take away the ghost face fruit. It's just that in this way, most of the pain will be eaten by Zhao Kuo." Zhao Kuo laughed naively when he heard the words, and said, "Don't worry, I have rough skin and thick flesh." Li Luo nodded, and didn't say too many pretentious words. Since they are working together now, everyone has to show their own role. He doesn't want to let Zhao Kuo enjoy the benefits just because he has a good relationship with Zhao Kuo. In that case, I'm afraid Zhao Kuo is not willing to accept it either. Okay. Yu Lang had no objection. After deciding on a simple battle plan, the three of them stopped hesitating. Li Luo drew the two swords from his waist, and Zhao Kuo also took off the big axe from his back. "Go!" Accompanied by Li Luo's low shout, Zhao Kuo roared, his burly body rushed out like a wild bear, and rushed directly towards the magic vine tree in the most violent posture. A faint silver light radiated from his body, and when the silver bear moved, Zhao Kuo's already strong body swelled up again. Laugh, the magic vine tree's response came quickly, and the python-like vines whizzed over like lightning, making a sharp sound of breaking the wind. Zhao Kuo swung the big axe in his hand like a blade of a storm, severed the vines attacking from the front, and splashed the emerald green juice. The mud under his feet suddenly burst at this moment, and vines drilled out from the ground, pointing directly at Zhao Kuo's lower body. But at this moment, a flashing blue light of the knife passed by, cutting the vines apart. Standing behind Zhao Kuo, Li Luo, whose body was rising with a blue force, cut off some vines attacking Zhao Kuo with blue light from time to time with his two knives. The two were constantly approaching the magic vine tree. But as it got closer and closer, the magic vine tree also began to run wild, and countless vines smashed like crazy, and even though Li Luo tried to help resist as much as possible, some vines still hit Zhao Kuo's body. There were streaks of blood on his face, but he remained silent, gritted his teeth, and kept approaching step by step. "Yu Lang, make a move." At this time, Li Luo knew that the time was almost up, and immediately shouted loudly, "Okay." Yu Lang, who had been preparing on the side for a long time, heard the call, and suddenly shot out, using the speed to the extreme, and when the magic vine tree was attracted by Li Luo and the two of them, he went straight to a tree hanging on the branch. A ghost fruit. His speed was extremely fast, but in the blink of an eye, he was close to the ghost face fruit, but when he was about to reach out to snatch it, suddenly the soil below exploded, and a strange figure burst out, wanting to take a step ahead. "Grab it, take this ghost face fruit." "Hold!" Such an accident made Yu Lang's face turn pale, and he cursed loudly. No one expected that there would be someone hiding in the dark, waiting to be the Oriole. However, just as Yu Lang was watching the person who came one step faster than him, Li Luo, who was not far away, yelled violently, "Yu Lang, close your eyes." Immediately, he raised his hand indifferently, and a blue ball of light had already condensed on his fingertips and shot out violently. The blue light ball exploded not far from Yu Lang and the attacking figure, and in the next moment, a dazzling glare burst out. End of this chapter. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. The moment Li Luo's drink reached his ears, thousands of thoughts also flashed through Yu Lang's mind. After all, closing his eyes would undoubtedly give the other party an opportunity to take advantage of the current situation, but because of his understanding of Li Luo's behavior style in the end, he still gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. So, at the moment when the glaring light burst out, Yu Lang avoided the stimulation of the light, and relying on the previous memory route, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the ghost face fruit. On the other hand, the figure who made a surprise attack was startled by the sudden strong light, his eyes were stinging, and his body speed involuntarily slowed down a bit. The bright light flashes and disappears quickly. But Yu Lang grabbed the ghost face fruit, and immediately his face was stern, and a thin sword shot out from his sleeve, and the green force surged, bringing the sound of breaking wind, and mercilessly faced the figure who was close at hand. Stab away. Humph! At this time, the raider also knew that his attack had failed, and he snorted coldly, punched out with a fist, and the yellow phase roared, and directly bumped Yu Lang head-on with heavy force. When the force exploded, the body of the raiding figure just flickered, while looking at Yu Lang, the figure shot out backwards and landed on the ground not far away. And the moment Yu Lang succeeded, Li Luo and Zhao Kuo also quickly got out of the attack range of the ghost-faced magic vine tree, and then rushed to Yu Lang's side, staring at the figure in front of them coldly. Hee, what a quick reaction, I didn't get this. Facing the cold eyes of the three, the figure laughed lightly. At this time, he also revealed his figure. He was a tall and strong young man. He had short hair and a muscular body. He was full of a sense of tyrannical strength, giving people a visually oppressive atmosphere. People from Dongyuan Academy. Zhao Kuo saw the crystal badge on the other's chest at a glance. The school badge there belonged to Dongyuan Academy. It's Lian Zhong from Dongyuan Academy. He is number 2 in Dongyuan Academy, 6th rank Earth aspect, and 8 seal strength. Yu Lang revealed the identity and information of the other party in one word, and he is indeed the one who compiled the exam materials. He is a person who knows the top students of various universities. Li Luo looked indifferent, and said, do people from Dongyuan Academy like to grab things so much? Your teaching philosophy is very problematic. In the rules of the big exam, there is nothing that says you can't grab it. An alien said with a smile. It doesn't matter if you grab something, the key is to hide for a long time like a gopher, but if you haven't snatched it, then you will be a little angry. Li Luo laughed. The smile on Lian Zhong's face faded a little. He had planned this sneak attack for a long time. He thought that he would be able to catch him, and he would be able to taunt the other party at that time, but he didn't expect that Li Luo's reaction was so fast. Gave a counterattack and let him miss. Li Luo, I really underestimated you. Lian Zhong stared at Li Luo, then smiled lightly and said, but this is just a side dish, you don't have to be complacent. I hear what you mean, are you still staring at me? I can't help it, the boss let go, he has no time to greet you, so let us have some fun for you. Lian Zhong smiled helplessly. Master Kong. Li Luo was thoughtful. It's meaningless to fight with you here now. After all, you can't grab points here. After passing this level and starting the knockout round, I will come to you. Lian Zhong said. Immediately, he glanced at Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang, and said, you two, if you are smart enough, you should separate from him earlier. If the boss lets go, everyone in my Dongyuan Academy will target him. Follow along. It's just asking for bad luck. Fuck your ass. Zhao Kuo rolled his eyes and scolded, I wish you dogs from Dongyuan Academy would come and give you points. Yu Lang shook the rapier in his hand, and said with a thoughtful face, Li Luo and I are life and death friends, and our love is as deep as the sea. You want me to leave him unless you add money? Things that are not interesting, then you can do whatever you want. Lian Zhong shook his head, and he didn't bother to say more. As soon as his figure moved, he threw it towards the depths of the dark forest. Add more and add less, at least you can give the number, if it doesn't work, you can still bargain. Yu Lang said hurriedly. He still wanted to catch up, but was stopped by Li Luo, there's no need to waste time here, and it's really boring to fight here, and you can't grab his points. Damn it, you're so arrogant. Yu Lang cursed, obviously still very angry, and he didn't know whether he was angry at Lian Zhong for trying to sneak attack or because the other party refused to raise the price. Zhao Kuo looked at Li Luo, frowned and said, "Brother Luo, if the people from Dongyuan Academy really want to target you, let's find other people to counter them. If you don't find someone, the other party is obviously a lot of people. No hurry, let's take a look first." Li Luo looked more calm, and Shi Hong obviously didn't take him too seriously, so the task of cleaning him up was given to Lian Zhong and others, but if the other party really wanted to do this, then he would. "I don't mind letting the other party know what it means to beat a dog with a meat bun." "Hey, no, I'm not a dog. Here, this is the harvest this time." At this time, Yu Lang handed over the ghost face fruit in his hand. "Give it to Zhao Kuo first, he suffered the worst." Li Luo laughed. At this moment, Zhao Kuo still had streaks of blood on his body, which looked quite miserable, but these were only skin traumas, and with his defensive power, he would be able to recover soon. Hearing this, Zhao Kuo didn't say much, and reached out to take the ghost face fruit. Anyway, he would help Li Luo and Yu Lang grab another ghost face fruit later. He held the ghost face fruit, then crushed it, took out the core, squeezed it hard, and finally squeezed out a drop of green juice, which dripped on the crystal tablet on his chest and blended into it. Then the points on the crystal card jumped directly to 100. "Let's go, continue to work on the second one," Li Luo said, and then continued to deepen with the two. In the next hour, the three of them found two ghost face magic vine trees again, and then continued to do the same, but this time there was no other interference, so the two ghost face fruits were successfully obtained. The basic points of Li Luo and Yu Lang, it also reached 100. After the base score reached dash, it would be useless to continue to capture the ghost face fruit. So the three of them stopped staying and started heading towards the direction of the third level knockout round at full speed. At the foot of Bailing Mountain, on the huge crystal wall, the points are constantly changing and beating. Countless lines of sight focused on it, but it was very lively. On the scoreboard, the front row is still dominated by full scores, a full 200 basic points, and among these people, Liu Qing'er, Shi Kong, and others lead the way. And the most conspicuous thing is that above the crystal wall, there are two mirrors projecting the picture, which is quite visually impactful. The first one is Liu Qing'er, she is standing pretty on a ghost-faced magic vine tree, and at this time, the headache-inducing vines of the magic vine tree are all frozen by ice crystals, her long hair flutters, her body with a slender figure, coupled with that beautiful and moving face. At that moment, I don't know how many people have appreciated the charm of the number 1 Nanfan Academy. And the second picture is Shi Kong, he is holding a ghost face fruit with a smile on his face, behind it is a magic vine tree emitting black smoke, and there are occasional lightning flashes on it. Both of them defeated the magic vine tree and took the ghost face fruit by themselves. Their impressive record has also made them more popular. Everyone understands that the number 1 in this year's exam is likely to be between these two. Cai Wei and Yan Lingqing didn't pay too much attention to these pictures. Their eyes were locked on the scoreboard. When they saw that Li Luo's score finally changed from 0 to 100, they breathed a sigh of relief. Although this review level is just to get basic points, if Li Luo really enters with 20 points, it would be too weird. And as more and more students won the ghost face fruit by various means, the atmosphere here began to become more and more boiling, because everyone knew that the two evaluation tests were just a foreplay. It is to provide everyone with some basic points for the next knockout match. Therefore, when the knockout rounds started, this big test was just officially opened. In Bailing Mountain. Li Luo, Yu Lang, and Zhao Kuo walked out of the dark forest, and a stream appeared in front of them. On the other side of the stream, there was a continuous hilly area with complex terrain, full of trees and boulders. The three of them looked at each other, knowing in their hearts that crossing the stream was the venue for the knockout round. However, they didn't hesitate much. As their strength surged, their figures flashed across the river that was several feet wide, and they set foot on the other side of the river, starting the knockout round of the big exam. End of this chapter. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. The fishing trio. When the three of Li Luo crossed the stream and set foot on the opposite bank, They also noticed some figures passing by not far away, but they met each other's eyes, and they dispersed in unison, and quickly got into the complex terrain. In the densely forested mountains. The three of Li Luo also entered the densely shady mountain forest, and their expressions became more dignified when they heard the chirping of birds in the mountains. What do you plan to do next? Li Luo looked at Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang and asked. Zhao Kuo said with a smile, I originally planned to go to the knockout round to collect some points first, but now I think I will talk to you first. Is it because of those cheap words? Li Luo said, there's no need for that. I haven't paid much attention to his threats. Brother Luo, you must be capable. Of course I know that you are not afraid of him, but I am worried that the other party will call people from Dongyuan Academy to encircle you. Although I am not as strong as you, if you encounter this situation, I can help you share the burden. A little. Zhao Kuo said. Immediately, he grinned again and said, and following Brother Luo, wouldn't it be faster to get mixed scores? Li Luo smiled. He knew that Zhao Kuo wanted to do something for him, so he nodded without any further persuasion. What about you? He looked at Yu Lang. Yu Lang fiddled with his bangs, and said deeply, you know my ability, as long as I am willing, I, Yu Lang, will be at home in this knockout match, so if you are willing to pay a high price to hire me to protect you, I can see it in our friendship above, I will give you a half discount, 1,000 gold. But before they finished speaking, Li Luo and Zhao Kuo walked towards the front. Yu Lang was anxious, 500 gold. Li Luo still ignored him. Yu Lang said angrily, if you think the price is not good, then you should pay it back. It's too embarrassing. Where did you learn this bad habit? Hardware. Li Luo stretched out his left hand and shook it, with a smile on his lips. Make a deal. Li Luo almost flinched, and said, lost, you are really coquettish. Yu Lang said proudly, as long as you dare to pay back, I will answer. Li Luo, do you think hardware can humiliate me? How naive. Li Luo shook his head helplessly, but there was a little smile in his eyes. He knew that whether it was Zhao Kuo or Yu Lang, he was still worried that he would be targeted by Dongyuan Academy, so he chose to follow him, so as not to let him the gutter capsized. These two people have different personalities, but they are both good friends worthy of deep friendship. I have a proposal. Yu Lang said suddenly, the three of us together are too eye-catching. I suggest that Zhao Kuo walk alone in front, and then Li Luo takes me to hide behind with the water shadow technique. Li Luo said thoughtfully, do you want to go fishing? And the bait is obviously Zhao Kuo. He is alone, looks simple and honest, and is easy to be targeted by other malicious people, and then try to snatch his points. That's a good way. Zhao Kuo laughed, then restrained his expression for a while, and immediately gave off a straightforward, dull, and even timid feeling. Zhao Kuo, your acting skills really buried you in Nanfan Academy. Yu Lang said in shock when he saw this. Zhao Kuohan scratched his head with a smile. Then let's do it this way. Seeing this, Li Luo made a decision. And the fishing trio was formally established. In the dense forest, the shrubs are dense, and there are many light spots projected from the gaps in the leaves. A somewhat burly figure walked cautiously in the forest, his constantly flickering eyes stared vigilantly around, looking extremely cautious. Occasionally, he would even hide in a shadow for a moment before quietly moving forward. It's like I'm scared and I'm weak. And in some hidden places behind the burly figure, Li Luo and Yu Lang stared. In the dark, they looked at Zhao Kuo's cautious appearance, and they were all a little absent-minded. This performance is too deep. Yu Lang sighed. He thought he was already very good at acting, but now it seems that Zhao Kuo is not a simple role. Li Luo nodded sympathetically, and he felt that Zhao Kuo was really putting his heart into acting and had great potential. But others are also very cautious. Li Luo glanced somewhere in the shadows, because he had already discovered that two people had been eyeing Zhao Kuo before, but the other party never made a move, but hung behind Zhao Kuo even more wretchedly, watching him all the time. Obviously, the other party is also confirming whether Zhao Kuo is really as timid and afraid as he appears on the surface. Moreover, the two of them had already detected Zhao Kuo's rear several times, but Li Luo's concealment method was obviously not something they could see through, so Li Luo noticed the trace. But Li Luo could feel that the two of them were starting to lose their patience, because Zhao Kuo's acting skills were too engrossing, and the two of them might be hooked. While Li Luo was silently counting down the countdown, in the dense forest, the leaves trembled, and two figures rushed out, and finally landed in front of and behind Zhao Kuo, blocking all his escape routes. Zhao Kuo was shocked by such a change, and said angrily, "What do you want to do? I'm from Nanfan Academy, you dare to touch me?" Li Luo and Yu Lang, who saw this fierce look, once again applauded in their hearts. The two people who showed up seemed to be from two different schools, but their strength was not weak, and their strength was rising, and they had obviously reached the Seven Seals realm. "Brother, I've been with you for a long time. Are you the Zhao Kuo from Nanfan Academy? I've seen you from the exam materials, so stop talking nonsense and hand over your points." The two people who blocked the way said. "Dream!" Zhao Kuo roared angrily, and the silver phase force was rising, and he had already activated his own silver phase. But with his move, those two men shot directly without hesitation. They were all holding long swords in front and back, attacking Zhao Kuo as fast as lightning. The strike is quite sharp and fierce. However, at the moment when their attack was about to land on Zhao Kuo, there was a slight sound of breaking wind suddenly behind the two of them. The hairs of the two of them stood on end immediately, and then they saw Zhao Kuo in front of him, with a sneering smile appearing on his timid face. "Damn it, I got caught." The two of them understood in an instant. Their hearts were full of uneasiness and anger. They had obviously carefully probed the surroundings many times. Why they still couldn't find each other? The other party is too doggy, the heart is cold. These two people are also ruthless people, directly working together. The sword pointed directly at Zhao Kuo. They knew that they had already entered the set at this time, and now they can only work together to catch this guy pretending to be a pig, as a hostage. Let the other party casts a mouse. Zhao Kuo also sensed the intentions of the two, but instead of hiding, his eyes showed a fierce look, which was completely different from the timid temperament before. He swung the big axe in his hand, as if forming a knife wheel, and directly collided with the two of them head-on. Clang, the sound of gold and iron resounded, sparks flew everywhere. Zhao Kuo groaned, and his body was thrown backwards. After all, the strength of the two opponents was not weaker than him, and now they teamed up to suppress him in an instant. But before these two people continued to chase, there were two powerful roars coming from behind them, directly blasting on their backs. Puff. The two spurted out a mouthful of blood, and fell down like gourds rolling on the ground. When they stood up again, a blue dagger and rapier were hanging around their necks. "Brother, if you move around again, you will have to bleed." A voice with a hippie smile came from the side. The two looked at each other, their faces became gloomy and frustrated, and cursed, "Damn, you Nanfan Academy is too insidious, you even play fishing. If you are not greedy, you will not be able to catch it." Li Luo smiled, then greeted Yu Lang and Zhao Kuo. Each took off the crystal cards on their chests, rubbed them on the crystal cards of these two big fish, and directly cleared their points to 0. And as the points of the two people's crystal cards returned to 0, the crystal card suddenly flashed a rapid red light, and then there were rays of light extending from it, binding the two of them tightly. This meant being eliminated, and the temporary restraint was also to restrict their movement, so as not to disturb other students. After taking the points, the three of them didn't bother to talk nonsense with these two guys anymore. They turned around and left directly, and there was a faint voice coming from them. "The harvest is not bad, I wonder who will be the next unlucky one. Hopefully fatter than these two guys. However, Zhao Kuo, your acting skills are really good. These two people have been very cautious with you for half an hour, but you still tricked them out. Haha, I'm overwhelmed. In fact, there are still some details that need to be improved. For example, when they show up to arrest me, I should show some panic, so that it will be more realistic. Your attitude is very professional. Hey, don't you have to do what you do and love what you do? You're making me speechless. 1 chapter today, no more manuscripts, 2 chapters tomorrow. End of this chapter. 55 missed. 55 missed as the college entrance examination gradually entered the knockout stage. On the huge crystal wall outside Bailing Mountain, the jumping and changing of points began to become faster and faster, which revealed how intense it was at this time. Countless eyes converged on the crystal wall, and many exclamations and wailing burst out from time to time. Everyone was paying attention to the results of the students of their own school. Cai Wei and Yan Lingqing were also paying attention to their young palace master all the time, and when they saw Li Luo's points increasing steadily, smiles appeared on their pretty faces. Young palace master isn't too bad, Cai Wei said, shaking the flower clump fan lightly, with a coquettish smile. It should be that we haven't met a strong opponent yet. With the passage of time in the knockout round, the remaining ones will be difficult opponents. Only then will we be able to see the true level. Yan Lingqing analyzed cautiously. Cai Wei nodded slightly, and said with a smile like a flower, but I believe that the young palace master will definitely be able to do it. So confident. Because appearance is justice, Cai Wei said solemnly. Boring. Yan Lingqing lightly supported the silver mirror frame, not bothering to talk to Her.in the jungle. Ding, the three of Li Luo surrounded a hapless guy. Under his desperate gaze, the three wiped away his points, and then walked away, leaving the hapless guy with tears streaming down his face. Our points have reached dash points. Li Luo glanced at their respective crystal cards. The dash points was the result of their hard work for most of the morning, and underneath it was a group of greedy and unlucky fish. But it's getting more and more difficult to catch, Zhao Kuo said sadly. They had been down for an hour just now, and only this one unlucky guy took the bait. Because the reputation of our fishing has spread, Li Luo said. This morning's fishing, it's not that they didn't miss it. Some fish were extremely slippery and powerful, so some of them ran away. These people ran away and spread the news about Li Luo's fishing. So the students who are still here may not be easily hooked. Fishing all the time is not realistic. As more and more people are eliminated, if you want to win points later, you need to fight hard. Li Luo didn't care about this, after all, he didn't really expect to fish all the time go down. Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang nodded, they also understood this point. While chatting, the three of them didn't stop, they kept on guard and kept moving forward, but as they moved forward, they suddenly discovered that a thin mist began to spread in the dense forest. The fog is rapidly becoming thicker. Li Luo paused, frowned, and said, something's wrong, get out. Immediately, the three of them turned around and quickly retreated to the original road. After running for a few minutes, Li Luo suddenly turned his head, and found that Yu Lang and Zhao Kuo who were following behind him had disappeared at some point. Li Luo pondered for a few breaths, then searched in the nearby bushes, and finally saw a bunch of grey mushrooms. It was this kind of mushrooms that were constantly spewing mist. It's a mist mushroom. Li Luo was a little helpless. The mist sprayed by this kind of mist mushroom could make people lose their sense of direction. Obviously, they had stepped into an area of mist mushrooms without knowing it. Just now, Yu Lang and Zhao Kuo should have lost their way while running, and fell behind as they walked. It's really troublesome. Li Luo raised his foot and crushed the mist mushroom. Although the mist is troublesome, it should have a time limit. As long as he waits for the mist to clear, he should be able to find the two of them. At the same time, on the other side of the fog. Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang were walking together. They also found out that they were lost with Li Luo, and then they were a little confused. While looking at each other in blank dismay, they could only continue to move forward cautiously. After walking for a while, they heard footsteps coming from ahead, and they were overjoyed. Zhao Kuo called tentatively, Brother Luo. The footsteps became clearer, and then a figure appeared in the field of vision of the two, and when they saw each other clearly, their expressions changed slightly. Because it wasn't Li Luo, but someone he had met before. It was Lian Zhong from Dongyuan Academy who tried to snatch their ghost face fruit earlier, but at this time, Na Lian stared at the two with a sneer on his face, and said, Li Luo didn't wait, but met the two little followers first. Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang split up and fled without hesitation. The other party was waiting here, obviously prepared for a long time ago, and his target should be Li Luo. But as soon as their figures moved, they could only see two figures walking out in the direction of their escape, just blocking their escape route. There were actually 4 more people on the other side. And looking at the crystal cards on their chests, they are all from Dongyuan Academy. Fight with them. Zhao Kuo's eyes showed a fierce look. But Yu Lang raised his hand and said hastily, Surrender, surrender, we surrender. Lian Zhong was startled, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Are people from Nanfan Academy so soft-boned? Zhao Kuo roared angrily, Yu Lang, what are you doing? Will they let you go if you surrender? Zhao Kuo, they are going after Li Luo and have nothing to do with us, Yu Lang said. Damn, you trash! Zhao Kuo's face was full of anger, and he punched him hard. While Yu Lang hurriedly dodged away, his face was also a little ugly, and said, You are going too far, we are really not Li Luo's younger brothers. Immediately he looked at Lian Zhong who was watching a play, and said, Brother, let me go. Lian Zhong smiled and said, Didn't you tell me before that you and Li Luo are life and death friends? Yu Lang said embarrassingly, Just kidding, it's just a matter of occasion. If you are willing to let me go in the end, I can help you find Li Luo. He has set up a special contact method with us before. Zhao Kuo's eyes were about to burst, and he rushed over frantically to kill Yu Lang, but was stopped by 2 students from Dongyuan Academy. Lian Zhong squinted his eyes slightly, staring at Yu Lang, Do you think I will believe you? With tears in his eyes, Yu Lang said, If you have inquired about it, you will know that there is actually a deep hatred between Li Luo and me. In the pre-examination of Nanfan Academy, he beat me up with vicious methods. Seriously injured, I lay in bed for many days, until now when it rains, my body will be aching. I was unlucky enough to meet the 2 of them before, and was coerced, so I had no choice but to be on the same team as them. A student from Dongyuan Academy whispered in Yu Lang's ear, I've heard of this person before. He is a well-known money-seeking person in Nanfan Academy. Luo was beaten very badly. I heard from my friend at Nanfan Academy that Li Luo beat him until blood flowed all over the ground, and everyone was in tears. Lian Zhong frowned, and then heard Yu Lang's voice again, Actually, I hinted at you before. Indicate what? Yu Lang showed a subtle smile, I asked you to add money. As long as you add money, I can help you. Lian Zhong was stunned. Yu Lang did say this at the time, but how could he believe it? But thinking about it now, combined with Yu Lang's rumors, is this really a hint? If so, this guy is really shameless. Lian Zhong put his arms across his chest and said flatly, If you can really attract Li Luo, I can let you go. It doesn't matter what this guy said is true or not, as long as it can attract Li Luo. Yu Lang was overjoyed and said, No problem. This Zhao Kuo has a very good relationship with Li Luo. We can use him as a hostage. When we attract Li Luo, we can use him as a threat, so that Li Luo can be cautious. Immediately, he came up with a thoughtful idea. Hearing this, Lian Zhong couldn't help staring at Yu Lang for a moment, and said, It's easy for you to sell your teammates, isn't it? Yu Lang showed an embarrassed smile. Yu Lang, you're going to die, just wait, I won't let you go. Zhao Kuo roared furiously. Tie it up and gag him. Lian Zhong waved his hand. 4 students from Dongyuan Academy rushed forward and tied up Zhao Kuo. Lian Zhong stood next to Yu Lang, then put a chopping knife across the latter's neck, and said with a smile, Now you can use your contact information to find Li Luo for me. If he doesn't come, you can be eliminated directly. Yu Lang patted his chest, his face full of seriousness. Brother, don't worry, Li Luo will definitely be caught. When you catch him, you must slap him in the face. I have hated his amazing looks for a long time." Hearing this, Lian Zhong touched his rough and ordinary face, and immediately thought of something. Anger and hatred welled up in his eyes. Because he also hates this kind of little boy who relies on his face for food. Yu Lang's words really touched his heart. A fight can be lost, but a handsome guy must die, and someone who is as handsome as Li Luo must be hacked into pieces. End of this chapter. Chapter 56 Seduction. Chapter 56 Seduction. After Yu Lang made an agreement with Lian Zhong, he took out a bamboo whistle from his bosom, and put it near his mouth. Suddenly, there was a small and sharp sound, which spread in the mist. When Zhao Kuo heard the voice, his body immediately struggled crazily, and the 4 students from Dongyuan Academy next to him quickly pressed him tightly. Zhao Kuo struggled, his face flushed red, his eyes were full of water, and he looked at Yu Lang with gritted teeth, as if he wanted to swallow him alive. Seeing Zhao Kuo's reaction, Lian Zhong, who was still a little skeptical about Yu Lang, felt relieved just now, and immediately became more contemptuous of Yu Lang in his heart. This guy really has no bones. But that's okay, right now he needs this soft bone. Go, move forward slowly. After Lian Zhong gave an order, Yu Lang started to walk forward. Somewhere in the fog, Li Luo, who was waiting for the fog to dissipate, suddenly opened his slightly closed eyes. He heard some whistles. Li Luo frowned slightly, and immediately pressed his fingers on the tree trunk next to him, and moved gently according to the rhythm of the whistle. After a while, he said to himself, 5 people? They should be the people led by Lian Zhong, right? Why are these 2 guys so unlucky? When they were fishing together before, Li Luo, Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang made some preparations, one of which was to use this whistle to convey some simple information. According to the agreement, if this happens, those who are not caught will have to find a way to rescue them. If the other party is too strong, they will try their best to find some students from Nanfan Academy for help. Cheap. Li Luo pursed his lips lightly, touched the handles of the 2 knives at his waist with both palms, and there was a little coldness in his eyes. I let you run away before, do you really think that you can't be dealt with? Li Luo turned around and walked in the direction of the whistle without hesitation. Soon, his figure disappeared into the mist. In the mist, several figures moved forward slowly. Lian Zhong held Yu Lang in front, and the 4 students from Dongyuan Academy behind him held Zhao Kuo. The whistle sounded continuously. Lian Zhong frowned and said, "Why haven't you responded yet?" Yu Lang said helplessly, "The fog is so thick, maybe Li Luo ran away just now." Lian Zhong said impatiently, "Hurry up, don't waste our time." Yu Lang responded quickly, and then blew his whistle vigorously. What no one noticed was that in the back, the mist fluctuated faintly, and the faint water light was rippling. Then, when everyone was focusing on the front, there was a palm stretched out strangely in the mist. Grabbed the mouth of the last person with one fist, and the wind roared, hitting his head, and he passed out with one punch. However, the other 3 people from Dongyuan Academy also reacted suddenly, and immediately shouted, "There is a surprise attack!" Lian Zhong's complexion in front of him changed, and he turned his head suddenly to look backward, and at this very moment, several blue light balls could be seen bursting out of the mist. Boom! The ball of light exploded, and a dazzling glare exploded. The eyes of several people present were stinging, and they couldn't help closing their eyes. At this time, Zhao Kuo, who had closed his eyes for the first time, drove the 3 of them away, and then fell into the mist. Damn it, I got caught. At this moment, Lian Zhong didn't understand that he was being bullied, and immediately got angry, and chopped down Yu Lang with the chopping knife in his hand. But when the latter kicked the sole of his foot, the power of the wind burst out, and the figure swept away like the wind, just avoiding the range of the blade. Haha, the donkey still wants to catch the young master. With a sneer, Yu Lang rushed into the mist and disappeared quickly. Lian Zhong's complexion was ashen, and the yellow force exploded on his body, and immediately shot out. The chopping knife in his hand turned into a fierce knife light, and threw it in the direction where Yu Lang disappeared like lightning. Clang! However, in the mist, a pair of sabers emerged with their saber lights, and a blue light suddenly appeared on them, which directly collided with Lian Zhong's saber light, and then the sabers shot backwards. Lian Zhong grabbed the handle of the knife, waved the blade, and stared there with gloomy eyes. In the faint fog there, Li Luo held two knives and stared at him with a smile on his face. Behind him were Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang. "Okay, you dare to play me?" Lian Zhong stared at Yu Lang and Zhao Kuo fiercely. At this time, he still didn't understand what happened. Although Yu Lang's whistle earlier attracted Li Luo, but obviously some information was revealed in it, so that the latter did not rush into their encirclement in a daze, but was fully prepared to plot against them. Yu Lang sighed softly, and said, "Big brother, I didn't lie to you, but he actually gave you more money." As he said that, he blinked at Lian Zhong. The meaning of that hint was very clear. "Do you want more money?" Lian Zhong's face was flushed with anger, his breathing was heavy, and his eyes were fierce. "Hey, this guy is as angry as a cow, let's retreat first? The fog here seems to be clearing up." Seeing this, Yu Lang said quickly. Li Luo didn't move, but smiled and said, "Why do you want to withdraw? It's such a big fish, I finally caught it, and I can't bear to put it back." Yu Lang was startled, and hurriedly said, "Are you blindfolded with lard? That guy has the strength of 8 seals, and he has 3 helpers. Is it okay for the 3 of you to leave it to the 2 of you?" Li Luo asked. "Are you serious?" Yu Lang's face became more serious. Li Luo stared at Lian Zhong, nodded slightly, and said, "My patience has been exhausted by him, so I think he should pay a price." Yu Lang and Zhao Kuo looked at each other, pondered for a few breaths, and finally nodded. "All right, I want to deal with these bastards too." Excitement welled up in Zhao Kuo's eyes, he grabbed the big axe, and slashed twice. On the other side, when Lian Zhong saw this scene, his originally angry face suddenly burst into laughter. "You didn't run away?" He smiled incredulously. Li Luo tried his best to save Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang. At this time, it would be the most sensible to run away before the fog completely dissipated. But what Lian Zhong didn't expect was that Li Luo seemed to be. "It seems that you are still planning to trouble him, this man is handsome, did he absorb all his brains?" Lian Zhong held the chopping knife in his hand and waved it lightly. The light of the knife cut the air with a swishing sound. Then he stared at Li Luo, and the smile on the corner of his mouth gradually became ferocious. "Li Luo, don't think that you are the young master of the palace, I dare not touch you, if you fail here. It will only be you and Luo Lan's mansion who will be ashamed." Li Luo smiled and said, "Don't jump to conclusions, otherwise the car will overturn at that time, wouldn't it be embarrassing and lose points?" "Oh? You deserve it too." Lian Zhong sneered, then waved his hand, and said to the 3 people from Dongyuan Academy behind him, "Then Yu Lang, Zhao Kuo, I will leave it to you, and I will clean up Li Luo first." All 3 of them responded. They were all of the strength of the 7 seals, 3 against 2, and they were not afraid of each other. "Let's go first. Be careful yourself. If you find that you can't handle it, send a signal. We have to find a chance to withdraw." Yu Lang reminded in a low voice, and then ran to another direction with Zhao Kuo. The other 3 followed immediately. With them gone, only Li Luo and Lian Zhong were left to confront each other. Lian Zhong held the chopping knife in his hand, and stared at Li Luo fiercely and contemptuously, but this time, he didn't talk nonsense. The yellow phase power broke out suddenly, and the 8 seal phase powers were fully displayed. The sense of oppression swept away. "Li Luo, it's too late for you to regret it now. Look at how I trampled your face to pieces." While laughing loudly, Lian Zhong's figure shot out violently, the sword light howled, rolled up the yellow light, and slashed heavily at Li Luo. End of this chapter. Chapter 57. Chapter 57 Call. Lian Zhong made a move without mercy, the 8 seals fully opened up, and the yellow saber slashed fiercely at Li Luo. Facing his ferocious attack, Li Luo had no intention of dodging. With his toes on his tiptoes, he flitted out like a flying eagle. On the two knives in his hands, the power of blue water bloomed. Clang, when the knife hit head-on, the force gushed out, and the leaves on the nearby ground were rolled up and danced wildly. However, it was this head-on confrontation that made De Lien's complexion slightly changed, because he found that Li Luo was not afraid of the power of his 8 seals at all, and he couldn't suppress each other when the two confronted each other head-on. How could it be? He is obviously only the strength of Qian. Lien Zhong was startled. The 8 seals don't seem to be doing well either. Li Luo showed a smile. Now that his water and light phase has evolved to the 6th rank, and his strength has also reached the 7th seal, the opponent with the 8 seals is no longer the same as when he faced Song Yunfan in the previous pre-examination. The pressure it put on him. Big words. Lien Zhong laughed angrily, his strength surged, and his sword slashed angrily. But Li Luo shot faster than him, with the two knives in his hands, the blue light was flowing, and the light of the knives was like water waves, rushing towards Lien Zhong in a continuous manner. Lien Zhong's eyes were full of anger, and the big knife in his hand met fiercely, like a wolf like a tiger. Clang, clang, in just a short moment, the two directly regretted dozens of rounds, and the sound of gold and iron colliding blades echoed in the forest. However, as the battle continued, Lien Zhong felt that Li Luo's offensive was becoming more and more ferocious, and the power on the blade began to grow stronger. Is it a high-level water physiognomy, 9 layers of aerial? Lien Zhong's complexion changed slightly. This water phase technique is very good at gradually superimposing power during battles. Once it is allowed to successfully stack up power, it will undoubtedly bring him a lot of pressure. Lien Zhong obviously had a lot of experience in fighting, so when he had a thought, the earth yellow force gushed out, and the light of the knife slashed down obliquely, with a heavy momentum, high-level physiognomy, ground slash. When the light of the knife fell, a trace was directly cut on the ground, but Li Luo swung his swords like lightning, and the light of the knife was continuous like water waves, and the light of the knife was caught layer by layer. Want to break my 9 layers of aerial? It seems that the strength is not enough. Li Luo chuckled lightly. Lien Zhong's complexion became more and more ugly. He really didn't understand why Li Luo was so strong and difficult to deal with, although he was only the 7 seals. In the previous fight, when his strength collided with Li Luo's strength, he could clearly feel that Li Luo's strength seemed to be full of inexplicable spirituality, able to check and balance his strength in subtle ways. The power of earth. This feeling, as if Li Luo's compatibility is of high quality. But according to the information he got, Li Luo was just a 5th grade phase, right? How can it be so tricky? While Lien Zhong was in a state of confusion, Li Luo's eyes suddenly became sharp. Zhukong Ariel's momentum has been gathered, it's time to fight back. Li Luo stepped forward with one step. His whole body was full of blue power, like a blue wave, and the blue water pattern knife in his hand was also shining brightly, and the powerful knife light cut down on Lien Zhong's chest like lightning. This blow was extremely fierce. Li Luo's sudden counterattack also made De Lien's face solemn, because of the accumulation of Zhukong Bilang's momentum. He didn't dare to underestimate Li Luo's strike. So, he took a deep breath, and the cocky yellow phase force gushed out from his body, and with a loud shout, a faint light armor actually formed on the surface of his body. Advanced physiognomy, Digya. The light yellow light armor covers his body, flowing with heavy power, and the earth phase is thick and strong, and he is best at defense. Right now, Lien Zhong no longer dares to underestimate Li Luo, so he naturally began to use his own advantages. The blue saber light slashed down and landed on the light armor on Lien Zhong's chest. The light armor trembled violently, with faint cracks appearing, and Lien Zhong's tall and strong figure was also shaken backwards for dozens of steps. Hit a big tree trunk. There was a faint stabbing pain in his chest, but he was relieved, because with the help of the strong defensive power of the armor, he also received Li Luo's strongest blow. What a hard turtle shell! Li Luo also sighed. Tuxiang is indeed good at defense, and Lien Zhong used to compete with him offensively, which was to give up his own advantages, but now choosing defense has become a little trickier. At this time, Lian Zhong's face was full of solemnity. After the previous confrontation, he already understood that Li Luo's strength in front of him was indeed not weaker than him in the slightest. Even right now, he is forced to rely on the advantage of the earth element to launch a defense to consume Li Luo's strength. Li Luo, you are indeed very powerful. With the strength of the 7 seals, you can force me into such a mess with the 8 seals. However, it is impossible for you to win me. Lian Zhong's body was full of yellow forces, thickening the light yellow light armor. Li Luo rubbed his chin. He stared at Lian Zhong's thick light armor, feeling a little helpless. Brother, you're just cheating. If you can't beat it, you just hide in the turtle shell? You were very arrogant just now. Lian Zhong snorted coldly, completely ignored Li Luo's provocation, insisted on hiding in the turtle shell, and said, "Then you came to beat me." Li Luo was dumbfounded, and immediately smiled, "Since you have such a perverted request, then I will fulfill you." "Humph, tough talk." Lian Zhong sarcastically said. Li Luo smiled slightly. He put away the sun pattern knife and held the water pattern knife with one hand. The next moment, the power of the water phase surged and moved on the blade. Gradually, the power of the water phase actually formed a blue blade glow, which faltered on the blade. It's like a water blade flowing at high speed. Advanced physiognomy, water light. Seeing this, Lian Zhong saw through it with a glance, and immediately sneered even worse. The water-on technique is considered to be a relatively powerful attack power among the entry-level water phase techniques. Cutting. However, the power of water is still not good at attacking, so it is somewhat impossible for Li Luo to use this to break his armor. Li Luo looked down at the water light flowing on the blade, smiled lightly, and whispered to himself. The ordinary water light technique may indeed not be able to break your turtle shell. However, my waterman's technique is not ordinary. While he was speaking, he could only see some dazzling light spots flickering in the blue water light, and only Li Luo knew what was happening in it. The power of light poured into it, and then formed a series of extremely fine light beams, using the power of light as a channel, and the power of water flowed through it. As a result, the flow speed of the power of the water phase has reached an astonishing level. Of course, the water-on technique activated in this special way is not ordinary. Therefore, Li Luo named it the first version of strengthening waterman's technique. Lian Zhong looked at the water light flowing on Li Luo's blade. He only felt that the color of the water light seemed to become more pure. He didn't understand what happened, but there was a kind of glow on his back. Feeling of uneasiness. And Li Luo didn't make him feel uneasy for long, because his figure shot out suddenly, and the water pattern knife in his hand seemed to bring up blue waves, flying past in mid-air, and swept towards Lian Zhong. Lian Zhong roared, "Come on! I'm not afraid of you!" Amidst his roar, Li Luo's figure brushed past him, and the light of the knife in his hand also passed over the cocky light armor on his body. Li Luo's figure appeared behind Lian Zhong. He didn't look back, but with a calm expression, he slowly inserted the water pattern knife in his hand into the scabbard around his waist. In the back, the expression on Lian Zhong's face froze at this moment, and the next moment, the cocky light armor on the surface of his body burst open. At this time, his body slowly fell upwards, splashing dust all over the ground. No one noticed that in the dense forest, there was a hanging spar shining with light, projecting this battle onto the crystal wall of Bailing Mountain. End of this chapter. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. The foot of Bailing Mountain, it is boiling and noisy. On the huge crystal wall, the points are constantly changing, and at the same time, fierce battles are still projected on the top, which attracts many exclamations from time to time. Until a certain moment, the picture suddenly changed, and only the picture of two figures confronting each other in a forest was projected. In a pavilion, Cai Weiyu, who was a bit bored, peeled a grape with her fingers and was about to put it into her ruddy mouth when her eyes suddenly paused and stopped on the crystal wall. That person seems to be the young palace master. Cai Wei asked in surprise. When Yan Lingqing heard this, she cast her eyes immediately, and then saw the two figures confronting each other. It really is. Cai Wei didn't even eat the grapes. She quickly sat up straight and asked, who is he fighting with? Yan Lingqing didn't know her either, but she quickly got the information from the increasing uproar around her. It's the number 2 of Dongyuan Academy, called Lian Zhong, Lia Pingxiang, and Bei in strength. This Li Luo, how could he provoke such a powerful enemy? In the knockout round, even if the young palace master doesn't provoke others, he will be targeted. Cai Walida frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes staring at the picture on the crystal wall without blinking. Yan Lingqing on the side also became serious and concentrated, because they knew that this would be a tough battle. And under their concentrated attention, Li Luo and Lian Zhong in the picture were directly at war, and every fierce confrontation made the expressions of the two goddesses change slightly. But as the battle continued, the surprise on their pretty faces became more and more intense, because they saw that in this battle, Li Luo didn't have the slightest disadvantage. Obviously only the strength of the 7 seals, but it suppressed the opponents of the 8 seals. Especially when Li Luo's water pattern knife was swaying with water at the end, and chopped off the light armor on Lian Zhong's body with one knife, Cai Wei couldn't help but slapped the table with her little hand excitedly. Young palace master is so amazing. Yan Lingqing on the side also parted her red lips slightly, with an unconcealable astonishment in her eyes. She also did not expect that Li Luo would defeat such a strong enemy with 8 seals so smoothly. There is nothing wrong with this beautiful record. She stared at the back view of Li Luo slowly sheathing the sword in the picture. At this time, he was completely different from the usual boy who was honestly refining the strange light of spiritual water in front of the workbench. Now, he has to appear even sharper. But maybe, this is the real Li Luo. The mild and mischievous nature is just covering up his sharpness now. I'm a little bit convinced that he might really be able to break into the top 10. Yan Lingqing chuckled, and a look of interest finally emerged in her cold eyes. Outside the pavilion, there were also exclamations one after another at this time. Obviously, the result of the battle between Li Luo and Lian Zhong shocked many people. In the main pavilion, the old dean, the governor of the division, and the mentor and Lai also saw the result of the battle. The old dean smiled all over his face, with an unconcealable smug smile in his eyes, and immediately said, the number 2 of Dongyuan Academy was actually defeated by Li Luo, who was ranked number 15 in Nanfan Academy, haha. It's also interesting. Governor, do you think so? The governor's face trembled slightly, and he said with a smile, as expected of the young master of the Lulan Mansion, it's really surprising. Is this the young master Li Luo of Lulan Mansion? The one who has a marriage contract with Zhang Qingyi? Mentor and Lai asked suddenly. The old dean smiled and nodded. He's not bad looking. Although this Li Luo hasn't entered the Holy Star Academy yet, his name has long been famous in the Holy Star Academy. Mentor and Lai said with a half smile. If you defeat an opponent with 8 seals, you may not be able to enter the Saint Xianxing Academy. The governor said with a smile. Then you have to watch carefully. The old dean raised his eyelids, and his voice was neither salty nor weak. Naturally, Li Luo didn't know about the hot discussion that his battle had caused outside the mountain. At this moment, he dragged Lian Zhong, who had passed out of coma, to another battle circle. Pushing aside the bushes, we could see that the battle was fierce ahead. But what surprised Li Luo was that the Dongyuan Academy clearly had a slight advantage in numbers, but in the current battle, they were suppressed by Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang. Zhao Kuo made full use of the function of his meat shield, slashing with the big axe in his hand, and withstood most of the attacks, while Yu Lang, on the other hand, shuttled back and forth like the wind, attacking fiercely and trickily, directly targeting the vital points of the 3 of them, forcing them into a bit of a panic for a while. According to this situation, I am afraid that someone on the other side will start to show injuries soon. Li Luo smiled and stepped out. And his appearance immediately made the fierce battle in the field stagnate, whether it was Zhao Kuo Yulang, or the 3 people from Dongyuan Academy all cast their shocked eyes. Especially when they saw Lian Zhong, who was dragged unconscious by Li Luo, the shock was even stronger. Damn it, Li Luo, you pervert! You actually defeated Lian Zhong. Yu Lang was a little stunned. Li Luo nodded with a smile, then left Lian Zhong in front, staring at the 3 students of Dongyuan Academy. Do you still want to resist? Under his gaze, the 3 students of Dongyuan Academy were terrified, and without the courage to fight, they turned around and were about to disperse and flee. However, Li Luo was already prepared. He flicked his fingers repeatedly, and the water light bomb roared out, exploding in front of their eyes. The dazzling light made the 3 of them scream out. But Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang seized the opportunity, and the offensive broke out suddenly. In just a moment, the 3 of them fell to the ground wailing. Let's divide up their points. Li Luo laughed. Wow, this is really a big fish. Yu Lang's eyes lit up, and the 5 opponents all had a lot of points, especially Lian Zhong, whose score reached points. But even though he was envious, Yu Lang didn't plan on scoring Lian Zhong's points. Instead he said, Lian Zhong's points, Li Luo, you can eat it yourself, and Zhao Kuo and I can divide the 4 people's points. The points of the other 4 people in Dongyuan Academy add up to more than 1,000 points. Although it is not as rich as Lian Zhong, it is still a big gain. Hearing this, Li Luo wanted to say something, but Zhao Kuo also smiled and said, Brother Luo, you defeated this price alone, we can't take advantage of this advantage. And you have the potential to hit the top 10, so there is no need to tangle with us these. Seeing that both of them said that, Li Luo stopped being pretentious, took off the crystal card, and wiped out the cheap points. Yu Lang and Zhao Kuo, with salivating smiles on their faces, turned them into blank slates under the horrified gazes of the 4 from Dongyuan Academy. Our boss will not let you go. In grief, indignation, and despair, the people from Dongyuan Academy roared, and at the same time shed tears of remorse. After eating this big wave, Li Luo's points reached 2,000 points, while Yu Lang and Zhao Kuo also reached more than points. Although the standings cannot be seen, according to Li Luo's estimation, he should be able to enter the top dash, and Yu Lang and Zhao Kuo can also enter the top dash. A smile appeared on his face. Although there is still some distance to reach the top 10, it is not too far away. The big brother of Dongyuan Academy is really considerate. I don't know if there are any more in the future. The further the knockout round goes, the more slippery and difficult the people left behind will be. It is really not easy to win points, so this Lian Zhong brought people to send a wave of warmth, which is so touching that I want to give them present an award. Let's go, we should not be far from Bailingshu. Li Luo said a word, then stepped forward. Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang also followed. And once they reach Bailingshu, the knockout round will enter the most intense stage. End of this chapter. Chapter 59 Bailing Ruins. Chapter 59 Bailing Ruins. After overcoming the obstruction of Dongyuan Academy headed by Lian Zhong, the 3 of Li Luo continued to move forward. During this period, they encountered some powerful enemies one after another, but in the end they all ended up with tearful contribution of points. So 2 hours later, the 3 of Li Luo stood on a high ground, looking at the vast ruins that appeared in front of them. The ruins were originally an abandoned town, which had been eroded by the years and was already dilapidated. Many broken buildings stand in a row, spreading to the end of the line of sight. There are also giant trees and vines protruding from the ruins, covering the site. This is Bailingshu, and it is also the place where the decisive battle of the college entrance examination will take place. Li Luo and the others looked around vigilantly, and then slowly approached the Bailing Ruins, and at the edge of the ruins, they found a standing crystal wall. Walking forward, words appeared on the crystal wall, which is the final rule of this knockout round. The rules are actually very simple. When there are only 10 people left in Bailingshu, the university exam will be declared over immediately, and the ranking will be ranked according to the number of points they have. At this time, Li Luo and the others suddenly saw the crystal plate on the chest flashing with light, and then the light projected out, forming a faint light curtain directly in front of them. It's the ranking list. Yu Lang said in surprise. Obviously, when you arrive at Bailingshu, you can check the standings independently. Li Luo looked at the list, only to see that number 1 was Lu Qing'er's name, and her points reached points. Tisk tisk, amazing, how many people have been harmed by this? Li Luo laughed. They used all kinds of methods to fish here, and Lian Zhong came to give benefits during the period. Right now, his points are only more than 4,000 points, and this Liu Qing'er is twice as high as him. It can be seen that God is really blocking and killing gods and Buddhas. Push all the way. Behind Liu Qing'er, it was no surprise that Shi Kong from Dongyuan Academy had a score of dash points. Behind Shi Kong, there are one after another with a score of around 17, and Li Luo also saw his ranking, no. Dash. As for Yu Lang and Zhao Kuo, there were around 30 of them. Brother Luo, if you meet a strong enemy next time, if the situation is not right, you should run away first. The two of us are almost at the limit of this ranking, so when the time comes, we will use our last light and heat to give you create some value. I believe Yu Lang thinks so too, doesn't he? Zhao Kuo stared at the scoreboard for a moment and said. When Yu Lang heard the words, he pondered for a few seconds, and said, actually, I feel that I might be able to rescue him again. Zhao Kuo choked and glared at Yu Lang. There is no need to rescue, you are already cold. Yu Lang could only nod his head. Okay, I'm getting cold. Although Yu Lang is always playing cheap, it can be seen that he also agrees with Zhao Kuo's words. The two of them have the strength of Qian, but they are not as perverted as Li Luo. Those who lose, and as more and more fierce people come to Bailingxiu, their strength will follow Li Luo, and they will gradually change from helpers to burdens. Moreover, Bailingxiu will be eliminated until there are only 10 people left. They can't expect to follow Li Luo and keep themselves until that time, which will bring a lot of pressure to Li Luo. Even if Li Luo didn't care, they couldn't take it for granted. And the most important thing is that it doesn't mean much for them to enter the top 10. As long as Liu Qing'er can win number 1 by then, they can also enjoy the admission list distributed to Nanfan Academy based on their ranking. Hearing this, Li Luo smiled and said, we'll see the situation at that time. In fact, his goal is only to enter the top 10 and get an admission spot. As for the important task of competing for the first place, Nanfan Academy already has Liu Qing'er on his shoulders, so there is no need for him to grab the limelight. Go ahead and find a place to hide in Bailingxiu. With a wave of his hand, Li Luo led the two of them into the complex terrain of Bailingxiu. At the same time, in another direction of Bailingxiu, Shi Hong stood in front of a crystal wall, looking at the scoreboard formed by the faint light curtain in front of him with a calm expression. His gaze was fixed on number 1 Liu Qing'er for a long time. Boss, Lian Zhong's name is not on the list, what happened to him? Behind Shi Hong, a student from Dongyuan Academy suddenly said in shock. Shi Hong was also a little surprised when he heard the words. He looked behind him, but he didn't find Lian Zhong's name, but he saw Li Luo, who was ranked no 17. His eyes narrowed for a moment. He had ordered Lian Zhong to take care of Li Luo before. Why is it that Lian Zhong was eliminated and Li Luo was promoted? He should have been eliminated by Li Luo. Shi Hong said flatly. Ah? Isn't that Li Luo only the strength of 7 seals? How could he be able to eliminate Lian Zhong? The person next to him said in disbelief. There are always ways, and do you really think that Li Luo is a waste? Shi Hong smiled, but there was a coldness in his eyes. This young palace master has been hiding his clumsiness. Does it need to be targeted? Shi Hong waved his hand and said, the most important target now is Liu Qing'er. Although Li Luo is somewhat unexpected, he is not qualified to make us change our plan. Don't pay attention to him for now. After Liu Qing'er is dealt with, he's just a clown, nothing to be afraid of. As Shi Hong said, he walked into Bailingxiu. And not long after entering Bailingxiu, Shi Hong saw a mark that was clearly carved not long ago on a ruined wall. He immediately smiled, and then walked along the mark through the dilapidated streets overgrown with weeds. After about 10 minutes like this, he walked into a broken room. The room was dark, and when Shi Hong walked in, he saw 4 figures walking out of the shadow. They were Xiang Liang, Qi Su, Zhong Fu, who had agreed with Shi Hong before, and the last one was Song Yunfan. Shi Hong, as expected, Liu Qing'er dumped you some points. When Xiang Liang saw Shi Hong, he grinned. Shi Kong smiled lightly and said, "There is no need to care about the temporary lead. Tell me, when shall we do it?" Chi Sui asked. "The most important thing now is to first determine Liu Qing'er's location, and then make a complete plan so that she has no chance to escape. Otherwise, once she escapes, I'm afraid we won't be given a second chance to encircle and suppress her. As long as she delays for a while, or reduces the number of people to 10, she will forcibly end the exam." Zhongfu said slowly. Shi Hong nodded, then looked at Song Yunfan, and said with a smile, "I'm afraid Yunfan will have to trouble you about determining the location." Xiang, Liang and the others also looked at Song Yunfan, and under their gaze, the latter looked a little uncomfortable, because he faintly felt a little disdain in the other's eyes. After all, the three of Xiang Liang and the Nanfan Academy had a different standpoint, so it was normal to deal with Liu Qing'er, but Song Yunfan was from the Nanfan Academy, and he was still helping Shi Kong deal with Liu Qing'er, so it was a bit of a hassle. Although from their point of view, of course they are happy to have an insider like Song Yunfan to help them, but this does not prevent them from expressing contempt for Song Yunfan's character. "I'm ready." Song Yunfan was upset, but said with a blank expression, "Then I really want to thank Yunfan. If this matter succeeds, you will be the biggest contributor." Shi Hong thanked him sincerely. End of this chapter. Chapter 60 Dangerous Situation. Chapter 60 Dangerous Situation. As time goes by, Bailingxu welcomes more and more students, and the students who can come here, without exception, have gone through a lot of competition and defeated many powerful enemies, so it can be regarded as Tianjia the county's elite this year. So their arrival directly broke the tranquility in the ruins, and fierce battles broke out in various parts of the ruins. And this kind of fierce battle is also reflected in the standings. Whether it is outside Bailing Mountain or inside the mountain, everyone can see that the rankings are changing drastically. From time to time, the names in front of them suddenly disappear and are replaced by other names, which is the performance of being eliminated directly. The fierce battle continued, and countless eyes were nervously looking at the standings, because as the number of people began to drop sharply, this also showed that the college entrance examination had reached the most intense stage. In a dilapidated building. Li Luo listened to the battles that took place not far away, and then looked at the scoreboard reflected by the crystal plate in front of him, and sighed, "This elimination is too fast." In just over an hour, there were originally more than 100 people on the standings, but now, there are only 60 people left. During this period of time, he didn't meet any enemies, and his points didn't change much, so his ranking dropped from 17th to 23rd. "It's too cruel." Zhao Kuo on the side also nodded. While they were talking, a figure came in like the wind, and Yu Lang's figure appeared. "It's too chaotic outside here, fighting everywhere." Yu Lang was detecting the news outside. His wind speed was extremely fast, so he was suitable as a scout. "Did you find anything?" Li Luo asked. Why Yu Lang nodded, his face suddenly became serious, and he said, "I accidentally found Shi Hong's figure just now, and beside him, there are Xiang Liang, Chi Su, and Zhongfu." Hearing this, Li Luo's eyes froze, and he said, "Could it be that they joined forces? I suspect that they may have teamed up to deal with Liu Qing'er." Yu Lang licked his lips and said in a deep voice. Looking at the college entrance examination, there is probably no one else except Liu Qing'er who can make Shi Hong take such painstaking efforts. Zhao Kuo's expression on the side also changed. In fact, in a sense, whether they can get the admission quota of Shen Shuangxing Academy, this hope may not be on Li Luo, but on Liu Qing'er. Because only she can win number 1, and the extra places number 1 gets can take them away. Li Luo's brows also slowly frowned, and said, "This possibility is very high. That Shi Hong is very scheming, so he must have made a comprehensive plan for this. If Liu Qing'er is really targeted by them, then there is danger. If Shi Kong really made such a plan, then for them, nothing would happen to Liu Qing'er, because once the other party eliminated Liu Qing'er, then the rest of them from Nanfan Academy might be wiped out by Shi Kong. Even if it was him, it was impossible to face Shi Kong, Xiang Liang, Chi Su, and Zhong Fu alone. Li Luo was silent for a few breaths, then took a deep breath, looked at Yu Lang and said, "Which direction are they going?" Yu Lang quickly pointed him in a direction and said, "Are you going? You also understand the importance of Lu Qing'er, so I have to go and see, otherwise there is something wrong with her, and we may have a hard time." Li Luo sighed and said. Why Yu Lang and Zhao Kuo nodded when they heard the words. "The two of you stay here for the time being. It will be more convenient for me to go alone," Li Luo said. "Okay, be careful." Yu Lang and Zhao Kuo also understood that they were not able to participate in that level of battle, so they didn't say much, just reminded them. Li Luo nodded, but didn't say any more. His body shook, and the blue phase was faintly visible, as if a layer of water covered his body, and then his figure swept away without a sound. Somewhere in Bailingxue. Lu Qing'er was sitting in a high-rise building in ruins. She had a beautiful face, and the white clothes on her upper body outlined the sharp curve of Xiaohe's chest and her slender waist. The lower body is white trousers, which wraps the buttocks, and at the same time makes the already slender legs look straight and slender. The long hair hung down and fluttered gently around the small waist. The beautiful scene seemed a bit out of place with the scene of the ruins. At this time, Lu Qing'er took out a small cloth bag from her bosom, which contained some dried fruit. She reached out to hold it, chewed it slowly, and replenished the consumption of the day. Suddenly she chewed and paused slightly, because she saw a beautiful figure also came in. Lu Qing'er took a look, it was Tafaqing who came. When she entered Bailingxue before, she met Tafaqing. Of course, the latter was overjoyed to see her, and then wanted to get points with her. Lu Qing'er did not refuse this, since she was a classmate after all, so she helped her. She didn't mind taking it. "Qing'er, you are really doing us girls too much glory, so many men are suppressed by you alone," Tafaqing boasted with a smile. Lu Qing'er smiled lightly and said, "It's not over yet." Tafaqing nodded, and said, "Dongyuan Academy is indeed a strong opponent in this school exam. I am also a little worried about that teacher Kong. That is indeed a strong enemy." Lu Qing'er did not deny this, even she felt threatened by that Shi Kong. Yet, people in the schoolmate's house can always help each other at this time, so I left a mark just now. This is what Song Yunfan reminded me before the big exam, saying that if I meet you in the end and feel that you need help at the same time, just use this kind of mark to inform him, and if he sees it, he will come to help. Tafaqing laughed. The dried fruit chewed in Lu Qing'er's mouth suddenly stopped. She turned her head to look at Tafaqing, her cold eyes became sharper. "You said you left a mark for Song Yunfan nearby." Tafaqing was taken aback by her sharp eyes, and said in a low voice, "Yeah, what's the matter? After all, Song Yunfan is the number 2 of our Nanfan Academy, if he can come to help you, you won't be afraid of that Shi Kong." Lu Qing'er stared at Tafaqing for more than 10 seconds, and then she put the small cloth bag into her bosom, and stood up with a pretty face indifferently. "I'm leaving first, so don't follow me." "Qing'er, what's wrong with you? Did I do something wrong?" Tafaqing asked hastily. Lu Qing'er didn't pay attention to her anymore, she tapped her toes lightly, her delicate body flitted out of the dilapidated high-rise building lightly, and then landed in a rubble of rubble. She wanted to sneak away quickly. Although she didn't know if the mark Tafaqing left would bring anything, but she didn't want to expose her whereabouts like this, which would make her instinctively feel unsafe. "Hopefully. I think too much." This thought flashed across Lu Qing'er's mind. But at the moment when she was about to sneak, her tender body suddenly tensed up, the rocks under her feet burst open, and a green light shot out, directly entangled towards her ankle. The attack came too suddenly. However, Lu Qing'er was not completely unprepared. Facing the surprise attack, she was unflappable. With a touch of her toes, an icy force gushed out. The oncoming green light was instantly frozen, revealing its whereabouts, as if it were some kind of green vine. Clap clap clap, there was a sound of clapping in front of her. Lu Qing'er looked at her with a pretty face, and then saw a figure standing on the ruined wall, looking at her with a smile on her face. It is Shi Kong. On the left, right, and behind her, a figure flashed out, and at the same time completely blocked all her escape routes. Lu Qing'er, I've caught you. Xiang Liang grinned with fiery eyes. At this time, Lu Qing'er had Shi Kong in front, and Xiang Liang, Chi Su, and Zhong Fu behind him were three powerful enemies who were also extremely high-ranking. For a time, this place was like a desperate situation. And on the dilapidated pavilion not far away, there are crystals shining, projecting this scene onto the crystal wall at the foot of Bailing Mountain. Then, the atmosphere at the foot of the mountain was detonated. End of this chapter.